The night sky hung heavy over the sprawling metropolis, a canvas of deep indigo punctuated by the cold, distant glimmer of stars. Through the neon-lit streets, a lone motorcycle roared, its rider a vision of silver hair and hidden sorrow who pulled into a desolate gas station. As he removed his helmet, the air was suddenly saturated with the intoxicatingly sweet scent of toffee pheromones, revealing the delicate features of Yan Yi, a rare lop-eared rabbit omega. He was a creature of soft edges in a world of sharp predators, his presence drawing the immediate, hungry attention of several alphas loitering in the shadows. One blonde alpha, a cougar with a predatory smirk, stepped forward, his gaze raking over Yan Yi with a terrifying intensity. He could sense the rabbit was in heat, a vulnerable state that made the alpha's blood boil with a dark, possessive desire. He leaned in close, whispering poisonous compliments about the little white rabbit's beauty while demanding he remove his neck brace. But Yan Yi was no helpless victim. With a lightning-fast motion, he pressed the cold muzzle of a hand against the alpha's temple, the mechanical click of the hammer echoing in the sudden silence. The cougar froze, his arrogance replaced by a flicker of genuine shock as the Omega's eyes burned with a murderous aura. No one had ever dared to challenge him this way. Yet Yan Yi stood his ground, his voice a low warning as he told the man to leave him alone. He wouldn't be claimed by some random predator, choosing instead to flee into the night on his motorcycle, the wind whipping past as he fought the mounting agony in his body. By morning, the city was bathed in a deceptive, soft light as Yan Yi stopped at a quaint flower shop nestled among old stone buildings. The shopkeeper greeted him warmly, noting his daily ritual of buying flowers for his alpha and asking if he had finally caught the man's heart. A pained shadow flickered in Yan Yi's eyes as he admitted he hadn't, wondering if his offerings were simply not fresh enough for a man of such high status. He carefully selected a single red rose, a solitary bloom that mirrored his own lonely heart. One was enough, for it would be far less distressing to watch a single flower wither and die than a whole bouquet. He clutched the rose with a bittersweet smile, a fragile hope still flickering within him despite the crushing weight of his unrequited devotion. Upon returning to the cold, grand villa of Lu Shangjin, the pain became unbearable, his glands throbbing from an overdose of inhibitors. He stumbled through the opulent halls, his rabbit ears drooping as he sought the one scent that could save him from this torment. Reaching his alpha's door, he slumped against the wood, his hand trembling as he begged for a single touch, a drop of soothing pheromones to quell the fire in his veins. But the door remained shut, a silent and brutal rejection that left him gasping for air in the suffocating silence. In a moment of pure desperation, he raised his weapon once more, the cold steel a mockery of the warmth he so craved. He wondered why, after all this time, he still couldn't get used to the agonizing sting of being ignored by the one he lived for. Eventually, his strength failed, and he slid to the floor, a broken figure weeping in the hallway as he called out for his brother Jin. He pressed the rose to his face, inhaling its scent as if it were a lifeline to a past that no longer existed. 10 years ago, their lives had been a different story entirely, a time of blood and shared fire. Yan Yi had been Lu Shangjin's elite bodyguard, standing shoulder to shoulder with him through a golden triangle of bullets, a lethal partner and a devoted mate. They had shared vows of eternal love in the quiet moments of the night, their bond seemingly unbreakable. Lu Shangjin had held him with a tenderness that felt like a promise of forever, marking him as his own under a canopy of white flowers. But as the years passed and the danger faded, the powerful alpha grew bored of his loyal rabbit. The tiger no longer needed a partner who could fight, but a toy he could control. The betrayal was absolute when Lu Shangjin ordered the surgical removal of Yan Yi's marks, a cruel procedure to erase every trace of their shared history. Yan Yi's screams of no were ignored as he was strapped to the operating table, forced to endure the physical and emotional death of their bond. He realized then that his alpha was a man of peerless ruthlessness, one who would leave no part of himself behind once he decided to move on. Now, Yan Yi lived as a ghost in the villa, serving as a deacon to the man who had shattered him. He moved with a practiced, robotic grace, hiding his scars beneath white gloves and a stiff uniform. He watched the clock with a hollow heart, a servant waiting for a master who saw him as nothing more than a piece of furniture. As he stood in the kitchen, the air suddenly grew heavy with the sharp, dominating scent of a peregrine falcon alpha. Lu Shangjin appeared, a statuesque figure of raw power and cold beauty, his silk robe hanging loosely over his muscled chest. Yan Yi bowed his head in a display of perfect submission, his voice a mere whisper as he greeted the man. He reported a business call with professional detachment, careful not to let his eyes linger on the alpha's face. Lu Shangjin listened with an air of bored arrogance, dismissive of everything but his own interests. When the caller suggested a rare lop-eared rabbit omega was available, the alpha's response was a final, killing blow to Yan Yi's soul. He coldly stated there was no rabbit in his house, effectively annihilating their past with a single sentence. Yan Yi's hand tightened on the porcelain he was holding, his body trembling with a forced, agonizing calm as he listened to his own existence being denied. But the peace was short-lived, shattered by the arrival of a new favorite, the popular actor Yuan Mi. This new omega, draped in the scent of irises, looked at Yan Yi with a mixture of curiosity and disdain, sensing the history lingering in the air. When the actor grew bold and tried to provoke him, Yan Yi's reflexes as a former bodyguard flared, and he caught the intruder's wrist with a sudden, startling strength. Yuan Mai only smirked, his eyes ashing with malice as he asked if the deacon and brother Jin had once been in a relationship. Yan Yi could only stare back, his eyes reflecting a soul-deep wariness, trapped in a house of memories that had become his own personal hell. The silence of the room was heavy as the lop-eared rabbit gazed at the glowing screen, his heart a hollow ache as he watched the world adore the man who had stolen his place. This pampered celebrity, this fragile canary named Yuan Mi, was being held in the palm of Lu Shangjin's hand, living a life of luxury while the true mate was relegated to the shadows. Yan Yi's eyes, once bright with hope, were now clouded with a sorrow so deep it felt like a physical weight as he stared at the face of his rival. With a trembling hand, he discarded the reminder of his replacement into the trash, a silent vow to remain the loyal, quiet gatekeeper of a house that no longer felt like home. He moved with the grace of a ghost, serving breakfast to the man who dared to insult his very existence with every breath. The air was thick with the cloying scent of toffee, and the arrogance of a favorite who thought he had already won the alpha's heart. Yuan Mi's smile was like a poisoned dagger, mocking the deacon who stood before him with a mask of perfect, icy professionalism. Even as Yan Yi calmly introduced the morning tea, the canary's disdain was palpable, a suffocating pressure meant to break his spirit. When the sharp bite of a knife pierced his hand, Yan Yi didn't even flinch. He simply watched the blood bloom like dark roses against the skin, his expression void of any human warmth. It was a terrifying display of endurance that left Yuan Mi trembling, his petty cruelty met with a chilling, godlike calm that he couldn't comprehend. The deacon's grip was like iron as he caught the canary's wrist, his gaze piercing through the facade of innocence to the wretched core beneath. Was he really just a servant, or was there a history between him and the master that the canary couldn't possibly understand? The mention of Lu Shangjin's past was a wound deeper than any blade, a reminder of a love that was now seen as lowly and inferior by those who knew nothing of their bond. In a sudden explosion of movement, the quiet servant vanished, replaced by a shadow of Li Tent as a single kick sent the wretched canary flying across the room. The sound of the impact echoed in the sudden silence as Lu Shangjin stepped into the light, his presence commanding and his aura colder than the winter snow. Yuan Mi wailed for salvation, clinging to the alpha's legs like a broken doll. But the master's eyes were fixed on the silver-haired deacon with an intensity that burned. With a voice void of warmth, the master ordered an ambulance, his gaze never leaving the man he once called his own. Yan Yi's fingers were steady as he dialed the emergency line, his voice a monotone as he reported a bone fracture, all while the man he loved comforted his replacement right before his eyes. The sight of them together was a symphony of agony, a reminder this house, his heart, was the only thing truly dead. Yet, as he stepped forward to take the canary away, he was no longer the servant. He was the executioner, his strength absolute as he ignored the master's cold warning of a coming punishment. The alpha's eyes burned with a golden fire, a promise of pain to come. But Yan Yi accepted his fate with a bow that hid his trembling soul. Later, in the sterile halls of the hospital, the smoke from his cigarette curled around him like a shroud as he contemplated the cruelty of his master's request to stay with his rival. He looked at his phone, a bitter smile touching his lips as he realized just how tough and wretched his life had become. He carried the trembling canary through the dark, his bloodied hand a testament to the violence he was capable of when pushed to the brink. Yuan Mai's threats of the master's wrath fell on deaf ears. Yan Yi knew the master better than anyone, and he knew he could end the canary's life before the alpha even realized he was gone. The mockery about being a played-out omega stung, but it didn't compare to the internal fire of a mate who'd been discarded like common trash. With a sudden, heart-stopping leap, Yan Yi plunged from the heights of the building, the wind howling around them as the canary's screams were lost in the night air. As they landed on the rooftop, the truth finally began to dawn on the terrified boy. He wasn't facing a mere servant, but the legendary Yan Yi, the only mate Lu Shangjin had ever truly loved. Meanwhile, in a high-rise office, the master sat in a throne of shadows, stroking the image of his lop-eared rabbit on the screen with a touch that was almost tender. He remembered the romantic warrior who once fought by his side with roses in his mouth and guns in his hands, a beautiful contradiction he was now inexplicably tired of. Even his own father's rage over the broken bond couldn't move his heart, the elder Lu's demands for an air of high status falling on cold, indifferent ears. To the master, Yan Yi was a flawed gem, a rabbit who couldn't provide the strong lineage his family craved, no matter how much he went to him. But as Yan Yi stared at his phone in the hospital, the memory of past tortures being chained in the dark for days just for wanting to be marked loomed over him like a specter. He knew the master's mercy was a thin veil, and this time the punishment for his defiance would be far worse than anything he had ever endured. The sharp, persistent buzzing of the phone cut through the silence like a knife, drawing the weary young man's gaze to the glowing screen. His heart skipped a beat as he stared at the notification, the simple command to return home tonight feeling more like a death sentence than an invitation. The memory of that man, his cold, sculpted features and eyes that burned with a terrifying intensity loomed over him, a shadow that never truly left. A wave of nausea washed over him as he recalled the last time he had dared to ask for a mark. He had been met not with affection, but with the suffocating pressure of a pitch-black interrogation room, bound in heavy chains that bit into his skin for 3 agonizing days and nights. The phantom weight of those iron links seemed to pull at his wrists even now, a brutal reminder of the tyrant's capacity for cruelty. He clutched the phone with trembling hands, his eyes welling with unshed tears as he wondered what horrific new punishment awaited him this time. Despair settled in his chest, a heavy stone that made every breath a struggle. Yet, a flicker of a different memory. The way Brother Jin had once looked at him with such fierce protectiveness, his voice laced with a rare, frantic concern when he saw his small injury. He had felt so cherished in that moment, so safe, but the warmth of that memory only made the current coldness harder to bear. Back at the house, the clock ticked away the minutes toward his doom, the silence of the empty rooms pressing in on him as he tried to keep his hands busy. He looked down at the simple bandage on his finger, a tiny mark of his own clumsiness, and tried to focus on the tasks at hand. Seeking some semblance of comfort, he put on a movie they used to watch together, the flickering light of the screen casting long shadows across the room. He curled up on the sofa, a small, lonely figure trying to disappear into the cushions. As he mindlessly nibbled on a carrot to soothe his nerves, he let the romantic scenes on the screen wash over him, lost in a bittersweet longing for a love that felt increasingly like a dream. The sight of the characters sharing a tender embrace brought a faint, painful blush to his cheeks, reminding him of a time when he believed he was truly liked. He remembered the feeling of being carried, of being told that he would never be given up on, a promise that now felt like a cruel joke. No matter how many times he rewatched these scenes, the hollow ache in his heart only grew deeper. He was so lost in his sorrow, tears streaming down his face as he took another bite of his snack, that he didn't hear the heavy footsteps approaching. The sudden click of the door sent a jolt of pure electricity through his spine, his eyes widening in sheer terror. There he was, the Alpha, standing in the doorway like a god of destruction, his aura so sharp and murderous it felt like it could slice the very air. Panicked, the boy scrambled to hide his snack, his body instinctively tensing as the tyrant's icy gaze swept over the room. He felt a crushing sense of guilt, stammering an offer to take the man's coat, his voice barely a whisper. Without a word, the Alpha reached into his pocket and threw a small, black box toward him, the movement careless and cold. Confusion clouded his mind as he caught the object, his hands shaking so violently he nearly dropped it. Could it be a gift meant specifically for him? The man's voice was devoid of warmth as he noted that he hadn't forgotten the boy's birthday, a statement that sent a shockwave of disbelief through the small Omega. A deep, radiant blush spread across his face, his heart hammering against his ribs at the thought that he had been remembered. He looked at the box as if it were a holy relic, his eyes shimmering with a fragile, desperate hope. His mind raced with possibilities. Was it a new silencer or some high-tech weapon part? But when he finally pried it open, his breath hitched in his throat. Nestled inside was a delicate brooch shaped like a carrot, its surface gleaming with a brilliance that made his eyes sting. The Alpha explained it was a unique, one-of-a-kind piece from a master designer, his tone dismissive even as he bestowed such a treasure. The boy's heart swelled with an overwhelming joy, a radiant smile breaking through his fear as he declared how much he loved it. But the moment of warmth was fleeting. The tyrant's expression remained a mask of indifference as he barked an order for dinner to be prepared. Still, the boy's tail practically wagged with happiness as he hurried to the kitchen, his previous terror replaced by a giddy, lightheaded sense of being loved. He moved with a newfound spring in his step, humming a soft tune as he began to cook. Behind him, the Alpha watched, his golden eyes narrowed in a strange, hypnotic trance as he observed the little rabbit who so easily swayed by a simple trinket. The man's gaze was predatory, yet lingering, as if he were seeing something new in the creature he had spares breaking. As the soup bubbled on the stove, the boy wore his new brooch with pride, his every movement careful and devoted. He was so worried about the smoke tarnishing the precious gift that he tenderly removed it, wiping it clean with a soft cloth as if it were more valuable than his own life. He didn't notice the Alpha standing in the shadows of the doorway, watching his every micro-expression with a gaze that had turned dangerously focused. To the boy, the man was still the same charming figure from a decade ago, even if his youthful softness had long since hardened into steel. But for the Alpha, something had shifted. He couldn't remember when this familiar little rabbit had started to feel so strangely new to him. He stepped into the kitchen, the suddenness of his presence making the boy jump. Before he could react, the Alpha's strong arms wrapped around him from behind, pulling him into a firm, suffocating embrace. The boy froze, his breath catching as the man buried his face in his neck, inhaling deeply. The intoxicating scent of daffodil pheromones flooded his senses, a familiar fragrance that usually brought him peace but now felt like a trap. He trembled in the Alpha's hold, his mind spinning with a mix of pleasure and paralyzing fear. He whimpered for the man not to punish him, his voice cracking as he surrendered to the man's overwhelming presence. For a heartbeat, the Alpha seemed to indulge in the closeness, his hand moving to pat the boy's head in a gesture that felt almost like affection. But then, a sudden realization seemed to strike him, a coldness returning to his eyes that was sharper than any blade. He abruptly pushed the boy away, his touch turning from a caress to a rejection in a split second. The boy was left stunned, his heart shattering as the alpha's voice turned icy once more, ordering him to finish the meal. The whiplash was agonizing. One moment he was being held, and the next he was being looked at with utter disdain. The man's words became even more cruel as he spoke of hospitals and the black market value of the boy's rare glands, treating him like nothing more than a profitable commodity. He looked at the boy not as a person, but as a collection of parts worth billions. When the boy tried to voice his own desires, wanting only to be what the alpha needed, he was met with a harsh command to stop. The alpha's temper flared, his hand snaking out to capture the boy's arm in a crushing grip. He snarled that the boy had no right to decide anything on his own, his face contorted with a possessive rage. In one swift, violent motion, he lifted the terrified boy and slammed him onto the counter, pinning him down with a strength that brooked no resistance. The boy could only gasp in shock, his eyes wide with fear as the man loomed over him, his clothes being torn as the alpha's self-serving desire took over. There was no love in this act, only a brutal assertion of power. Later, the boy sat alone in the dim light, slumped over a table with a glass of wine, the silence of the house echoing the emptiness in his soul. He felt like a child who had opened a beautifully wrapped gift, only to find it completely empty, a hollow disappointment that would leave a permanent bruise on his heart. He finally understood the bitter truth. His alpha didn't love anyone else, and he certainly didn't love him. The man only ever loved himself. Yan Yi's heart was a hollow vessel, filled only with the desperate, aching hope that one day his cold-hearted elf finally bestow a permanent mark upon him. He longingly dreamed of a warmth that resembled a real family, not the suffocating silence of this empty, splendid villa that seemed to exist only to accommodate Lu Shangjin's fleeting interests in other omegas. Yet he dared not utter his desires aloud, paralyzed by the fear that even mentioning the mark would provoke the tyrant's icy wrath. Day after agonizing day, he waited for a change of heart that never came, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears as he watched the man he loved slip away once more. Lu Shangjin's departure was always punctuated by the sharp, dismissive click of keys and a hollow promise to return later that felt more like a sentence of abandonment than a farewell. Left alone in the creeping shadows, Yan Yi tried to weaponize his own small comforts, clutching a tiny carrot trinket as if it were a lifeline to a ghost of a memory. He desperately tried to convince himself that the meager crumbs of affection he received were enough to celebrate, even as the loneliness began to swallow him whole. He poured a glass of wine to commemorate his solitary existence, the dark red liquid reflecting the grief he tried so hard to suppress. No amount of indifference seemed to break his spirit. Yet the weight in his chest was becoming a suffocating pressure he could no longer ignore. He felt like a child who had opened a long-awaited gift only to find it utterly empty, a bruise on his soul that would surely last a lifetime. His alpha didn't love him. He only loved himself, leaving Yan Yi to watch the clock tick away the prime of his life in a silent, gilded cage. Meanwhile, amidst the neon decadence of a high-end bar, Lu Shangjin sat enveloped in a murderous aura of boredom, until a new presence caught his predatory gaze. It was a hamster omega whose pheromones were a staggering 95% match to his own, a compatibility so high it was almost divine. As he reached out to touch the trembling creature, Lu Shangjin's mind didn't see a person, but a perfect tool of war, imagining the clad in tactical gear and wielding daggers instead of champagne. He called out the name Yanyan, a cruel and twisted echo of the man waiting faithfully at home, leaving the boy confused and the air thick with tension. Lu's gaze remained cold even as he suggested the boy's glands be removed, his lack of human warmth chilling to the bone. Back in the sterile quiet of a hospital room, Yan Yi sought a moment of peace with a friend, his lop ears drooping with a sadness that no medicine could cure. It was there he discovered a magazine advertisement for a high-tech drug that promised to improve the fit degree between an alpha and omega, a dangerous siren song for his shattered heart. He sat by the bedside, his hands trembling as he peeled an apple, his mind spiraling into the dark realization that his marriage had effectively died years ago. He admitted with a bitter, self-deprecating smile that he was no more than a discarded concubine locked away in a cold palace, comforting himself with lies. When he heard of others boasting an 89% fit, the jealousy and desperation became a physical pain in his throat. He clutched the magazine as if it held the secrets to the universe, his eyes wide with a manic, terrifying hope as he stared at the bottle of illicit medicine. His friend tried to intervene, reaching for the phone to report the obvious fraud, but Yan Yi's resolve was already forged in the fires of his own misery. He silenced the call with a finality that signaled his point of no return, unable to let go of the only chance he had to be worthy of the man he worshipped. Returning to the villa much later, Lu Shangjin was visibly irritated, his tie loosened as he stepped into the oppressive, heavy silence of the home. He called out for Yan Yi, expecting the usual submissive greeting, but only the darkness answered him. A sudden sharp spike of dread pierced his chest as he pushed open the door, his golden eyes widening in sheer, unadulterated horror. There on the floor lay his lop-eared rabbit, his body limp and his gaze vacant, empty syringe, and a spilled bottle of the mysterious drug lying, as Lu Shangjin screamed his name into the void. Alanad. The air in the sterile hospital corridor turned frigid as the powerful alpha stormed through the doors, his arms cradling the limp, fragile form of his lop-eared rabbit. The doctors were paralyzed by his murderous aura, yet had to act fast to save the life slipping through his fingers, as he roared every medical professional in the building to stand by. The diagnosis was a dagger to the heart. The little rabbit had recklessly injected unknown drugs into his own glands, causing his system to spiral into a chaotic, agonizing collapse. Lu Shangjin's gaze was sharp enough to draw blood as he demanded to know how this could have happened, his voice trembling with a mixture of rage and terror. His assistant could only tremble in silence, unable to find the words to explain the rabbit's impulsive, desperate behavior while crying tears of sheer stress. Should he ask for more details tomorrow when the air was less thick with bloodlust, or would the alpha's patience snap before the sun rose? The pressure in the room became suffocating as Lu Shangjin's eyes flashed with a cold, predatory light that promised a violent end for anyone involved. Something terrible was about to happen, a storm of retribution that no one in the city could escape. With a violent kick that echoed like a death knell, the door to the culprit's room flew open. Yuanmi sat up in his hospital bed, his heart hammering against his ribs as the shadow of a vengeful gummed over him in the darkness. Without a word of mercy, Lu Shangjin seized the wretched man, dragging him from the safety of his sheets and throwing him to the cold floor like common trash. He demanded to know if the medicine that had ruined his rabbit was his doing, his pressing down on the traitor's stomach with bone-crushing force. Yuanmi gasped out his pathetic excuses, claiming he was innocent and that the rabbit hadn't even suffered when he stabbed his hand. The mention of the attack only fueled the alpha's rage, his mind flashing back to the moment his precious companion was cornered and hurt by such a low life. Even as Yuanmi begged for his life, citing their high compatibility and questioning why he was the one being punished, Lu Shangjin felt nothing but disgust for the man who dared to touch what was his. Far away in another room, the lop-eared rabbit lay amidst the steady, lonely beep of the monitors, his pale mask of exhaustion and lingering pain. In his unconscious state, his mind drifted back 8 years to a world of white snow and high-stakes danger on the mountain highway. On a frozen road, a younger Yan Yi stood ready for battle, his voice chirping softly through the radio as he confirmed he was in position for his beloved brother Jin. Lu Shangjin had been a statuesque figure even then, his steady hands guiding a sniper rifle with lethal precision while he identified the high-level alphas they had to eliminate. Yan Yi moved with the grace of a lethal dancer, sliding across the icy asphalt to intercept their target with a heavy weapon in hand. A car was fast approaching, and the alpha's voice crackled over the comms, ordering him to rescue the professor inside and get out safely. With a faint, confident smile, the rabbit confirmed his orders, his silver hair fluttering in the biting wind as he prepared for the collision. As the car screeched toward them, Yan Yi didn't flinch, his heart beating only for the mission and the man watching over him from the heights. He held his position with iron resolve, crouched low against the bumper as the vehicle roared. In a display of godlike strength, he sent the vehicle soaring through the air, a feat of power that seemed impossible for someone so delicate. As the woman fell from the tumbling car, he reached out a gloved hand to catch her before the world turned to fire. A massive explosion rocked the mountain, but Yan Yi emerged from the smoke unscathed, safely cradling the professor in his arms. He whispered to the sky that the mission was accomplished, his eyes searching for the one person whose praise was his entire world. But the danger wasn't over as a group of jackals emerged from a black sedan, their leader sneering at the thought of a mere omega standing in their way. Yan Yi lowered himself, his protective instincts flaring as he shielded the survivor and prepared to strike back. The enemies laughed, mocking his attempt to release oppressive pheromones, convinced that a rabbit could never overpower a wolf alpha. Their arrogance was their downfall, for they had no idea they were facing an A3 differentiation powerhouse who could crush them with a thought. With a chilling, beautiful smile, Yan Yi revealed his true identity as a lieutenant colonel, his presence suddenly becoming a mountain of crushing pressure. He moved like a ghost, appearing behind his enemies to whisper that he would be the one to see them off to the afterlife. Gunshots shattered the silence of the snow mountain as the enemies opened fire in a blind panic. He utilized his high-speed bounce and fluid deformation, dodging bullets as if they were nothing more than raindrops in a summer storm. He was a blur of silver and shadow, teleporting through the fray to deliver a lethal judgment to those who dared to violate the base's regulations. Even when an electric alpha tried to paralyze him with high voltage, Yan Yi only gritted his teeth, his resolve as hard as diamond as he endured the shock. He pulled the trigger without hesitation, ending the threat with a final echoing bang that stained the snow red. When Lu Shangjin finally arrived at his side, the mask of the cold soldier crumbled, replaced by the face of a man who was terrified of losing his heart. He pulled the rabbit into a desperate, crushing embrace, his breath hitching as he confessed how much the boy had scared him. Yan Yi could only lean into the warmth, his cheeks a soft pink as he felt the alpha's heart thumping against his own in the quiet of the mountains. He looked up with sparkling eyes, shamelessly admitting his love even while the gunpowder still hung in the air. A soft, sweet kiss was shared amidst the falling snow, a promise of a future they desperately wanted despite the odds. Lu Shangjin's gaze softened as he looked at the mark on his enemy's neck, a reminder of compatibility that meant nothing compared to the bond they shared. He would protect this rabbit from the world, and from himself, no matter the cost or the blood he had to spill. As they walked away from the wreckage, Yan Yi kept his tiny suit hidden, a tattoo on his finger that symbolized his everlasting faith and encouragement for the man he adored. Back in the present, the scent of Narcissus pheromones began to fill the hospital room, a soothing balm for the rabbit's battered soul. Yan Yi slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurred by tears as he realized he had been stupid to doubt their connection. He felt frustrated by his own weakness, fearing that the medicine he took had only proven how desperate he was for a higher degree of fit. But then the door creaked open, and the one person he longed for stepped inside with a look of profound relief. Lu Shangjin didn't say a word, simply pulling his precious companion into a doting, protective embrace said more than words ever could. In that moment, the numbers and the compatibility didn't matter. All that mattered was the warmth of their bodies and the silent promise they would finally fit together perfectly. Yan Yi stared at the deep red rose in his hands, a fragile symbol of a love that felt just as delicate. When Lu Shangjin handed him the container of shrimp wontons, a wave of warmth washed over the small rabbit, his heart fluttering with a hope he shouldn't have allowed himself to feel. He ate with a desperate hunger, the taste of the food mingling with the salty tears that began to spill over his cheeks, a silent testament to his overwhelming gratitude and lingering fear. Seeing the boy break down, the alpha reached out with a rare moment of tenderness, his hand resting on Yan Yi's head as if trying to steady the trembling soul beneath him. They fell into an embrace that felt like a sanctuary. Yet Yan Yi couldn't help but ask about the medicine and the test results. His voice choked with the need for a miracle. As they held each other, the air between them grew heavy with a suffocating pressure, every heartbeat echoing the uncertainty of their shared future. Yan Yi looked up, his eyes searching the alpha's handsome, statuesque face for a sign of the affection he once knew. Lu Shangjin's gaze was steady, his presence a mix of intimidating power and a sudden, unexpected softness as they discussed their potential fit. The news was a revelation. A 97% match with a hamster gland type meant there was a chance for them to reclaim what was lost. Lu Shangjin pulled him closer, releasing a cloud of soothing pheromones that wrapped around Yan Yi like a warm blanket, momentarily silencing his inner demons. The prospect of the surgery filled Yan Yi with a frantic resolve, and he pleaded to be allowed to try, willing to endure any agony if it meant staying by his alpha's side. Lu Shangjin's expression remained unreadable, a mask of cold perfection as he warned that even a high match didn't guarantee success. Yan Yi didn't care about the risks. He buried his face in the man's chest, his small hands clutching at the dark fabric of his suit. In his mind, this was the bridge between hell and heaven, a final gamble to escape the wretched palace of his own loneliness. But the moment of closeness was fleeting, and the alpha gently pushed him back, his eyes averting as if he couldn't bear to see the raw devotion in the boy's gaze. With a final distant instruction to get some rest, Lu Shangjin began to pull away, the emotional distance between them growing wider with every step. Yan Yi watched him go, feeling the coldness of the room seep back into his bones. He realized that while the feelings weren't absent, they were perilously thin. He knew his value was tied to his glands, a tragic reality for a third-order differentiator who had once stood proudly on the battlefield. As Lu Shangjin reached for the door, he harbored a secret wish that he could truly love the boy again, yet the spark remained frustratingly out of reach. He remembered the fragments of their past, a time when their love was chaotic, wanton, and pure, a stark contrast to the suffocating silence of the present. 18-year-old memories of bending back to back, weapons in hand, and smiles on their faces, flickered like a dying candle. The reality was a cold schedule of surgery and anesthesia, clinical end to a week of waiting that left Yan Yi alone with nothing but a wilting rose for company. Days turned into a monotonous blur of hospital walls and solitary meals, the silence of the room broken only by the sound of his own heartbeat. He spent his time staring out the window, his rabbit ears drooping with a disappointment that grew heavier with every passing hour. Whenever he heard footsteps in the hallway, his heart would leap with a foolish hope, only to shatter when they faded into the distance. He tried to convince himself that Brother Jin was simply busy with the company. A lie he repeated until it tasted like ash in his mouth. Lying on the sterile bed, he lifted his hand to his lips, kissing the ring that bound him to a man who felt like a ghost. Desperation finally drove him to call, his voice trembling as he begged for his alpha to come back and just be with him. But the response was nothing but a needle in the neck, a harsh injection of anesthesia that sent him spiraling into a world of physical pain and nausea. He spent the afternoon hunched over, his body racked with retching as the nurse looked on with pity, asking why his alpha wasn't there to comfort him. Yan Yi could only offer the same hollow excuse, his pride refusing to let him admit he had been abandoned in his hour of need. Alone in the dark, he fumbled for his phone again, his vision blurred by tears and the lingering effects of the drugs. He called Lu Shangjin once more, only to be met with an irritated demand to speak quickly. He whispered that he missed him, a confession that hung in the air like a final prayer before the line went dead, leaving him in a crushing silence. The pain in his chest was sharper than any needle, and he collapsed onto the bed, his body curling into a ball of misery. When the phone buzzed again, he answered it with a dazed confusion, thinking it must be a mistake, yet part of him didn't care who it was as long as they talked to him. It wasn't his alpha, but a voice that was gentle and laughing, a stranger who seemed to see through his mask of strength. Yan Yi confessed he was uncomfortable, his voice small and defeated, before hanging up in a fit of self-loathing. But the caller was persistent, the phone ringing again and again until he finally answered, finding himself speaking to a cougar alpha named Xia Jingqian. The newcomer was arrogant and demanding, his golden eyes burning with an intensity that pierced through the phone line. Yan Yi hid under his covers, calling himself a little white rabbit in a moment of self-deprecating humor, his ears twitching with a mix of annoyance and curiosity. Yet, even in the depths of his despair, a vision of the future flickered. A moment where he might be fed a sweet strawberry, a small mercy, in a world that had been so very cold and odd. The air was thick with a cruel, mocking laughter as the golden-haired man teased the person on the other end of the line, calling him a helpless little white rabbit who was far too easy to provoke. But in the sterile, suffocating silence of a hospital room, that same rabbit was crumbling, his body racked with a sudden, violent wave of nausea that left him gasping and retching into a bin. Every breath was a struggle as he tried to stifle the sounds of his suffering, terrified that his weakness would be heard and labeled as another burden. A soft, almost hesitant voice crackled through the phone, asking if he was truly that ill, but that the concern felt like a cold drop of water in a vast desert of neglect. Desperation clawed at his heart as he begged the man to return, to stay for just one day. Anything to keep the darkness at bay. Plead him not to hang up, just so he could cling to the sound of his voice. He was met with a heavy silence, a void that made him whisper into the receiver, asking if anyone was still there. The simple monosyllabic confirmation that he hadn't been abandoned yet brought a flicker of pathetic hope to his dull eyes. Yet, the shadow of death loomed large over his surgery, and he wondered aloud if he would disappear if the operation failed. His so broken that he confessed he was simply too tired to keep living. The weight of those words finally spurred the man on the other end into a frantic, pacing anxiety, his composure shattering at the thought of losing the creature he had so carelessly pushed aside. As pain flared through the rabbit's body, he could only curl into a ball and try to endure the unendurable. A promise was whispered through the phone, a promise to stay and comfort him, as a phantom hand seemed to reach out to steady his head, urging him to go to sleep while the voice remained a constant anchor. The heavy click of a door signaled the arrival of the one man who held his heart in a vice grip. A statuesque figure in a dark suit who looked down at the bed with a gaze as sharp as a blade. He moved with a predatory grace, carrying the weight of his authority, along with a simple bag of supplies. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he questioned the progress of the treatment, his voice a low rumble that offered no warmth. The sight of the medical equipment sent a fresh wave of tremors through the patient, who cautiously begged for a single day's reprieve from the grueling medicine that made him feel so wretched. But the alpha was unyielding, his face a mask of stern duty as he reminded the fragile Omega that the operation was too critical for any lapses in strength. The agony was sharp and immediate as the needle was pushed into his skin, a stifled cry escaping his lips as he was held firmly by the chin, forced to face his tormentor. To soothe the sting, a bright red strawberry was offered. A small, sweet pea-fring from a man who didn't understand that the wound was in the soul, not the body. He commanded the boy to open his mouth, his patience already beginning to fray. But the fruit was bitter with the taste of forced affection, and the boy found it nearly impossible to swallow under that intense, dissatisfied gaze. The alpha's frustration simmered as he accused the boy of throwing a childish tantrum, completely blind to the fact that he used to give apples when strawberries were wanted. And now that he offered strawberries, all the boy really needed was a hug. The box of premium fruit sat there, a symbol of a love that was bought rather than felt, as the alpha demanded he finish them all. Each bite was a struggle, swallowed only so he could catch the scent of the man's soothing pheromones, a drug he was hopelessly addicted to even as it made him feel small. The alpha released his scent with a weary, practiced air, his desire to protect warring with a deep-seated lack of patience for such a fragile creature. He announced his departure for a business trip, his touch lingering on the boy's head as if he were an invulnerable pet that required no real protection. But then, he whispered a promise that changed everything. When he returned, he would take him home. Those few words were a thunderclap igniting a spark of pure, radiant joy in eyes that had long been dim, making the boy forget the years of broken promises and the cold erasure of their bond. He clutched the man's hand, pressing a desperate, feverish to his skin and promising to be good, if only he could return to the place where he belonged. As the door clicked shut, leaving him in the oppressive quiet once more, he reached for a small, worn notebook. It was a ledger of his heart, a place where he tracked every hurt and every kindness, a tally that had fallen deep into the negatives, nearly revoking the man's right to his love. But with that one promise of home, he shamelessly added a massive surge of points, his broken heart swelling with a pathetic, beautiful hope that this time would be different. He lay back, a faint smile gracing his lips as he allowed himself to dream of a home that would finally be filled with warmth. But the peace was short-lived, shattered by a notification on his phone that showed the man he loved in a post with another, their faces close and intimate. He typed out a biting, sarcastic comment about their great acting, his fingers trembling with a mix of jealousy and deep, aching despair. The response from the other man was immediate and cruel. A mocking jab that sent him spiraling back into his physical torment. He dragged himself to the bathroom, the sounds of his retching echoing against the cold tiles as he collapsed to the floor in a heap of white silk and rabbit ears. He was almost grateful for the solitude, relieved that his wretched, embarrassing state wasn't witnessed by the one who already found him so troublesome. Suddenly, the door creaked open again, but it wasn't the cold alpha who returned. It was the golden-haired lion from the phone, his arms full of premium food and his heart full of a genuine, frantic concern. He found the bed empty and the room silent, his tail twitching with a sudden, sharp fear as he searched for the one he called his little rabbit. His gaze fell to the floor, and his expression crumbled into pure, unadulterated distress as he saw the small, broken boy curled up in the darkness. He crouched down, his heart breaking for the creature who had been pushed to his absolute limit and left to suffer on the cold ground. A heavy silence filled the room as a golden-haired man leaned over the fragile form of a lop-eared rabbit boy, his touch a deceptive caress that whispered of a looming deadline and a body that was failing to adapt. To keep the boy from shattering, he released a wave of soothing pheromones, a sweet design to lull the trembling creature into a forced sense of security. The light, floral scent of gypsophila drifted through the air, bringing a momentary, heartbreaking ease to the boy's weary soul as he leaned into the warmth. As he drifted into a shallow sleep, his long ears twitched, unaware of the storm brewing around his very existence and the cruel plans of the alphas who claimed him. Waking in the sterile white of a hospital bed, he found a nurse hovering over him with a kindness that felt alien, her presence a reminder of the clinical world he was trapped in. He instinctively sniffed the air, searching for a trace of the one who had left a mysterious gift by his side, only to find the room empty of that comforting scent. The pheromones had long since dissipated, leaving only a box of Timothy that he began to eat with desperate, rhythmic crunches, seeking any form of solace. He tried to ignore the nurse's talk of dormant glands and drug rejection, his heart sinking as she told him to wait for his alpha to pick him up and take him back to that cold house. Peering through the car's side mirror later that day, he watched the statuesque profile of Brother Jin, the man who held his leash but refused to offer a single word of comfort. The alpha's grip on the steering wheel was as cold and unyielding as the silence between them as they navigated the suffocating traffic of the city. The news that they were heading to the Lu family mansion instead of home hit him like a physical blow, and he pleaded with a trembling voice to be taken anywhere else. He huddled against the car seat, his entire body of tremors as the reality of facing the elder alpha set in. Brother Jin's gaze was a murderous yellow, piercing his pathetic displayer as the massive, intimidating iron gates of the esteemed ahead. Seeking a shred of comfort, he reached for his last bit of rabbit food, hoping the simple act of chewing would stop his heart from leaping out of his chest. He swallowed the dry grass with difficulty, his eyes glassy with tears he refused to let fall in front of the man who saw him only as a tool. When the alpha questioned his strange snack, he could only offer a small, pitiful explanation about his specialized diet, feeling smaller than ever. The man's voice was void of human warmth as he asked if such a thing actually tasted good, a question that highlighted the vast chasm between their species. As they stepped out into the biting evening air, a monstrous dog lunged at its chain, its bark a thunderous roar that sent the rabbit boy scrambling the alpha's broad back. He clung to the alpha's arm with a strength born of pure terror, his knuckles white as he sought protection from the snarling beast. They step by step toward the grand entrance, the boy's legs feeling like lead as he tried to keep pace with the man's long, confident strides. Despite his desperate hold, Brother Jin only mocked his cowardice, coldly reminding him that he wasn't this timid back when he served as a bodyguard. The alpha's hand briefly tightened on his own, a gesture that should have been comforting but instead felt like another link in a golden cage. When the man abruptly released him to walk alone, the sudden coldness left a hollow ache in the boy's chest, a disappointment he couldn't mask. He clutched at his chest, his mind racing with the secret of his recovering glands and the fear that his alpha only wanted him for his utility. Brother Jin looked back with a flicker of surprise at the boy's sudden, quiet defiance, yet the wall of ice between them remained unmoving. He reached out as if to bridge the gap, but the rabbit boy had already begun to retreat into a shell of silence and sorrow. The alpha told him to listen, promising to take care of him and never be separated again once their pheromone fit reached its peak. But the words felt like a binding contract rather than a vow of love. He dodged the alpha's attempt to hold him again, his spirit beginning to fray under the suffocating pressure of a 97% compatibility requirement. He wandered through the opulent garden, feeling as though there was nowhere left for him to run. He begged the man not to reveal his current state to his father, his eyes wide with a plea for mercy. A sense of profound isolation washed over him as he followed the alpha into the house, his shadow trailing behind him like a funeral shroud. The interior of the mansion was a masterpiece of dread, place where every gilded corner seemed to watch him with judgment. There sat Lu Lin, the patriarch, whose very presence exerted a crushing pheromone oppression that made the boy feel as if he were drowning. Brother Jin stepped forward to shield him from the worst of the father's aura. A rare moment of protection in a world of predators. The old man offered fruit with a smile that didn't reach his sharp eyes, his gaze lingering on the boy like a hunter evaluating a prize catch. The sunlight streaming through the windows did nothing to warm the atmosphere of the cold palace. Sitting stiffly in the presence of the peregrine falcon alpha, the rabbit built like a small creature caught in a spotlight, his hands shaking in his lap. The patriarch's hand on his head was a terrifying mimicry of affection, his soothing pheromones doing little to mask the cruelty of his underlying message. He was told that his suffering was merely a path to becoming a superior person, a justification for the horrific training he had endured in the name of differentiation. The mention of the wedding ring and the demand for a descendant made his blood run cold, the weight of the Lu family legacy pressing down on his narrow shoulders. When he dared to suggest forgetting the wedding, the fathers eyed with a murderous intensity that brooked no disobedience. The patriarch's voice dropped to a low, dangerous growl as he claimed the boy was already marked by the Lu family, a piece of property that would never be allowed to escape. Inside, the boy's heart broke for a child he had yet to conceive, imagining a little one who would be his only companion in this lonely life. A sudden, sharp, buzzing noise shattered the tense atmosphere, sending a jolt of pure panic through his already frayed nerves. He stood up with a start, his eyes wide and ears flat against his head as the instinct to flee took over his entire being. He bolted from the room without a word, leaving the powerful alphas behind as he searched for any dark corner where he could disappear. The patriarch merely watched him go with a sneer, dismissing his fear as the inherent weakness of a pathetic rabbit breed that was hopeless regardless of its talent. The boy found sanctuary in the darkness of a forgotten hallway, his mind a whirlwind of terror. He huddled in the shadows of a closet, his body racked with violent shakes as he tried to compress himself to nothingness. He licked his trembling hand in a desperate attempt to self-soothe, the silence of the room amplifying the thundering of his pulse. Curled up on the floor, he felt more like a wounded animal than a human being, his eyes searching the dark for a threat that was already closing in. A strange sensation in his stomach made him gasp, a primal urge for safety that he couldn't quite name. He grabbed a nearby blanket and wrapped it tightly around himself, creating a makeshift burrow to protect what little he had left. Downstairs, Brother Jin was already barking orders into his phone, demanding a specific brand of rabbit food as if a snack could heal the trauma of the day. He sat across from his father, his expression a mask of bored indifference as he inquired where the boy had gone. Alpha's claim that he would take the boy with him later was met with a chilling reminder from the patriarch that the Lu family descendants were the only thing that mattered. When Brother Jin argued about the low probability of the boy producing a strong alpha, the father's response was a heartless command to keep using him until the goal was achieved. The alpha's face hardened as he realized the depth of his father's obsession, the cup in his hand nearly shattering under the strain of his anger. He stood up to face the man who had raised him, the air between them thick with a murderous or an unspoken resentment. The tension was a physical weight as they stared each other down, a battle over the fate of a creature they both viewed as a possession. When Brother Jin finally tracked the boy down via phone, the response he received was a heartbreaking whisper from the dark. The rabbit boy was busy weaving a net of blankets and clothes in the closet, a frantic, instinctive effort to protect the offspring he feared would be born into this gilded nightmare. The air in the room was heavy with the weight of secrets and the cruel reality of their world, where mutated glands turned souls into mere property to be kept in captivity. Lu Shangjin sat with a deceptive grace, his statuesque frapped over the chair, as he listened to the older man claim that Yan Yai was somehow fortunate to be under his thumb. Far from the cold calculations of the drawing room, the fragile lop-eared rabbit huddled beneath his covers, his heart fluttering like a trapped bird as his phone illuminated the darkness with a persistent, unknown call. He hesitated, his slender fingers trembling as he debated whether to answer the light that pierced his solitude. On the other end, a voice full of unearned warmth chirped, asking if the little white rabbit was feeling better and if he had enjoyed the gift. Yan Yi's voice was a mere whisper, a hollow attempt to sever the connection with this stranger who had the wrong number, insisting that he would return the money and that they should never speak again. But the alpha on the line refused to let go, his instinctual pull tugging at Yan Yi's very soul until the rabbit found himself unable to hang up. When the stranger pressed about a mysterious surgery, the silence in the closet became suffocating. With a soft, heartbreaking confession, Yan Yi admitted that he was hiding because his was changing, driven by the desperate instinct to build a nest for the offspring he carried. The revelation struck the alpha on the other end like a physical blow, his voice booming with a protective fury that made Yan Yai wince. He immediately lowered his voice, realizing he had frightened the fragile creature. But the damage to Yan Yi's nerves was already done. The little rabbit spirit was weary, his gaze distant as he explained that the surgery had been postponed. Unaware that the man on the phone was piecing together a timeline that didn't add up, this stranger remembered finding him collapsed and alone once before, and the memory of releasing pheromones to comfort the abandoned Omega burned in his mind. He couldn't understand why someone so beautiful and tempting was being left to rot in the shadows. Even as Yan Yi clutched his rifle in his memories, a lethal beauty in a world of violence, he remained a creature that every alpha would hunger to claim. Desperate to protect the shred of dignity he had left, Yan Yi lied through his teeth, claiming his alpha was kind and simply busy with work. He allowed himself one final, tragic smile, fantasizing about a life where he was actually pampered and loved, before the harsh reality of a creaking door shattered his dream. The tyrant's patience snapped, his golden eyes flashing with a murderous aura as he lunged forward, his powerful grip bruising the Omega's delicate skin. He didn't care for the rabbit's tears or his frantic pleas to be let go. To him, this was a matter of convenience, not heart. In a final, desperate act of rebellion, Yan Yi kicked out with all his remaining strength, a scream of pure agony and defiance tearing from his throat as he demanded to be left alone. The insult to his pride was too much for the cold emperor of the household. With a heartless shove, he threw Yan Yi out into the cold night. With a heartless thud, the Omega hit the pavement, the finality of their broken bond echoing in the silent driveway. Scram, he spat, his face a mask of loathing as he turned his back on the one who had given him everything. As the car roared to life and sped away, was left in the dust, a discarded toy with nowhere left to go. Miles away, the Lion Alpha listened to the chilling silence on the other end of the line, his teeth gritted in a silent vow of vengeance against the man who had dared to hurt his precious rabbit. He knew of Lu Shangjin's reputation, but the reality of the tyrant's cruelty was more than he could bear. Yan Yi's mind drifted back to a time 3 years ago, a week after their first divorce, when the world was just as dark but his heart still held a flicker of hope. In the blood-stained alleys of Caldivia, he had been a shadow, a silent executioner who had just finished another grisly task. Yet, even with blood on his hands, his first thought had been of the man he loved, leading him to a small flower shop. He had terrified the owner, but all the deadly assassin wanted was a single, perfect rose. He had brought that aggressive scent to Lu Shangjin, a humble offering from a soul that knew only how to serve. Back then, the Alpha had at least noticed the blood, his voice carrying a hint of concern as he asked if the rabbit was injured. But that ghost of a man was gone, replaced by the monster who had just told him to disappear forever. Under the pale, indifferent glow of the moon, the silver-haired boy clutched a single red rose, heart pounding with a confession that felt more like a desperate prayer for salvation. But the man before him, a statuesque alpha with a gaze colder than the winter frost, offered only a sharp, dismissive sound that shattered the fragile moment. With a sudden, terrifying movement, the tyrant gripped the back of his neck, tearing through his collar to expose the tender skin beneath. There was no warmth in the bite that followed, only a crushing, suffocating pressure as teeth sank into his flesh, marking him with a brand of possession that felt like a death sentence. To his master, the boy's nothing more than a tool, an omnipotent bodyguard who didn't deserve a shred of pity, while to the boy, every word of love he spoke was a bitter last will inscribed upon his soul. The rose he had offered with such hope fell to the cold pavement, a silent testament to a 7-year bond that had finally fractured into the agony of a recent divorce. He touched the jagged scar on his neck, a constant reminder that their relationship had reached its breaking point. Alone in the silence of his room, a sensitive period took hold of him, a feverish torment so fierce that suppressants were useless, leaving him trembling with the terrifying certainty that he would die if he stayed alone. Driven by a primal need for survival, he sought refuge in the shadows of a clubhouse, his voice small and broken as he begged for an alpha to soothe his suffering. When a stranger finally entered the room, the boy didn't ask for passion, but only for the simple, grounding comfort of a hand upon his back to ease the fire in his blood. As soothing pheromones began to fill the air, the boy finally had a moment of peace, drifting into a deep sleep while the stranger looked on, captivated by the tragic beauty of the rabbit before him. The stranger noticed the mark on the boy's neck, realizing with a heavy heart that this beautiful creature already belonged to another. But the morning brought only more devastation as he returned home to find the man he loved waiting like a predator on the sofa. Photos of his supposed betrayal were thrown at his feet, each image a jagged shard of glass cutting through his soul as the alpha accused him of having the guts to betray him. Despite his desperate explanations that nothing had happened, the alpha's heart remained a fortress of ice, as he declared his intent to remove his mark and erase the boy from his life forever. The battlefield lovers who had survived gunfire and finally succumbed to the slow rot of the 7-year itch, leaving the boy shattered and alone. As the man walked away without a single backward glance, the boy felt the world crumbling around him. the love they once shared turning into total destruction. Once again, he was kicked out in the night, standing under the dim glow of a street lamp with nowhere left to go. He found himself at a nameless, derelict hotel, a place where no ID was required, and he could hide from the world with his meager savings. In the cramped, freezing room, he curled into a tight ball, realizing with a heavy heart that while other Omegas were gifted villas and luxury, he had been left with absolutely nothing. He pulled the thin covers over his head, a small, trembling figure seeking a refuge that didn't exist in this cold, unfair reality. With shaking hands, he turned on his phone, scrolling through ancient messages from a time when the Alpha's name was still my beloved in his contacts. He lingered on a message from years ago, a simple wish for a good night that felt like a relic from a different lifetime when they messaged every single day. He remembered the night he had found the man bandaged and bleeding, a secret he had carried in silence while the man remained stoic and cold. Overwhelmed by the crushing weight of the past, he finally broke, his sobs muffled by the quilt as he clutched the device to his chest, wondering how their lifetime of love had been overturned so calmly. In a moment of weak, agonizing hope, he dialed the number of the man who had discarded him. But the voice that answered was a whip of cold authority, demanding his return only as a threat, an ultimatum of control rather than a plea for reconciliation. As the line clicked shut, the boy was left in the stifling darkness, his heart finally breaking as he realized that the man he would have died for no longer loved him at all. The cold-hearted Alpha accepted the phone with a gaze that could freeze the very air, his mind already calculating the utility of those around him. Lu Shangjin sat in his high-backed chair like a king on a throne of ice, his voice dripping with boredom as he addressed Director Xia. He spoke of a hamster Omega as if the boy were nothing more than a broken toy, a biological vessel destined for a gland transplant while locked away in the sterile, suffocating white walls of the intensive care unit. The conversation turned toward the dangerous Bai Rujing, a man whose interest in the little hamster could spark a Lu Shangjin wasn't sure he wanted to fight. He looked at his screen with a deepening scowl, the weight of his own complicated life and the wife he already possessed pressing down on him like a physical burden. Under the vast, indifferent night sky, the stars twinkled like cold diamonds over a world filled with hidden suffering. In a small, dim room far from the Alpha's power, Yanyi curled into himself, his silver rabbit ears drooping with the weight of a heavy secret. He lay there clutching his stomach, his heart aching with the realization that Lu Shangjin had never once spoken of a future with children, leaving him to wonder if he was even wanted. Suddenly, the sharp vibration of his phone shattered the silence, sending a jolt of adrenaline through his weary body. He picked up with trembling hands, a flicker of desperate hope igniting in his chest as he wondered if his beloved had finally been moved by his pleas. But the hope was extinguished instantly as Lu Shangjin's voice cut through the line, cold and demanding, asking only if he was still proceeding with the operation to remove his glands. Yanyi's world crumbled and he buried his face in the pillow, the salt of his tears soaking the fabric as the man he loved asked him why he was hesitating. The fear was paralyzing because if he gave birth to an alpha child, the Lu family would surely snatch the babe away as an heir, and without his A3 abilities, he would be powerless to protect his own flesh and blood. On the other end, Lu Shangjin massaged his temples in frustration, his patience wearing thin as he dealt with what he saw as mere stubbornness. With a sharp, cruel finality, he told Yan Yi to do whatever he wanted and ended the call, leaving the connection dead. Yan Yi sat alone on the edge of the bed, the silence of the room more deafening than any shout. Every ounce of credibility Lu Shangjin once held in his heart had vanished, replaced by a gnawing doubt that he would ever truly be protected. A few days later, the Lu Shangjin villa stood like a lonely fortress against the night. Inside, the signs of a life in disarray were everywhere, with cold takeout boxes littering the table where warm, home-cooked meals used to sit. Lu Shangjin sat in the shadows of his living room, staring at his phone and realizing that the villa was a hollow shell without the one person who had always cared for him. His mind drifted back to the day Yan Yi had first returned after their breakup, standing before him with a bright smile and a resume, begging to be his butler just to stay by his side. He remembered how the little rabbit used to act so coquettishly, nestling against him on the sofa with clear, adoring eyes. He could almost feel the softness of those long ears as he used to knead them, a rare moment of tenderness in his cold existence. But after the breakup, the rabbit had become a ghost who was proper, restrained, and distant, though the glimmering light in his eyes had never truly faded. That smile had once been his sun, shining with the enthusiasm of a believer who had finally found his god. Now, Lu Shangjin paced the room with a cigarette dangling from his lips as he felt a strange, nagging annoyance at the fact that his little rabbit had finally grown the courage to run away. He looked at the boxes of rabbit food he had bought, a peace offering he had hoped would bring Yan Yi crawling back in gratitude. He admitted to himself that hearing the boy's voice break on the phone had actually caused a twinge of pain in his chest. He knew the mess was his own fault, yet even though his feelings had faded, Yan Yi remained a treasure he couldn't quite let go of. And yet, every time he saw him, he was reminded of the flesh and blood of those A3 glands, a cruel rejection rising in his heart that made him want to purge the boy from his world entirely. He watched the memory of Yan Yi walking away, his slender frame disappearing into the distance. On the phone once more, he commanded Yan Yi to return for the operation, his voice a whip of authority. He ground out his cigarette with a brutal motion as Yan Yi asked, with a voice full of tragic irony, if he would like him better if he pinched his ears to look like a hamster. The sound of glass shattering echoed through the line, a reflection of the shock and pain vibrating between them. Lu Shangjin snarled that he had no interest in a mere rodent, his words designed to wound. He told the boy to stay away, to see just how long he could survive in the cold world without his protection. He threw his things in a fit of rage, the villa trembling under his wrath. The call ended, leaving only a blank screen and a lingering sense of ruin. Yan Yi retreated beneath his blankets, a broken creature seeking shelter from a storm that was mostly internal. He let the phone slip from his numb fingers, the last link to his old life severed. He had only wanted to be told to come home because he was loved, not because he was a vessel to be emptied. He touched the bandage on his neck, remembering the agonizing price he had paid for his A3 abilities, a sacrifice he had made out of love that was now being treated as a common commodity. He remembered his uncle's cold voice from years ago, wishing for him to have the most competitive abilities regardless of the cost. He saw his younger self, a terrified being subjected to horrific experiments, screaming in a dark room as the power of teleportation was forced into his veins. He had been an exhausted, huffing mess, a failed experiment in the eyes of those who sought to weaponize him. The disappointment in his uncle's voice had been a brand on his soul, telling him he was a letdown for only being able to teleport. He had run away then, a small rabbit fleeing from a nightmare. But in the midst of that darkness, Lu Shangjin had appeared like a ray of pure sunshine, playing a melody that promised safety. The notes of Croatian Rhapsody had been a life-saving rope, dragging him out of the muddy swamp of his own trauma. From that moment on, his heart had beaten only for that boy, a devotion that had lasted a lifetime. But now, that same boy told him he never wanted to see him again, a rejection that cut needle. Yan Yi sat on his bed, the realization finally dawning on him that he needed to wake up from this beautiful, agonizing fantasy. He was no longer a young, hopeful rabbit. He was an old one, weary and worn by a love that had never been equal. His phone rang again, an unknown number breaking his trance. He picked up to hear a voice that was young, haughty, and surprisingly gentle, a young master braving the world with an aura of confidence. The stranger asked where he was, his voice full of a worry that Yan Yi hadn't felt in years. Yan Yi asked how old the boy was, curious about this sudden intrusion. The voice replied with a hint of pride that he was 24, and his name was Jingxian. A small, genuine smile touched Yan Yi's lips for the first time in ages. He teased the boy, calling him a little kid, a name that seemed to fluster the young alpha on the other end. He wondered if the name Xia was a coincidence, or if this young master had sought him out with a purpose. Jingxian complained about the sudden rain and his lack of a car, his frustration sounding more endearing than threatening. Yan Yi looked out at the dark, rain-streaked window, the world outside blurred and weeping. He saw a figure standing in the downpour, a solitary shadow brave enough to face the storm just to reach him. It was him. Jingxian had actually come to his door, a golden light in the drenching rain. Yan Yi stared in disbelief, his heart fluttering with a sensation he thought he had buried forever. The rain poured down like a relentless curtain of grief as the young lion alpha stood outside, his heart heavy with the news that the one person he cherished had been cruelly discarded like common trash. Shielding himself with nothing but a thin sheet of paper, he couldn't stop the image of the little rabbit being tossed out into the cold from searing into his mind. He had rushed here the moment he heard, desperate offer a warmth that had been denied to the fragile soul inside. As the door finally opened, his breath hitched. The sight of the once radiant Omega, now reduced to a ghost of his former self, was a physical blow to his chest. There he was, looking so small and breakable against the harsh light of the doorway. The rabbit's steps were hesitant, his spirit clearly crushed by the weight of a love that had only ever brought him pain. Looking into those hollow eyes, the lion alpha felt a murderous aura simmering beneath his skin. How could any man be so inhuman as to let someone so precious wither away like this? Without a word, he stripped off his own jacket to cover the trembling shoulders of the one he adored, desperate to shield him from the world's cruelty. He pulled the fragile man into a suffocatingly tight embrace, wanting to fuse their souls so the Omega would never feel alone again. It was a sincere warmth the poor rabbit had rarely known. For years, he had been forced to beg for even a scrap of affection from a master who only saw him as a toy. In the darkest nights, he had even resorted to curling up on the floor of a cold room just to be near the one who broke him, not even daring to breathe too loudly for fear of being cast out. But now everything was different. The Lion Alpha was offering him the very things he had been too terrified to ask for, including 3 simple roses that held more meaning than 1,000 apologies. To the rabbit, these flowers were a painful reminder of the devotion he had wasted on a man who never deserved it. Inside the safety of the house, the atmosphere shifted to a bittersweet domesticity as the Alpha clumsily tried to weaponize his limited skills to care for his guest. He insisted on making a simple bowl of noodles, his large hands looking absurdly out of place as he fumbled with packaging. Even the act of boiling water became a monumental task, his tail twitching in concentration while the rabbit watched with a faint, heartbreaking smile. But the peace was fragile. As a chill took hold of the room, the alpha wrapped his companion in a thick blanket, releasing a wave of soothing pheromones to calm his racing heart. Yet, the scars on the soul were deep. The rabbit could only whisper about how he felt dirty and unwanted, a discarded thing that no one should ever love. While one heart was trying to heal, another was drowning in the cold luxury of a high-seas cruise. Lu Shangjin arrived like a god of death descending from the skies, his statuesque figure radiating an intimidating pressure that silenced the crowd. He had come to face his uncle, a dangerous spider alpha whose very presence felt like a web closing in. Despite the beautiful person by his side, Lu Shangjin's thoughts were haunted by memories of the rabbit he had pushed away, a ghost that refused to leave him even in his moments of triumph. He presented a gift of a trained hawk, a symbol of power and submission. Yet his heart remained a frozen wasteland. The conversation quickly turned to the missing rabbit, the uncle's voice dripping with a mock concern that barely hid his predatory nature. Memories of a rain-soaked past flickered through Lu Shangjin's mind, a time when he screamed at the heavens because he couldn't accept the death of his own innocence. Now, he was a man of cold calculation, sitting at a high-stakes table where lives were traded like chips. He sought information to destroy his own bloodline, willing to burn everything down to seize control. But the uncle had a different prize in mind. He revealed that the rabbit's very life force was being auctioned off for billions on the dark web. The suggestion was simple and monstrous. Trade the rabbit's life for the information he craved. In that moment, the thin veneer of Lu Shangjin's control shattered. The mention of harming the one he had broken finally detonated the monster within. He didn't hesitate, drawing his weapon with a speed that defied the eye, the roar of gunfire drowning out the screams of the terrified elite. Chaos erupted in the opulent hall as the tyrant finally chose blood over business, his eyes burning with a savage, protective rage. The cruise ship bobbed on the waves, a silent witness to chaos unfolding within its gilded halls. Gunshots shattered the silence as Lu Shangjin moved with the lethal grace of a predator, his expression a mask of cold fury as he dispatched his enemies. Beside him, the terrified boy clung to his sleeve, his voice trembling with a plea for protection that only earned him a look of sheer disgust. With a sharp click of his tongue, Lu Shangjin shoved the nuisance away, his gaze never wavering from the line of fire. He wasn't here to play savior. He was here to end this. Grabbing the boy by the collar like a stray kitten, he hauled him toward the exit, commanding him move if he valued his pathetic life. They reached the rooftop helipad, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon. Without a hint of gentleness, the tyrant tossed the boy into the cabin, uncaring of the tears streaming down his face or the gun he dropped in his panic. Lu Shangjin's eyes burned with a murderous aura as he looked back at a place with rats that needed to be exterminated. If they wanted to court death, he was more than happy to oblige. He stepped into the helicopter, his presence suffocatingly heavy as they ascended into the darkening sky. From his seat, he watched the vessel below with a detached chill. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a remote, his thumb pressing the button without a second of hesitation. A roar of fire consumed the ship, the explosion painting the ocean in shades of violent orange. It was a clean sweep, yet his heart remained heavy with the thought of the cunning Lu Ju and the missing beta who knew too much. Far below, amidst the chaos of the remaining docks, a figure watched the retreating helicopter with a playful smirk, swirling a glass of crimson wine. Xiao Wenjing, a spider alpha with the scent of deadly datura, toasted to the departing tyrant. Lu Shangjin's eyes narrowed as his system identified the threat, the very man who had once stood too close to his Yan Yi. The memory of a photo flashed through his mind, showing this spider-like man kissing the omega he claimed as his own. The realization hit like a physical blow. Xiao Wenjing had used his mental paralysis ability to trap Yan Yi in that moment of forced intimacy. Rage bubbled beneath the surface as Lu Shangjin stared at the dazed expression on the omega's face in the photograph. Gritting his teeth, he aimed his weapon at the memory of the man who dared to touch what was his voice a low growl of pure malice. He remembered 3 years ago, when the fragile bunny-eared omega first entered his orbit. So small and easily broken. Even then, the world was a cruel place for someone so innocent. Back in the present, the hum of the car offered no solace as the boy beside him dared to ask if it was so hard to admit he still loved the rabbit. Lu Shangjin remained silent, his hands busy cleaning the cold steel of his gun. Every time they were together, the tyrant would call out a name that wasn't his, a haunting reminder of the ghost that occupied his heart. It was a meaningless existence, a hollow substitute for a love he refused to acknowledge. As the sun rose over the city, Lu Shangjin decided it was time to end the farce. He offered a card, a cold breakup fee to settle the 3 years of nurturing they had shared. The boy accepted it with a bitter smile, knowing this was always how it would end, and pressed a final, desperate kiss to the back of the man's hand. To prove he was truly gone, he deleted every trace of their time together. handing over his phone as a sacrifice. Lu Shangjin didn't even look at it before tossing the device out into the wind, erasing the boy's existence from his life as easily as a breath. He had always lived by strict rules: no photos, no lingering attachments. He remembered how Yan Yi had once begged for a single picture together, only to be met with a cold, firm refusal. The Omega had been so desperate for a scrap of affection, but the tyrant had only seen him as a tool. He thought back to the hospital where the doctor confirmed their compatibility was a dismal 43%. At the time, he had felt a strange sense of relief, unaware that he was dodging a hit that would eventually shatter his soul. Meanwhile, in a cramped, lonely hotel room, Yan Yi lay curled in a ball, his bunny ears drooping in exhaustion. He was in the middle of his special period, his body aching for the pheromones of the alpha who had abandoned him. He felt worn out, a discarded toy left to rot in the shadows. A knock at the door startled him, the cheerful voice of Xia Jingchen calling out for his little bunny. But Yan Yi couldn't face the world. He pulled a pillow over his head, wishing he could disappear. In his desperation, he tried to call Lu Shangjin, his fingers trembling as he dialed the familiar number. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings. Silence. The lack of a response was a louder rejection than any shouted insult could ever be. It was the final crack in his already broken heart. He realized then that there was no room for him in the tyrant's villa, surrounded by a harem of lovers who actually mattered. With a heavy heart, he began searching for resignation templates, ready to walk away from everything. He would leave his luggage behind. He just didn't have the strength to carry the weight of his past anymore. He drifted into a fitful sleep, unaware that Xia Jingchen was currently climbing through his window like a golden-haired thief. The alpha brought food, his expression softening as he looked at the sleeping Omega. He sat by the bed, hand hovering over the silver hair he so adored, whispering about how much the little rabbit hurt him by refusing his love so easily. Gently, he released his pheromones, a soothing blanket to ease the Omega's discomfort. But as Yan Yi shifted in his sleep, his shirt rode up, revealing a jagged, ugly scar on his waist. Xia Jingchen froze, his breath catching in his throat as he stared at the unmistakable mark of a gunshot wound. The sight of the jagged bullet hole on that porcelain skin pierced through Jingxin's heart more than any physical wound ever could. He could only imagine the suffocating pressure and agony the poor creature had endured alone. As he looked into those hazy, pain-filled eyes, pure distress washed over him, making him feel utterly wretched for the suffering he was witnessing. Yan Yi was drowning in a sea of pain, his body trembling as he instinctively tried to push away from the very person trying to help him. Jingxin knew he had to act, releasing a flood of soothing pheromones that felt like a cool spring to a traveler dying of thirst in a desert. The poor Omega was like an addict, his body desperately craving the relief that only a gentle alpha could provide. Slowly, the tension began to bleed out of Yan Yi's frame as the thick, calming scent enveloped the room. His eyes fluttered shut, his consciousness slipping away into a much-needed slumber. But even in his delirium, he reached out with trembling hands, clutching Jingxin's shirt as if it were a lifeline. He whispered for his brother Jin, begging to be taken home and claiming he was carrying a child, a heartbreaking delusion born of his deepest desires. Jingxin froze, his heart hammering against his ribs in sheer shock at the sudden intimacy. Then came the plea that shattered his composure entirely. Yan Yi begged to be marked, his voice thick with a longing that he shouldn't be directed at Jingxin. The air in the room grew heavy and hot, Jingxin's own face showing a deep crimson as he struggled to process the bold request. He was just a substitute in this fever dream, yet the sight of the rabbit Omega looking so vulnerable made his protective instincts roar to life. He let out a shaky breath, his resolve wavering under the weight of such raw need. With the utmost care, he gathered the fragile man into his arms, carrying him back to the safety of the bed. As he adjusted the blankets, a glint of light caught his eye, a wedding ring, simple yet extravagantly crafted, still clinging to Yan Yi's slender finger. It was a bitter reminder of Lu Shangjin, the heartless man who had picked it out and then tossed this precious soul aside like garbage. Jingxin stared at the band, wondering why on earth the rabbit would still wear the mark of a man who didn't want him. With a heavy sigh, he took the ring and carefully it back onto Yan Yi's hand, his expression a mask of complicated emotions. He couldn't understand how anyone could look at this soft, beautiful creature and feel anything but the urge to dote on him forever. If he were the one Yan Yi loved, he would never let him go, especially not when he acted so weakly coquettish and crawled into his arms with such trust. He whispered a soft goodnight, promising to see him tomorrow, but as he turned to leave, a small hand shot out and grabbed his sleeve. Yan Yi's eyes were half open, filled with a desperate fear of being abandoned once again. The sight was a total critical hit to Jingxin's heart, making him puff out his cheeks in a mix of frustration and overwhelming affection. He stayed, patting the Omega's back and offering soft words of comfort to chase away the shadows. Yan Yi pulled him closer, complaining of the cold and begging for just a little more warmth, completely unaware of the effect he was having. Jingxin felt like he was being pelted by arrows of pure cuteness, his face heating up until he felt like he might explode. He stayed until the Omega finally drifted off into a deep, peaceful sleep, tucked securely under the covers. Retreating to the bathroom, Jingshin leaned against the door, his breath coming in ragged gasps as his own heat began to flare. The high degree of compatibility between them was a dangerous temptation, a siren call urging him to go back and claim the Omega for his own. He could easily mark him right now, and Yan Ye wouldn't even have the strength to resist. But he wasn't a monster. He forced himself to reach for a suppressor, the needle trembling in his hand as he fought back his primal urges. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, cutting through the tense silence of the bathroom. It was Lu Shangjin, the very man who had caused all this misery, calling with a voice full of cold authority. The tyrant demanded his rabbit back, shamelessly offering money as if Yan Yai were nothing more than a lost pet. Jingshin's eyes narrowed, a murderous aura flickering in his gaze, as he mocked the man for being pathetic enough to lose his own wife. He toyed with a butterfly knife, his movements sharp and dangerous as he lied through his teeth, enjoying the sound of Shangjin's growing frustration. Just as he hung up, another call arrived, this time from his own brother, who was clearly enjoying himself at some loud club. His brother's voice was teasing, warning him that if he didn't want to study, he should just come home and inherit the family fortune. But then the conversation turned serious, his brother offhandedly mentioning that these rabbits were notorious for false pregnancies when they were stressed or touched too much. Jingshin's heart dropped into his stomach as he looked back at the sleeping Yan Yi. He frantically began researching, his eyes widening as he read about the physical and mental damage a false pregnancy could cause to a fragile Omega. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He had let the poor thing suffer so much already. He felt like an absolute scumbag, his guilt weighing him down until he collapsed onto the floor in a heap of self-loathing. When Yan Yi finally woke up, the room was bathed in the dim light of dusk, and he looked at Jingshin with eyes that were far too old for his face. He told Jingshin to stop wasting his pheromones, claiming he wasn't worth the effort. He spoke of himself as an old, discarded rabbit, convinced that there were countless younger and more beautiful Omegas waiting outside. It was clear he didn't trust his own reflection, only the cruel words of the man who had broken him. Jingshin could only offer a choked apology, his heart breaking for the man who believed he was worthless. Their heavy moment was interrupted by a call from Yan Yi's teacher, and before Jingshin could stop him, the Omega took the phone. He insisted on returning to school for his final exams, his voice steady despite his weakened state. Jingshin tried to argue, wanting to take him straight to the hospital to deal with a potential false pregnancy, but Yan Yi just gave him a soft, melancholic smile. Looking at him, Jingshin saw a glimpse of the youth Lu Shangjin must have known 10 years ago, a boy who believed in the faith of marriage and love. It was a tragedy to see how that vibrant spirit had been crushed over a decade of neglect. Yan Yi promised he would go to the hospital after his exams, his gaze pleading for just this one bit of autonomy. Reluctantly, Jingshin nodded, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the road to healing would be long and painful. The air at the Lu family cemetery was heavy with the scent of damp earth and old secrets on that April afternoon. Lu Shangjin stood before the cold stone, his silhouette a sharp, lonely line against the fading light, staring at the face of the man who was supposed to be resting beneath the soil. His gaze was hollow, a reflection of the 3 years he had spent mourning a ghost while his own heart withered in a mansion full of shadows. The silence was shattered by the arrival of Bai Rujing, a powerful alpha whose presence carried the suffocating pressure of a storm, holding a massive bouquet of white lilies as if an apology could fix the past. As the smoke from Rujing's cigarette curled into the air, the conversation turned to the trivialities of the living, mentioning a certain hamster Omega that was supposed to be a gift. Lu Shangjin's confusion was palpable. He had no interest in new toys, yet the mention of the Xia brothers meddling brought a flicker of annoyance to his frozen features. A sudden call interrupted the somber mood, revealing that the madam of the house was throwing a tantrum over mutton ball soup, forcing Rujing to abandon the dead for the whims of the living. With a final lingering touch to Shangjin's chin and a crushed cigarette butt beneath his boot, Rujing vanished, leaving the alpha alone with his regrets once more. The white lilies lay against the headstone of Yiwan, a mockery of a life that was supposed to have ended decades ago. Returning to the cold palace he called home, Shangjin into a room filled with the debris of a broken life-shattered porcelain and the lingering stench of desperation. He began to pick up the scattered food boxes, a wave of sickening realization washing over him as he realized he hadn't asked Yan Yai what he actually liked to eat in years. He had simply bought what he assumed the little rabbit wanted, never noticing the silence growing between them. In the past, Yan Yi had been a creature of pure, sparkling light, a delicate rabbit Omega who claimed he would eat anything as long as it came from Shangjin's hand. He remembered how he used to strictly limit the boy's strawberry intake, watching those long, soft ears droop in acute, feigned anger. Back then, Shangjin would use every trick to coax a smile onto that blushing face, stealing kisses that tasted of sweetness and promise. Yan Yi had been a firecracker, full of temper and life, but slowly that flame had been extinguished by Shangjin's own growing coldness. The rabbit had become sensible, too sensible, accepting every dismissal with a hollow smile and a tray of food that went untouched. He had traded his pride for the crumbs of affection, grateful for a single hug after hours of waiting in the dark. Shangjin remembered finding him curled up in the narrow darkness of a wardrobe, a trembling ball of fur and fear who only wanted to be told he wouldn't be left alone. He had promised to come back early to protect that fragile heart. But those promises had turned to dust as he prioritized power over the one person who truly loved him. Now, touching the cold wood of the furniture, he realized with a jolt of agony that it wasn't Yan Yi who had changed, but himself. He was the one who had become a monster of indifference. He found old, faded tucked away, a relic of a time when they held hands with blushing cheeks, long before the world tore them apart. It was the only proof that they had ever been happy, a treasure hidden by an Omega who had nothing else left to hold on to. Kneeling in the dark, Shangjin discovered a carrot brooch he had once gifted the boy, kept carefully under a pillow to provide some semblance of comfort during lonely nights. The excuse of compatibility, the lie he used to justify his boredom, crumbled into nothingness as he looked at the sleeping, curled-up figure of his little rabbit. He realized then that he couldn't save their future while the ghost of the past still held them in a death grip. The time for mourning was over. It was time for blood. Donning tactical gear and checking the weight of a silenced pistol, Shangjin transformed into a predator, his eyes glowing with a murderous aura. He moved through the night like a shadow, infiltrating the mansion that held his family's darkest secrets. Scaling walls and slipping through corridors with lethal grace, he sought the heart of the nightmare. He finally reached a hidden room, the air thick with the scent of lilies and decay. There, in the dim light, sat his father, Yewan, not dead, but imprisoned in a wheelchair, his neck encircled by a heavy metal collar and chains. The man who was supposed to be a memory looked up with a gentle, tragic smile, asking if his son had finally made up with his beloved rabbit. Shangjin fell to his knees, his heart breaking as he looked at the bloodshot eyes of the man his own father, the tyrant Lu Lin, had broken. The horror ran deeper than he ever imagined. Lu Lin had slaughtered his own children, keeping their tiny forms in jars in the basement like failed experiments. He had kept Yuan alive only to drain him of his rare A3 glands, a fate he now intended for Yan Yi. Shangjin remembered the day Lu Lin had taken the little rabbit away for training, the screams and the bruises that followed. He had been blind to the truth, thinking Yan Yi was just a weak creature, when in reality he was a survivor of a systematic cruelty. He realized that as long as Lu Lin breathed, neither his father nor Yan Yi would ever be free. With the weight of the gun in his hand and the blessing of his broken father, Shangjin prepared to end the cycle of blood. He would become the very tyrant he hated if it meant protecting the fragile heart he had almost lost forever. And the air in the suffocating room was thick with unspoken goodbyes as the man in the cold, metallic collar looked up with a hauntingly beautiful smile, his eyes reflecting a soul that had long since been broken. He could feel the distance growing between them, convinced that perhaps his presence was no longer a necessity in the life of the one he cherished most. With a weary sigh, he accepted the cruel fate of an Omega of his station, a creature destined to endure in silence while the world outside continued to spin without him. As their hands intertwined for what felt like the final time, a desperate prayer echoed in his mind. If only he could have tasted a morsel of true love and cherishment, perhaps his life wouldn't have withered away in this dark corner of the world like a forgotten flower. His gaze fell to his swollen belly, a reminder of the duty he had for a man who saw him as nothing more than a vessel. While memories of the horrific abuse his son Yun suffered at the hands of the wretched Lu Lin lit a fire of pure, unadulterated shock and rage in the Alpha's eyes. The revelation that the child's hand had been completely reconstructed after such a brutal assault sent a wave of suffocating pressure through the room, the Alpha finally seeing the true depth of the nightmare they had lived through. He made a solemn, blood-chilling vow to return in 1 year to end the tyrant Lu Lin and free the man he had failed to protect from this wretched prison. But the Omega only asked about the tulips by the gate, a heartbreaking confession that he had planted the very scent of his tormentor's pheromones, just to feel some twist sense of connection, even though his heart truly yearned for the purity of lilies. The Alpha turned away, unable to bear the weight of such self-sacrificing devotion, and the guilt that threatened to consume him whole. Left alone in his gilded cage, the man in the collar watched the shadow of his hope disappear into the hallway, his expression void of any human warmth. Suddenly, the silence was shattered as the Alpha realized something was terribly wrong and scrambled to find a weapon, his heart pounding in his chest with a sudden, sharp premonition of death. He burst through the door, his heart hammering against his ribs in a frantic rhythm of terror as he searched for the man he had just left. The sight that met him was a soul-crushing tableau of blood and despair. The man he loved lay broken on the floor, a gun clutched in his hand as he sought the ultimate escape from his misery. The Alpha let out a guttural, agonizing scream, cradling the dying man to his chest as the heavy chains rattled in mocking defiance of his power. He was desperate to flee this hellish basement, to save the father and the unborn child who was so close to entering this cruel world. The gun fell with a hollow clatter. a symbol of life snuffed out by hopelessness and the crushing weight of a love that had turned into a curse. In the midst of the chaos, a single worn photograph of a happier time serves as a painful reminder of everything that had been stolen by the tyrant's greed. But the nightmare wasn't over as the devil himself appeared with a cold, calculating gaze and a weapon raised to finish the job, his eyes void of any mercy. A single, deafening shot rang out, signaling a turn of fate that no one could escape, leaving only the echo of a scream in the darkness. Elsewhere, a phone vibrated incessantly on a car seat, a digital plea for a connection that might already be severed by the hand of death. Lu Shangjin gripped the steering wheel, his face a mask of frantic regret as he realized his own arrogance had led him to treat his Omega as if he were an invincible god rather than a fragile soul who could be broken. He raced toward the mansion, the engine roaring like his own tormented conscience as he realized that no one was invincible against the cold touch of mortality. He pounded on the door, expecting a fight or a scene of carnage, only to be met by a sight so absurd it momentarily halted his breath. There stood by Ruijing, the formidable alpha, shamelessly clad in a pink apron and cow slippers, gently cradling a tiny, sleeping infant in his arms. The sight of the innocent, sparkling-eyed baby was a sharp, painful contrast to the blood stains on Lu Shangjin's own clothes and the darkness in his heart. The domestic peace was suffocating, a reminder of the family life he had nearly destroyed with his own hands. He stood there, a broken warrior, in a world of soft blankets and quiet whispers, his murderous aura replaced by sheer confusion. Bai Ruijing's sharp reprimand about his smoking was a jarring return to reality, forcing Lu Shangjin to face the wreckage of his choices. His hand went to his bare ring finger, a stinging reminder that while he had discarded the symbol of their union long ago, Yan Yi had never once taken his off, carrying the weight of their bond through every moment of agony. He begged for help to find his missing Omega, his pride finally shattered as he realized the ring was a symbol of possession and security he had failed to provide. The warning from his old friend was clear: find that ring and find that heart, or face a lifetime of unforgiving solitude. Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched room, Yan Yi slowly opened his eyes, his long, soft bunny ears twitching as he returned to consciousness from a dream of white roses. He felt the dull ache in his glands finally fading, his body beginning to heal from the trauma of his forced differentiation as he sat up in the quiet room. He reached down, his heart skipping a beat as he realized his belly was flat. The child was gone, delivered into a world he hoped would be kinder than his own. In his mind's eye, he saw a vision of a perfect, cute little bunny Omega. The child would have a life filled with the love he was never granted. He whispered promises to the empty air, dreaming of a future where his child would find an alpha who truly cherished them, one who would play the piano and sing just for them. As the phone beside him hummed with an incoming call, he stared at it with a mixture of longing and fear, his trembling hands reaching out. He thought of the little lion Xia Jingxian, whose warmth was a tempting escape, but his soul was too full of wounds to believe he deserved a fresh start while carrying the scars of the past. He felt like a piece of charred wood, unable to offer anything but ashes to someone so pure and full of life. Just as he prepared to sink back into his sorrow, a message lit up the screen, two simple words that made his breath catch in his throat: hurry home. His eyes widened and his heart raced as he stared at the name on the screen, wondering if the tyrant was finally calling him back to the only place he had ever truly belonged, even if it was a home built on broken promises. The screen of the phone glowed with a name that sent a chill through Lu Shangjin's veins, a silent plea for a connection that remained frustratingly out of reach. His brow furrowed in a mix of irritation and growing dread as he realized the location tracking had gone completely dark, leaving him blind in a world he usually controlled. Desperation clawed at his heart as he wondered if his precious rabbit was in danger, or if this was a calculated disappearance. He had been so arrogant, so certain that Yan Yi would eventually come crawling back, begging for the door to be opened like a small, broken thing seeking warmth. He had grown far too accustomed to the Omega's unwavering strength, even going so far as to cast him out into the cold when his very essence, his glands, lay dormant, vulnerable. But seeing a powerful creature reduced to a cold corpse in an instant had shattered his delusions of invincibility. Immortality was a lie, and he finally realized that nobody was invincible. With a snarl of frustration, his foot slammed onto the accelerator, the engine roaring as he sped through the silent night toward the only sanctuary he could think of. The mansion loomed ahead, a fortress of secrets, while the singular thought consumed he never truly wanted Yan Yi to die. He pounded on the heavy doors, his knuckles aching and his breath coming in ragged gasps as he waited for an answer. When the door finally swung open, the sight was so absurd it momentarily halted his panic. There stood by Ruijing, a man known for his lethality, now draped in a pink heart-printed apron and clutching a tiny infant to his chest. To make matters more ridiculous, his feet were tucked into plush cow slippers, a domesticity that felt like a sharp contrast to Lu's chaotic world. Lu Shangjin stood there, disheveled and bleeding, his eyes wide as he took in the domestic scene before him. Even as Bai Ruijing focused on the bottle, the tension in the room remained high, with Lu leaning against the frame as his very soul was drained of energy. Sensing a threat, Bai Ruijing's instincts flared as he leveled a firearm at the intruder. only to lower it with a sigh of recognition when he realized it was just his battered friend. He ushered Lu inside with a hushed warning, noting that the little one had only just drifted off to sleep and any noise would be a death sentence for their peace. His gaze sharpened as it landed on the crimson stain spreading across Lu's shoulder, questioning who could have possibly landed such a blow on the formidable alpha. He directed Lu toward the medicine box with a dismissive wave, yet couldn't resist a casual smoke even with the child in his arms. Lu's irritation flared as he demanded the cigarette be extinguished for the baby's sake, but Bai Ruijing only scoffed, chiding him for his lack of respect. Sitting in the silence, Lu's hand unconsciously drifted to his ring finger. Feeling the hollow ache where a band used to rest, the skin was smooth now, the mark of his commitment long since faded. Yet, he knew with a painful clarity that Yan Yi had never once removed his own, a symbol of a devotion Lu had so carelessly. Images of his beautiful Omega, framed by white roses and looking like a dream, haunted his mind, a reminder of what he was on the verge of losing forever. He practically begged for help, promising to stay out of the way if only they could find where Yan Yi was hiding. His hand clenched into a fist as he realized that the ring wasn't just metal. It was a symbol of the family and security he had unwittingly demolished. Bai Ruijing's voice was cold as he delivered the ultimatum: find that ring, or prepare to a life of eternal regret, for Yan Yi would never give such a betrayal. Meanwhile, in a quiet room far away, Yan Yi stirred from a deep, restorative slumber, his silver hair messy against the pillow. He sat up slowly, the morning light filtering through the window as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes, feeling a strange sense of lightness. The persistent numbness in his glands was finally receding, his body no longer feeling like a brittle shell ready to shatter at any moment. He estimated it would take another month to fully recover, but for now, the return of his strength felt like a small miracle. He glanced down at his stomach, his heart swelling with a protective warmth for the life growing within him. In this world of complex genetics and hierarchy, where lop-eared rabbits were often seen as nothing more than delicate omegas, he felt a fierce resolve. He whispered to his unborn child, calling them a cute little bunny and promising a future filled with love. He imagined the day they would be born, a companion to share his life, someone he could finally call his own. He dreamt of finding the perfect alpha for his child one, who would bring flowers and play music, but then chuckled at his own idealism, deciding that if no such perfect partner existed, they would be perfectly happy just the two of them. His peaceful reverie was shattered by the buzzing of his phone, an unknown number flashing on the screen like a warning. He hesitated, his thumb hovering over the answer button as he wondered if he was ready to face the ghosts of his past. He knew his compatibility with others like the little lion Xia Jingxian was high, but his heart was a graveyard of wounds from a love that had burned to ash years ago. It wouldn't be fair to drag a bright, innocent soul into his darkness just to mend the holes left by Lu Shangjin. He buried his face in his hands as the phone continued to vibrate, the sound echoing the turmoil in his chest. A good boy like Xia Jingxian deserved someone whole, not a broken rabbit with a heart full of scars. Suddenly, lit up the dark screen, a simple command to hurry home that felt like a tether trying to pull him back into a cage. He stared at the notification, his breath hitching as he confirmed his suspicions it was him. If this message had arrived just a few days earlier, he might have wept with joy, but now it only tasted like bitterness. His fingers trembled as he typed out a final, devastating response: "I resign, sir." He finally answered the call, his voice steady despite the chaos inside, only to hear Lu Shangjin sounding more exhausted than he had ever imagined. Lu spoke of being at Hoed's dripping with a weary arrogance that assumed Yan Yi was still his to command. When Yan Yi repeated his resignation, the alpha's response was a submissive plea for him not to be angry, as if this were just another petty lover's spat. A sharp, cynical laugh escaped Yan Yi's lips. The audacity was almost impressive. He suggested Lu find new butler, someone with better compatibility who would happily wear an apron and endure his whims. But Lu's voice hardened, telling him to stop acting so pretentiously and just come back to where he belonged. The word acting hit Yan Yi like a physical blow, his eyes widening in a mixture of shock and profound hurt. Was that all his suffering was to this man? A performance? He couldn't take it anymore. He bit his lip to keep from screaming and abruptly ended the call, the silence that followed feeling like a heavy shroud. He curled into a ball on the bed, tears finally spilling over as the realization sank in Lu Shangjin's eyes. He was no different from the Omegas who sold themselves for a price. With a trembling hand, he pulled up the settings on his phone, the screen asking for confirmation to blacklist the man who had been his entire world. He pressed yes with a finality that felt like cutting a limb, determined to vanish before his scent could be traced. He dressed quickly, his movements purposeful as he prepared to find a place where Lu Shangjin could never find him again. He caught his reflection in the mirror, a sad smile touching his lips as he looked at the person he was becoming. He whispered to his child that they were leaving, that Daddy was going to work hard to provide for them, far away from the toxicity of their past. Across the city, Lu Shangjin stared at his phone in disbelief, the sudden disconnection echoing the emptiness in his chest. He reached for a cigarette only to find the pack empty, a perfect metaphor for his current state of being. He felt a surge of restless energy, realizing for the first time that Yan Yi had truly shut him out. Bai Rujing looked on with a mix of pity and annoyance, suggesting that perhaps he had been blocked and should try another number. The realization hit like a ton of bricks. He never imagined his loyal rabbit would ever actually blacklist him. Suddenly, a commotion in the hospital corridor caught his attention, a sharp sound that made his heart leap into his throat. He watched with wide, golden eyes as a gurney was rushed past, a sense of impending doom washing over him. He saw a figure being covered, the finality of death hanging in the air, and for a moment his world stood still. A dark thought crossed his mind: the world is cruel, and the people he hated were still breathing while those he loved were slipping away. He felt a crushing weight in his chest, a sorrow he expected to drown him. Yet all he felt was a strange, hollow relief when he realized the person on the gurney wasn't his beloved. Tears pricked his eyes as he breathed out a shaky sigh for someone else's loss, his gaze drifting to the sterile hallway. But then a small mechanical hum drew his attention to a specialized incubator being wheeled out by nurses. His heart stopped. Inside that glass box lay a tiny, fragile life, and the connection was instantaneous. He lunged forward, his hand gripping the nurse's arm with a desperate strength as he demanded to know if the baby was still alive. The air in the sterile hospital corridor was thick with a suffocating pressure as the nurse trembled, her eyes wide with a terror that reached her very soul. A cold, click echoed through the hall as a gun was pressed firmly against her, a silent command that left her with no choice but to obey the dangerous man looming over her. She was led like a lamb to the slaughter toward the testing room, her heart hammering against her ribs as she whispered desperate, shaking compliance. Inside, the unsuspecting doctor continued his work, a statuesque figure in white, completely unaware of the murderers creeping up behind him. The cold barrel of a pistol suddenly kissed the back of his head, freezing him in place as a chilling voice broke the silence of the lab. Shangjin stared into the abyss of his own reflection, realizing the man holding the weapon was someone he never expected to see again. A single photograph on a glowing phone screen shattered his reality. The news of the death hadn't spread yet, but the shooter was standing right behind him. Fear, raw and jagged, tore through the doctor as he begged for his life, his hands raised in a pathetic display of surrender while his captor watched with eyes void of mercy. There was no warmth in this reunion, only a ruthless ultimatum to join the coming bloodbath or be the first to fall under the weight of the family's dark future. With a broken sob, the doctor surrendered his soul, pledging himself entirely to the young master standing in the shadows. A treacherous plan was forged in the dark, a fake report, a replaced body, and a child sent away in the unknown to hide a secret that could destroy a dynasty. As the deal was sealed, the scene shifted to the outside world, where the flowers bloomed with a cruel indifference to the tragedy unfolding in the cold palace of the hospital. Elsewhere, a beautiful figure with soft rabbit ears stood before a weathered brick wall, his heart heavy with a nostalgia that tasted like ash. It had been a lifetime since he last stepped foot in this place, yet the memories clung to him like a second skin. He meticulously tied back his silver hair, preparing himself for a new beginning, or perhaps just a final goodbye to his former self. He stepped into the dim light of the Tang Kui bar, the scent of old wood and forgotten dreams greeting him as he searched for a way to survive on his own. Behind the counter sat a man with a wild, handsome face, his fingers dancing across the strings of a guitar gouet, a husky alpha with an aura of casual danger. When the delicate rabbit-eared youth asked for work, the alpha let out a scoff, mocking him as a weak chicken who wouldn't last a second in a place where only the strong fought to survive. The world outside was chaotic, and alphas had to be ready to smash anything in their path to protect what was theirs. Gu Wei's power was legendary, a force of pure demolition, but even his intimidating presence couldn't distract the youth from the sudden, sharp vibration of his phone. A message from Lu Shangjin lit up the screen. The man who had never shown an ounce of patience or tenderness when they were supposedly in love was suddenly acting the part of a doting partner. With a trembling hand and a heart full of hesitation, the youth typed out his location, his soul blooming with a tiny, pathetic hope for reconciliation. But the response was a dagger to the chest. His lover didn't even remember which bar they used to haunt, dismissing their most precious memories as dispensable trifles. His eyes filled with a quiet, devastating sorrow as he looked at the wall of postcards, finding the one that promised a love until the end of a life, a lie written in ink that had long since faded. 4 years ago, they had been so different, resting together after a grueling mission, their futures seemingly intertwined in a world of light. In the attic of this very bar, he had been marked and a ring placed upon his finger, as if it were a holy, solemn ceremony. They had been happy once, their bodies and souls entangled in a dance of love and promise. But those memories were now nothing more than a reflection in the water, shattering the moment he tried to touch them. He wanted to know if he had ever truly left a trace in that man's cold heart, or if he was just a ghost haunting his own life. With a final, bitter resolve, he threw his phone aside, wanting to be forgotten just as easily as he had been cast aside. But the man wouldn't let go so easily, sending a dismissive text telling him not to lose his temper, as if his pain were merely an inconvenience to be managed. The youth felt himself breaking, the corners of his soul crumbling into pieces that could never be mended, no matter how carefully he tried to pick them up. He stared at the expensive ring on his finger, a symbol of a bond that was now a shackle, yet he couldn't bring himself to throw it away. Turning back to the bar, he threw himself into work, his hands moving with a grace and professional precision that left the alpha owner stunned. He crafted a cocktail as beautiful as a winter morning, naming it the Christmas Rose, a remembrance of a love that only bloomed in the cold. Gu Wei could only watch in amazement, realizing this fragile-looking creature was far more capable than he appeared. As they stood on the rooftop under a bleeding sunset, the owner asked where his home was, hoping to understand the mystery behind those sad eyes. The question froze the youth's heart, his eyes wide with a sudden, piercing realization that he had nowhere to go. He had no home, he was merely a wanderer in a world that had no place for a broken Omega. He had chosen this bar because it was the place where he first believed he could spend forever with a 20-year-old Lu Shangjin that had now become his most beautiful, suffocating nightmare. The air in the decadent bar was thick with the scent of cheap liquor and the hushed whispers of patrons eager to catch a glimpse of the new bartender. Rumors had spread like wildfire about an ascetic lop-eared rabbit Omega serving drinks, a rare and delicate prize in a world of predators. Yan Yi focused on his work, his movements precise as he polished a glass, trying to ignore the predatory gazes following his every move. One particularly bold alpha leaned over the counter, shamelessly releasing his courtship pheromones in a suffocating wave, calling out to the beautiful bartender with a smirk. Yan Yi didn't even blink, simply putting the glass down with a cold, professional click before excusing himself from the stifling atmosphere. He hurried toward the back, his breath hitching as a familiar, agonizing heat began to crawl beneath his skin. The timing couldn't have been worse. In the sanctuary of the restroom, he splashed freezing water over his face, gasping as he stared at his flushed reflection in the mirror. His rabbit ears drooped, trembling with the effort to maintain his composure while his body betrayed him. Cursing his luck, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal skin already marred by past struggles, desperate to find a vein for the life-saving inhibitor. With shaking hands, he plunged the needle in, the cold liquid a temporary shield against the rising tide of his heat. He slumped against the sink, the self-deprecating thought crossing his mind that perhaps finding an alpha would be easier, yet he knew his heart only belonged to one person. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a frantic call from Gu Wei, who was being cornered by dangerous J1 alphas downstairs. There was time to recover. Yan Yi's gaze sharpened, the soft rabbit replaced by a determined warrior as he realized he had to protect his friend right now. He gripped a baseball bat, his steps heavy with purpose, as he stepped out into the hallway. Downstairs, the scene was chaotic. A group of thugs led by a bald, menacing man was making a scene, mocking Gu Wei's lower rank and threatening to dig out his glands to sell on the black market. The air was heavy, with a murderous aura. Hidden in the shadows, felt a spike of nervous energy but didn't hesitate to wrap his wrists in bandages, preparing for a fight he was physically unprepared for. He knew a J1 level ability might be his limit, but it would have to be enough. With a sudden, explosive movement, he utilized his high-speed bounce ability, leaping from the balcony like a blur of white light. The thugs didn't even see him coming until he was right on top of them. The lead thug's eyes widened in shock as a powerful kick connected with his jaw, sending him reeling. The impact was deafening as Yan Yi landed, the sheer force of his entrance cracking the very stairs beneath him. The thugs hissed in disbelief, realizing that this fierce combatant was nothing more than an Omega. Their shock quickly turned to greed, shouting for the others to capture the valuable J1 Omega at any cost. Yan Yi became a whirlwind of violence, his movements so fast they left trails in the air as he slammed the lead thug into the floor. Even when a gun was pulled, his reflexes were godlike. He lunged forward, grabbing the shooter's arm and redirecting the fire with terrifying precision. The sound of gunfire and the screams of the defeated echoed through the bar as Yan Yi systematically dismantled the group. He moved with a grace that defied his condition, catching shell casings in midair as he stood over the fallen. His eyes were cold, void of any mercy for those who preyed on the weak. Behind him, Gu Wei finally found his courage, using a stool to finish off the remaining trash while shouting in a manic rage. But the victory was short-lived. Yan Yi collapsed to his knees, his chest heaving as he begged Gu Wei for more inhibitors, his body finally reaching its breaking point. Before Gu Wei could even reach him, a new, suffocating pressure filled the room as a massive, shirtless Rhino Alpha stepped through the door. This wasn't a common thug. He was a member of the PBB, a defected soldier turned gland hunter with a terrifying Megahorn M2 ability. Gu Wei tried to stand his ground, but the Rhino Alpha grabbed him by the throat like a toy, slamming him into the ground with bone-crushing force. The giant then turned his gaze toward Yan Yi, mocking the little rabbit and declaring that this trip had finally become worthwhile. Yan Yi struggled to his feet, his vision blurring as he realized he couldn't bear the pressure any longer. He tried one last desperate attack, but the Rhino Alpha caught his wrist with ease, sneering at the pathetic attempt. With a brutal shove, he sent Yan Yi flying into the wall, the impact so violent it shattered the stone and left the Omega coughing up blood. The giant loomed over him, ready to claim his prize when the heavy doors clicked open once more. A sudden, overwhelming wave of soothing pheromones flooded the bar, so powerful it seemed to still the very air. A tall, statuesque figure moved through the darkness, his presence commanding and dangerous. It was Lu Shangjin. He ignored the Rhino Alpha entirely, his focus solely on the broken figure of Yan Yi as he gently picked him up, cradling the small rabbit against his chest. He leaned down, his lips brushing Yan Yi's hair as he exhaled a cloud of smoke, his eyes burning with a cold, golden fury. He looked at the Rhino Alpha and asked with chilling calm if the brute really thought he was worthy of touching his prey. Lu Shangjin didn't just come for a rescue. He came to destroy, brandishing twin knives with a lethal grace that made even the PBB defector freeze in terror. The threat was clear. Anyone who laid a finger on his rabbit would not leave this place alive. Far away from the violence, a car sped through the night, carrying a young, lion-eared boy who looked small and fragile in the passenger seat. He struggled even to open a bottle of water, his strength depleted from a previous operation intended to harvest his glands for Lu Shangjin's lover. He explained to the driver that Lu had changed his mind at the last second because his lover didn't want the sacrifice, painting a picture of a man who was both a savior and a scumbag. The boy looked out the window with teary eyes, asking if the driver would take care of him, his voice trembling with the fear of being discarded. The driver looked at him with a complex expression, noting that while the boy looked different from Yan Yi, they shared a hauntingly similar scent. Meanwhile, at Anfeya Hospital, the atmosphere was tense as doctors discussed the stable condition of a high-level alpha baby, hidden away from the world's prying eyes. Lu Shangjin arrived at the hospital, his expression unreadable as he ordered the staff to block all information about the child. His phone rang with news that the Rhino Alpha he had dealt with was being rushed into emergency surgery, but he barely seemed to care. He stood in the sterile hallway, a cigarette between his fingers, looking every bit the cold tyrant. On the other end of the line, he was warned that crossing the PBB was dangerous, but he simply looked toward the room where Yan Yi was resting. Inside, Yan Yi was tossing and turning, whimpering in his sleep as the lingering effects of the heat and his injury tormented him. Lu Shangjin entered the room, the hard edges of his personality softening as he climbed into bed and pulled the trembling Omega into his arms. He whispered for him not to be afraid, releasing a flood of soothing pheromones that smelled like safety and home. As Yan Yi finally began to relax, Lu Shangjin's gaze fell upon the bruised, needle-marked skin of the rabbit's arm. A wave of profound guilt and sorrow washed over him as he realized the depth of the pain Yan Yi had endured alone. He pressed a tender kiss to the Omega's forehead, a silent apology for all the times he hadn't been there. When the morning sun finally spilled into the room, Yan Yi blinked his eyes open, feeling more comfortable than he had in years. He looked up to see Lu Shangjin sitting by the bed, the early light showing the sharp lines of his handsome face. The tyrant's voice was soft as he asked if the rabbit was finally awake, his eyes no longer cold, but filled with a doting warmth that promised protection from the world's cruelty. The atmosphere in the room was suffocatingly heavy as the man leaned in, his voice a low, deceptive purr asking if his little rabbit was still in pain. But the touch that once brought comfort now only sparked terror. With a sharp crack, the boy struck his hand away, his eyes wide with a primal fear as he scrambled to the furthest corner of the bed. Every fiber of his being was on high alert, his rabbit ears trembling against his silver hair as he stared at the man he no longer recognized. Why was he acting like this now? A firm, cold grip suddenly clamped around his wrist, pulling him back into a space he desperately wanted to flee. Before he could scream, he was hauled into a crushing embrace, the man's large frame pinning him down with an overwhelming, statuesque strength. He begged to be released, his voice small and broken, but the man only leaned closer, whispering for him not to be afraid as he began to flood the air with a cloyingly sweet, soothing scent. The narcissus pheromones swirled around them like a cage of invisible flowers, meant to calm him but only serving to highlight the predator's dominance. In the depths of his heart, the boy remembered a time when his hands were always locked in restraint, when a gentle embrace was a forgotten dream. He had been so small, so easily controlled by those very hands. Yet, he had never refused the warmth they offered. Even that warmth was inseparable from the searing pain of betrayal. Tears finally spilled over, hot and bitter, as he buried his face in the man's chest, mourning the love that had cost him everything. Without warning, the man swept him up into his arms, a sudden bridal carry that left him gasping in shock. The suggestion of a shared shower felt like a new kind of trap, and he pleaded to be put down, his dignity fraying at the edges. The man's golden eyes flickered with a strange, hurt confusion. He remembered a version of this boy who would have been overjoyed by such a look. cherished a simple carrot brooch as if it were a royal treasure. He couldn't understand why the little rabbit who once cried a bowl of wontons in the hospital was now fighting him with such ferocity. In a desperate bid for freedom, the boy lunged away, his body hitting the hard floor with a sickening thud. He hissed in pain, clutching his side as the man hovered over him with an expression of frantic concern, insisting they go to the hospital immediately. But the boy could only stare up at him with hollow, suspicious eyes. If this person was truly Lu Shangjin or some cruel imitation wearing his skin. The pheromones were identical, yet the words, the kindness, were completely inconsistent with the tyrant who had discarded him. When the man reached out to touch his cheek, calling himself me and demanding he come home, the boy felt a spike of icy resentment. He reminded the man that it was he who had thrown him out into the cold, a fact no amount of sweet grace. The man's face stood in a scowl, a flash of his old, arrogant self returning as he commanded the boy to stop comparing him to the past and just obey. But the boy backed away, his heart a battlefield. He had longed for this man to change for so long, but the cycle of hot had finally broken his spirit. Be good and come to me, the man commanded, his voice dripping with a terrifying, doting authority as he cornered his prey. The memory of being thrown out of their home, of calling him from a freezing hotel room like a lost child, burned in the boy's mind. He lashed out, knocking over a table in a fit of panicked rebellion, his breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps as a sudden, familiar heat began to boil in his blood. His sensitive period had arrived at the worst possible moment, leaving him weak and trembling on the floor. As the man stepped closer, his shadow looming large and menacing, the boy realized there was no escape from this doting nightmare. He felt the cold floor beneath him as he tried to crawl away, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. "Why won't you let me help you?" the man asked, his voice a thin thread of manipulation that tightened around the boy's neck. The embrace returned, tighter this time, a suffocating wall of muscle and narcissus scent that made his head spin. "Don't be afraid," the tyrant whispered, his hands moving with a gentleness that felt like a lie. The soothing pheromones were released again, a thick mist of false comfort. The boy tried to fight even as his body began to betray him. He remembered the feeling of being held, of wanting this more than anything, but the cost had been his very soul. He could resist these hands if he truly wanted to, but the exhaustion of years of neglect had left him hollow. Every touch was a mixture of warmth and pain, a bitter medicine he was forced to swallow. As he leaned his head against the man's chest, he felt the dampness of his own tears soaking through the expensive fabric. The man's hand stroked his hair, a gesture so tender it felt like a mockery of their shared history. Then, that sudden lift again, the world tilting as he was carried toward a fate he couldn't control. "Put me down," he cried, his voice cracking with the effort to remain strong. The man's eyes searched his, looking for the devoted rabbit he once knew, the one who would have smiled at a carrot brooch. He couldn't grasp why the boy who cried over simple wontons was now looking at him with such utter loathing. With one last surge of strength, the boy pushed him away, the impact sending him spiraling back onto the floor. The pain was sharp, radiating through his fragile limbs as the man stood over him, looking down with a mixture of pity and possessiveness. "We're going home," the man declared, his voice leaving no room for argument as he released a wave of dominant pheromones to crush the boy's will. "Who are you?" the boy whispered, his eyes wide and glassy as he looked at the monster masquerading as a lover. The man reached down, his fingers brushing against the boy's skin with a lightness that sent shivers of dread down his spine. "Come with me," he said, a command disguised as an invitation. But the boy remembered the expulsion, the cold nights, and the father who had used him as a pawn. "Don't compare me to him," the man snapped, his patience finally wearing thin as the boy continued to retreat. He offered his hand one last time, a gesture of mercy that felt more like a shackle. The boy knew that no matter how much he once loved this man, the fire had gone out, leaving only ashes and the cold, hard truth. He had been discarded once, and he wouldn't be fooled by this sudden, suffocating affection. The man lunged, his golden eyes burning with a terrifying intensity as he moved to claim his prize. In the chaos of the struggle, the room was turned upside down, a reflection of the boy's shattered life. He lay on the floor, gasping for air as the man hovered over him, a dark god of his own making. "Your heat has come," the man noted, his voice dropping to a dangerous, hungry register. "I will help you," he promised, but as his teeth sank into the boy's neck, it felt like the final blow. "No," the boy screamed, his voice lost in the darkness as the brand was set, a final, agonizing seal on his fate. And the silver-haired youth, his long rabbit ears drooping in sorrow, could no longer bear the touch that once brought him comfort. Every fiber of his being screamed in agony, his voice trembling as he pleaded to be left alone, because the pain was simply too much to endure. With a sharp movement, he slapped away the hand reaching for him, stumbling back put distance between himself and the man who held his heart captive. Lu Shangjin stood there in his silk robe, his powerful chest exposed, watching with a mixture of confusion and lingering dominance. In the dimly lit shop below, a messy-haired employee named Gu Wei was busy cleaning up a broken mess on the floor. Grumbling about his terrible luck, he paused his sweeping as he sensed a presence. his sharp eyes looking up to see who was approaching. Yan Yi appeared at the top of the stairs, his clothes disheveled and his expression vacant, looking every bit the broken doll. Gu Wei immediately barked him to stop, shouting that his messy appearance would ruin the store's reputation, though his harsh words a flicker of concern. Suddenly, clamped onto Yan Yi's arm, pulling him back into a suffocating embrace. Lu Shangjin's voice was low and desperate as he called out Yan Yi's name, but the youth struggled against him, crying out that he would never go back and never wanted his face again. Lu Shangjin didn't let go, instead pulling the trembling rabbit closer to his chest, promising that everything would be different if they could just talk for a moment. Gu Wei, seeing the blatant bullying, stepped in with his broom, demanding to know who this bastard was and telling him to stop harassing his employee. Gu Wei stood his ground, shielding Yan Yi behind him and urging his boss to get this intruder out immediately. He glared at the tall man, determined to protect his own, but Lu Shangjin's gaze turned icy, and he released a wave of suffocating pheromones that filled the room with an unbearable pressure. The sheer weight of his aura crushed Gu Wei's spirit, leaving him trembling and sweating as he realized he was no match for a high-order alpha. Seeing no other way, Gu Wei sheepishly retreated, muttering that he was leaving as he scurried away from the terrifying display of power. Lu Shangjin didn't waste another second, hoisting the protesting Yan Yi over his shoulder like a prize. Yan Yi screamed for Gu Wei to help him, his voice echoing through the shop. But Gu Wei could only watch with a guilty, pained expression as the man he couldn't stop carried his friend away. Later, trying to process the absurdity of the situation, Gu Wei couldn't help but laugh at the dramatic scene he'd witnessed, comparing it to a trashy romance novel on his phone. He even posted about the eagle catching the little rabbit online, finding a twisted sense of humor in the chaos. Far away at a hot spring resort in Nangxia town, the steam rose around a handsome man lounging in the water. His younger brother, Xiao Wenyuan, crouched by the edge, begging for attention and asking to play. The older man, Wenqi, looked on with a bored, statuesque elegance, eventually tossing his phone to his brother to keep him quiet. Wenyuan grumbled about the stinky chicken house of a resort, while Wenqi simply enjoyed the peace. Suddenly, a notification for hot news in the city popped up on the screen. Wenqi's eyes widened as he zoomed in on the photo of the chaotic scene at the shop. He recognized those soft gray eyes immediately, a whisper of bunny escaping his lips as a predatory smile touched his face. Back in the villa, Yan Yi was trapped in a cycle of painful memories. He remembered the nights he spent waiting, turning on every light because he was terrified of the dark and even more afraid that Lu Shangjin would never return. He would curl up on the sofa, exhausted but unable to sleep, jumping up the moment he heard the sound of the door opening. With sparkling eyes and a hopeful smile, he would offer the desserts he had spent all day learning to bake, desperate for a crumb of affection. But Lu Shangjin would barely look at him, coldly stating he was tired before heading straight to the shower. He would leave Yan Yi standing alone in the hallway, his heart sinking as he realized the man he loved didn't care at all. The rejection felt like a physical weight, leaving him shadowed by loneliness. In the present, Lu Shangjin held him, noticing for the first time in ages how charming those light gray eyes truly were. He traced the curve of Yan Yi's lips, his voice a seductive murmur as he asked if he could kiss him. Yan Yi could only gasp in shock, his eyes wide as Lu Shangjin's thumb brushed against his skin. The man leaned in, his handsome face inches away, repeating the request with a predatory softness. He gently took hold of one of Yan Yi's long rabbit ears, pulling him closer as the air between them grew thick with tension. Lu Shangjin's lips hovered near his, a faint smile playing on his face, while Yan Yi, with a mix of fear and old longing. Lu Shangjin pulled him into a tight embrace, burying his face in Yan Yi's neck, finally realizing that he had never cherished this precious soul enough. He had treated Yan Yi like forbidden fruit only to grow tired of him, indulging in a life of debauchery while the one person who truly loved him withered away. He remembered the restlessness that would plague him whenever the house was empty, realizing too late that he couldn't function without the little bunny waiting for him. He held Yan Yi's head, his touch possessive yet tinged with a newfound patience. He whispered that he missed him, his hand caressing Yan Yi's cheek. But Yan Yi was broken. He sobbed that it hurt too much, begging to just be held instead of being used again. Lu Shangjin didn't listen, promising it would be better soon as he forced his will upon the fragile youth. He pinned Yan Yi's hands down, intertwining their fingers as he told him to be good and take it slow. Yan Yi's voice was a mere whisper, a desperate plea for the bullying to stop, his strength completely gone as he lay there, shattered by the man who was supposed to be his world. The silence in the room was suffocating as Lu Shangjin reached out, his large hand gentling the tears that refused to stop falling from Yan Yi's eyes. He couldn't help but wonder if he had been far too harsh on the fragile creature before him, yet the distance between them felt like an unbridgeable chasm. Even as he tried to offer comfort, Yan Yi looked utterly dejected, a far cry from the days when they were inseparable. Why was he like this now? Lu Shangjin searched his face for answers, but all he found was a wall of quiet sorrow. Yan Yi's mind drifted back to the very beginning, to a time when he was just a small child drinking milk from a bunny bottle, watching the young master from the music room window. Back then, Lu Shangjin would secretly watch him practice the piano, a silent bond forming between them that felt eternal. Even when caught, the youngster would tremble with a mix of pride and stubbornness, refusing to run away from the little bunny who had captured his attention. But now everything had changed. Yan Yi felt that his overtures were weak and unwanted, leaving him to wonder why the man he loved no longer seemed to care for him. He lay there, feeling the heat of his alpha, wondering if this biological bond was meant to bring them closer or simply serve as a cruel reminder of his own dependency. Lu Shangjin, however, was lost in his own arrogance, believing that Yan Ya would never tire of him because nature itself had bound them together. He felt a surge of possessiveness, thinking that Yan Yai belonged to him by right of instinct, an invisible shackle that made the Omega a prisoner of natural laws. In his mind, Yan Yai was a powerful weapon, yet one that was safely chained to his side, giving him a sense of absolute security. He held that metaphorical chain tight, even as they shared the same bed, oblivious to the cracks forming in Yan Yi's heart. When he asked if Yan Yai missed him, the question felt like a needle pricking an old wound. Of course he missed him. He remembered every rose brought home, every unspoken promise of love that had eventually withered away into indifference. He had stood there with a rose in his hand, watching the man he adored walk away with others, realizing that no matter how much he gave, he would never be enough. There was no point in wanting anything anymore, not when he was compared to the other Omegas who lived lives of luxury and debauchery. Lu Shangjin tried to reassure him, claiming he had cut ties with everyone else and that Yan Yai was the only one who mattered, but the words felt hollow. As Lu Shangjin drifted into a peaceful sleep, Yan Yi looked at his handsome, statuesque face, wondering how such beauty could hide such a heartless core. He reached out to touch his cheek one last time, a silent goodbye to the warmth he so desperately craved but could no longer stay for. He would take only the memory of this night, for he knew that the Alpha's affection was as changeable as the wind. Slipping out of bed, he walked away without looking back, leaving the cold palace of their shared life behind. When Lu Shangjin finally awoke to the morning sun, the bed was empty, the silence louder than any argument they had ever had. The only trace of Yan Yai was a warm bowl of porridge that smelled faintly of his pheromones, a final act of devotion from a rabbit who had finally learned to run. Desperate and fueled by a sudden, sharp panic, Lu Shangjin sought him out, eventually finding himself in the middle of a neon-lit club. There, under the flashing lights, he saw his little white rabbit transformed. Yan Yai was no longer the submissive partner in an apron. He was a captivating bartender, charming every customer who crossed his path. He watched with boiling jealousy as Yan Yi smiled and flirted, even letting a stranger touch his soft, sensitive ears as part of a playful game. The price for such a touch was a simple wish on a wishing tree, but to Lu Shangjin, it was an unforgivable betrayal of his territory. He couldn't stand the sight of alphas admiring what belonged to him, their gaze lingering on Yan Yi's tail with blatant desire. Stepping forward, Lu Shangjin's murderous aura filled the room as he declared that no one should touch an Omega without permission. He released a suffocating pressure of high-level alpha pheromones, a silent command that sent the other customers scurrying away in terror. They knew an M2 alpha had arrived to claim his prey, and no one was foolish enough to stay in his way. He approached the bar, his golden eyes burning with a mix of rage and longing as he stared at the rabbit who had dared to seek freedom. Yan Yi stood his ground, though his hands trembled slightly as he asked what the great Lu Shangjin would like to drink. But Lu Shangjin wasn't there for a drink. He reached across the counter, his hand clamping down on Yan Yi's shoulder with a grip that brooked no escape. He pulled him close, his breath ghosting over Yan Yi's skin, determined to remind him exactly who he belonged to. The air between them crackled with a suffocating pressure as his hand pressed desperately against the alpha's broad chest, a futile attempt to maintain some semblance of distance. He breathed out a shaky reminder that there were still guests present, his face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and longing as their lips hovered mere inches apart. The handsome man didn't pull away. Instead, he lazily asked for a drink, his gaze intense enough to melt the very ice he requested, while the youth in his chibi-like indignation could only huff that he should be let go first before any service could be rendered. The man finally settled onto a stool, his presence dominating the dimly lit bar like a king on a throne. He offered a chance to leave if the boy was tired, but the youth looked at the card on the counter with a bitter heart. It wasn't money he craved, but the simple, special things that were once his alone. He felt like a contradictory creature, mourning the loss of a unique bond while the man easily gave his attention to others. With a sad, self-deprecating smile, he realized he was truly a pathetic rabbit, caught in the headlights of a love that no longer felt exclusive. He turned his back to hide his expression, focusing on the rhythmic clinking of bottles as he prepared a concoction of his own making. He poured the vibrant pink liquid into a glass, garnishing it with a slice of grapefruit with practiced grace. When he presented the drink, the man's golden eyes clouded with disappointment, questioning where his usual flowers were. The youth remembered how he used to pick fresh blooms every day, only for the man to hand them out to every passerby like common weeds. In a final act of silent rebellion, he dropped a single rose onto the surface of the drink, a symbol of the affection he no longer felt he could freely give. When asked for the name of the bittersweet creation, he simply called it a Christmas rose, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his chest. A flicker of their old warmth returned in a playful moment where the man complained it was too sweet, prompting a cheeky offer to try again. But the moment was fleeting. The youth looked at the rose and saw only a flower, not the tenderness it used to represent, and coldly reminded the man that other guests required his attention. As he walked away, he felt the man's eyes on his back, questioning when he had even learned such skills, a painful reminder that the man had never truly cared for the details of his life until now. Behind the bar, he worked with a mechanical precision born from his days in the cruel training base, where he had learned languages and skills he never thought he'd use just to survive. The man watched him, a heavy weight of guilt settling in his stomach as he realized he had been chasing shadows outside while burying a literal treasure right beside him. The youth admitted that his past was more pain than nostalgia, a series of lessons learned in blood and sweat that he tried his best to forget. As the night wore on, even the rowdiest guests succumbed to exhaustion, leaving a heavy silence in the room. The youth's eyelids grew heavy, the weight of the day finally catching up to him as he leaned against the counter while the man sat nearby, nursing his drink. He eventually drifted off into a shallow sleep, unaware that the man was now exploring the wall of notes he had left behind. The man's eyes widened as he scanned the paper-covered wall, his heart stuttering at the sheer volume of history he had ignored. One note caught his eye, a simple declaration of love until the end of life, written in a hand he knew all too well. He touched the paper, wondering exactly when his loyal companion had felt such desperate devotion. He looked back at the sleeping boy, the realization of his own negligence piercing through him like a blade. He knew he had to remember these things now, the trivial details that made up the soul of the person he had almost lost. Suddenly, the silence of the bar was broken by the soft, haunting melody of a piano, pulling the youth from his dreams. He looked up to see the man sitting at the keys, his silhouette framed by the dim light as music flowed from his fingertips. The man's hands moved with a godlike grace, weaving a song that seemed to speak the words he couldn't say aloud. It had been an eternity since he had heard that sound, and as he approached, the man reached out a hand, inviting him into his world. With a sudden, firm tug, the youth found himself pulled into a warm embrace. He was settled onto the man's lap, the scent of expensive cologne wrapping around him as a soft kiss was pressed to his head. The man asked if he could play this piece, his voice a low rumble against the boy's ear. As the youth's fingers touched the keys, they trembled, and hot tears began to spill over his lashes as the weight of the moment became too much to bear. The man gently wiped the tears away, his touch uncharacteristically tender as he promised to play along with him. Together, they created a melody that filled the empty bar, their bodies swaying in a harmony they hadn't felt in years. Their hands danced over the ivory keys, a perfect duet of two souls finally finding their rhythm again. The youth leaned his head against the man's shoulder, his exhaustion returning, but this time accompanied by a sense of safety. He closed his eyes, his breathing evening out as he surrendered to the comfort of the man's arms. Without a word, the man lifted him up in a protective carry, announcing his intention to take him to bed. A lingering guest asked if he was truly the boy's alpha, a question that hung heavy in the air. The man didn't give a direct answer, but the guest noted that the boy's entire world seemed to revolve around him, as if he were living in a fairy tale that only he believed in. The man held the sleeping youth tighter, his expression unreadable as he listened to the truth of the boy's devotion. He hugged the small frame to his chest, a silent vow forming in the depths of his cold heart. The world outside faded away as the stars began to dim. He laid the youth down with the utmost care, tucking the blankets around him as if he were the most fragile porcelain. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the man finally looked at his phone, the glowing screen a harsh reminder of the world he had to return to. A dozen missed calls and urgent messages from his assistant demanded his presence, shattering the peaceful bubble they had created. He lingered for a final moment, his hand hovering over the boy's hair, torn between his duty and the treasure he had finally rediscovered. He sat there in the quiet room, a silent guardian watching over his sleeping rabbit before the dawn forced him to leave. Then, Lu Shangjin's touch was the only thing that could soothe the aging void within Yan Yi, a phenomenon he teasingly called thirsty skin syndrome. Despite Yan Yi's insistence that at 19 he was no longer a helpless little bunny, he quickly surrendered to the comfort of his protector's arms, shamelessly admitting his weakness. Just stay close. The atmosphere thick with unspoken tension, Lu Sheng gently swept him up, carrying him toward the sanctuary of the shower with a tenderness that felt almost foreign. As the water fell, the weight of the world seemed to vanish, replaced only by the soft request for him to return early whenever the storms began to howl outside. However, the steam of the bath couldn't hide the painful history etched into Yan Yi's skin, and as Lu Shangjin's gaze fell upon the jagged scar on his back, heart constricted with a sudden, sharp pang of guilt. Yan Yi could only blush, his breath hitching as he felt the heavy silence between them. He wondered if his presence was a burden, tentatively asking if his staying would cause discomfort. But the truth poured out of him like the water from his damp hair. He simply missed the man too much to pull away. He looked back with eyes full of a longing that could never be satisfied. For Yan Yi, being held in those strong, familiar arms was the only true joy he had known since childhood. It was a warmth that had taken root in his soul at 17 and blossomed into a love that was both his salvation and his curse. The morning sun filtered through the curtains, finding them still entangled as Shangjin woke him with a kiss that tasted of promises he wasn't sure he could keep. He teased the sleepy boy about his flattened tail, a small, intimate detail that made the world safe for just a moment. As he drank the water offered to him, Yan Yi felt a wave of insecurity. Was the man before him real, or just a phantom conjured by his desperate heart, like the memory of him playing the piano? He feared that if he closed his eyes, he might wake up to find the dream had shattered. Lu Shangjin sensed his doubt, pulling him back into a firm embrace and asking what was troubling his mind. Yan Ji finally found the courage to ask the question that haunted him, wondering if he was still loved. Lu Shangjin tilted his chin up, his gaze searching Yan Yi's eyes with an intensity that made his heart skip a beat. Why was he hesitating? He wanted to hear those words of admiration and devotion more than anything else. In that moment, Yan Yi wished the world would stop, content to sink into the beautiful delusion and never wake up again. But reality was a cruel master, and duty soon called Lu Shangjin back to the cold world of business. Yan Yi's heart sank as he watched the man prepare to leave, the fear of abandonment creeping back in. When asked if he would follow, Yan Yi hesitated, the weight of his own uncertainty holding him back. He ultimately told him to go and focus on his work, though the loneliness already began to settle in. Lu Shangjin offered a gentle pat on the head, a gesture meant to reassure, yet it felt like a temporary bandage on a deep wound. Left alone, Yan Yi could only touch the spot where the man had been, his mind racing with the realization that he hadn't been forced to return this time. Before departing, Lu Shangjin pressed a black card into his hand, a symbol of his willingness to give Yan Yi everything he desired. Even it felt like a twisted way to keep them connected. Yan Yi looked down at the card, noting the strangely ordinary password and wondering if there was a deeper meaning he was missing. He decided to push the dark thoughts away. Why turn a beautiful dream into a nightmare by overthinking the past? With a final, lingering hug, Lu Shangjin stepped out of the room, leaving behind the scent of his cologne and a promise to return. It could have been the perfect ending, a harmonious moment frozen in time, but life demanded he move forward. Seeking distraction, Yan Yi found himself in the dim light of a bar, where the melancholy strumming of a guitar filled the air. The guitarist, an alpha with a sharp tongue, questioned why a creature like him was alone. Yan Yi confessed his fragility, admitting that being abandoned again might finally push him over the edge into madness. He lamented the fact that despite his partner's newfound consideration, he still refused to mark him, leaving their bond in a state of agonizing limbo. The guitarist's song was a painful reminder that sometimes the hardest thing to do is let go of what you can never truly have. Yan Yi couldn't bear it, demanding a change in tune to escape the suffocating truth of the lyrics. He playfully covered his ears, trying to block out the world's cynicism. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with an urgent message from an unknown number, claiming the sender had something important to say. Despite his wariness, he couldn't ignore the persistence of the youth he called the Little Lion, and as the screen glowed in the darkness, he finally answered, wondering what new chaos was about to unfold. The sterile, suffocating air of Ampia Hospital offered no comfort as a lone luxury car sat parked under the dim moonlight, a silent witness to the tension brewing within. Deep behind those cold walls, 3 men, each possessing a godlike yet intimidating presence, stood in a heavy silence before a glass incubator. They gazed down at the fragile life within, a child who bore the handsome features of a man long gone. A reminder of a past that refused to stay buried as they discussed the monster being raised at headquarters. Lu Shangjin's expression was a mask of cold fury, his golden eyes flickering with a murderous aura as he gripped the edge of the incubator, his knuckles white with a desperate hidden pain. He vowed to end the madness sooner or later, even as his companion offered a hand of help, sensing the suffocating pressure weighing on the tyrant's soul. But Lu Shangjin's heart was elsewhere, drifting toward a dream of a gentle omega with soft rabbit ears, a vision of Yani looking at him with those sparkling eyes while holding a child of their own. He could almost see the sweet, chirping child calling him daddy, a fantasy of a family that felt like a cruel mirage to a man with such blood-stained hands. In his mind, they were happy, a perfect portrait of a life he had never allowed himself to believe in. For the first time in his wretched existence, he felt a hollow longing for a future he had once discarded. Sitting alone in the dim light, the weight of his regrets pressed down on him, his gaze fixed on nothing as he imagined the warmth of Yanni's presence. If only he could bring him home today, if only he could reach out and touch that soft rabbit tail one more time to soothe his aching heart. Meanwhile, near the hospital's quiet corridors, a lion-eared man approached his brother with a frantic request to check a specific Pacific license plate. When the paper was revealed, the number 88886 sent a jolt of shock through the older brother. He realized with a start that his younger sibling was entangled with Lu Shangjin's car, a dangerous game for anyone to play. The younger man pleaded for help, his voice trembling with a need to find Yanni, claiming it was a matter of life and death. The older brother looked at him with a mix of pity and frustration, demanding to know how far things had gone with that floppy-eared Omega. He was stunned to hear that despite the heat and the proximity, only a simple touch on the back had occurred, a restraint that seemed impossible given their high compatibility. He pulled his brother close, cursing the little emperor for suffering in a rabbit's nest when he could have everything. Yet he couldn't bring himself to be truly angry at such sincerity. Learning their compatibility was a staggering 90% only hardened his resolve. He decided to find even better Omega to replace the one causing such heartache. It was time for his brother to fulfill his wish one last time before sorting out his thoughts and moving on from the trouble. Back at the hospital, Lu Shangjin stood by the window, a statuesque figure of grief watching the world go by. The younger brother remained nearby, his expression a mask of dissatisfaction as the clock ticked toward the early hours of the morning. At 3 a.m., inside the dimly lit decaying bar, Yanni lay slumped over the counter, his exhausted form a picture of tragic cuteness. His phone suddenly buzzed to life, the name Jin flashing on the screen and jolting him awake from his weary slumber. With trembling fingers, he answered the video call, only to be met with the sight of Lu Shangjin's bare, sculpted chest, glistening with water droplets. The tyrant's voice was low and husky as he asked why his baby wasn't in bed yet, his gaze piercing through the screen with a doting intensity. Yanni's ears drooped in a sudden blush, his heart pounding in his chest as he struggled to maintain his composure. He stammered that his work wasn't finished, his eyes darting away from the screen. Lu Shangjin didn't let up, admitting how much he missed him and recalling the sweet, milk candy scent that always reminded him of his rabbit. Flustered and desperate to change the subject, Yanni scolded him to dry his hair before he caught a cold, all while secretly capturing a screenshot of the man's intoxicating physique. When a coworker interrupted to ask who he was talking to, Yanni's eyes went wide. He fled in a flurry of pink cheeks and rabbit ears, leaving the man to remark on how hopelessly soft-hearted and burdened he was. Retreating to his room, Yanni tried to put the phone away, but Lu Shangjin's voice followed him, shamelessly demanding to see him change his clothes. Yanni's heart nearly leaped out of his chest as he stood before the screen, feeling the man's gaze everywhere. He eventually gave in, shedding his work clothes, only for Lu Shangjin to offer a tantalizing trade. He would undress for Yanni to see as well. But as the silk robe fell away, the playful atmosphere vanished in an instant. Yanni's eyes widened in horror as the screen revealed a torso covered in jagged, ugly scars. His breath hitched, the sight triggering a flood of agonizing memories he had tried to bury. He remembered the scars, the physical proof of a devotion he had tried to deny. He remembered the day he was cornered by thugs, beaten and bloody on the cold asphalt. He remembered the terrifying roar of a spiked steamroller bearing down on him, a metal monster meant to crush the life out of his small frame. And he remembered Lu Shangjin's desperate cry as he threw himself into the path of the machine. The image of Jin bleeding, holding him tight while the spikes tore into his own flesh, was a pain that never truly healed. Jin had been mangled and broken just to keep him safe. Back in the present, Lu Shangjin's voice broke the silence, soft and pleading, asking when he would come back to their cold, empty home. He looked into Yanni's tearful eyes and asked the ultimate question. If they got back together, would Yanni finally give him a descendant to complete their family? Yanni's heart was a tangled mess of longing and fear as he stared at the glowing screen of his phone, those long bunny ears drooping with the weight of a question he never dared to ask. If they ever found their way back to each other, would he truly want the children they already shared? Or was the dream of a perfect alpha heir the only thing that mattered to him? He rested a trembling hand against his stomach, the low probability of their union bearing fruit weighing heavily on his soul. Terrified that anything less than perfection would be rejected, desperate for a sliver of hope, he typed out his wishes, only to be met with Lu Shangjin's breathtaking smile on the screen, a sight that made his breath catch in his throat. Could he really trust this man one more time? Or was he setting himself up for another devastating fall? Just as he began to open his heart, the sharp vibration of an incoming call shattered the silence, and his eyes widened in shock. It was Bailin, demanding he come down to the bar immediately, his voice crackling with an urgency that sent a shiver down Yanni's spine. Lu Shangjin's gaze sharpened instantly, his voice dripping with a cold, possessive jealousy as he questioned why anyone would be calling at such an oddly hour. The suffocating pressure of his suspicion was almost too much to bear, his golden eyes narrowing as he mocked the idea of late-night insurance sales. Yan Yi quickly averted his gaze, the sting of the sudden hang-up leaving him feeling hollow and small. He stared at the darkened screen, convinced that he had managed to ignite the tyrant's infamous temper. He sat frozen on the edge of the bed, a stray kitten lost in a storm of his own making. A sudden ping brought a flicker of life back his eyes, It was a command to come downstairs, and he moved like a puppet on strings, throwing on a coat to face the night. As he descended the stairs, the cool air bit at his skin, but it was nothing compared to the sight of Bai Lin waiting in the shadows. Before he could even utter a word, he was pulled into a crushing, desperate embrace. The shock of it stole the air from his lungs, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He pleaded for release, the overwhelming scent of the other's pheromones threatening to drown his senses. For the compatibility between them was a dangerous, addictive poison. He demanded to know what Bai Lin wanted, his voice shaking with the effort to remain upright. Bai Lin's eyes burned with a protective fire as he demanded to know what Lu Shangjin had done this time. Yan Yi could only look away, the lie tasting like ash in his mouth as he claimed everything was fine. He remembered how Bai Lin had been his only anchor during the darkest storms of his life, and a wave of heavy gratitude washed over him. As he stirred his drink, the silence between them was thick with unspoken words. When Bai Lin asked about his health, the concern in his voice was a gentle touch on a raw wound. Yan Yi offered a soft, bittersweet smile, wondering how he could ever break the truth to this boy without shattering his heart. But the moment turned cold when Bai Lin's hand moved to his stomach, a reminder of the fake pregnancy that was a ticking time bomb between them. He promised to stand by him, to face the coming storm together, but the weight of the deception felt like lead in Yan Yi's chest. Meanwhile, in the cold luxury of his balcony, Lu Shangjin was a portrait of restless agony, the night air failing to cool the fire in his blood. He couldn't focus, his mind a chaotic whirl of irritation and a hollow ache he couldn't name. He checked the time, the glowing numbers mocking his insomnia as he lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around him like a shroud. In a sudden burst of violent frustration, he kicked the furniture, the sound echoing through the empty house. He slumped to the floor, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. The house felt like a tomb without that one specific presence. This restless, suffocating, it was exactly how it felt when he first let Yan Yi walk away. He remembered the way he had selfishly kept him, treating him like a beautiful, silent decoration rather than a person with a heart. He was a tyrant who had realized too late that he had thrown away his most precious treasure. Driven by a desperate impulse, he retreated into his room and began scrolling through his contacts, ruthlessly deleting the names of every other Omega, for none of them could fill the void. His thumb hovered over the bunny icon, the name Yan Yi burning into his vision. With a hand that actually shook, he did something he hadn't done in years. He reached out first. For the first time in his 30 years of life, he understood the agonizing torture of waiting for someone to answer the phone. When the line finally connected, his voice was hoarse, his pride crumbling as he admitted he simply couldn't sleep. He tried to mask his vulnerability with annoyance, but the facade was paper-thin. Yan Yi's gentle reprimand about his smoking should have irritated him, but it only made his heart ache more. Then he heard it, the voice of another alpha in the background, and his blood turned to ice. The possessive monster inside him reared its head, his voice exploding with a murderous aura as he demanded to know who was there. He didn't care about being loud, he was a man on the edge of losing everything. When Yan Yi dared to challenge his hypocrisy, Lu Shangjin's eyes glowed with a terrifying golden light. He wouldn't touch Yan Yi in anger, but he would gladly tear the other man apart. Yan Yi stood frozen, the chill of the threat vibrating through the phone and settling deep within his bones. The air in the room was heavy with a suffocating pressure as the man sat in the shadows, his voice a low, dangerous rumble as he questioned if a dog was circling the bar. With a casual, almost terrifying arrogance, he promised simply buy the entire street so his beloved could choose any store they desired. His gaze was sharp, a murderous aura flickering in his eyes as he spoke of dead dogs on the street, his handsome face partially obscured by the glowing screen of his phone. On the other end, the exhaustion was palpable. The voice was weak, pleading for an end to the argument because sleep was the only escape from this wretched cycle. A cold silence followed the promise of a visit in a few days, a void that spoke louder than any words ever could. The man's eyes narrowed, searching for a something more, but all he received was a hollow confirmation that the conversation was over. He stared at the device as it were a traitor, his expression a mask of frustration and hidden pain. With a sharp click, the connection was severed, and he rose from his seat, the weight of his own choices pressing down on his shoulders. His movements were stiff, his body betraying him as he reached out for support against the cold glass. In a fit of silent rage and despair, he tossed the phone onto the table, the clatter echoing through the empty room. He stumbled toward the light, his hand gripping his neck as if he were choking on the very air he breathed. Splashing cold water onto his face, he tried to wash away the traces of his weakness, but the reflection staring back was that of a man pushed his absolute limit. Desperation drove him to open a sterile case, his fingers trembling as he reached for a cold, metallic savior. He plunged the suppressant into his arm, a muffled groan of agony escaping his lips as the chemical burn fought against his rising heat. Gasping for air, he leaned against the door, the used syringe clattering into the sink, a testament to his secret suffering. He looked in the mirror, a bitter sigh escaping him as he realized just how poorly he had been living during this agonizing period. A flicker of a smile, one filled with self-loathing, crossed face as he thought of his little demon. Opening a drawer, he stared at the rows of vials, his gaze lingering on the one marked with a small, innocent carrot sticker. He picked it up, the tiny image a painful reminder of the rabbit he was driving away. His thumb brushed over the sticker, his heart heavy with a sudden, sharp realization. He had been so blind, never once considering how many times his partner had forced to endure the same hellish heat, with nothing but these cold suppressants for company. Guilt gnawed at his soul as he wondered if he had been too harsh, his hand moving to his hair in a gesture of pure agitation. He knew he couldn't alleviate the irritability of the sensitive period, but the realization of his own cruelty was a bitter pill to swallow. He stood there, holding the vial like a precious, fragile memory he didn't deserve. Meanwhile, in the dim, flickering lights of a dilapidated bar, a different kind of tragedy was unfolding. A golden-haired man watched with a heavy heart as the rabbit-eared youth sat before him, the atmosphere thick with unspoken dread. The man hesitated, his lips thinning as he prepared to deliver a truth that would shatter the youth's fragile world. He spoke of the biological cruelty of rabbits, how a simple, unintentional touch on the back could lead to a false pregnancy. The youth's eyes widened in sheer, breathless shock, his heart hammering against ribs as the word echoed in his mind. The phone slipped from his numb fingers, the screen cracking as it hit the floor, mirroring the state of his own heart. Every detail shared by his friend was a new blow. The abdominal swelling, the timing, it all pointed to a cruel trick of nature. The friend's voice was full of regret, explaining that he truly didn't know his actions would cause such a devastating misunderstanding. The youth stood frozen, his hand moving instinctively to his stomach where he thought a new life was growing, the phantom sensation now a source of profound grief. He couldn't bear to hear another word, his body trembling as he turned away, his mind a whirlwind of despair. He fled up the stairs, his footsteps heavy with the weight of his shattered hopes. Behind him, his friend pleaded for him to go to the hospital for a checkup, fearing the damage a false pregnancy could do to his body. But the youth was already gone, his voice cold and distant as he insisted on going alone, his spirit broken. The slam of the door was a final, jarring punctuation to his misery. Behind the safety of the wood, he collapsed, sliding down until he was a small, trembling heap on the floor. He pulled his knees to his chest, burying his face as the first finally broke through his composure. He was utterly alone, grieving for a child that never existed and a love that was tearing him apart. Outside, his friend sat in the quiet, his expression one of deep sorrow as he finally stood up, determined to help. He checked his phone, searching for the nearest maternity hospital, his brow furrowed with concern for the fragile rabbit. The night was fading, the sky a pale, mocking blue as another figure watched from a distance. A man sat on a balcony, his sharp eyes fixed on the window where the youth lay sleeping, a silent guardian in the shadows. He saw the youth curled up with a pillow, a sight so vulnerable it made his heart ache. He closed the window softly, a sigh escaping him as he resolved to keep his feelings buried to avoid any further complications. He yawned, the exhaustion of the night finally catching up to him, yet his thoughts remained fixed on the day off the youth was supposed to have. Morning brought a deceptive sense of peace as the youth stood before a mirror, trying on a pristine white coat. The shop assistant beamed, her eyes sparkling as she assured him that he looked wonderful and that his husband would surely be enchanted. A small, bittersweet smile touched the youth's lips, his heart still clinging to the fragments of his devotion. Back in the quiet of his room, he sat on the bed, holding a small, worn notebook with reverence. He carefully tucked a card into its pages, a card given to him by the man who held his heart captive. To him, this card was more precious than gold, a tangible piece of a relationship that felt as fleeting as a dream. He chewed on, his gaze soft as he looked at the entry he had just made. Brother Jin had gained over 600 points. It was a game of his own making, a way to measure the love he was so desperate to receive. He added points without a second thought, his heart always ready to forgive, yet he was painfully obedient when it came to subtracting them for every cold word and every broken promise. He finally left the house, his steps purposeful as he headed toward the unknown. He walked past the bar where he had spent so many nights, his silhouette lonely against the morning sun. He stepped into the bright light of the street, a taxi waiting to carry him toward a truth he wasn't ready to face. Go to the maternity hospital, he whispered to the driver, his voice barely audible over the hum of the city. He leaned back, the seatbelt a cold embrace as he stared out the window at the passing trees. The city was waking up, full of life and noise that felt worlds away from his internal silence. He rested his head on his hand, the exhaustion deep in his bones as the taxi moved through the busy intersection. Suddenly, the light changed, and a small, innocent child stepped onto the zebra crossing, unaware of the danger looming. The screech of tires and the blare of a horn shattered the morning air as a massive bus barreled toward the tiny figure. The child froze, his eyes wide with terror as the shadow of death loomed over him. In that split second, the youth didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, his hand outstretched in a desperate, frantic bid to save a life as his own world hung in the balance. The blaring of a horn shattered the morning air as a young boy stood frozen in the path of a massive bus. Without a second thought, the silver-haired man lunged forward, his heart hammering against his ribs as he shielded the child from the impending impact. The world seemed to stop for a heartbeat, the suffocating pressure of a near tragedy hanging heavy as the man clutched the trembling boy against his chest. He gently set the child down on the pavement, his own hand still shaking as he inspected the small boy for any sign of injury. The boy's wide, tear-filled eyes finally spilled over, a heart-wrenching wail erupting from his tiny frame as the shock of the moment set in. Softly, the man cupped the child's face, his gaze melting with a doting warmth as he tried to soothe the overwhelming fear. As he wiped away the salty tracks on the boy's cheeks, he realized this fragile little fellow was an awakened Omega, abandoned at the intersection by an irresponsible brother who had never shown up. After ensuring the boy reached his school safely, the man retreated into the solitude of a taxi. The driver's greedy suggestions about seeking a reward from the boy's wealthy family fell on deaf ears. To the man, the child was like a piece of walking jelly, far too precious and cute to be tainted by such wretched, stingy thoughts. His mind drifted as the car moved through the city, a faint smile touching his lips at the memory of the boy's innocent face. The taxi pulled up to a towering hospital building where a statuesque man with golden hair and a playful aura was already waiting outside. Young Master Xia didn't waste a moment, his eyes lighting up as he waved the man over to begin the day's appointments. There were several tests to go through, a series of hurdles that like a mountain to climb, but Xia was determined to help him navigate the queue. They walked through the sterile corridors together, the man's rabbit ears drooping slightly under the weight of his growing anxiety. Sitting in the cold waiting room, a sense of profound loss washed over him as he recalled a night from a month ago that had changed everything, leaving him feeling utterly overwhelmed. Xia returned shortly, pressing a cold cup of water into his hands to steady his nerves. The silence between them grew heavy as they sat side by side, the man's eyes downcast as he grappled with a future he hadn't planned for. Xia's voice softened as he took full responsibility for the situation, promising to stay by his side and take care of him until he fully recovered. The man whispered that the physical pain was nothing, his expression distant as if he were already elsewhere. Looking at him with deep pity, Xia reached out to offer comfort, but the man remained still, lost in his own thoughts. Xia tried to lighten the mood by flicking his ear playfully, though the man barely reacted to the touch. To break the tension, she asked about his past, surprised to learn the man had once majored in architecture and management. With a spark of hidden pride, the man showed him the intricate designs saved on his phone, the lines and structure to a life he once dreamed of. Xia leaned in close, their shoulders brushing as he marveled at the incredible talent displayed on the small screen. He asked if the man truly drew them himself, his voice full of genuine wonder. The man felt a pang of envy. While she lived a life of luxury and study, he had been trained only to break an opponent's neck with his bare hands. Xia quickly pulled up a stunning image of a traditional garden, using the beautiful mountain scenery as a clever ruse to exchange contact information so he could send the picture over. Little did they know, in a quiet office nearby, a doctor was being pressured by a mysterious Mr. Xiao to reveal the details of the lop-eared rabbit Omega's examination. The doctor's face paled as he argued that such a request didn't comply with hospital regulations, his voice trembling. But under the weight of an invisible power, he finally succumbed, agreeing to handle the matter as instructed. When he handed the final test results to the man, his hands were steady, but the atmosphere in the room turned ice cold. The man stared at the paper, his breath hitching as he prepared to face a truth his heart already knew but couldn't fully accept. The confirmation of pregnancy blazed on the page, sending a shockwave through his very soul and turning his cheeks a bright crimson. Xia's reaction was explosive. He grabbed the doctor by the collar, his golden eyes burning with a murderous aura as he demanded to know if this was a mistake. The man's calm voice cut through the chaos, commanding Xi to let the doctor go immediately. As they prepared to leave, the doctor offered a forced smile and told them to rest well. But Xia's suspicion lingered. He insisted on taking the man to his own family's hospital for another check, feeling that something was terribly wrong. But that the man stopped him in his tracks, his voice thick with a desperate longing as he confessed that he had nothing else in this world and simply wanted to have this baby. Xia's frustration melted into a soft, wounded expression as he realized the man he didn't want the child, when he was only worried about his health. His phone began to chime incessantly with messages from his old life, a reminder of the shallow world he was trying to leave behind. Annoyed by the constant pings, he deleted the requests and updated his status to warn everyone that he was now a married man and to stay away. A call interrupted his focus, and he snarled into the receiver, his temper finally fraying at the edges. He lashed out at the caller, his words sharp and cold as he headed toward the parking lot. He climbed into his car, still fuming over the mediocre doctor and the secrets hidden in the shadows of the hospital. A soft knock on the car window startled him out of his rage. He looked up to find the silver-haired man standing there, his expression soft and vulnerable. Their eyes locked through the glass in a moment of silent understanding, the tension of the long day finally beginning to ebb away. The man offered a quiet apology for speaking too harshly earlier, his rabbit ears twitching nervously in the cool air. Shia looked at him from the driver's seat, his anger replaced by a sudden, intense focus. A slow, dangerous smirk spread across his handsome face as he leaned out the window, telling the man that if he wanted forgiveness, he would have to pay the price with a kiss. Yan Yi's heart was a fortress of ice as he told the persistent boy that if he couldn't forgive, then he shouldn't bother. Despite the cold rejection, the golden-haired youth wouldn't let it go, desperately trying to bribe his way into a dinner date and a trip. He watched as the rabbit-eared beauty walked away, warning him to stay off the narrow paths where his car couldn't follow. A faint, melancholic smile touched Yan Yi's lips as he reached the quiet tea rooms, the weight of his loneliness heavy in the air. Standing alone on the street, he looked like a delicate painting, a soul seeking a moment of peace amidst the chaos. His phone's vibration shattered the silence, and he pulled it from his coat to find a friend in need of help with moving dried flowers. With a soft sigh, he agreed to head over, grateful for the distraction from his own spiraling thoughts. Far across the city, the traffic was a suffocating sea of metal, reflecting the turmoil in Lu Shangjin's own heart. Clutching a bouquet of blood-red roses, the alpha sat in his car, his handsome features clouded with a rare sense of regret for the harsh words he had spat at Yan Yi the night before. He hoped that a proper apology and a dinner could mend the bridge he had so recklessly burned. Meanwhile, Yan Yi was already hard at work, his slender frame bent over crates of vibrant blooms. He looked healthy and radiant, a contrast to the inner turmoil he carried as he prepared to deliver the heavy boxes. But fate had a cruel sense of timing, and as he turned the corner, he collided with a wall of solid muscle. He stumbled back, his eyes widening in shock as he realized he had bumped into Xiao Wenjing, a dangerous spider alpha. The man's gaze was predatory, noting with a dark curiosity that the mark on Yan Yi's neck had completely vanished. Xiao's eyes shimmered with a terrifying intensity as he loomed over the smaller man. A smirk played on his lips, recalling the power of a certain photo as he offered a mocking greeting. When a paper slipped from Yan Yi's grasp, Xiao was quick to retrieve it, his movements fluid and unsettling. His voice was like silk over a blade as he read the contents aloud, casually announcing that the little rabbit was pregnant. He handed the paper back with a chillingly cheerful congratulation, watching the blood drain from Yan Yi's face. Panic seized Yan Yi as he recognized the man from a past encounter at a club, a shadow from a life he wanted to forget. Xiao's thoughts were far more sinister, calculating the value of Yan Yi's rare A3 gland and how far his powers had fallen since he was forced into a mark. He moved in closer, his presence a suffocating weight as he asked if Yan Yi was all alone. Just as the spider alpha reached out to grab him, the golden-haired lion burst onto the scene, his protective instincts flaring into a white-hot rage. The air crackled with a murderous aura as the boy dropped his cargo, ready to tear the interloper apart. He bared his fangs, warning the older man that moving even an inch would be a fatal mistake. The golden lion's true power manifested, a South American predator capable of bending gravity to his will. Xiao felt the crushing pressure of the alpha's pheromones, his eyes widening at the unexpected strength of this new challenger. Before blood could be spilled, Yan Yi sped between them, his hands trembling as he begged the boy not to fight. But the tension only shifted as a new, even more terrifying pressure descended upon the street. Lu Shangjin had arrived, stepping out of his car like a god of destruction. He lowered his sunglasses, his golden eyes burning with a possessive fire that promised a slow death to anyone touching what belonged to him. In that moment of peak tension, Yan Yi's mind drifted back to a sun-drenched memory from 7 years ago at the Lu family villa. He had been a small, innocent child, shamelessly stealing strawberries from the garden. He had been a tiny lop-eared rabbit, running through the grass with a heart full of wonder. The estate had seemed like a fairy tale castle, a place of magic and music. He had followed the sound of a piano, creeping through the halls with bated breath. Peeking through a doorway, he had seen him, the little prince of the castle. He had fallen in love instantly with the boy playing the piano, his arcling with pure, unadulterated adoration. He watched the little prince's fingers dance across the keys, mesmerized by the melody. He had closed his eyes, losing himself in the music, unaware that his presence had been detected. The young Lu Shangjin had turned, his sharp gaze finding the intruder. Finding the window empty, he had stepped out to find the source of the rustling. Yan Yi had huddled against the wall, his heart pounding, praying he wouldn't be noticed. But the shadow of the little prince loomed over him, and he looked up to find those piercing eyes staring down at him. To his surprise, the prince didn't call the guards. Instead, he looked at the blushing child with a soft curiosity. He found the music of the rabbit's heartbeat interesting, a gentle sound in his cold world. He reached out to pat the soft hair, calling the little rabbit cute with a smile that could melt the winter snow. He had pinched those soft cheeks, his voice a promise as he told him to call him Brother Jin. He had reached out a hand, a statuesque figure even then, promising to protect the little rabbit from then on. Back in the harsh reality of the present, the three alphas stood in a triangle of pure, unadulterated hatred. The air was thick with the scent of war as Xiao Xi and Xiao faced off against the overwhelming power of Lu Shangjin. The pressure was so intense that innocent bystanders nearby collapsed in pain, their bodies unable to handle the clashing pheromones. Yan Yi's cracked the silence, begging them to stop before they destroyed the entire street. The lion boy immediately retracted his aura, his expression softening as he promised to be obedient to his rabbit's wishes. But Lu Shangjin's fury was not so easily quelled as he demanded to know what business the spider elf had with his partner. Xiao Xia could only watch in gritting frustration as the power dynamic shifted. Xiao, never one to miss an opportunity for cruelty, taunted Lu Shangjin about his recent scandals, mentioning the young celebrity he had been seen embracing on a cruise. Lu Shangjin remained stoic, his face a mask of indifference, while Yan Yi stood in the background, his heart breaking all over again. It was true then the reason Lu hadn't answered his calls was because he was busy with another lover. Lu Shangjin sensed the shift in Yan Yi's mood and growled that he was overthinking things, his hand snaking out to grip Yan Yi's wrist in a bruising hold. He didn't offer a gentle touch, only a demand to get into the car where he would provide an explanation. Without another word, he hauled the trembling rabbit away, leaving the other alphas in the dust of his wake. Sunderit. The moment of rejection felt all too familiar as the fragile rabbit-eared youth pulled his hand away, masking his heartache with the hollow claim that he was already used to such coldness. He tried to focus on the simple task of moving flowers, but the air suddenly grew heavy with a suffocating, murderous auras glowing, spiderweb-like threads snared his wrists. A dangerous intruder emerged from the shadows, his presence radiating a predatory charm as he pulled the trembling rabbit into a forced, intimate embrace. The stranger's gaze was mocking, his fingers gripping the youth's chin with a terrifying possessiveness while he taunted those who dared to interfere. Xia Pingxian stood frozen, his own powerful ability useless in this delicate situation. Terrified that any rescue would only result in the fragile rabbit being instantly crushed under the pressure. The tension reached a breaking point until a new shadow loomed, the tyrant himself, his golden eyes burning with a lethal intensity that promised a slow death to anyone who touched his property. The intruder only smirked, threatening to mark the youth then and there, a prospect that sent a jolt of pure terror through the rabbit's soul. But the little rabbit wasn't entirely defenseless. With a sudden, desperate burst of strength, he executed a powerful flip, his legs striking out in a classic rabbit kick that sent the intruder reeling. Amidst a cloud of swirling dust, the youth scrambled for safety while the attacker retreated to the heights, using his wall-walking ability to mock them from the safety of the rooftops. Lu Shangjin's patience had evaporated, his falcon-like instincts taking over as he prepared to seize his prey with the speed of a diving predator. In a blur of motion, he slammed the intruder into the hard pavement, the impact echoing through the street as he growled a warning for the wretch to never touch his things again. The defeated man could only offer a bitter smile, promising that sooner or later, the prize would fall into his hands before he vanished into the night. As the adrenaline faded, the youth knelt among the ruins of his work, his fingers trembling as he tried to gather what remained. He looked up to find the cold emperor watching him, his statuesque figure silhouetted against the moonlight. Fear flickered in the rabbit's eyes, wondering if he was about to face the man's wrath for the chaos he had caused. Without a word of comfort, the tyrant hauled him up by the arm, his grip firm, uncompromising as he marched him toward the car. They sped away, leaving the blonde brother behind to drown in his own loneliness and the bitter realization that he was always the one left behind. Inside the car, the silence was deafening until Lu Shangjin leaned over, his proximity sending the youth's heart into a frantic rhythm as he roughly fastened the seatbelt. The lecture that followed was harsh, a reminder that the rabbit's precious glands were worth billions on the black market, and he was being far too reckless with his own life. The youth could only offer a soft, broken apology, his gaze falling to the man's hand where a wedding ring sparkled, a painful reminder of the bond they shared. A sudden, violent swerve of the car sent a hidden object sliding across the floorboards. The youth's breath hitched as he stared at a magnificent bouquet of deep red roses, their petals shimmering like gems in the dim light. When he dared to ask if they were a gift, the tyrant's only response was a cold command to get out of the vehicle. Panic flared in his chest. Was he being abandoned in the middle of the night again? He stepped onto the pavement, his heart sinking into his boots as the car door clicked shut. But then the man appeared before him, the roses clutched in his hand as he closed the distance. In an instant, the coldness vanished, replaced by a doting embrace that swept the rabbit off his feet, his flushing a brilliant crimson as he realized the roses were meant for him all along. The man's gaze was a suffocating weight, his statuesque form looming over the silver-haired boy with an intensity that made the air in the garden feel thin. He stood there, a powerful alpha asserting his dominance, while the boy sat trembling slightly, his soft rabbit ears twitching in a mix of fear and anticipation. Then, with a suddenness that stole his breath, a massive bouquet of blood-red roses was thrust into his space, their velvet petals shimmering under the moonlight. Was this truly for him? He wondered, his heart hammering against his ribs as the man leaned in close, whispering that for him, everything in this world was available for the taking. The boy's eyes widened, shimmering like fractured glass as the alpha's face came mere inches from his own, the proximity sparking a heat that made his skin prickle. A firm, possessive hand slid around his waist, pulling him flush against a chest that felt like solid marble. The man's breath was a warm caress against his ear as he demanded to know if the message had been understood, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. They locked eyes in a moment of electric silence, the boy's blush deepening under that piercing, golden stare. Was it possible that this cold, intimidating man was actually feeling the green bite of jealousy? The boy mused with a playful tilt of his head. The alpha's composure shattered instantly, his face flushing a brilliant crimson as he stammered a denial, unable to hide his obvious agitation. He vowed to send a fresh bouquet every single day regardless of the cost, yet the boy only smiled softly, murmuring that this single gesture was more than enough to fill his heart. A simple silver band on the man's finger caught the light, a silent vow of a bond that refused to be severed. The man pulled him into a crushing embrace, burying his face in the boy's neck as if he were the only anchor in a chaotic world. The boy melted into the hug, the scent of the man and the roses blending into a dizzying perfume. But the tenderness was short-lived as the man's predatory side surfaced. With a possessive growl, he claimed the boy's neck with a sharp bite, marking him once more and declaring to the world that he was still his and his alone. The boy gasped, his body arching at the sudden claim, the red roses held tightly between them like a shield of passion. He wondered with a racing pulse if he was about to be marked again, the air thick with the alpha's dominant aura. A gentle, almost reverent touch to his cheek was the only answer he received as the man's expression softened for a fleeting second. The boy watched him walk away, feeling small and cherished while clutching the flowers that symbolized his golden cage. Later, in the stifling silence of the car, the boy sat in the back seat with a large, mysterious box, his mind replaying the night's events. The man's eyes flickered to him in the mirror, asking what he was staring at, but the boy simply looked away, hiding his swirling emotions. He held the box as if it were a fragile secret, his knuckles white against the dark cardboard. The man's voice broke the quiet again, confessing that he had never given flowers to another soul, an admission that felt like a heavy stone dropped into a still pond. A quiet acknowledgement was all the boy could manage, his heart heavy with the weight of the man's unexpected sincerity. They arrived at the sprawling, cold mansion, the car pulling into the underground garage with a low hum. The boy was a mess of exhaustion and lingering shock, clinging to his box as the man told him to be a good boy and let go. Without waiting for a response, the man scooped him up in a powerful princess carry, the boy's langling as he was whisked toward the elevator. He murmured a name in his daze, his head resting against the alpha's shoulder, in a rare moment of total surrender. In the quiet of the elevator, the boy looked up with teary eyes, pleading to be marked again, desperate for the security of that painful bond. The man's gaze darkened with a hunger he fought to restrain, his jaw tightening as he looked down at the vulnerable creature in his arms. He leaned down, his voice thick with a protective edge as he told the boy he was far too weak and needed to focus on recovery first. He held the boy closer, a silent guardian against the darkness of the hallway. They moved through the sterile garage, the man's footsteps echoing with a rhythmic, haunting precision. The boy drifted on the edge of sleep, only fully coming to when the man announced they were finally home. There was talk of belongings and calling assistance, but the boy felt like he was floating in a dream. The man brushed off his worries with a casual command, his authority absolute even in the smallest matters. Suddenly, the man's phone buzzed with a message that changed the atmosphere instantly. The news of a child, Xiao Xia's child, sent a ripple of irritation through the alpha, his jealousy flaring again at the thought of the boy being admired by tender fanboys. The boy could only watch as the man's possessive nature took hold, reflecting on how a mark on the glands was the only thing that truly kept other alphas at a distance. They stood in the elevator, the silence between them charged with unspoken words. The man looked at the box with disdain, threatening to throw it away, but the boy clutched it to his chest with a stubborn pout. He insisted he would keep it until it was infested with bugs, a small rebellion in the face of the man's overwhelming control. A ghost of a smile touched the alpha's lips as he led the boy toward a new delivery, the tension momentarily easing into something resembling domesticity. They shared a quiet moment, their chibi forms radiating a rare, sweet warmth. Standing together, they were a picture of power and fragility intertwined. The man's hand reached out, his fingers tracing the velvet soft texture of the boy's rabbit ear. He demanded honesty, his touch a mixture of a caress and a threat as the elevator reached the first floor with a soft chime. They stepped into the apartment, but the boy stopped dead in his tracks. The living room was a disaster zone, furniture overturned and glass shattered, the aftermath of a violent fit of rage. The man shed his coat with a weary sigh, his mind already drifting to the phone call about a child who was now a month old. He paced the room, his voice cold and professional as he discussed meetings and gatherings. The boy listened to the conversation, feeling the distance between their worlds growing as they stood in the same room. The Alpha promised to bring his people, his presence filling the messy room with a chilling authority. While the man was occupied, the boy turned to the red roses, finding solace in the simple task of arranging them. He handled each stem with a delicate touch, a small, sad smile playing on his lips. He discovered a notebook he had lost, a tiny spark of joy in the gloom, wanting to record the few good moments of the day. He clutched it like a treasure, heart swelling with a desperate hope for a peaceful future. He stood on the balcony, the roses a splash of vibrant life against the cold stone of the building. His eyes fell upon a box labeled as rabbit food, a strange and clumsy gesture of care from the man. He picked it up, bewildered by the Alpha's odd way of showing affection. He turned around, sensing a presence behind him. Without warning, the man lunged, grabbing him by the waist and tail in a sudden burst of playfulness that bordered on aggression. The boy let out a startled cry, the box of food slipping from his hands and crashing to the floor as he tumbled backward, caught in the Alpha's unpredictable and suffocating embrace. Lu Shangjin looked at the dusty floor with a frown, his voice laced with a rare tenderness as he told the small, trembling rabbit Omega not to sit on the ground. He reached out a hand, pulling Yan Yi up with a strength that felt both overwhelming and grounding. Yan couldn't help but wonder if the gift being discussed was meant for him, remembering how he used to bring offerings just to catch a glimpse of the Alpha's elusive expressions. Lu Shangjin teased him, mentioning how he only had one cur at home who insisted on eating rabbit food, before promising to take him somewhere for a proper meal. As he gently toyed with the long, soft ears of his companion, he urged Yan to rest, his gaze lingering on the fatigue in the younger man's eyes after a long night of driving. Suddenly, the Alpha's strong arms wrapped around Yan Yi from behind, a possessive embrace that sent a jolt of warmth through his fragile frame. He whispered about seeing a child who was nearly a month old, a statement that made Yan Yi's heart stop for a fleeting, hopeful second. The scent of the Alpha was like a sedative, calming the storm in Yan Yi's chest the moment he felt it surrounding him once more. He was told to go change his clothes, and for a moment, he let himself imagine the impossible, that they were going to see a child of their own. But the reality was simpler. He was finally being allowed into Lu Shangjin's inner circle, a privilege he had been denied for so long that he felt both surprised and deeply honored. Lu Shangjin watched him with a statuesque elegance, his handsome features softening as he gave his approval. Yan Yi practically floated up the stairs, his heart light as he retreated to his own little sanctuary. Entering his rabbit nest, he felt a strange sense of peace as he began to sift through his wardrobe. But as he moved a pillow, he realized the room had been disturbed, the familiar arrangement shifted by hands other than his own. He reached beneath the covers, his fingers brushing against a small hidden box. A photograph slipped out, fluttering to the floor to reveal a memory of the two of them together, frozen in a moment of rare closeness. He didn't even hear the Alpha approach until he saw him leaning against the doorway, watching him with an inscrutable gaze. Yan Yi's voice trembled slightly as he asked if his private things had been touched. Lu Shangjin didn't deny it, admitting he had been searching for something and had happened upon the photograph. In Yan Yi's palm lal sparkling carrot brooch, a birthday gift he had cherished but never felt worthy of wearing. When asked if he wanted to wear it now, a blush crept up his cheeks, his eyes shining with a mix of joy as he confessed it was his most precious possession. Lu Shangjin thought the accessory was a bit childish for a grown Omega, but seeing the pure delight on little Rabbit's face, he decided it was actually quite cute and wouldn't dream of arguing. Elsewhere, the quiet of a grand mansion was broken by the hungry cries of a newborn, a sound that immediately summoned a doting father to the nursery. Tan Meng, a delicate butterfly Omega, stood with his partner, looking every bit the picture of domestic bliss. The Alpha complained playfully about being ignored in favor of the baby, though his eyes were full of nothing but adoration for his family. He cradled the tiny troublemaker, cooing and begging for a sweet sound from the little one. As the hour grew late, they prepared for the arrival of their esteemed guests. From the window, they watched a sleek car pull into the driveway, signaling that the main consort of the Lu family had finally arrived. Lu Shangjin and Yan Yi stepped into the opulent hall, greeted by the warmth of old friends who marveled at how long Yan Yi had been living in seclusion. The reunion was full of lighthearted teasing, with the hosts calling Yan Yi their senior and offering congratulations on his return. Lu Shangjin presented a red envelope, shamelessly riding on the success of the newborn as he showcased a top-of-the-line gift. The atmosphere was filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, a detail carefully chosen to ensure the baby's comfort. Yan Yi looked at Tan Meng with genuine admiration, struck by his ethereal beauty. He couldn't resist reaching out to poke the baby's incredibly soft cheek, his expression turning wistful as he felt the tiny fragile life. Lu Shangjin took the child into his own arms, and though he looked intimidating, he held the bundle with surprising care as Yan Yi hovered nearby, terrified he might accidentally hurt her. Looking at the alpha holding the baby, Yan Yi felt a pang of longing so sharp it was almost suffocating, and he softly asked if Lu Shangjin liked children. The alpha's expression clouded with a sudden, heavy melancholy, his golden eyes darkening as he stared into the distance. He told himself it wasn't the time to think of such things, his heart heavy with secrets he couldn't yet share. Instead, he looked at Yan Yi and asked if he was the only child he needed to care for, a statement that left the Omega stunned and speechless. As the alphas retreated to have a drink, the Omegas were led to a beautiful garden to enjoy a meal prepared with love. Tanmeng played the perfect host, his life a dream of flowers, baking, and a protective partner. A life Yan Yi had long yearned for. Over the meal, the conversation turned to a significant sum of money and a bank card adorned with a butterfly sticker. Tanmeng explained the need to wash the funds so that the dangerous Lu Lin wouldn't be able to trace them. He warned Yan Yi about the terrifying tracking abilities of the peregrine falcon alphas, who could find anyone through their pheromones. A chilling realization washed over Yan Yi as he considered the lack of a permanent mark on his neck. It wasn't a sign of rejection, but a desperate act of protection. As long as Lu Shangjin didn't mark him, the enemies of the family would never be able to locate him. Lu Shangjin sat in the shadows the study, his face a mask of cold determination as he realized just how much he had kept hidden to keep his little rabbit safe from the wolves. In the opulent room, the air was thick with the scent of wine and unspoken regrets as the men discussed the wild, uncontrollable nature of their children. The mention of a playboy turning into a husband brought a sharp retort, a fleeting moment of levity before the world came crashing down. The phone rang, a chilling herald from the hospital that shattered the fragile peace. Every word from the other end was like a jagged blade. They were trying to save him, but failure loomed over them like a dark cloud. Panic surged as the command was given to leave immediately, the urgency in their voices enough to make anyone's blood run cold. At the table, the silver-haired Omega looked up with wide, trembling eyes, his rabbit twitching in fear as he sensed the suffocating anxiety radiating from his alpha. There was no time for explanations, only the desperate need to move to outrun the tragedy that was already unfolding. Despite his own fragile health, he couldn't let his Al face this nightmare alone, even if the hospital was a place of ghosts and bitter memories. They moved through the sterile, white corridors like shadows, the silence of the hospital heavy with the weight of impending doom. Then came the words that no one was prepared to hear. The time of death was 11:33. The alpha sat slumped in the waiting room, his head in his hands, a statue of pure, unadulterated despair as the doctor's apology echoed in the empty space. The realization hit like a physical blow. The Omega wondered if Iflingshin's own child was truly gone. They stood before the nursery window, gazing at the tiny, pitiful life behind the glass, a young peregrine alpha baby, not even a month old, left all alone in a cruel world. It wasn't just any child, but his own little brother, the blood of his blood, and the tragedy of it was almost too much to bear. Lu Shangjin's composure finally fractured, his hand covering his face as he sought the sanctuary of the shadows to hide his tears. He stumbled away, his heart a hollow shell, but his loyal companion was right there, reaching out to steady him with a touch that was both a plea and a promise. In the cold solitude of the bathroom, the alpha finally broke, his reflection a haunting mask of grief as he cursed the very blood that ran through his veins, questioning why he had to be related to such scum. He collapsed into the Omega's arms, a broken king seeking solace, crying out for his Yan Yan in a voice thick with agony. Why was fate so cruel, forcing him to carry the burden of his wretched lineage? But in that moment, there was only the two of them, the Omega releasing soothing pheromones to wrap his alpha in a blanket of safety, promising to take him home where the world couldn't reach them. That night, the moonlight spilled off the bed, illuminating the alpha's defenseless, tired face, a so rare it made the Omega's heart ache. It had been 3 long, agonizing years since he had been allowed into this inner sanctum, 3 years of separation that now felt like a lifetime ago. He sat by the bedside, content just to breathe in the intoxicating scent of his alpha's pheromones, a silent guardian in the dark. When the alpha stirred, his first instinct was to reach out, pulling the Omega into a fierce, possessive embrace as if afraid he might vanish like a dream. He didn't want water or comfort. He only wanted the warmth of the person he had lost, his grip tightening as he buried his face in the Omega's neck. In the quiet of the room, their hearts beat in a frantic, synchronized rhythm, the alpha's need for him as vast and deep as the ocean. He traced the Omega's features with a tenderness that bordered on reverence, a silent apology for every tear shed in the past. Even as they settled into a restless sleep, the alpha refused to let go, his hold a testament to a love that was as dangerous as it was doting. By the next afternoon, the sunlight brought a deceptive sense of normalcy. Lu Shangjin woke to find the bed empty, the sudden silence of the house sending a jolt of alarm through his system. He rushed downstairs, his heart hammering, only to find the Omega in the kitchen, staring at the shards of a broken glass with a dazed expression. The Alpha's worry was instantaneous, his voice sharp with a fear he couldn't hide as he checked for injuries. He was so much more considerate now, his hands trembling slightly as he tended to a tiny cut on the Omega's finger, a gesture that brought a bittersweet smile to Yan Yan's lips. But as he returned with the medicine, his gaze was dark and intense, a look that made the Omega's breath hitch in his throat. Why was he looking at him like that, with a hunger and a sorrow that felt like it could swallow him whole? In the silence of the kitchen, the air crackled with a tension that was both terrifying and irresistible. The tyrant's gaze was colder than the winter snow as he demanded to know why his private things had been touched yet again. The poor rabbit hybrid trembled, his long ears drooping in visible anxiety, as he tried to explain that it happened back at the restaurant when the medicine was missed. Jin Ji's frustration was palpable, a dark aura swirling around him as he massaged his temples in sheer irritation. With a sharp, sudden movement, he slammed a document onto the table, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the silent room. Terrified to his very core, the protagonist retreated, his hands instinctively clutching his stomach as he vowed to take care of it alone without being a burden. He wouldn't bother the man anymore. He just wanted to be left in peace. Dropping to his knees, he let out a heart-wrenching sob, begging for the life of the child he carried and pleading for Jinji not to kill the tiny spark of life inside him. The murderous aura vanished instantly, replaced by a flicker of shock in the man's golden eyes as he realized the depth of the fear he had instilled. He reached out, his large hands surprisingly gentle as he pulled the trembling creature into a firm embrace, seeking to anchor him. He whispered that he never said he didn't want the child, his voice low and soothing as he tried to mend the shattered trust. Their fingers interlaced, a silent promise of protection in the middle of the storm. Jin Ji pressed a tender kiss to his forehead, vowing to love the baby even if it turned out to be a small, fragile rabbit hybrid just like him. As the tension melted into a soft, lingering warmth, the protagonist wondered if he was merely dreaming of such kindness. Jin Ji promised to explain everything once he returned, leaving a lingering sense of anticipation in the air. He reflected on his own life, thinking that at 30, it was finally time to settle down and find stability. Under the velvet shroud of night, they shared a moment of pure vulnerability, protagonist whispering his love in the quiet of the bedroom. The words were a soft litany of devotion, a confession of a heart completely surrendered. They lay together in the aftermath of their passion, a rare moment of peace for their weary souls. Cradled in the man's arms, the protagonist finally felt a sense of belonging. But even in the silence, Jinji was restless, stepping out onto the balcony to smoke as the city lights blurred in the distance. He gazed at the stars, wondering if this child was a gift from the heavens to bring hope to his desolate life. Yet, a shadow of dread crossed his handsome features. If Lu Lin ever found out, this fragile happiness would be crushed in an instant. He extinguished his cigarette with a cold finality, swearing that the secret must remain buried at all costs. Days passed in a domestic haze, the protagonist carefully trimming roses to brighten their home. He arranged the blood-red blooms with a soft smile, his heart full of hope for the future. When an assistant arrived with a box of belongings from the bar, he leafed through his old things with a sense of detachment. He realized a notebook was missing, a small detail that felt trivial now that Jinji was back in his life. He assured the worried assistant that it was okay and he would look for it later. Closing the remaining books, he decided it didn't matter because the notebook was no longer important. He playfully tracked his score for Jinji, noting how the man had gone completely off the charts with his recent kindness. But as the hours ticked by on the wall clock, the house grew unnervingly quiet and he wondered why the man hadn't returned. He checked his phone repeatedly, but there was no answer, only the cold, mechanical voice of a recorded message. Loneliness began to creep back in, a familiar, suffocating weight as he curled up on the sofa, waiting for a sign. Trying to distract himself, he headed to the kitchen to prepare fish soup, humming softly to the baby, and hoping it would grow up soft and gentle. He clutched his apron, his heart fluttering with anticipation for Jinji's return. A sudden sound at the door made his eyes widen in delight, a small, hopeful smile gracing his lips as he turned. He truly believed his love had finally come home. But the smile died instantly. It wasn't Jinji. A group of men in white coats stood in the doorway, their expressions void of any empathy. They moved with a chilling, clinical efficiency, ignoring his panicked questions. With a voice as cold as a morgue, they announced they were there to deal with his fake pregnancy, claiming it was for his own health. The protagonist's blood ran cold. He wasn't faking. He knew the life inside him was real. They didn't listen. One man knelt to prepare a syringe, the glint of the needle reflecting the harsh overhead lights. Despite his desperate struggles and screams for them to let go, he was pinned down like a lab animal while insisting he had been checked. The needle pierced his skin, the cold anesthesia flooding his veins as his strength began to fail. In his final moments of consciousness, he let out a silent cry, his soul screaming for the one person who was supposed to protect him. Tears blurred his vision as he stared at his phone, his last thought a whispered plea of terror. The call disconnected, leaving him in total darkness. When he finally Jinji again, the man's gaze was unrecognizable, colder than the winter snow and filled with a terrifying indifference. The protagonist crawled toward him, begging for mercy, promising be good and obedient if only he would save the child. But Jinji just looked down at him with those sharp, predatory eyes, his expression unreadable. Fragments of a traumatic past flashed through the protagonist's mind, a child alone in a cold, sterile room surrounded by blood. He reached out with trembling hands, terrified of the shadows of his youth. He screamed that they were trying to kill their baby, his voice cracking with desperation. Jinji froze, the mention of the child striking him like a physical blow, but the shock quickly turned to a murderous rage. He lunged forward, his hand snapping around the protagonist's throat in a suffocating grip. He accused the trembling boy of lying, his face contorted with a betrayal so deep it threatened to consume them both. The air in the room turned frigid, heavy with a suffocating pressure that made it hard to breathe as the tyrant looked down at the trembling boy with eyes devoid of any warmth. Lu Shangjin had decided to take matters into his own hands, his heartened by a cold, murderous aura that left no room for mercy. Flanked by white-clad doctors who looked more like executioners in this light, he loomed over the fragile figure before him. Yan Yi's voice cracked as he begged for them to stop, his small hands clutching at his stomach as if to protect the life he believed was there. But Lu's grip was like iron, tightening around the boy's waist with a cruelty that brought tears of agony to his eyes. To Lu, this precious creature had been dirtied by another, a thought that made his blood boil with a possessive rage so intense he felt he had to cleanse the boy himself. He slammed Yan Yi down onto the coalface, ignoring the desperate pleas about a promised love and a baby that was supposed to be their future. The boys were uttering, his mind spinning as he whispered that he truly didn't know what was happening. Lu's eyes flashed with a golden, predatory light as he loomed over his prey, his face twisted in a sneer of pure betrayal. He forced a phone in front of Yan Yi's tear-streaked face, demanding he look at the wretched evidence of his deceit. The grainy surveillance footage showed another man, a lion-eared intruder who had dared to step into the tyrant's territory. Hour after hour, the footage played, mocking Yan Yi's innocence and fueling Lu's darkest suspicions. Yan Yi's cries of pain echoed through the sterile room, a haunting melody of despair that failed to move the man who once claimed to love him. Lu's jaw tightened, his teeth bared in a snarl as he thought about the fake pregnancy that had supposedly occurred while he was away on business. He had spent his days obsessing over every place the boy had visited, watching the surveillance of the lion giving him roses with a heart that was slowly turning to stone. He had even consulted doctors who confirmed that while a fake pregnancy wasn't fatal to a rabbit, it needed to be dealt with immediately. Every rose given, every secret meeting caught on camera felt like a dagger to Lu's pride. He had visited the very room where the scent of another man's pheromones still lingered, a starry scent that belonged to a boy he had never considered a threat. To think that his own wife had been stolen right from under his nose by a mere child was an insult he couldn't endure. He looked at Yan Yi with a mixture of hatred and profound sadness, unable to believe that the one person he thought he knew so would weave such a massive lie just to humiliate him. The boy lay broken beneath him, his rabbit ears drooping in shame as Lu mocked the very idea of the fake report. Lu's fingers dug into the boy's jaw, forcing him to look into the abyss of his anger while Yan Yi could only gasp out that he hadn't lied. With a cruel, twisted smile, Lu whispered that he should have known rabbits were always in heat, never satisfied for even a day. He felt like a fool, his peaceful life ruined by a betrayal he never saw coming. Yan Yi's voice was a mere whisper now, still clinging to the truth of his little rabbit as Lu demanded to know how long he had been unfaithful. He mocked the boy's comfort with a younger man, his words dripping with a poison that sought to destroy whatever was left Yan Yi's spirit. The boy's strength was fading, his body going limp as he whispered a final, broken no. But Lu wasn't finished, his voice booming as he demanded the truth one last time, even as the boy's eyes rolled back in a silent scream of agony. The room fell silent, save for the muffled sounds of a tragedy unfolding behind closed doors. When it was over, Yan Yi lay on the cold floor like a discarded doll, his eyes vacant and his body broken. A dark stain spread beneath him, a grim testament to the life that had been snatched away. Lu turned his back on the carnage, his expression unreadable as he ordered the doctors to take care of the rest. He threw the medical reports to the ground with a flick of his wrist, a gesture of ultimate dismissal. The doctors moved in with clinical efficiency, their only concern being to stop the bleeding of a patient who lost everything. As Yan Yi lay there, his hand trembling as he reached for the paper that branded his love a fake, his heart was heavier than his body. The report stated it was a fake pregnancy, but in his soul, he knew it was real. He had only wanted a little rabbit to keep him company, something to hold on to so he wouldn't miss Lu Shangjin quite so much every lonely night. But now, there was no alpha who loved him, and no little rabbit to bridge the gap. He watched the man he loved walk away, his silhouette disappearing into the darkness. Tears welled in his eyes, blurring the world into a haze of sorrow. With a final shaky breath, he closed his eyes, wishing he could simply disappear along with the child he had lost. Outside, the night was still, the stars indifferent to the tragedy occurring within the silent walls of the mansion. Lu sat in his car, the interior filled with the acrid smoke of a cigarette and the heavy weight of his own regrets. He stared into the darkness, his face a mask of cold fury that barely hid the turmoil beneath. Memories of Yan Yi's terrified flashed before him, a haunting vision that made his own heart throb with an unexpected, sharp pain. He clutched his chest, gasping for air as if the very oxygen had turned to lead. The silence of the car was shattered by his own muffled cry of frustration as he slammed his head against the steering wheel, unable to escape the ghost of the boy he had destroyed. He sat there for a long time, a shadow in the night, caught between his pride and a burgeoning sense of horror. A week passed in a blur of cold silence and mounting tension. In another part of the city, Xia Jingxin's brother paced his office, his lion-like features twisted in anger as he wondered why Lu was ignoring his calls and stalling on their contracts. He knew that the child left behind by his father was destined for a short life of organ failure, and he wondered who could possibly save him now. His temper flared as he shouted that they weren't about to be buried along with the Xia family, just because playing some twisted game. He ordered his assistant to find Lu immediately, his patience having reached its absolute limit. When Lu finally answered, his voice was like ice, mocking the man on the other end of the line. The brother asked if he had helped find Yan Yi, unaware of the storm he was stepping into. Lu's response was a chilling compliment about having such a good little brother. A comment left the man confused and unsettled. Before he could ask more, the line went dead. Sensing something was terribly wrong, the brother ordered the medical reports from Lu's last hospital visit, his protective instincts flaring. Meanwhile, Xia Jingxin sat in his room, surrounded by the quiet shadows of his own longing. He held an old notebook, its pages filled with Yan Yi's handwriting, every word a testament to a love that had never belonged to him. He read about how Lu's score in Yan Yi's heart would drop to negative, only to be filled back to the top by a single kind sentence. His friend watched him with pity, asking if it truly hurt this much to love someone from afar. Xia Jingxin didn't answer, his silence more eloquent than any words could ever be. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the quiet room. His brother stood there, flanked by guards, his eyes burning with a righteous fury. He grabbed Xia by the arm, dragging him toward the door without a word of explanation. Xia struggled, demanding to know what was happening, but his brother's grip was unyielding. A sharp crack rang out as his brother delivered a stinging slap, his voice trembling with rage as he accused Xia of playing with another man's wife. He threw the hospital report at him, the words forced abortion jumping off the page like a curse. Xia's eyes widened in horror, his heart stopping as he read about the pain Yan Yi must have endured. He screamed that it wasn't right, that he had been there during the examination and the pregnancy was real. His brother scoffed, stating that the hospital's diagnosis had never been wrong in decades. If there was a problem, it had to be with the hospital report itself. Xia turned to leave, his only find Yan Yi, but his brother blocked his path. He threatened to disown Xia if he stepped out of that door, his voice a thunderous warning. Xia didn't care, challenging his brother to kill him if he had the guts. As he tried to push past, his brother's aura exploded, activating a gravity manipulation ability that crushed the air from Xia's lungs. Xia collapsed to the floor, the immense pressure pinning him down as he gasped in agony, his eyes still fixed on the door that led to the boy he had failed to protect. The evening settled over the village with a heavy, ominous silence, but inside the house, the tension was thick enough to choke. Xiao Jingzi lay sprawled on the bed, his face in a pillow as if he could hide from the crushing weight of his reality. When the man standing over him mentioned Lu Shangjin, Xiao Jingzi's heart flared with a bitter, jagged resentment. Why should he be the one to apologize to that wretched scum who never even valued Yan Yi? He turned away, his voice muffled by the sheets as he stubbornly demanded an apology for being hit and kept prisoner in his own home. The man's gaze softened into something resembling a doting concern, his voice dropping to a low plea for the boy to just turn around so he could check for any lingering bruises. He noted the slight swelling on the boy's skin, his touch almost tender as he promised to have some boiled eggs prepared to soothe the injury. But Xiao Jingzi had no intention of being a docile pet. With a sudden sharp focus in his eyes, he activated his gravity manipulation, the air shimmering with a suffocating pressure that sent the other man stumbling backward in shock. Seizing the moment, he bolted for the exit, ignoring the desperate cries of the man he left behind as he slammed the door shut and turned the lock with a definitive, metallic click. Meanwhile, in the cold, sterile environment of his office, Lu Shangjin was drowning in a sea of his own frustration. He stared at his phone with a murderous aura, his fingers twitching with the urge to crush the device as he wondered why on earth Yan Yi hadn't reached out to him, yet surely the rabbit should be the one begging for forgiveness. But as the silence stretched, a seed of doubt began to fester like a poisoned wound. He replayed the moment he confronted Yan Yi about the fake pregnancy, remembering hadn't looked guilty at all, only paralyzed by a soul-crushing shock and panic. If it truly was a lie, why would Yan Yi have walked walked so obediently into a hospital for a comprehensive checkup, knowing he would be caught. The pieces of the puzzle began to shift in his mind, revealing a terrifying possibility. What if the hospital report itself was a cruel misdiagnosis or a deliberate setup? A wave of nauseating guilt washed over him as he realized that if he had only been a bit more calm and trusted his partner, he wouldn't have committed such an outrageous, unforgivable act. If Yan Yi hadn't lied, then the poor rabbit must still believe that Lu had intentionally murdered their unborn child. He couldn't let that misunderstanding stand a second longer. He had to find him and ask for the truth before the damage became permanent. Rushing back home, Lu Shangjin's heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird when he found the front door unlocked. The sight inside was a scene from a nightmare. A shattered vase lay on the floor. Red rose pettered like drops of blood across the cold, white tiles. He called out Yan Yi's name with a voice trembling with fear, but only the hollow, mocking echo of his own breath replied. Desperation drove him to search every corner of the house until he reached that small, dark closet where the rabbit used to hide when he was terrified. Yan Yi wasn't there, but he had left something behind, a small, worn notebook. As Lu flipped through the pages with shaking hands, he found words that tore at his very soul entries, describing how he actually loved the roses Lu gave him, and how he cherished the tiny life he believed was growing inside him. The names Yan Lu and Lu Yai were written with fragile hope, only for his own name to be crossed out in a fit of agonizing self-doubt, as if the boy felt he didn't deserve to be part of the family. Suddenly, a familiar, cloying scent filled the room. Poppy-scented pheromones mixed with the sticky, silver glint of a spider's web. Horror dawned on him as he realized Xiao Wenjing had been there, marking his territory. In a place far removed from any warmth, Yan Yi's eyes fluttered open to the sight of cold iron bars. He lay curled on the hard floor of a cage, his body trembling from a sharp, agonizing pain radiating from the gland at the back of his neck. He reached out with weak, shaking hands, wondering in a daze where on earth he had been taken. The click of a light switch heralded the arrival of his tormentor, Xiao Wenjing, who looked down at the trapped rabbit with a predatory, statuesque grace. Xiao shamelessly admitted to his crimes, explaining how he had spent 3 years plotting to snatch the Rare 3 Omega for himself. It was he who had replaced the medical report, orchestrating the tragedy to drive a wedge between the lovers for his own sick benefit. He claimed he was merely freeing 2 tormented souls, but his eyes sparkled possessive glee as he carried the frail Omega out into the garden. He spoke of the beauty of the falling maple leaves, but his words were a threat wrapped in silk. He couldn't wait to remove Lu Shangjin's scent from the boy and replace it with his own mark, turning the legendary lop-eared rabbit into a ruthless weapon in his hands. He mocked the boy's devotion, calling it foolish to cling to a man as cold as Lu. Yan Yi, broken and desperate, begged the tyrant to just take his gland and let him go. But Xiao Wenjing only laughed, stating that only a failure would just take a piece. He intended to plunder the Omega entirely, from body to soul. As he dangled the key before the boy's teary eyes, he made it clear that Yan Yi would remain in that cage, bound by heavy steel chains, until he finally learned how to behave. The delicate rabbit spirit was shattered, a fragile clinging to life through nothing but artificial energy supplements. While the master of the house dined on steak with a deceptively calm grace, a call from the young master Wenchi shattered the silence. The boy's voice was a mixture of pouting and longing, wondering why his big brother had not come to pick him up from school as promised. It was a classic case of a doting sibling hiding a darker nature. He claimed to be too busy, promising to return next week while the little one complained about having to walk home alone. Even when offered a driver, the stubborn child had refused, preferring to nurse his hurt feelings. He even lectured his older brother on his foul language, a sweet moment that earned a rare, genuine-looking smile from the man in the blue robe. But the second the call ended with a play kiss, the warmth vanished from the elder's face, replaced by a chilling void. A new driver had to be found immediately, someone who would not fail the young master again. With a flick of his wrist, the phone was discarded back to the waiting maid, the brief mask of humanity tossed aside. As night fell like a heavy shroud over the estate, the master changed his attire and descended into the depths of the villa to visit his captive, questioning if the poor thing was suffering from painful cramps. There, huddled on the cold floor of a literal cage, was the lop-eared rabbit Omega, Yanji, trembling in a state of pathetic, beautiful misery. Without a word of protest, he was swept up into the man's arms, a small, broken doll against a broad chest. The captor's touch was possessive as he offered a massage, whispering poison into the rabbit's ear about how much more faithful he was than that wretched Lu Shangjin. He spoke of their high compatibility, a staggering 87%, claiming that the other man was simply wasting a God-given gift by not marking him. Why would a natural-born killing machine choose to rot in a kitchen smelling of cooking oil when he could be so much more? Yan Yi's gaze was hollow, questioning why this man looked at him with such unsettling intensity. Did he really hate the cage that much, or was he just waiting for the right moment to strike? In his desperation for comfort, the rabbit finally pleaded for soothing pheromones, his pride crumbling under the weight of his trauma. The master's hand stroked his hair, a predator comforting his prey. But Yan Yi was not always this fragile. There was a time at the shooting range where his true nature sparkled. Behind those tactical glasses, the master had shown him the art of the kill, his muscles tensed as he took aim with lethal precision. He had promised to protect the little rabbit, releasing a suffocating pressure of pheromones that made every other man in the room break into a cold sweat. The sheer dominance of his aura was enough to make even the toughest recoil in fear. As they walked through the training grounds, the master had played the role of a mentor, asking if the boy remembered how to handle a weapon. He moved with the grace of a god, reloading with a click that sounded like a death knell. A single shot, and the target was pierced through the heart, a testament to his god skill. He had invited the rabbit to play, offering a standard police-issue handgun as if it were a toy. He patted the boy's head condescendingly, telling him to pick something he liked. But the little rabbit had different plans, picking up a massive sniper rifle that could supposedly kill a dinosaur. The master's cool facade cracked into a comical shock, begging them down the expensive machinery before he bankrupted the training ground. Instead, Yan Yi opted for dual-wielding pistols, his slender fingers gripping the cold steel with a familiarity that chilled the blood. The master worried about the recoil, fearing the boy was too thin to handle the kickback of two guns at once. The rabbit commanded him to move aside, his voice cold and devoid of his usual submissiveness. In a blur of motion and gunpowder, he unleashed a hail of bullets, his eyes sharp and murderous. 4 shots, 4 moving targets, a new record that left the onlookers speechless. As the smoke curled from the barrels, he looked every the elite assassin he was born to be. It was almost adorable how he pouted afterward, realizing his civilian clothes lacked a tactical belt to holster his prizes. He had not worn one in many years, a small detail that hinted at a long-forgotten past of violence. He took aim again, his focus unbreakable. Watching him, the master finally understood the obsession. Lu Shangjin had not fallen for a weak Omega. He had fallen for a god of war, and in this light, the rabbit was simply too hot to handle. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the wretched husband Lu Shangjin was drowning in a sea of regret. His security team confirmed the worst. Yan Yi had not been kidnapped. He had walked out willingly, surrendering himself to the enemy spider. The realization hit Lu like a physical blow, his twisting in a mask of agony. Why could the rabbit not just listen to his reasons? He tried to justify his cruelty, thinking he was only protecting the boy from a dangerous pregnancy, but the guilt was a suffocating pressure. He had been wrong to take matters into his own hands just to teach him a lesson. As he sat in the dark, the smoke from his cigarette curling like the ghosts of his mistakes, he finally admitted that he was wrong. The rabbit had been powerless, trapped in a rut and traumatized, and Lu had left him defenseless. When a business partner called to discuss a contract, Lu finally snapped. He did not give a damn about deals or money. He screamed into the phone that he was looking for his rabbit and nothing else mattered. The man on the other end tried to be reasonable, but Lu was past the point of sanity. He would not sign a single paper, would not breathe another calm breath, until he found the one he had so foolishly thrown away. The heavy door creaked open as Xia Jingchen stepped into the room, his eyes immediately landing on the man hunched over the computer in the dim light. He couldn't believe his eyes, his brow furrowing in a mixture of confusion and growing irritation as he observed the man's frantic state. Marching forward, he demanded to know if Lu Shangjin had truly lost his mind, his voice trembling with disbelief as he gripped the man's shoulder. Why on earth was he using restricted PBB privileges just to enable illegal location tracking? Lu Shangjin didn't even look up, his voice and hollow as he explained that Yan Yi had been snatched away by Xiao Wenjing, a man whose movements were ghosts in the wind. Without these extreme measures, there was no way to find where his beloved was being hidden in this vast, cruel world. Sensing the desperation radiating from him, Xia Jingchen reluctantly produced a USB drive, watching as Lu Shangjin shoved into the port with trembling fingers. The screen flickered to life with stolen data, revealing the shadow of Lu Ren moving within base's laboratory and replacing the commander. Xia Jingchen warned him that using these illegal restrictions would leave a trail straight back to him, but Lu Shangjin was past the point of caring about the consequences. He buried his face in his hands, the weight of his sins and the terrifying certainty of losing Yan Yi crushing the breath from his lungs. In his mind's eye, he saw the boy trapped behind cold iron bars, a small, trembling figure huddled in the darkness of a cage. He could almost hear the boy's silent cries, imagining him terrified and alone, desperately wishing for his alpha to come and take him home. If only he would come back, Lu Shangjin promised himself he would forgive everything if the boy just rushed into his arms and apologized. But reality was a harsh mistress, and he barked at Xia Jingchen to get out and leave him to his misery. Xia Jingchen lingered at the door, his expression unreadable as he looked back at the wreck of a man collapsing on the sofa. He remembered the history between them, the bitterness of the past resurfacing like a poison. His heart skipped a beat as the tension in the room spiked to a suffocating level. Standing tall, he confronted the alpha, demanding to know what he truly intended to do. He wouldn't let his brother be the scapegoat again, reminding Lu Shangjin of the scars from 10 years ago and the tragedy of a lost child that still haunted their families. The air turned frigid as Lu Shangjin dared him to repeat those words, his murderous aura flaring as he leaned over the table. Xia Jingqian didn't flinch, declaring that if his brother was harmed, their alliance and their friendship were dead. An assistant rushed in, trying to pull the agitated man away before blood was spilled in the office. They finally sat, though the silence between them remained thick with resentment and unsaid words. Suddenly, a phone buzzed. A call from the very person they were discussing. Xia Jingqian answered in a panic, his voice trembling as he spoke to his brother on the other end. Lu Shangjin snatched the device away, his voice low and desperate as he offered a rare, gravelly apology. But the apology wasn't for the man on the other end. It was a plea for the one he had failed, the one he had driven away. On the balcony of a distant skyscraper, the other man sighed, admitting he should never have pursued Yan Yi just because of their high compatibility. He regretted the flowers, the intrusion, and the presumptuous way he had chased after someone else's heart. But what he regretted most was touching Yan Yi's back when the boy was at his most vulnerable. Hearing this, Lu Shangjin's blood boiled, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the table, his mind filled with jealous images of another man comforting his omega. He remembered how Yan Yi would only whisper his name even in a drugged, painful sleep. He recalled the days of feeding him strawberries, a memory now tainted by the knowledge of how much the boy had suffered under his cold neglect. The voice on the phone continued to drill into him, questioning why he would mark the boy if he never intended to take responsibility for his life. Lu Shangjin listened in a hollow silence, the truth cutting deeper than any blade. He ended the call, the silence of the room becoming deafening. Xia Jingqian urged him to think, but Lu Shangjin's mind was a chaotic storm of regret. He was desperate to explain, to fix the misunderstanding, as long as it brought Yan Yi back to his side. It was all a horrible misunderstanding, one that was tearing his world apart from the inside out. When Xia Jingqian mentioned that an alpha could use pheromones to someone across the country at the cost of their own life force, Lu Shangjin didn't hesitate for a second. He stood up, a terrifying golden aura erupting from his body, as he prepared to overdraw his very soul for a single trace. Light exploded through the room as the tracking ability was forced to its absolute limit, shattering the peace of the night. Xia Jingqian screamed for him to stop, terrified that the man would kill himself from the sheer strain on his glands. He frantically called for an ambulance as Lu Shangjin's body began to fail, his skin turning pale as he pushed past the point of no return. The strain was too much, his gland energy depleting, until there was nothing but a cold, empty void. Even as he collapsed, Lu Shangjin's mind scanned over 20 provinces, searching through the static for a single familiar scent. He fell to the floor, his vision blurring into darkness as he realized he had found nothing but silence. His body gave out entirely, leaving him a broken, unconscious shell on the ground. As his consciousness faded, a faint, tragic smile touched his lips, perhaps dreaming of the innocent boy he had once known. Meanwhile, in a hidden facility, a young omega with soft rabbit ears was far from the damsel in distress Lu Shangjin imagined. He was in a state-of-the-art gym, his muscles rippling as he effortlessly pulled weights that would crush a normal alpha. His captor, a dark-haired man with a dangerous smirk and a black choker, watched him with predatory interest. Yan Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression stoic and cold despite the grueling workout. The man reached out, playfully tapping the Omega's nose and asking if he was tired of this game. Yan Yi admitted he was a bit exhausted, his tone flat and guarded as he clutched a bottle of milk. In a moment of strange, suffocating domesticity, the captor suggested he take a shower and prepare for dinner. But the tension remained as Yan Yi on he would finally be allowed to leave this golden cage, only to be met with a cold refusal. The man offered to increase the training equipment to 250 kilograms instead, a twisted form of compensation for his freedom. Fine. Make it 300 kilograms, then Yan Yi replied, his spirit unbroken and his eyes burning with a quiet fire. After cleaning up, he emerged with a towel around his neck to find a lavish dinner waiting for him. He looked at the plate of smoked ham and asked with a hint of dark humor why there was no rabbit meat on the table. The captor simply smiled, noting that he had switched the menu to vegetarian out of oversight, privately musing on how this spider of an omega was as unpredictable as he was dangerous. The atmosphere on the grand staircase was thick with unspoken tension as the enigmatic man paused, his sharp gaze lingering on the delicate figure behind him. With a smooth, predatory grace, he reached out to graze the lower lip, his touch a dangerous mix of a threat and a promise as he whispered that people should learn to enjoy life and find solace in high-compatibility alphas. The silver-haired boy remained frozen, his fingertips hovering over the spot where the man's skin had against his own, his mind reeling from the sudden, suffocating pressure of such an intense presence. Beneath that calm facade, the man's eyes with a dark, possessive light as he contemplated the treasures hidden within this fragile creature. He took the boy's hand in a deceptively gentle grip, instructing him to wait patiently at the restaurant while he handled a brief matter outside. Shadows loomed as his subordinates reported a breach in the training ground's security, the surveillance cameras silenced by an unknown hand. The man's expression hardened into a mask of cold authority, ordering his men to investigate the disturbance with a voice that brooked no argument. Armed guards surrounded him as they descended into the belly of the facility, their weapons drawn and ready for the impending storm. Emerging from the darkness, a gang of ruthless gland hunters blocked their path, led by an alpha with the jagged teeth of a man-eating shark. The shark-like leader sneered, his eyes scanning the area for the high-level omega he had sensed, mocking the man's inability to protect his territory. He demanded to know where the prize was hidden, his aura radiating a murderous bloodthirst that made the air itself feel heavy. The black-haired man simply offered a chilling smile, playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse as he claimed the visitors had likely already departed. Infuriated by the dismissal, the hunter bared a tattoo on his collarbone, revealing himself as a high-ranking member of a dangerous organization and warning that he wasn't one to be toyed with. The man analyzed his opponent with calculated precision, knowing that while a spider might struggle against a shark's raw power, he would never allow anyone to lay a finger on his precious floppy-eared rabbit. As the shark leader raised his weapon, the very atmosphere seemed to ignite with the scent of impending slaughter. The man stood his ground, unfazed by the barrel of the gun pointed at his chest. Suddenly, a silver blur descended from the rafters, the rabbit boy appearing like a vengeful spirit with twin katanas flashing in the dim light. With a lethal, cold efficiency, the boy struck, his face splattered with blood as he silenced the predator who dared to threaten his home. The man watched in silent awe, his heart racing not from fear, from a sudden, overwhelming surge of adoration for this ruthless, beautiful creature. A dark, thorny obsession began to bloom within his chest, a realization that this wild spirit belonged to him and him alone. He watched the boy's every move, his pulse thundering with the conviction that this heart was meant to be his prize. The boy stood over the fallen hunter, his breathing ragged, the deadly steel in his hands still dripping with the remnants of the battle. He looked down at the defeated alpha with a gaze that was both empty and terrifyingly sharp. His eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the identification number on the hunter's skin, a flicker of recognition or perhaps of trauma crossing his face as he muttered the sequence under his breath. Seeing their leader fallen, the remaining hunters were seized by a primal terror, screaming for their lives as they scrambled to escape the silver-haired demon. They fled into the night, the heavy doors slamming shut behind them as if to seal away the nightmare they had just witnessed. When the reinforcements finally arrived, they found the room bathed in a tense silence. The man stepping forward claimed the boy's attention with a gentle touch. In a sudden, defensive reflex, the boy swung his blade, the cold steel pressing against the man's throat as he demanded to know when he would finally be allowed to leave this place. The man didn't flinch. His gaze softened with an unsettling, doting warmth as he asked what the boy could possibly want to do out there in the world. The boy's eyes widened, the sheer intensity of the man's stare making him tremble with a mix of confusion and fear. The man leaned in closer, his voice a low hum as he questioned why there was even a need to leave when everything he required was right here. He pulled the boy into his personal space, noting how the boy's memories of the previous night seemed clouded, even as the scent of blood still lingered in the air. His hand slid to the back of the boy's neck, his fingers brushing against the sensitive gland as he praised the quality of the blades the boy held. He asked if the boy liked the gift, his eyes never leaving the silver-haired youth's face. Leading him away with a possessive arm draped over his shoulders, the man promised to show him a vast armory filled with even more legendary weapons. The boy looked up, his voice small and filled with a heart-wrenching uncertainty as he asked the man who he really was. The man paused, a faint, melancholic smile playing on his lips as he introduced himself as Xiao Wenjing, a name the boy had once spoken with familiarity. He leaned down, his face inches from the boy's, declaring with absolute certainty that he was the one under the boy's command. As he spoke, a fragment of a memory flashed in the boy's mind, a vision of this same man in a formal suit, looking at him with a gaze that was both familiar and haunting. The boy searched the man's smiling face, wondering why this stranger felt more like a part of his soul with every passing second. He felt a phantom touch on his cheek, a memory of a closeness that transcended their current reality. Lost in a void of missing pieces, he reached out as if trying to catch a flickering flame of his lost past. The weight of the missing memories became a physical pain, and he clutched his head as a silent cry escaped his lips. Instantly, the man was there, sweeping the boy into his arms in a protective, princess-style carry, whispering that everything was okay now. He held the boy close to his chest, marveling at the contrast between the lethal warrior he had just seen and this trembling, vulnerable creature who now sought refuge in his embrace. To the man, the boy was an irresistible enigma, stunningly fierce in combat, yet capable of melting even the most malicious heart when he surrendered to his grievances. He carried the precious burden through the quiet halls, his possessive grip tightening as he savored the feeling of the boy's soft breathing against him. To him, having an omega like this was a blessing he would never let go. Later that evening, the atmosphere shifted to one of domestic intimacy as they stood in the quiet of their shared quarters. The boy, now dressed in soft blue pajamas, looked down with a blush, wondering aloud if he was supposed to sleep there. Before he could retreat, the man's arms wrapped around his waist from behind, a low voice asking if he had forgotten that he always slept here. The boy's heart hammered against his ribs as the man leaned in, the proximity making his head spin with a dizzying heat. He turned to look at the man, his eyes searching for the truth in that doting expression. As they sat together, their hands naturaled each other, the man's larger palm grounding the boy's restless spirit. It was then that the boy noticed the gold band on the man's finger, a perfect match to the one he wore himself. His breath hitched as he realized the rings were identical, a silent testament to a bond he couldn't remember. The man confirmed his deepest suspicion, whispering that they had been married for a very long time. The boy could only stare, the word marriage echoing in his mind like a forgotten melody. He closed his eyes, trying to reconcile this devoted husband with the fragmented memories of his past self. In his mind, he saw glimpses of a different life, one where he was a fickle creature, flirting with other alphas and bringing them home just to see the man's reaction. He remembered a version of himself that was cold and distant, even when the man looked at him with such pained, yearning eyes. The man buried his face in the boy's shoulder, his voice trembling with a rare vulnerability as he asked if there was something wrong with him and why the boy seemed to dislike him so much. The raw insecurity in the powerful man's voice pierced through the boy's confusion, leaving him to wonder what kind of tragic love story had led them to this point. "Hey!" The air in the room was thick with a suffocating guilt as he whispered an apology for the terrible things he had done. He pulled the fragile youth into a possessive embrace, his arms like a cage that the poor creature couldn't escape. A dark, predatory played on his lips as he realized the peregrine he'd injected was finally clouding the other's mind, weaving a web of beautiful lies. His eyes, sharp and calculating, watched every flicker of confusion on that pale face. The youth could only lie there, his strength failing as the shadow of his captor loomed over him, his fingers at the sheets in a desperate, silent plea. But there was no one to hear him. He was being consumed by a love that felt more like a slow-acting poison, a darkness that was both terrifying and strangely warm. His eyes drifted shut, his consciousness slipping away under the weight of that heavy gaze. The man leaned in closer, his presence overwhelming, a monster hidden behind a handsome mask. Every word he spoke was a honeyed trap, meant to ensnare the heart of the one he had broken. With a sudden sharp cry, he bared his teeth, ready to claim what he believed was rightfully his. He bit down hard on the sensitive skin of the neck, marking the youth as his own property for all the world to see. The youth let out a pained gasp, his body arching under the cruel intensity of the mark. He was left trembling and broken, a fallen angel in a gilded cage. All those chaotic memories were supposed to be forgotten, buried deep under the weight of this new, artificial reality. He lay there, a shell of his former self, staring into the void of his own mind. The man promised to be gentle from now on, his voice a silk thread wrapping around a shattered heart. But as a sudden cry echoed from the hallway, he had to pull himself away from his prize. He stood up, adjusting his clothes with the cold indifference of a king leaving his chambers. Outside the door, he found a small child, a tiny mirror of his own dark features, crying in the shadows. The boy was a mess of tears and snot, his little heart breaking for a reason the man couldn't yet grasp. He scooped the child up, his expression softening only for this one precious life. But the child's words struck him like a physical blow, pleading with him not to bully the kind rabbit who had saved him. The truth began to unravel as the boy learned how the rabbit had risked everything to pull him from the path of a speeding car. The man froze, the weight of his own cruelty suddenly pressing down on his chest. His mind raced back to the cold, impersonal streets where destiny had almost taken his son. He remembered the frantic grip on the steering wheel, the panic that had once clawed at his throat. He had been searching for a ghost, never realizing the savior was right in front of him. A sharp click of the tongue betrayed his frustration at his own blindness. He looked back at a memory of a sun-drenched day where he had stood with a companion who had once been his everything. Back then, he had challenged the other to catch up to him, never imagining they would drift so far apart. Now, sitting alone in his car, he felt the crushing weight of regret, wishing he could undo every mistake. He just wanted him back, no matter the cost, no matter how many lies he had to tell. Returning to the present, he looked at the two most important people in his life, feeling a strange hollow ache. The youth stood there, looking lost and small in his oversized pajamas. The child immediately reached out, calling for his beloved bunny with wide, tear-filled eyes. He wanted a hug, a bit of warmth to chase away the lingering fear of the dark. The youth gathered the boy into his arms, releasing soothing pheromones that smelled like safety and home. He tried to reassure the child that the man wasn't a bad person, even if he didn't quite believe it himself. They moved toward the dining room, a picture-perfect family built on a foundation of secrets. At the table, the youth carefully began to peel shrimp, his movements slow and deliberate. The child grumbled about the taste of the healthy food, his cheeks puffed out in a cute display of defiance. He was told that eating his vegetables would keep his skin clear and his body strong. The boy finally relented, though he still looked suspicious of the green things on his plate. The youth reached out to pinch those chubby cheeks, a small, genuine smile finally touching his lips. The man watched them, a predator momentarily tamed by the domestic scene before him. He teased the boy about eating by himself, acting like the doting father he was supposed to be. Then, he took over the task of peeling the shrimp, his hands moving with an elegance that felt almost performative. He placed the succulent meat on the child's plate, ensuring his family was well fed. But as the youth watched those smooth, perfect hands, a ghost of a memory began to haunt him. He remembered another alpha, someone whose hands weren't so polished or dexterous. Those hands had been covered in scars, the rough marks of a life spent in the trenches of struggle. That man had struggled to peel shrimp, often cutting his own fingers in the process just to give him the best pieces. He searched his clouded mind, wondering if that scarred alpha was the man sitting across from him now. But the pieces didn't fit, and the feeling of wrongness grew until it was a physical weight. He felt a wave of guilt wash over him, thinking it was a sin to dream of another man while his family was right here. The child noticed the last shrimp being given away, wondering why his bunny looked so incredibly sad. He could sense the sorrow radiating from the youth, a grief that no amount of comfort could heal. With a heart full of pure, selfless love, the boy offered his own food back to his savior. He begged the bunny to eat, his little voice a beacon of light in a room filled with shadows. The youth looked down at his own flat stomach, a phantom sensation telling him that a life should have been growing there. He felt a void where a child should have been, a tragic loss that he couldn't remember but could never forget. Because the moonlight filtered into the silent room, illuminating the fragile figure of the little rabbit as he slept soundly, oblivious to the world's cruelty. A shadow loomed in the doorway, a presence both intimidating and silent as death as he stepped into the sanctum of their sleep. It was him, the man whose very name commanded fear. Here he stood, his murderous raw suppressed as he looked upon the two most precious beings in his life with a gaze that had finally softened. His hand, capable of ruthless violence, reached out with unexpected tenderness to brush the hair of the child who had lost everything to the heartless greed of gland hunters. He remembered the beautiful, tragic lie he had told, promising the boy that his parents had become stars watching over him just to keep his innocent world from shattering into a million pieces. To the world, he was a monster, but to this child, he was the only anchor left in a sea of darkness. Turning his gaze to the one who had saved the boy, his heart swelled with a gratitude he didn't know how to voice, a debt he could never fully repay. As those silver-gray eyes fluttered open, the protagonist looked up, sensing the heavy, suffocating emotions swirling in the man's heart. Instinctively, he released a wave of soothing pheromones, a sweet, calming scent meant to chase away the man's lingering shadows and bring him a moment of peace. He swore a silent, fierce vow to protect this fragile little Omega and the child, ensuring they would never again be prey for the monsters of their past. Holding the boy close in a doting embrace, he felt a surge of protective love that transcended biology, a bond forged in blood and survival. The man watched them, a statuesque figure of quiet devotion, as he gently pulled the covers over their sleeping forms, guarding their rest like a silent sentinel. In the stillness of the night, they were a picture of domestic bliss, a stark and beautiful contrast to the blood-soaked world that waited outside their door. Leaning down, his barely brushed the air as he whispered a desperate, silent apology for all the pain and neglect he had forced them to endure. But the morning brought a return to his cold, ruthless reality, his voice like ice over the phone as he demanded absolute accountability for the car accident that had nearly stolen his son's future. Even in the midst of his calculated fury, he couldn't help but stop at a bakery, his eyes lingering on the sweet treats he knew the boy loved. He ordered the finest honey mango millefeuille, a small, sugary piece offering for the child who brought the only light into his life. The shopkeeper's comment about how much children adore such desserts brought a rare, genuine smile to his face, momentarily erasing the sharp lines of his intimidating features. For a fleeting moment, he wasn't a tyrant or a cold-blooded leader. He was simply a father trying to make his son happy. He made sure to get enough for both of them, his heart feeling lighter than it had in many long, lonely years. Under the falling autumn leaves, he found them waiting on a park bench, a scene so picturesque and peaceful it felt like a fragile dream he might wake from at any second. He approached with the gift in hand, his presence immediately drawing their attention and brightening the atmosphere. The little guy was a whirlwind of energy, chattering away so quickly that the man could only wonder if the boy ever actually stayed awake long enough to learn anything in class. They sat together on the bench, the space between them filled with a complicated, burgeoning warmth that neither was quite ready to name. Then, with a proud sparkle in his eyes, the boy declared his love in 8 different languages, a feat of sheer, weaponized cuteness that could melt even the stoniest heart. The protagonist watched in silent awe, realizing the man beside him was far more than just a killing machine. He was a person capable of profound, soul-stirring tenderness. The boy's innocent joy was infectious, his face glowing with a happiness that felt almost sacred in its purity. When the gift was finally presented, the air was thick with the sweet anticipation of a child's delight. The child's eyes widened at the sight of the beautiful package, his heart overflowing with the simple joy of being remembered. As they shared the dessert, the boy playfully insisted on hearing those special words in every language the man knew, his sparkling eyes demanding a confession. The man looked at the rabbit-eared youth, a heavy, unspoken promise hanging between them in the golden afternoon light, more meaningful than any spoken word. Flustered and overwhelmed by the intensity of the man's gaze, the protagonist could only look away, his heart racing against his ribs like a trapped bird. "I love you, honey," the man whispered, the words carrying a weight of sincerity that went far beyond a simple endearment. This was the life he had secretly longed for, peaceful, secure, and filled with the healing warmth of a family he had once thought impossible. Watching the boy eat with such gusto, he felt a sense of comfort and belonging he had never known in his cold palace of power. Yet, for the protagonist, a nagging sense of loss remained, a feeling that something vital had been scattered by the wind, leaving only empty, aching spaces where his memories should be. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was far from peaceful, as teacher Jiang sat on the curb, her face stained with the bitter tears of pure desperation. She had been cornered in the principal's office, accused of negligence and threatened with the total loss of her livelihood. She pleaded for mercy, her voice cracking as she spoke of her divorce, her child, and the crushing weight of a mortgage she could never pay alone if she were fired. But the world was cruel to the weak, and she was told she must face the terrifying wrath of the Shao family without any hope of protection. As she sobbed in the shadows of the looming buildings, she didn't notice the sleek black car idling nearby, watching her every move. Inside, the man stared at the report in his hands, his expression darkening into a mask of cold fury as the truth finally came to light. It was a calculated conspiracy of discord, a targeted attack on Yan Yi's very essence by someone who should have been family. Guilt gnawed at his soul, a suffocating pressure as he realized he had failed to protect the one person who truly mattered. He slammed his fist against the steering wheel in a fit of silent rage, the isolation of the car amplifying his internal torment. Every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by Yan Yi's helpless, pleading face, a vision that mocked his supposed power. "Is my little rabbit okay?" he wondered, the question a sharp, painful ache that throbbed in his chest with every heartbeat. He remembered the sight of Yan Yi curled in pain, a fragile soul pushed to the absolute brink by his own coldness and arrogance. The weight of years of neglect pressed down on him, a realization that he had been the true villain in Yan Yi's story all along. He understood now that true love required total sacrifice, a lesson learned through the bitter lens of regret. A single tear escaped his stoic mask, tracing a path down his cheek as he finally allowed himself to mourn the heart he had so carelessly broken. He sat there, a broken man in a luxury car, while outside, the teacher continued to weep for her own ruined life and uncertain future. She was terrified of the scandal and the headlines, her fragile pride the only thing keeping her from collapsing entirely on the cold pavement. Suddenly, taxi pulled up, and a familiar face offered her a lifeline in the form of a ride and a sympathetic ear in her darkest hour. It was the former driver, another soul discarded by the Shao family's ruthless whims, now offering a moment of unexpected kindness. From the shadows of his own vehicle, the man watched them with a predator's intensity, his sharp eyes missing nothing of their interaction. He followed the taxi silently, a dark ghost stalking his prey through the winding city streets. He sat in the same restaurant, hidden in plain sight as he listened to their whispered secrets over the clatter of dishes. A leaflet for the notorious gland hunters was passed between them, a dangerous spark of information in a volatile situation. The teacher's eyes darted around nervously as she prepared to reveal a secret that could change the fate of everyone involved. She spoke of a hidden, terrifying potential she had discovered during a routine health checkup, a secret she had kept buried for far too long. The driver gasped in sheer disbelief, the revelation hitting him like a physical blow to the chest. The man in the shadows tightened his grip on his cup, finally understanding exactly why the boy had been kept under such suffocating, constant protection. A cold, calculating light returned to his eyes as he looked at the weeping woman. She was no longer just a victim, but a perfect tool to be used in his grand, vengeful design. He remembered how he used to worry that even a few days without shaving would be too rough for the little rabbit skin, which was always so soft and tender. He was haunted by the thought that he must never hurt the boy while trying to console him, a gentleness he had long since abandoned. He adjusted his shirt, his handsome features etched with a silent, brooding intensity as he prepared for the day ahead. Stepping out of his sleek black car, his presence was as cold and imposing as a statue, commanding the space around him. He was certain that as long as he could track the scent of those mandragora pheromones, he would eventually find Xiao Wenqi and the one who had fled his side. His mind drifted back to the moment he first found the boy, a precious soul tucked away in a cardboard box like a gift from the heavens. But the scent he caught in the present wasn't the one he craved. It was merely the innocent sweetness of a little girl's milk ice cream. He stood paralyzed by the realization that he was chasing a ghost, his heart heavy with a longing that no amount of power could satisfy. He looked toward the sprawling manor, a place that should have been a sanctuary but had become a cold palace of his own making. He remembered the boy waiting in the kitchen, his rabbit ears drooping with exhaustion as he poured his love into meals that would never be eaten. The sight of that untouched food being thrown into the trash was a bitter reminder of the devotion he had so callously discarded. Even when met with neglect, the boy would still look up and softly ask if he was hungry, his eyes filled with a hope that was never met. Now, the weight of his regret was a suffocating pressure, realizing how deeply he had wronged the one person who truly cared for him. He punched the side of his car in a fit of self-loathing, desperate to go back and make up for all the years of pain he had caused. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught his eye, a sight so familiar it made his heart stop in his chest. There, on the back of a motorcycle, was the very person he had been searching for, his soft hair fluttering in the wind. He screamed the name Yanyan with a desperation that bordered on madness, but the world around him was too loud to hear his plea. His heart shattered further when he saw a small child clinging to the boy's waist, a picture of a life that no longer included him. He lunged forward, pushing through the crowd as he frantically called out for the one who was slipping away. The boy's eyes were cold and distant, a far cry from the sparkling adoration that used to greet the protagonist. Sitting behind him was a man with a dark, murderous aura, his protective stance making it clear that he was now the one who guarded the rabbit's heart. The stranger leaned in close, his presence a suffocating reminder of everything the protagonist had lost. They shared an intimacy that felt like a physical blow, a closeness that the tyrant had never allowed himself to enjoy. The dark-haired man lifted the child with a doting smile, treating the little one with a tenderness that the protagonist had never mastered. He handed the child a small treat, his expression softening in a way that only a true family could understand. They stood together like an untouchable unit, discussing the child's school day while the protagonist watched from the shadows of his own making. The stranger gave the boy advice on how to fight back against bullies, his words sharp and protective, a true guardian for the innocent. As the child skipped away toward the school, the group shared a moment of playful warmth that felt like a knife to the tyrant's pride. The protagonist watched them walk away, the realization that he was a stranger in their story sinking into his bones. The rabbit-eared boy gave a soft nod of agreement to his new companion, moving with a grace that was no longer meant for his old master. Desperation took hold as he called out again, his voice a ragged whisper of the name he had no right to say. He ran toward them, his statuesque composure completely gone as he begged for a single moment of recognition. The stranger looked at him with pure disdain, mocking the once great Lu Shangjin for appearing so disheveled and mentally unwell. The protagonist froze, his face pale with the shock of being looked at as if he were nothing more than a pathetic wretch. To further his humiliation, the stranger leaned in to kiss the boy right in front of him, a blatant display of dominance. Even though the boy pulled away, the stranger's smirk was a clear provocation, a silent boast that he was the one in control now. The protagonist clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his murderous aura clashing with his own internal devastation. He was consumed by a primitive rage at the thought of another man touching his precious porcelain with such filth. Yet, beneath the anger was a hollow ache, wondering if his beloved was being forced or if he truly hated him enough to choose another. He tried to intervene, but the rabbit-eared boy merely dismissed him as a stranger. His heart finally closed off for good. He demanded to know where they were going, his voice shaking with a fear he had never known before. He reached out one last time as the motorcycle engine roared, a king pleading with a subject who had already declared independence. He chased the bike as it sped away, his heart screaming out for the one who didn't even care to look back. His strength failed him, and he collapsed onto the cold pavement, his eyes stinging with the salt of his own failure. He leaned against a wall, his breathing ragged as the unfamiliar coldness of the boy's gaze replayed in his mind. It felt as if they were now from two different worlds that would never ever intersect again. Just as he reached the depths of his despair, a small hand appeared before him, holding out a tiny piece of candy. He looked up, his eyes wide with surprise, as he saw the child standing there with a look of innocent concern. The little one offered the treat as a silent comfort to the broken man who looked so utterly lost. He told the protagonist to handle the gift with care, his small voice carrying a weight of wisdom far beyond his years. The man held the candy in his palms as if it were the most fragile treasure in the world, his hands trembling. He watched the child walk away, flanked by bodyguards, a little prince returning to a life of safety and love that he hadn't provided. He stared at the simple wrapper, his heart a mess of conflicting emotions as he contemplated the child's mercy. With shaking fingers, he slowly unwrapped the small token, tears blurring his vision as the reality of his loss set in. He placed the sweet on his tongue, the simple flavor a stark contrast to the bitterness of his own soul. As the candy melted, he couldn't help but wonder what had happened to the life they were supposed to share. He was left standing alone, haunted by the question of why his precious one had walked away without a single backwards glance. The silence that followed was a suffocating shroud, a final confirmation that he was truly and irrevocably alone. In the damp, suffocating shadows of a back alley, treacherous deal was being struck, a secret that threatened to shatter lives. The air was thick with the scent of conspiracy as the information regarding the innocent children was handed over, a chilling transaction fueled by greed and malice. One of the conspirators wondered if this betrayal would haunt them, but the allure of a split bonus was far too tempting to ignore. As the woman walked away, her heels clicking against the cold pavement, she tried to convince herself that there was no turning back now. She justified her cruelty, whispering to her conscience that they were the ones who had her unfairly first. But the universe has a way of delivering swift, terrifying justice, and suddenly the cold steel of a gun barrel pressed against her temple, her breath hitching in a silent scream. Emerging from the darkness like a predatory god, a man with eyes as sharp as glass looked down at her with a bored, murderous aura. He didn't need to say a word for the suffocating pressure of his presence to bring her to her knees. Terrified, she stammered out an offer of money, but he wasn't there for her petty coins. He knew everything, the plot to steal a high-level omega gland, the wretched revenge against Xiao Wenjing. The woman broke down, her face a mask of desperation as she wailed about debt collectors and the crushing weight of her family's survival. She pleaded that she only needed the money to save her daughter from the men with knives at their door. The man's expression only darkened with disgust at her pathetic excuses. He looked away in sheer annoyance, scratching his head at the audacity of her claims. He grabbed her face with a hand that felt like a vice, his voice low and dangerous as he warned her never to bother him again. A heavy tension filled the air, thick enough to choke any lingering hope. Meanwhile, under the deceptive warmth of the afternoon sun, young Wenqi was playing happily, unaware of the storm brewing around him. His teacher approached him with a forced smile, her heart heavy with a guilt that threatened to destroy her. As Wenqi innocently asked why she had been away, she lied through her teeth, claiming family issues while looking at his sparkling eyes and thinking how he was someone else's precious treasure. She bit her lip, the taste of blood matching the bitterness in her soul. Her conscience gnawed at her as she hurried him away from the playground, her eyes darting toward a suspicious black idling nearby. Within that car, Lu Shangjin sat with a look of pure, unadulterated fury, the tension in his jaw tight enough to snap. The horror unfolded in an instant as thugs surrounded the pair, their intentions clear and deadly. Before the teacher could even scream when she was snatched away, a coarse bag thrown over his small head as he was dragged into the abyss. The teacher could do nothing but watch in terror as the boy was carried off, her own world collapsing in the wake of her betrayal. In a different corner of the city, Yan Yi sat on a lonely bench, the rabbit ears on his head drooping with a profound sadness. He watched a maple leaf dance in the wind, his mind drifting to a memory of Lu Shangjin, the alpha who had once reached out to him with a warmth he could no longer feel. He looked up at the sky, his expression one of hollow longing. A sudden, sharp pain pierced his chest, a physical manifestation of a heart that was breaking in slow motion. He wondered if that man had been one of the alphas he used to support, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why did thinking of that man make his heart feel so wretchedly uncomfortable? He looked down at the ring on his finger, the words endless love mocking his current isolation. He stared at the band, questioning if he had ever truly given such a love to that alpha. The wind howled around him, carrying away his silent prayers for his alpha to return and accompany him. He sat huddled on the bench, his phone a heavy weight in his hand as he waited for a call that never came. With trembling fingers, he looked at the screen, regretting that he hadn't saved the one number that could offer him a lifeline. He finally gathered the courage to dial, his heart hammering against his ribs. He waited with bated breath, hoping against hope that someone would pick up. Is anyone there? He wondered as a single maple leaf fell into the water nearby. Suddenly, the melancholic notes of a piano pieced through the air, a song titled Love Letter that seemed to mirror the tragedy of his own life. A maid nearby confirmed the name of the piece, her smile oblivious to the storm in his heart. Love Letter, he repeated to himself, the words tasting like ash. He pictured the hands playing the piano, wondering who could be behind such a soul-shattering melody. He looked toward the building, his soul searching for an answer he wasn't ready to find. Far away from the music, Lu Shangjin was crouched behind a bullet-riddled van, his primary focus being the trembling child in his arms. He held the boy close, his eyes scanning the perimeter for any sign of movement. He warned the boy not to cry, his voice a rasp, as he fought to keep them both alive against the encroaching gland hunters. The child looked up at him with wide, teary eyes, sensing the lethal power radiating from his protector. In the heat of the battle, Lu Shangjin realized, with a start, that he had been the one wandering in the darkness all along. It was Yan Yai who had been standing in the light, willing to pull his scarred hands back from the abyss. He fired his weapon with a roar of defiance, the muzzle flash illuminating his grim determination. He felt himself being dragged back from a path that had seemed irreversible. He vowed that if he survived this, he would never leave Yan Yai again, nor let him stay home alone waiting into the night. He sat in the shadows, a lone wolf finally finding something worth fighting for. Just as he prepared for the next wave of attackers, his phone buzzed in his pocket, a jarring sound in the silence of the alley. He answered it, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps, and the moment he heard the voice on the other end, his world stopped spinning. He remained silent, hiding behind the cold metal of the car as he listened. He knelt on the hard ground, his heart nearly stopping as he recognized the caller. He pressed the phone to his ear, his knuckles white with tension. "Yan Yan, is it really you?" he whispered, his voice cracking with a vulnerability he never showed the world. But the response was a dagger to the soul. Yan Yi claimed he had dialed the wrong number and apologized for the mistake. Lu Shangjin begged him to stop joking, his voice thick with desperation as he admitted he had been wrong and was so sorry. He pleaded for forgiveness, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. But Yan Yi's voice remained cold as he asked how much he wanted for a breakup fee. The shock was so profound that Lu Shangjin could only gasp out a confused question. He didn't even notice the enemy closing in until it was too late. A searing pain erupted in his side as a blade found its mark, blood splattering against the cold ground. Despite the wound, he held the boy tighter, his only instinct to protect the innocent soul in his care. He collapsed against the wall, the world blurring as he fought to stay conscious. Darkness threatened to claim him as he slumped over. He forced himself to stand, his gun raised once more as he told the child to hold on to him. As they huddled together in the shadows, the young boy looked up at his savior, sensing a sadness so deep and ancient that it brought a heavy feeling to his own chest. He wondered what could be wrong with this man who, so strong yet felt so broken. He could feel the waves of despair radiating from the man, a silent cry for a love that felt forever out of reach. The child, a small hand, touching the man's chest as if trying to soothe that no medicine could ever heal. Under the vast, indifferent sky, Lu Shangjin climbed the stairs with a heavy heart, clutching a rifle in one hand and his young charge in the other. Settling into the shadows of the rooftop, his mind drifted back to a time when their arguments were born of love rather than blood. He remembered the sight of a charred, unrecognizable mess on a white plate, a dish that tasted more like wax and peppers than actual food. Back then, he had been so sensitive, threatening to break up because he couldn't even cook a simple meal for his alpha. But Lu Shangjin had only smiled, clearing the plate with a tender lie about his brother's even worse cooking just to see the pout leave those soft lips. He had been willing to yield every time, to leave a path for reconciliation, receiving a warm, desperate hug in return. But now, the blood on his hands felt like a physical weight, a reminder of how cruelly he had pushed his beloved away. Beside him, the small child Wenqi watched with wide, perceptive eyes, sensing the suffocating pressure of his guardian's grief. Lu Shangjin's voice was a low growl as he asked what horrors had been inflicted upon Yan Ye. He suspected the spider's paralyzing poison had changed his rabbit, but the truth was a darkness he was almost too terrified to uncover. Looking at the innocent face of the boy, he felt a flicker of madness at the cruelty of the world. He snapped a photo of the child, using his phone to trace a location that might lead him to his lost love. The message on the screen was a cold ultimatum, demanding he exchange the rabbit for the boy. This wasn't just a hunt anymore. They were being cornered by a swarm of predators. The files in his hand detailed the systematic kidnapping of children with high potential like Yan Yi's own desk mate. These gland hunters targeted the defenseless, and Lu Shangjin knew that behind them stood a shadow more powerful than any simple mercenary. He tucked the evidence away, his jaw set in a line of murderous intent. He reached into his vest. He pulled out the one thing that kept his heart beating, a worn photograph of Yan Ye. The child noticed the glimmer of moisture in the hardened alpha's eyes, asking if he had been crying. Lu Shangjin didn't answer, merely looking at the picture with a longing so deep it was almost physical. Suddenly, the peace was shattered as a door was kicked open. The rooftop became a stage for a deadly reunion. As Baiju approached, his face pale with worry for the brother he thought was lost, he pleaded for Lu Shangjin to step back from the edge, fearing the height and the danger to the little one. But Lu Shangjin stood tall, his eyes fixed on the rabbit Omega who had once been his whole world. Yan Yi stood there, his gaze cold and calculating, a gun leveled directly at Lu Shangjin's heart. Lu Shangjin in his eyes, the professional distance of a killer measuring the trajectory to end him without harming the child. The realization that his lover truly intended to kill him was a blade to the soul. Yan Yi's own heart throbbed with an unfamiliar ache as he looked at the alpha, his eyes catching the glint of a familiar ring on Lu Shangjin's finger. That simple band of silver was a tether to a past he couldn't fully remember, and the sight of made his resolve waver. Before another word could be spoken, a sudden shockwave rocked the building. The child was thrown toward the ledge, crying out for a brother to save him from the abyss. Baiju lunged forward, his only focus on the boy. In that chaotic moment, as the alpha chose the child over the omega, Yan Yi felt the familiar, icy sting of abandonment. He stood alone, wondering why he was always the one left behind, his precious A3 gland the only thing anyone ever truly wanted. But then, a hand reached out through the smoke. Lu Shangjin didn't hesitate, throwing his own body over Yan Yi to shield him from the falling debris. They tumbled to the ground, the alpha's strong arms wrapping around the rabbit in a protective embrace. Yan Yi gasped, looking up into the face of the man who had just risked everything to save him. They lay there in the dust, the world around them fading into insignificance. As another explosion lit up the sky, Lu Shangjin began to release his appeasing pheromones, a scent of safety and home that washed over Yan Yi like a warm tide. He gently checked the back of Yan Yi's neck, his touch feather-light and full of reverence. Their eyes met in a silent, soul-searing moment, and Yan Yi found himself asking why this man was doing this. Seeing the bruises and the pain on the alpha's face ignited a spark of protective fury in the omega's chest. Yan Yi stood up, no longer a victim, and reached down toward the man on the ground. Lu Shangjin stared at the offered hand, his heart pounding with a hope he thought was dead. He had assumed he would never be allowed to hold his hand again, but as their fingers interlaced, he knew that the bond between them was far from broken. The silver-haired youth clutched the heavy rifle with trembling hands, his long rabbit ears drooping as he prepared for a violence that felt foreign to his delicate soul. Lu Shangjin watched him with a heart heavy with guilt, the sight of his once pampered lover wielding a weapon of death cutting deeper than any blade. There was no room for hesitation as the youth demanded armor-piercing rounds, his gaze hardening as he loaded the magazine and unleashed a devastating explosion that rocked the very foundations of the building. Looking at him, Lu Shangjin felt a suffocating wave of adoration. This was the person who had enchanted him, the one he had once held in a suit and tie while a rose bloomed between his lips. Their history was a messy tapestry of blood, passion, and a cruelty that now deeply regretted. Realizing his own toxic desire for control had been the poison that changed the man he loved, he reached out, urging his rabbit to catch up as they scaled the rusted ladders of the industrial wasteland. Every step upward felt like a climb toward redemption, with Lu closely behind to ensure no harm befell his precious cargo. When they finally reached the landing, he couldn't help but wrap a protective arm around the youth's waist, pulling him close in a silent plea for closeness. He felt a spark of hope when the touch wasn't rejected, his mind racing with the possibility of a future where they could start anew if only he were given one more chance. He whispered his vow to make amends, wondering if his past pampering had ever truly been enough for a beauty so haunting. But a shadow loomed over them. The youth's memories were a fractured mess, and Lu cursed the name of the spider, Xiao Wenjing, for the mental cage he had built around his beloved. He looked at the youth with a gaze full of sorrow, knowing that the man who had stolen his memories cared nothing for the damage he left behind. The youth confessed that he had been spoiled once, but in his youthful arrogance, he had treated that love like waste paper, a revelation that pierced Lu's heart with the weight of wasted years. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the chaos of the present, where dark omens gathered over the rooftop like a shroud. In the doorway stood a man holding a small, shivering child, a sight that should have been a relief but only signaled more danger. As they entered the room, Xiao Wenjing greeted them with a mocking smirk, his voice dripping with a poisonous familiarity as he addressed the silver-haired youth. The presence of the child, Wen Qi, offered a brief moment of respite, but the youth remained lost in a daze, his eyes wide and vacant. Lu Shangjin's protective instincts flared as he called out, desperate to pull his lover back from the brink of the enemy's influence. He grabbed the youth's shoulder, his voice rising in a mix of fear and anger as he demanded to know why he was still drawn to a monster. The response was a physical blow to his soul. The youth pulled away, that the man before them was his alpha, the only one he was meant to follow. Xiao Wenjing's grin widened into something truly demonic as he declared that he had marked the youth, turning him into his own personal omega. Lu's world shattered in an instant, his face pale with horror as he struggled to process the violation of the man he considered his own. The rival reached out, possessive hand touching the youth's forehead in a display of absolute dominance. With a final cruel taunt, Xiao Wenjing predicted that the youth would grow to hate Lu, leaving Lu to pull his broken lover into a desperate embrace. The youth's hand hands knotted into Lu's clothes, a silent, frantic search for a safety that felt increasingly out of reach. A murderous aura erupted from Lu, his eyes burning with a golden fire as he swore a blood oath to kill the man who had stolen his happiness. He held the youth's face, his voice a low, terrifying growl as he repeated his vow of vengeance. In the quiet aftermath, the youth was haunted by images of the past. He looked at Lu with a gaze that was both longing and lost, trapped cycle of pain he couldn't escape. Memories surfaced of a time when Lu had driven away, leaving him behind like a discarded, dying animal on the side of the road. The cruelty of that abandonment felt insurmountable, a debt that no amount of present kindness could easily repay. Lu bowed his head, admitting his faults with a vulnerability he had never shown before. He confessed his wicked deeds but promised to find a solution, his arms wrapping around the youth in a hold that was both a sanctuary and a cage. He explained that his refusal to mark the youth in the past had been a misguided attempt at protection, a secret shield against the dangers of his own family. No matter the cost, he would make the spider pay for his interference. His eyes filled with a dark resolve as they sought refuge in a secluded villa. Inside the quiet halls, the atmosphere was thick with a tension that made the air feel like lead. The youth sat on the edge of the bed, his spirit so broken that he wished for Lu to scold or even strike him, anything to break the suffocating silence of his own fear. Lu approached with a document in hand, his fingers trembling as he prepared to reveal the truth. He begged his lover to listen, his chest heaving with the effort to remain calm. He presented a report desperate to prove that he hadn't been the one to kill their unborn child, that it had all been a web of lies. They sat together on the sofa, a distance of 1,000 miles between them despite their physical proximity. Lu whispered of a future where they could have children again, a dream that felt like a cruel joke to the shattered youth. The silver-haired boy clutched his head in agony, his mind a battlefield of conflicting memories and false reports. He wept for what he had lost, unable to distinguish between the man who loved him and the man who had destroyed him. Lu pulled him into a tender embrace, surrounding him with soothing pheromones and promising that the previous photos were nothing but a scheme. He begged for a fresh start, his hand reaching out in a gesture of supplication that only made the youth feel a crushing discomfort. The tragedy deepened as Lu realized that the rival's mark was violently rejecting his own pheromones, turning his attempt at comfort into a source of physical torture for the youth. Every wave of scent Lu released was like a lash against the youth's sensitive soul, a cruel irony that left them both reeling. The youth let out a pained cry, pushing Lu away with a strength born of desperation. He collapsed to the floor, his body writhing in the throes of a biological war he never asked for. His gasps for air were punctuated by the sound of his own heart breaking. He screamed for Lu to stay away, his voice cracked and raw as he questioned the very nature of their bond and the cruelty of the alpha who stood before him. To him, Lu had become something disgusting, a source of pain that he couldn't bear to look at. Lu dropped to his knees, his own tears falling as he apologized over and over, promising to avenge the pain he had inadvertently caused. The youth turned away, his voice a mere whisper as he stated he didn't want to see the man who had been his world. Fragments of a broken life lay scattered like the porcelain on the floor, the scent of their connection fading into nothingness. In the youth's eyes was no longer the dazzling special alpha who stood above all others. He was fading into the gloomy background of a world that had become cold and gray, his status as a protector utterly forfeited. Even the thought of their rival felt distant in the face of this absolute emotional exhaustion. In the vast sea of stars and people, the youth felt utterly alone, a ghost wandering a world that had no place for him. Lu reached out one last time, his hand a ghost of a touch on the youth's back as he whispered his name in a voice full of ruins. And there, in the silence of the villa, the youth finally let go, his tears soaking into Lu's shoulder as he mourned the love that had become his greatest tragedy. The city slept under a blanket of stars, but within the cold walls of the mansion there was no peace. Handcuffed to his bed like a common criminal, the young master stared at his notebook with a gaze that flickered between defiance and deep sorrow. He knew that without love, there was no pressure to remain, yet the memories of a decade-long friendship weighed heavier than the cold steel on his wrists. His heart bled onto the pages of his diary, noting how the pursuit of affection could never truly rival the deep roots of their shared past. Suddenly, a shadow flickered across the window, and with a soft rustle, his brother vaulted into the room. Dressed in a pristine white suit that contrasted with his reckless entry, he carried a warm container of pork rib soup, a small act of mercy in a house ruled by a tyrant father. He stood over his younger sibling, a mix of annoyance and doting concern etching his handsome features. The younger boy didn't even flinch, looking up at his savior with a weary expectation. The older brother sighed, questioning if his sibling had gone out of his way to annoy their father again. The excuse was simple. He'd been too busy tracking Lu Shangjin to hide, and he dropped a bombshell: he wanted to join the army. The air in the room grew heavy with the older brother's shock, his eye widening as he processed the dangerous path his brother was choosing. He tried to reason with him, offering a future in business or study, anything to keep him away from the front lines. But the determination in the younger man's eyes was absolute. He needed to join the PBB to investigate the hunters targeting innocent omegas. He spoke of the dark patterns he had discovered while searching for Yan Yi, a world of cruelty he couldn't ignore. His brother slumped onto the bed, the weight of their family's reputation and their father's fury pressing down on them. He warned that the waters of the PBB were far deeper and more dangerous than he could imagine. Desperate, the prisoner begged for one last meeting with Lu Shangjin, promising to never cause trouble again if he could just see him once more. But their father's wrath was a suffocating pressure. Pleading now would only result in both of them being locked away. The unfairness of their gilded cage felt like a physical weight as they sat in silence. Seeing his brother's dejection, the older man softened, playfully ruffling his hair and telling him to eat first while he figured out the rest. He pulled out his phone, the name Lu Shangjin glowing on the screen. As they sat together, the older brother made the call, his voice shifting to a respectful tone for the man they called Brother Lu. He asked if there was any news, his eyes tracking his brother's hopeful face. On the other end, the response was sharp, and he playfully snapped back, telling the caller to mind his own business, while his brother looked on with curiosity. But the conversation turned dark when he asked about rabbit depress, his brow furrowing in confusion at the strange inquiry. Across town, in a sterile, dimly lit office, the atmosphere was thick with despair. Lu Shangjin sat on a sofa, his head in his hands, a broken shell of the man he once was. The doctor spoke of his descent into madness, how he had begun to self-harm, using a blade not to end his life, but to feel something through the numbness. When the elder Xia brother arrived, he found a scene of absolute devastation. Lu Shangjin was a man who had smashed everything in sight before finally collapsing into a hollow rest. The effectiveness of his medication was failing, and the only remaining hope was a desperate gamble. The doctor explained the concept of compatibility, a risk that could either save him or destroy what was left. Lu Shangjin looked up, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a haunting desperation as he repeated the word like a prayer. But the reality was a cold splash of water. Their compatibility was shockingly low. At only 75%, it was a miracle they had ever functioned as a couple, and the weight of that failure sat heavy in the room. Lu Shan stood up, his posture defeated as he prepared to return to the nightmare of his own mind. As he walked away, his back was a map of sorrow. One of the younger doctors marked Lu's past as a ruthless arms dealer. Unable to reconcile that legend with the broken man before them, Xia warned him to watch his tongue. Lu Shangjin was in no mood for idle chatter, and even a small mistake could be fatal. He leaned in close to the younger man, his gaze sharp as he asked exactly how low the compatibility was. When he heard the number, he couldn't believe it. 75% was unheard of for a pair trying to force a bond. He looked out the window, watching Lu Shangjin's retreating figure, knowing the whole soul circle was whispering about his tragic downfall. Dismissing the assistant to his office, Xia's expression to a dangerous, flirtatious smirk as he touched the man's chin, a brief flash of his own power before returning to the task at hand. He walked down the corridor, breathing a sigh of relief that he hadn't triggered Lu's legendary temper. He clutched his chest, his heart still racing from the proximity to such a volatile aura. Meanwhile, back at the quiet villa, Lu Shangjin opened the heavy doors of a wardrobe. There, curled up like a wounded animal among the clothes, was Yan Yan. He was fast asleep, his long rabbit ears drooping in a way that pulled at Lu's heartstrings. Lu sat beside him, his hand trembling as he gently stroked the boy's hair, the villa around them a silent witness to his devotion. He whispered that as long as Yan Yan was well, he would do anything, his gaze full of a murderous protectiveness and a lover's tenderness. Yan Yan stirred, a soft whimper of pain escaping his lips as he woke to the cold reality of his condition. Without a word, Lu gathered him into his arms, lifting him with a strength that belied his own exhaustion. Yan Yang clung to him, calling him brother with a dazed, heartbreaking innocence. Lu promised to be good, suggested they eat, his voice a low, soothing murmur. As he carried the frail boy, Yan Yan insisted that Lu be the one to cook. It was a terrifying request, considering Lu's past attempts at culinary arts had ended with fired chefs and police reports. Yet for Yan Yan, he would brave the kitchen. He set the table, suggesting shrimp to help the boy recover his strength. But Yan Yan recoiled, covering his head in a fit of panic and refusal. Seeing his distress, Lu immediately backed down, asking what he truly wanted. The answer was simple: winter melon soup. Lu agreed instantly, his fingers tangling in Yan Yan's hair as he pulled him into a suffocatingly tight embrace. He held him as if the boy might vanish if he let go for even a second. Moving to the kitchen, Lu began his mission with the focus of a soldier. He scoured the fridge, searching for the ingredients like they were precious artifacts. Luck was on his side as he found the winter melon, a small victory in a day of losses. He gripped the vegetable, his expression turning fierce as he prepared to cook for the one he loved. Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air. Yan Yan had grabbed a sharp wooden wedge. Panicked, Lu screamed for him not to move, his heart stopping at the sight of the boy holding the dangerous object. He lunged forward, grabbing Yan Yan's wrist to prevent a disaster. Relief washed over him when he saw there was no blood, but the fear had left him trembling. He begged the boy not to be like this, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. He pulled Yan Yan into his chest again, the proximity the only thing keeping his sanity intact. He whispered that the soup would be ready soon, a desperate promise of normalcy. Yan Yan climbed onto the counter, his legs dangling as he watched Lu work, needing to keep his protector in sight at all times. Lu began to chop, his movements precise yet strained. He thought to himself that if only cutting vegetables were as simple as shooting a gun, his life would be much easier. Under Yan Yan's watchful, vacant gaze, he finished the preparation. Finally, the soup was ready, and he carried Yan Yan to the table like a precious treasure. He placed the bowl down, the steam rising between them. He began to feed the boy, his actions full of a doting, painstaking care. He warned him to be careful of the heat, his eyes never leaving Yan Yan's face. But in his dazed state, Yan Yan insisted it was pumpkin soup, a small spark of his stubborn spirit turning. Lu smiled gently, insisting it was wintermelon, trying to keep the peace. Yan Yan's expression clouded with a sudden, childish demand for pumpkin soup instead. Lu went still, the silence in the room stretching thin. He reached out, lifting Yan Yan up until they were eye to eye, his gaze searching for any sign of the person he knew. He begged the boy to look at him, his voice cracking as he asked if Yan Yan even recognized him anymore. The air in the room was thick with a suffocating tenderness as the powerful man reached out, his large hand cradling the trembling face of the delicate boy with a gentleness that felt like a beautiful trap. If the memories were too painful to bear, then he shouldn't force himself to remember at all, the man murmured, pulling the fragile creature into a desperate, crushing embrace that promised a safety the boy no longer trusted. But the boy could feel a phantom ache deep within his gut, a sharp, twisting pain that made him gasp and clutch his stomach in sudden agony. The man's voice cracked with a rare, raw desperation as he begged for forgiveness, calling him his baby and promising that he would never let his precious suffer another moment of pain ever again. Yet, the sweetness of the apology was like poison to the boy's heart, a reminder of everything that had gone wrong between them. In a sudden burst of defiant rage, he lashed out, his hand sweeping across the table to send the bowl of food crashing to the floor in a spray of ceramic shards and wasted hope. He didn't want this care, and he certainly didn't like the man standing before him anymore. Leaving the statuesque figure to stand alone in the silence of the kitchen, the boy retreated into the shadows of the upstairs hallway, his heart a hollow shell, while the powerful CEO knelt on the floor like a common servant to gather the broken pieces of their shattered dinner. The boy sought refuge in the darkness of a cramped closet, the cold floor the only thing grounding his spiraling mind. He clutched his phone like a lifeline, his eyes welling with tears as he stared at a digital ghost of a happier time, a wedding photo where they both smiled as if the world wasn't a cruel, twisted place. With a trembling thumb, he saved the image, a secret treasure he couldn't bring himself to destroy despite the bitterness in his soul. The darkness of the closet breathed life into his worst nightmares, dragging him back to a time when those same hands weren't gentle, but were wrapped around his throat in a murderous, suffocating grip. He remembered the pressure, the way he had begged for air while the tyrant commanded him to open his eyes and face his cold, godlike judgment. Back then, he was nothing more than a wretched servant in this house, a humble omega meant to be used and discarded at a whim, forever destined to hurt and suffer. The memory was so vivid he could almost feel the phantom hands on his skin, causing him to collapse onto the floor in a heap of shivering limbs as the darkness threatened to swallow him whole. He was drowning in the past, seeing monsters in the shadows that whispered of knives and the agonizing, forced differentiation of his own body. When the real Lu Shangjin finally found him huddled in the dark, the boy's scream of terror tore through the silence, a desperate, heart-wrenching plea for the man to stay away and never touch him again. Even as the man lifted him up with a doting strength, cradling him like a precious treasure, that only weep against his chest, accusing him of wearing a mask of pretended protection that only hid a more profound cruelty. The man's resolve wavered as he pressed his lips to the boy's neck, desperate to leave a mark that would bind them together, only to realize with a sickening dread that their compatibility was failing, the bond was too weak to hold, and another attempt might destroy the boy's fragile glands forever. He promised to return quickly, leaving fetch something as simple as pumpkins to soothe the boy's soul and fill the empty house with a domesticity they had never truly earned. He left the small, broken creature to wait like a loyal, pathetic pet in the dark, his tiny curled up in the corner of the wardrobe. But as the boy stood before the mirror, his fingers brushed against the pale skin of his neck and his heart shattered for the final time. The mark was gone. It had vanished again, proving that their bond was a lie and he was truly alone in a world that had only ever known how to hurt him. The silence of the room became a deafening roar of despair as he realized he was fed up with the waiting and the endless hollow hope. With eyes void of any remaining light, he reached for the cold steel of a handgun, the heavy weight of final grim comfort in a life of misery. There was no more waiting, no more enduring the cycle of betrayal. As the barrel pressed against his temple, the only sound left in the mansion was the silent, agonizing scream of a rabbit who had finally reached the end of his tether. The silence of the room was shattered by a gunshot that never should have happened, leaving only the fragments of a broken life scattered across the floor. Despair had finally overtaken him, and as the barrel pressed against his temple, the only thing left for the fragile rabbit was the hope for a final, painless end. But fate was a cruel mistress, and just as the darkness beckoned, the door burst open, revealing the one man who had driven him to this precipice of no return. The air was thick with a suffocating pressure as the black-haired man stared in absolute horror at the wreckage of the soul he had slowly dismantled. With a cry that tore from his very marrow, he lunged forward, gathering the limp, gray-haired figure into a desperate embrace, pleading with every breath for him not to close those weary eyes. There was no time for pride or the cold, statuesque mask of a tyrant now. He scooped the wounded man into his arms, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird desperate for escape. Blood, vibrant and terrifying, began to stain his hands, a visceral reminder of the lethal price of his own negligence. He didn't care about the stains or the chaos surrounding them. He only cared about the fading, shallow pulse of the one person who truly mattered. The world became a dizzying blur as they raced against time, the car screaming through the streets while he begged the driver to go faster, every agonizing second feeling like a lifetime of punishment. In the back seat, he cradled his precious, broken burden, his tears falling onto the pale face of the man who had only ever wanted his warmth and protection. He whispered broken promises into the silence, speaking of a future that seemed impossibly distant, a house by the mountains and water where they could start over, a sanctuary where only the two of them existed. He cursed his past self, the wretched man who had always put his own selfish desires, leaving this innocent soul to die in the shadows of his neglect. If only he had listened, if only he hadn't been so ruthlessly cold to the one who loved him most, perhaps they wouldn't be trapped in this living nightmare. The weight of his sins felt like lead in his chest as he begged for just one more chance, promising that even if he was forgotten or hated, he would never give up on their bond again. He remembered the small, intimate details, like the way his lover used to crave the softest kisses on his sensitive ears, a sacred place reserved only for the man he trusted. Now, those same soft ears were matted with blood, and the guilt was a slow-acting poison in his veins. He could only pray to a god he had long ago abandoned, begging with a shattered heart for the life of his Yanyan. At the hospital, the clinical sterility offered no comfort, only the harsh, unyielding reality of the emergency at hand. When the announcement came through regarding the severe damage to the delicate glands, the blonde doctor's face paled with a shock that mirrored the tyrant's own internal collapse. The sight of the gurney being rushed through the sterile halls was a vision of his own personal hell, a moment of absolute powerlessness. As the heavy doors to the operating room swung shut, he was barred from the one person who meant everything to him, left to rot in the cold silence of the hallway. The red glow of the surgery sign was a mocking reminder of the life and death struggle happening just feet away, a battle he couldn't fight for him. He collapsed to the floor, his knees hitting the hard tile as his strength finally failed him under the weight of his own regret. When a concerned colleague tried to offer a helping hand, he lashed out with the ferocity of a wounded beast, unable to bear the touch of anyone while his world was being torn apart. He was a wreck of a man, a powerful figure brought to his knees by the devastating consequences of his own cruelty. The blonde doctor looked down at him with nothing but righteous contempt, reminding him of how his ruthlessness had driven a man to turn a weapon on himself in a final act of escape. To drive home the point of his total failure, a small diary was tossed before him, a heart-wrenching record of the pathetic points his lover had kept, desperately scoring every tiny scrap of affection he had ever been given. Seeing the simple words "take me home" written in that familiar, shaky hand broke whatever was left of his composure. He sobbed on the floor, a hollow shell of a man, realizing with a crushing clarity that he deserved every ounce of this agonizing suffering. Hours bled into an eternal night as he sat beneath the dim hospital lights, a solitary figure of profound regret and mourning. Even the blonde doctor felt the heavy, suffocating weight of the silence, seeking a momentary distraction in a photo of a handsome man with a guitar, ghost of a much simpler, happier life. But for the man waiting in the hallway, there was only the ticking of the clock and the paralyzing fear of a final parting. Finally, the surgery light dimmed, and the doors opened to reveal a pale, fragile figure covered in the machinery of survival. He rushed forward, his hands trembling with a mix of terror and hope as he reached out to the one he had nearly lost forever. He wouldn't let go, not now, not ever again, his fingers interlacing with the cold, limp hand of his beloved as they moved through the corridor. As he looked down at the ring on his own finger, a symbol of a love he had treated with such reckless disregard, he vowed that the words "everlasting love" would finally become his reality instead of a tragic fantasy. The sterile air of the hospital room felt like a suffocating pressure as he stood by the bedside, his golden eyes fixed on the fragile figure of the boy who had become his entire world. He would just watch him for a while longer, his heart breaking at the sight of the heavy oxygen mask obscuring that beloved face. Every breath the boy took was a struggle, a cruel reminder of how much he had let him down. leaving him with a debt of guilt that felt impossible to redeem. A heavy hand landed on his shoulder, a silent plea for him to step away, but his feet were rooted in his desperation. He was practically dragged from the room, his friend insisting that he couldn't lose face by breaking down in the ICU, yet even the dark, coiled energy of his companion's power couldn't dampen the fire of his resolve. He needed answers, demanding to know what the doctor had concluded about the boy's fading life. The news was a physical blow. The patient's gland base was utterly destroyed, a wound that refused to heal or regenerate. Life could be sustained for a week at most, a ticking clock that echoed the pounding of his own heart. Shock washed over him, turning his gaze into a hollow mask of despair as the reality of the situation sank in. He stumbled, his strength failing him as he leaned heavily against friend, the weight of the world crushing his spirit. There had to be a way, any way at all, to save the one person who mattered. The doctor spoke of a desperate gamble, a gland transplantation using identical stem cells, a feat of cloning that was their only hope. But the boy was no ordinary person. He possessed the rare lop-eared rabbit gland type, an A3 mutation so elusive it was likely the only one of its kind in the entire world. A3-level glands were a freak occurrence, a mutation that made finding a donor nearly impossible. If a sample existed, it was buried deep within the most dangerous facilities on the planet. He didn't hesitate. He would find it, even if it meant tearing the world apart. His aura turned murderous, a cold determination settling over his handsome features as he turned his back on the hospital, ignoring his friend's call to return to his side. At the car, he reached for his weapon of choice, the heavy weight of a PBB sniper rifle feeling right in his hands. His friend tried to talk sense into him, telling him to breathe and calm his racing mind, but there was no time for peace when the boy only had 7 days left to live. If he didn't save him, who would? The boy had no family to turn to, no parents to offer a matching gland. He was a living combat machine, a tragic experiment cloned from failed batches and mass-produced in a secret laboratory. Only he knew the horrors the boy had endured, the silent suffering of a creature created for war but yearning for love. Memories of their first meeting flooded back, a dark, cold room where a tiny, trembling child had been discarded like trash. He had peered through the door and seen the boy huddled in the corner, begging for someone to save him. In that moment, he had made a vow that would define his life. He would protect this precious, broken thing. He had held the crying child close, feeling the small hands clad him as the boy whispered his thanks to the brother who had finally come for him. Now, that same hand gripped the cold steel of a rifle, preparing for a mission that was nothing short of a death sentence. He entrusted his friend with the boy's care, his voice low and commanding as he prepared to vanish into the shadows for the next week. Every step through the underground garage and into the private elevator was fueled by a singular purpose. He moved through biometric scans with the grace of a predator, his golden eyes reflecting a cold, sharp light. To his executives, he was the untouchable President Lu, delegating his empire's affairs with a frigid authority that brooked no argument. As the sun set, he boarded a helicopter, his camouflage gear and heavy artillery a stark contrast to his usual refined elegance. He was willing to become a wanderer, a ghost, or a thief if it meant the boy could wake up once more. He pulled out an old notebook, his eyes softening as he read the chat records from when the boy had first learned to use a phone. He remembered how the silly child would give him points for looking good in video calls, a simple innocence that he had repaid with coldness and cruelty. He thought of the times he had been a tyrant, how he had personally dealt with a fake pregnancy and broken the boy's heart until his love had surely dropped to zero or even a negative infinity. The memory of the boy's tear-filled eyes and the way he had choked him in a fit of rage burned in his mind, a stain on his soul that only a successful mission could cleanse. He was willing to give up everything, his status, his wealth, and his life, just for a glimmer of hope to make amends. Suddenly, a voice broke his solitude. His blonde friend had shamelessly snuck on board, using his gravity manipulation to cling to the bottom of the helicopter like a scene out of an action movie. They bickered like brothers, the tension momentarily breaking as the friend joked about taking over the boy's care if he didn't make it back. Despite the danger, a smirk played on his lips as they approached the PBB laboratory, a fortress that would soon tighten its security against him. The plan was simple yet suicidal: infiltrate, steal the sample, and escape before the world realized what had happened. As they crossed the vast ocean, the helicopter performed an impossible transformation, diving beneath the waves like a sleek submarine. Inside the glowing blue cabin, he looked at his friend with a mixture of annoyance and gratitude, knowing the kid hadn't gotten parental permission for such a dangerous stunt. He worried about the consequences of bringing someone else into his war, but his mind always drifted back to his beloved. He would kill anyone who stood in his way, especially those from the lab that had birthed his boy's suffering. Children were such troublesome things, he mused, thinking that perhaps in the future, it would be better to have gentle omegas who wouldn't cause such worry. But as he looked at the image of the boy in his mind, he knew he wouldn't change a single thing. He would bring back the hope that the boy needed, so that one day they could look forward to a future where their children would resemble the beautiful, lop-eared rabbit who had captured his heart. The silence of the deep ocean was broken only by the rhythmic of a sleek submarine, a mechanical predator gliding through the azure abyss. A lone figure emerged from the depths, the weight of the mission pressing down harder than the water itself as he approached the hidden facility's threshold. With a steady hand, he pressed palm against the scanner. The recognition was instantaneous, granting him the key to a kingdom he was never meant to enter. As the heavy door sealed behind him, the water level began to recede, revealing the determined silhouette of a man who had no intention of turning back. Stripping away the heavy diving gear, he stepped into the cold, sterile light of the enemy's lair, every muscle coiled like a spring ready to snap. Lu Shangjin moved with the lethal grace of a predator, his eyes scanning the shadows as he gripped his weapon, the very air around vibrating with a murderous aura. He wasn't alone in this suicide mission. High above, on a narrow gantry, his companion waited, his golden hair a stark contrast to the darkness of the industrial tomb. They spoke in hushed tones of gravity manipulation and the terrifying reality that even the strongest anesthetics would be useless against the monsters they were about to face. A patrol was moving ahead, a looming threat that forced them to calculate every heartbeat, questioning if their borrowed abilities would be enough to carry them through. Lu Shangjin's gaze sharpened, his golden eyes narrowing as he analyzed the 4 patrol teams moving with mechanical precision on his tactical display. They had to split up, a dangerous gamble that left He Jingxin to handle the left flank while the tension between them thickened like a physical weight. There was no time for hesitation. Every second wasted was a second closer to discovery. To survive the thermal sensors and the unblinking eyes of the security system, they resorted to a desperate measure, injecting a serum that would mask their very existence. The chameleon omega gland serum burned through their veins, a temporary cloak that would only hold for an hour, a fleeting window to reach the underground freezer before traps snapped shut. With a final, silent understanding, Lu Shangjin donned his gloves, preparing to divert the unsuspecting guards. He vaulted over the railing, a shadow falling through the air with reckless abandon. He Jingxin watched him go with a smirk that hid 1,000 unspoken fears before following suit and disappearing into the darkness below. They landed with the soft thud of professional killers, the hunt officially beginning in the heart of the enemy's territory. Every step was a dance with death as they navigated the labyrinthine corridors, Lu Shangjin's focus never wavering from the mission at hand. He bypassed the high-security locks with practiced ease, his fingers dancing over the scanners until the red light flickered to a submissive green. Activating his extreme vision, the world transformed into a web of heat and data, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light that pierced through every deception. The elevator doors hissed open, a gateway into the deeper circles of this high-tech hell. Lu Shangjin glanced back for a fleeting moment, a silent reminder of the stakes they were playing for. As the heavy blast doors began to shut, He Jingxin barely managed to slide through the narrowing gap, his heart hammering against his ribs. He jokingly complained about being left behind, but the humor was a thin veil over the suffocating pressure of the situation. This was a place of no return, a tomb where the air itself felt heavy with the scent of old blood and forbidden science. They moved like ghosts through the pipes and shadows, their footsteps echoing the countdown to their inevitable discovery. Every corner held a new nightmare, the silence of the facility more terrifying than any alarm. Suddenly, a low guttural growl vibrated through the floorboards, causing them to freeze in their tracks. Something was coming, something fast, hungry, and entirely unnatural. Lu Shangjin's brow beaded with sweat as he worked to override the final security measures, the sound of approaching death growing louder with every passing second. They knew that if they were caught, their names would be blacklisted across the globe, hunted until their very existence was erased from the world. Yet, even facing such a wretched fate, He Jingxin couldn't help but find a twisted sense of romanticism in the danger, quoting the old adage that one should be willing to die for beauty. But the time for talk was over. The beast was here. Out of the darkness, a set of metallic, razor-sharp claws scraped against the tile, gleaming with a predatory light. A cybernetic wolf, its jaw mass of steel and madness, bared its teeth as it prepared to tear them apart. The creature was a grotesque fusion of flesh and machine, its eyes glowing a hellish red as it let out a roar that shook the very foundations of the facility. As the beast lunged, Lu Shangjin barely had time to react, the monster saliving onto the floor as it hungered for his throat. They dove out of the way, the sheer force of the wolf's impact shattering the ground where they had stood just moments before. He Jingxin unleashed his J1 ability, warping the very fabric of reality to increase the gravity tenfold, hoping to pin the mechanical nightmare to the earth. For a brief, breathless second, they thought they had won, exhaling in a moment of false security. But Lu Shangjin knew better. He drew his weapon, his expression hardening as he realized the nightmare was far from over. From the shadows, more glowing eyes appeared. A whole pack of these grafted abominations were closing in on them. When asked if he had ever seen real combat, He Jingxin's answer was a pathetic joke about internet cafes, a desperate attempt to keep his sanity in the face of certain death. The wolves didn't wait. They moved with a speed that defied the laws of physics, their claws seeking flesh. Lu Shangjin didn't flinch, his gaze steady as he aimed his twin pistols at the charging beasts. Muzzle flash lit up the dark corridor like lightning as he unleashed a hail of lead, the sound of gunfire deafening in the enclosed space. One of the wolves was sent reeling, But even as it fell, Jingshin pushed his powers to the limit, crushing the floor with 100 times the normal gravity. The beast was flattened, the concrete beneath it spider-webbing under the impossible weight. Yet, even with its bones crushed, the monster refused to stay down, lunging at Lu Shangjin's face with a feral tenacity that chilled his blood. He caught the creature mid-air, a desperate struggle for survival as the wolf's teeth snapped inches from his throat. The beast was a masterpiece of cruelty, grafted with the biological traits of a porcupine to ensure that even a touch would bring agony. Lu Shangjin fired point blank, the reports of his gun echoing like thunder as he fought to put the abomination down for good. Blood and oil splattered against his camouflage uniform as he finally cast the twitching remains aside. Both monsters lay dead, but the victory felt hollow as the true horror of the facility began to dawn on them. These weren't just guard dogs, they were the result of horrific experiments on high-level omegas who had gone missing, their bodies repurposed into mindless killing machines. As Lu Shangjin inspected the fallen beast, he noticed a blinking red light in its eye, a monitor that had been recording their every move. They had been discovered from the very beginning, walking straight into a trap laid by a master puppeteer. There was no turning back now. The last door stood before them, a final gamble for the stem cell samples that change everything. They pushed forward into the heart of the control room, unaware that every step was being watched by a man with a cold, calculating smile. Behind a wall of monitors, the architect of this nightmare-watched family reunite, his eyes gleaming with a sinister delight that promised a fate far worse than death. The abyss of the underground facility swallowed all light, leaving only a cold, haunting glow on the floor as they moved deeper into the shadows. Lu Shangjin and his companion treaded carefully through the sterile corridors, their eyes scanning for the deadly intruder detection lasers that could sever a limb in a heartbeat. Shangjin's golden gaze flickered with an intensity that bordered on the divine, though he knew the price of using his special sight was a creeping blindness he couldn't afford yet. They reached a heavy metal door, finding it unsettlingly unlocked as a thick, white mist began to spill from the cracks. Inside, the underground freezer was a graveyard of science, filled with rows of silent, glowing capsules that chilled the very air. As they stepped further into the frozen heart of the lab, the rows of pods seemed to stretch on forever, each one a potential prison for a stolen life. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the chamber, shattering the silence like glass. Their hearts hammered against their ribs as they realized the exit was now sealed tight, trapping them in the frigid dark. Panic flared in the blond man's eyes as he pulled fruitlessly at the handles, realizing they were being cornered by an unseen hand. Shangjin ignored the warning that his eyes were failing him, his focus entirely on the mission as he searched the pods for the one who could change everything. His golden irises burned with a desperate fire, scouring the room for a single sign of life. Relief washed over his companion as he spotted a familiar name on one of the units, a small glimmer of hope in this hellhole. It was Kang Xiaoer, a name that brought back fleeting memories of a much simpler, sunnier time. A vision of a bright, smiling boy with soft ears flickered in their minds, a stark contrast to the cold metal surrounding them now. Finally, among the flickering monitors and wires, they found what they were looking for. Shangjin gathered a trembling, fragile child into his arms, whispering silent promises of safety against the boy's messy hair. The small child clung to him, a broken little soul who had seen far too much within these walls. The horror of the situation set in as the boy whispered of the others who didn't make it, their lives stolen for the precious glands they carried. Shangjin's gaze fell upon the child's wrist tag, identifying him as a lop-eared A3, the exact match needed to save his beloved Yan Yai. The weight of the choice pressed down on him. Harvesting stem cells from a small child was a cruel necessity that would drain half his life away. With a heavy heart and a grim determination, he decided they had to take him, for it was the only path left to save his soulmate. His companion offered a somber thanks, knowing the burden his brother was now carrying for love. They moved toward the escape route, the child a small bundle of hope and tragedy in Shangjin's protective embrace. Memories of the child's tears haunted the air, a phantom of the suffering that had occurred in this sterile hell. Shangjin gritted his teeth, his jaw tight with a murderous directed at those who had caused such innocent pain. There was no time to waste, and he urged his partner to search one last time before they made their final escape. Far away in a sun-drenched hospital room, a different kind of struggle was unfolding as a memory redelved into a patient's mind. The patient lay still under a breathing mask, caught between a world of pain and the sweet release of sleep. An unexpected visitor arrived, a fan of the great writer Dan Meng, momentarily breaking the heavy atmosphere of the ward. The fan babbled about his collection of novels, desperate to connect with his idol in such a somber place. Dan Meng gently shushed him, his eyes never leaving the patient as he continued his delicate work. He was listening to a story that only the soul could tell, a narrative woven from threads of the past. It was a tragic tale, yet some beautiful souls chose only to remember of the sun and the kindness they had known. Beside the bed, an assistant spoke of the 7 notes Lu Shangjin had left behind, each one a lifeline for the sleeping man. He read the words aloud, a message of unwavering devotion promising that even if the patient gave up, Shangjin never would. The image of Shangjin in his tactical gear stood as a silent sentinel in their thoughts, a warrior fighting a war on 2 fronts for his love. His final promise echoed through the room, a plea to wait for his return no matter how long the journey took. The assistant reminisced about a simple carrot brooch, a small token of a love that was deeper and more doting than anyone realized. He begged the patient to pull through, if only to spare them all from the wrath of a grieving master. As the assistant turned to leave, the silence of the room felt heavier than before. Yet, beneath the sheets, the patient's hand twitched, clutching the paper note as if it were the only thing keeping him anchored to life. In the realm of dreams, they were together again, under a canopy of stars, free from the pain of the world. It was a vision of pure joy, a father holding his child high toward the glowing moon in a field of golden grass. Back in the nightmare of the lab, the reality was far grimmer as Shangjin realized they were truly trapped from the outside. He looked up at the ventilation ducts, calculating a desperate gamble for their survival. The blonde man turned to speak, only to find the space beside him empty, a hollow silence where his comrade had stood moments before. He stood paralyzed, his rifle feeling like a useless weight as he realized he was now alone in the dark. Fearing the worst, he began to record his final words, certain that Shangjin had met a gruesome end in the shadows. Then he heard it, a heavy, wet breathing that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He dropped to the floor, crawling through the mist. He tried to pinpoint the source of the terrifying sound. A sudden explosion of movement sent him reeling, his weapon raised in a desperate reflex. A monstrous roar shook the foundations of the lab, a sound of pure, unadulterated hunger. The beast, a horrific hybrid of nature and science, lunged forward and sank its teeth into Shangjin's shoulder. The creature threw its head back in a triumphant roar, the scent of blood filling the air. Shangjin was tossed aside like a rag doll, his body hitting the floor with a sickening thud. His partner screamed a warning, knowing that another bite would mean a slow and agonizing death. Shangjin spat blood, his face a mask of agony and iron-willed defiance. The monster flickered, utilizing its camouflage ability to become a ghost in the machine, a predator they couldn't even see. Gasping for breath, Shangjin refused to stay down, his heart fueled by the memory of the one he loved. A voice in his mind cried out for his father, a desperate plea for strength in his darkest hour. The battle erupted again, a chaotic dance of claws, as they fought for their lives against the invisible terror. Shangjin steadied his sniper rifle, his hands shaking but his aim true as he looked through the scope. His finger hovered over the trigger, the world narrowing down to a single, critical point on the beast's back. He fired, the crack of the rifle echoing like a thunderclap as the bullet found its mark. The crystal embedded in the beast's back shattered, a jagged wound in its perfect defense. He shouted for his partner to strike from the rear, a final push to end the nightmare once and for all. Blood smeared his face as he looked up, his golden eyes wide with a sudden, sharp realization. The beast's foot loomed over a small, blue vial that had fallen in the fray. It was the cure, the precious lop-eared A3 serum labeled for Yan Yi, now inches away from being crushed into nothingness. The air in the cold facility was thick with the scent of ozone and impending death as Lu Shangjin shoved the heavy weapon into his companion's hands, his golden eyes burning with a silent, deadly resolve. Despite the blood smeared across his handsome face, his presence remained statuesque and intimidating, a true predator among men. He gripped the ornate dagger, the blade glinting with a murderous light that promised no mercy to whatever stood in his way. Suddenly, a monstrous shadow loomed over him, a grotesque beast with skin like rough stone and eyes filled with primal hunger. With a burst of explosive speed, he lunged forward, driving his blade deep into the creature's thick hide as it let out a deafening roar of agony. In the chaos, his fingers curled tightly around a small, glowing blue vial, the key to their survival or perhaps their ultimate downfall. The monster's massive tail swung with a bone-crushing force, sending a spray of blood through the air as Lu Shangjin barely dodged the lethal strike, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He stood his ground even as his uniform was torn and stained crimson, his expression a mask of cold defiance against the overwhelming pressure of the beast. High above, his companion peered through the scope of a sniper rifle, his face twisted in a mix of terror and a strange, sudden urge to confess his past sins. He babbled about a long-forgotten prank involving a gecko and a first love, a desperate attempt to lighten the suffocating atmosphere as death knocked at their door. But there was no time for humor when an alarm suddenly blared, the sharp sound cutting through the facility like a knife. They had to move now, and Lu Shangjin barked out in order to grab the small, trembling child hidden beneath the shelf, a precious little rabbit they couldn't leave behind. The blonde man scooped scooped up the tiny figure, holding the child close to his chest while wondering how a signal could possibly reach them in this underwater hell. His watch flickered to life, revealing the sharp, godlike features of Bosku, whose voice carried the weight of absolute authority as he commanded them to evacuate. The heavy vault door groaned under the strain as they forced it open, the mechanical screeching echoing through the empty halls. They had to hurry, the path to freedom finally revealing itself through the darkness. "Come on," the blond man urged, his voice cracking with desperation as he looked back at his wounded friend. Lu Shangjin's strength was fading, his steps heavy as he clutched his side, yet he refused to let the pain break his composure. Every drop of blood on his camo uniform told a story of a struggle that should have been impossible to survive. His companion's heart ached at the sight, his eyes wide with a worry he couldn't hide. With the child tucked safely against him, they moved through the portal, leaving the nightmare behind. Behind them, the facility trembled as the beast crashed through the walls in a final, futile act of rage. For a moment, silence reigned, and the blond man feared the worst, calling out to see if Lu Shangjin was still among the living. A blood-stained hand reached out from the rubble, a silent plea for a final pull toward safety. He pulled his friend up, his heart pounding against his ribs, realizing he was making a choice that would change the rest of his life. Quickly now, they had to climb out before the entire place became their tomb. The sight of Lu Shangjin's pale face and the sheer amount of blood on the floor was enough to make anyone lose hope. They found refuge in a small underwater pod, the vessel cutting through the dark blue depths as the base's security teams began their hunt. Despite his own exhaustion, the blond man took controls, boasting about his past skills to hide his trembling hands. He focused on the horizon, the weight of their escape heavy on his shoulders. Inside the cramped cabin, Lu Shangjin began to cough, the metallic tang of blood filling his throat as the little rabbit child watched him wide, teary eyes. He offered a weak, heartbreaking smile, reaching out a trembling hand to comfort the small creature he had risked everything to save. "Don't be afraid," he seemed to whisper with his gaze, his aura softening for the first time. His only thought was for the child's safety, noting with a strange, doting tenderness that the little rabbit's ears couldn't be allowed to get wet. As the sun finally broke through the clouds, their vessel breached the surface of the vast, sparkling ocean. A rescue helicopter hovered above, its blades whipping the water into a frenzy of white foam. Stripping away his ruined jacket, Lu Shangjin revealed a body covered in scars and fresh wounds, his muscles tensed in a display of raw, masculine power. He didn't flinch as he jammed a medical injector into his arm, the needle biting deep into his flesh to fight off the deadly venom coursing through his veins. The saliva of that monster was pure poison, and time was running out for both of them. He leaned his head back, his golden eyes clouded with exhaustion, telling his friend that the automatic navigation would handle the rest. The blond man grumbled, his own arm bruised and battered as he prepared to administer his own dose of the burning antidote. He let out a pathetic yelp as the needle pierced his skin, the pain far worse than he had ever imagined. He wallowed in his own misery, complaining that the needle nearly killed him, while Lu shanked him with a look of pure, unadulterated judgment. The contrast between the two was almost absurd. One a stoic warrior and the other a dramatic soul who just wanted to feel the cool ground beneath him. Reaching into his pocket, Lu Shangjin tossed a small packet toward his friend, callously labeling it as cat food. "It's lion food," the blond man corrected with an indignant huff, his pride wounded even as he hungrily tore into the rations. There was still a long way to go, but for now they were safe in the quiet of the sky. Lu Shangjin shared a small piece of food with the child, his gaze lingering on the horizon as he thought of the father he had left behind. Somewhere beneath the waves, the beast they had escaped continued to haunt the depths, a reminder of the darkness they had fled. A memory flickered in his mind, a man in a wheelchair. A father figure who had once begged him to be better, to protect what was precious. He remembered kneeling before that man, the weight of a heavy collar around his neck and a heart that had forgotten how to feel. But now, looking at the child, a new resolve took root in his soul. He realized that someone had to protect the weak, that perhaps an organization should exist to stand against the tyrants of the world. His friend laughed, questioning if he really intended to antagonize the world's most powerful tycoons based on a middle school dream. He lay back staring at the ceiling and remembering his naive wish to be an angel for all mankind. But the reality was far grimmer, and he knew his father, Lu Lin, was a lunatic who wouldn't stop until the world was covered in biological weapons. Far away in a dark room, the villainous Lu Lin sat before a wall of monitors, his cold eyes reflecting the blue light of his twisted experiments. He was a man void of warmth, thinking only of how his own son's pheromones could be used to create the ultimate weapon. He looked at the data with a chilling smile, his heart as cold as the palace he ruled from. On the screen, the monster he had created roared, a failed masterpiece that had become weak and ugly in his eyes. He felt no love, only a bitter disappointment that his creations no longer met his standards of beauty. He mocked the memory of a past romance, a time when he had pursued someone named Yuan with a passion that now seemed like a distant, pathetic joke. And deep within the bowels of his fortress, a lone prisoner sat behind electrified bars, a broken soul waiting for a salvation that seemed like a fading dream. The shadowy room felt like a tomb as the cold-eyed man toyed with the strings of fate, his voice dripping with a calculated malice that would make a lesser soul tremble. He spoke of power and the absolute authority that had been wielded, a chilling reminder that in this game of kings, everyone was merely a pawn. Before him sat Gu Yuanzi, the legendary Kanai wolf, now a battered shadow of his former self. Yet his spirit remained unbroken even behind bars. The antagonist's cruel smirk widened as he pulled a firearm from his desk, questioning if the general's sons were even still breathing in this wretched world. He dared to call Gu's blood a disgrace, a mere waste of the family name. But the general only smiled with a father's unwavering conviction, declaring that his son was his greatest pride. The air shattered with the deafening roar of a gunshot as the tyrant finally lost patience, the lethal sound echoing through the sterile halls. One shot followed another, a rhythmic dance of death that seemed to signal the end of an era. But as the sun dipped below the horizon in a wash of golden hues, the scene shifted to the chaos of a rescue mission's return. A golden-haired man paced with a murderous aura, his heart heavy with a mixture of rage and worry as he threatened to skin anyone who dared to play the hero so recklessly. His frustration boiled over, his voice a jagged edge as he cursed the stubbornness of those he called family. The heavy thrum of a helicopter blade cut through the evening air, signaling the arrival of the survivors. Tensions remained high as they watched the aircraft descend, the promise of a reunion bittersweet and fraught with the scent of gunpowder. A figure emerged from the steel bird, a blonde warrior holding a small, trembling child close to his chest, a beacon of hope amidst the wreckage. The heavy boots hit the pavement with a finality that spoke of a mission accomplished yet at a terrible cost. There was no time for soft words as they moved with frantic urgency, the weight of their burdens visible in every strained muscle. Even amidst the relief, a dark shadow loomed, a silent acknowledgement of the pain that was still to come. Then came Lu Shangjin, stumbling from the craft with his hand pressed against a blooming crimson stain on his chest, his face pale as death itself. He had sent the precious cargo ahead, sacrificing his own safety to ensure the future remained intact. Despite his shattered state, he managed a weak gesture of brotherhood, acknowledging that he hadn't fought this battle entirely alone. He didn't care about his own broken ribs or the blood loss that threatened to pull him into the abyss. His only thought was for the one current waiting for life on a cold gurney. He reached out, his trembling hand seeking the warmth of his beloved's palm one last time before the double doors of the operating room swung shut. The doctor's promises of doing their best felt hollow against the suffocating pressure of the hospital corridor. Left alone in the silence, Lu finally let the mask of the invincible leader slip, his body collapsing against the wall as the world began to spin, his eyes squeezed shut in a desperate prayer. The physical agony of his wounds nothing compared to the hollow ache in his soul. Inside the sterile theater, Yan Yi lay suspended between worlds, his fingers clutching a crumpled piece of paper as if it were a lifeline. He could still feel the phantom heat of a hand that had held his, so intense it pierced through the numbing cold of the anesthesia. In his fading consciousness, a vision appeared, a silhouette of the man he both loved and feared, standing in a field of blooming flowers. He wondered who this person was that haunted his dreams, a figure shrouded in regret and longing. Lu appeared before him in this dreamscape, kneeling in a humble display of penance and begging for a forgiveness he felt he didn't deserve as he promised never to let go again. He vowed to take his precious rabbit back, to keep him by his side forever, no matter how many times he had to crawl through hell to do it. When Lu finally awoke in his own hospital bed, the reality of his fractured body was a secondary concern to the news of the successful surgery. His friends scolded him for his recklessness, pointing out the sheer absurdity of a man with cracked shoulders worrying about anyone but himself. But Lu wasn't listening. His gaze was fixed on a small, worn notebook he had hidden away. He flipped through the pages, each line a painful reminder of the preferences he had once ignored and the simple joys he had trampled upon. He remembered how Yan Yi had once hated the cold steel of guns, preferring the whimsical charm of a cartoon rabbit. He recalled the days when the youth would proudly wear a cheap t-shirt just to smile, before the world of luxury goods and red wine had tarnished their innocence. It was a bitter realization that Yan Yi had changed himself just to stand more gracefully by his side, a sacrifice Lu had been too blind to see. His father had been right, love was a dangerous game for those at their level, and Yan Yi had lost everything by falling for the arrogant man Lu used to be. Now, with a heart heavy with resolve, he closed the book, promising that the man he was today would finally be worthy of the love he had nearly extinguished. A soft knock at the door interrupted his brooding, and a nurse entered to tend to his many wounds. But he wasn't alone. A tiny, long-eared child sat by his side, chirping about a father who was coming to pick him up. Lu offered a rare, gentle smile as he handed the boy an apple, his eyes softening at the sight of such pure innocence. The little one prattled on about his school and a desk mate who had helped him write a secret note, unaware of the storm that had just passed. As Lu listened to the child's innocent chatter, he realized that the road to redemption was long, but for the first time in years, he had a reason to walk it. The assistant's voice was steady as he revealed the true identity of the little rabbit saved by his boss, noting that the child's parents were high-ranking figures in the business and design worlds. Lu Shangjin looked down at the boy with a calculating gaze, realizing this small act of rescue had inadvertently secured him an extraordinary amount of political and social leverage. He reached out a hand, patting the boy's head with a rare, albeit cold, gentleness as the child clutched a bright red apple. The sterile silence of the hospital room was broken when the boy's father finally arrived, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. The man collapsed to his knees, pulling his son into a suffocating embrace as he sobbed with relief, his world finally righting itself. Lu watched the family reunion from his bed, his expression unreadable even as the grateful father held his child close, the weight of a life debt now hanging between them. The assistant later explained to the tearful father that while Lu Shangjin was a man of business, his only concern was the wife currently fighting for every breath in the ICU. Rumors began to circulate in hushed tones about a lethal grudge between Lu and a mysterious Mr. Shao, a conflict so deep it threatened to spill over into their corporate empires. The assistant's eyes narrowed behind his glasses, wondering aloud who would be foolish enough to provoke a man as dangerous as his boss. Even while confined to his hospital bed, Lu's mind never rested as he feverishly scribbled notes, his focus narrowing onto a singular, desperate goal. He dismissed his staff with a sharp word, needing absolute silence to process the guilt eating away at his soul. When his subordinates visited, trying to lighten the mood with jokes about his business into agriculture, Lu didn't even crack a smile. His bedside table was stacked high with books, but they weren't about business. They were guides on the delicate care required for lop-eared rabbits. He looked at them with a chilling intensity, ordering his visitors to leave if they had nothing useful to contribute to his wife's recovery. Deep in the recesses of a pet forum, Lu began to realize the extent of his own cruelty, learning that the creature he claimed to cherish was actually one of the most fragile types of all. He remembered how Yan Yai would flinch at the slightest sound, his heart breaking as he realized he had spent their entire relationship terrifying the person he was supposed to protect. Memories of feeding the Omega frozen dumplings haunted him, the realization that he had ignored the poor rabbit's physical discomfort for his own convenience. But the most painful memory was Yan Yi's quiet confession of skin hunger, a desperate plea for a touch that Lu had far too often withheld. Driven by a sudden, frantic need, forced himself out of bed, the pain in his own body nothing compared to the ache in his chest. He had to see him, even if the doctors forbade it. Even if it was just a glimpse through a window. Every step toward the ICU was a battle, his hand trembling against the cold walls of the corridor as his breath hitched in his throat. He reached the heavy doors, his strength nailing him as he leaned against the frame, staring at the sign that kept him from his heart's only desire. Bi Qingyan sat nearby, his own injuries a testament to the violence they had survived, and informed Lu that visitation was finally permitted. Lu's heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird as he stood before the threshold, his hand hovering over the handle. With a deep, shuddering breath, he pushed the door open, the sight before him stealing what little air he had left. There, amidst the hum of machines and the glow of monitors, lay Yan Yi, looking impossibly small under a heavy oxygen mask. Lu instinctively released his soothing pheromones, a golden floral scent intended to wrap around his lover like a protective shroud. He reached out with agonizing slowness, his fingers intertwining with his limp hand, as he wondered if the Omega would ever be able to forgive him. When he felt a faint, reflexive squeeze from those slender fingers, the dam finally broke, and hot tears spilled onto the sterile sheets. He leaned down, pressing a lingering, tearful kiss to Yan Yi's forehead, whispering a broken thank you for staying alive. Far away, in a darkened study, the man No received word that his overseas shipments had sabotaged, the first strike in a war he knew was coming. He stared at the phone with a mask of cold fury, realizing that Lu Shangjin was finally coming for his head. He pushed aside to check on little Wenqi, who was quietly building a world of blocks on the floor. Xiao's voice softened as he told the boy it was time for sleep, though his eyes remained as cold as a winter night. The child looked up with wide, innocent eyes, asking if the rabbit was ever coming home, a question that made Xiao's jaw tighten. He tucked the boy in, his touch firm but devoid of the warmth a father should give. He warned the child not to miss anyone else, his mind flashing back to the chaos of the rescue. He had chosen to save Wenqi first, a decision he didn't regret, yet the image of Lu Shangjin's desperate, murderous face haunted him. The boy asked why his parents had become stars, an innocent question that she answered by releasing his own pheromones to lull the child into a forced peace. He admitted to himself that Yan Yi had managed to touch his cold heart, but he refused to let himself become a pathetic man chasing after an Omega. He would snatch the rabbit back eventually, not out of love, but out of a need to win. He promised the boy that he would be the first to know if he ever truly fell in love, then turned out the lights, leaving the room in shadows. Back at the hospital, as the first light of dawn filtered through the blinds, Lu was still awake, performing the most intimate of tasks. He sat by the bed, carefully clipping Yan Yi's nails with a focus that bordered on religious devotion. He cleaned the Omega's face with a soft cloth, whispering a gentle scolding to the unconscious man for scaring him so badly. He confessed that he was too terrified to even close his eyes, fearing that if he slept, it would slip away forever. He begged the silent rabbit not to scare him anymore, his voice cracking with the weight of his exhaustion. He caught his own reflection in the mirror, seeing a man he barely recognized, broken and hollowed out by regret. He used eye drops to mask the redness of his eyes, refusing to let his weakness show to anyone but the man in the bed. He returned to Yan Yi's side, clutching his hand as if it were his only lifeline in a stormy sea. He pulled a ring from his pocket, a shimmering promise of the life they were supposed to have, and begged Yan Yi to wake up so he could finally put it back where it belonged. The silence of the hospital room was suffocating as Lu Shangjin gazed at the pale, fragile figure of his Omega, pleading for him to finally open his eyes and see how much he had withered away. He whispered promises of a future where he would be the happiest little bunny in the world, his voice thick with a desperation only a repentant lover could know. Suddenly, a flicker of movement broke the stillness, sending a jolt through his heart. Yan Yan was finally awake, though his eyes were dazed and his breath came through an oxygen mask, making him look smaller and more vulnerable than ever. With a tenderness that bordered on reverence, Lu Shangjin helped the boy sit up, treating him as if he were made of the finest, most breakable glass. The poor thing curled into himself, a trembling ball of silver hair and hospital stripes, lost in a world he no longer recognized. Lu Shangjin's heart ached as he tried to coax him out of his shell, promising that they wouldn't stay cooped up in this cold, sterile place forever. In a moment bathed in soft light and blooming flowers, the Omega reached up to touch his own sensitive ears, a look of pure, crystalline innocence on his face that made the Alpha's breath hitch as he told the boy to simply be good. But the peace was fleeting. The reality of their situation loomed as the doctor explained that while the gland development was successful, it was tragically immature equivalent to that of a 7-year-old child. The warning was clear and absolute. Any high-level pheromones or intimacy would be far too brutal for his fragile, newly transplanted gland to withstand. Lu Shangjin bowed his head in quiet gratitude, but the doctor couldn't help but marvel at how the once cold and decisive young master of the Lu family had been driven to the brink of madness by his devotion to this one boy. Even with their compatibility standing at a mere 75%, the bond felt like a heavy, inescapable weight. A sudden noise startled the Alpha, pulling his attention back to the bed with a sharp look of concern. Yan Yan sat there, looking like a lost fawn in the sunlight, his wide eyes searching for a comfort he didn't quite grasp. As Lu Shangjin approached, the boy protectively shielded his ears, declaring with a pout that while Big Brother Jin could touch them, the scary old man certainly could not. He prattled on about how only the little prince had permission, leaving the once intimidating Alpha frozen in a state of sheer, comedic shock as he realized he was the old man in question. The blow to his ego was palpable, his soul practically leaving his body in a chibified state of disbelief as he processed the rejection. The boy's stomach growled, and he shamelessly announced his hunger, his innocence acting as a powerful weapon against the Alpha's crumbling composure. Lu Shangjin could only offer a doting smile, promising that food was on the way while the boy continued to fuss over his ears, his cheeks flushed with a youthful, stubborn pride. The trauma of being labeled an old man lingered in the Alpha's mind, a sharp contrast to the gravity of the medical report he held in his hands. The doctor confirmed that while he was physically stable, his memories were those of a child, and it would take years for his mind to catch up to his body. Lu Shangjin pulled the boy into a protective embrace, his gaze darkening at the thought of how long and arduous the road to recovery would truly be. When he called him darling, the boy tilted his head in confusion, asking with wide eyes who exactly this darling was supposed to be. Upon learning it was him, the boy immediately weaponized the nickname to demand his meal, while the doctor noted that his potential to reach A3 rank again was now a matter of pure, unpredictable luck. For a split second, Lu Shangjin wondered if he should recreate the painful stimulus of the past breakthrough. But the dark thought was gone as quickly as it came. He could never bear to see his precious rabbit suffer such agony ever again, even for the sake of power. To lighten the mood, the doctor handed over a small bag of treats, which the boy accepted with sparkling, Jin-like eyes. He clutched the gift to his chest, looking every bit the pampered little prince of the hospital wing. However, nature called, and the boy shyly whispered his need to use the restroom, only to be mortified when the Alpha offered to take him personally. He kicked and protested, shouting for the Alpha not to carry him, but his tiny strength was no match for the man's steady arms. Lu Shangjin simply told him to be obedient as he swept him off his feet, ignoring the boy's indignant pouting and flailing limbs. In his haste, the poor child's foot caught on the doorframe, a sharp thud echoing through the room. The tears came instantly, a heartbroken wail that sent the Alpha into a panicked frenzy, promising to punish the bad door for daring to hurt his darling. It was a scene of both heartbreak and absurdity as the powerful alpha male to massage the tiny foot, while the boy stubbornly refused to use a bathroom that had bullied him. With a sigh of defeat, Lu Shangjin carried him out into the hallway toward another restroom. There, they encountered a golden-haired stranger squatting by the wall, looking like a discarded stray. The boy pointed a finger, calling the man a cat, while the stranger insisted with a toothy, embarrassed grin that he was actually a majestic lion. Lu Shangjin's protective instincts flared instantly, his gaze turning icy as he shielded his omega from the intruder's curious eyes. The blond man, sensing the murderous aura, playfully meowed to appease the child, his expression a mix of amusement and genuine caution. Later, as Lu Shangjin patiently fed the boy, the air turned heavy with a new, suffocating kind of tension. The boy mentioned that the cat smelled nice like fresh grass and wind, comment that struck the alpha like a physical blow to the chest. Lu Shangjin's smile faltered, a shadow of intense jealousy and hurt crossing his handsome features as he told the boy to eat more. Even in his childlike state, the Omega noticed the sadness radiating from his alpha, his little heart sensing the shift in the atmosphere. He sat huddled on the bed, looking small and uncertain under the weight of the alpha's silent pain. To break the silence, he softly asked for carrots, wondering if the alpha was angry with him for praising the stranger. Lu Shangjin assured him he wasn't, his voice a low murmur as he stood to fulfill the simple request. But once alone in the bathroom, the mask of the doting protector slipped, and his face contorted in a silent scream of agony. He splashed cold water on his face, trying to wash away the sting of the boy's innocent, yet devastatingly honest words. A child's truth was the most real, and therefore the most hurtful thing a man like him could ever endure. Stepping out, he found the blonde intruder still lingering, claiming he was just waiting for the doctor to finish his business. But Lu Shangjin had no room for excuses. He released a suffocating, murderous pressure, his eyes glowing with a warning that the lion would be wise to heed if he valued his life. The tension in the sterile room was suffocating as the blonde-haired rival loomed over Jin, his voice dripping with venomous mockery. Jin clutched his head in a fit of agonizing frustration, the weight of his injury pale in comparison to the insults being hurled his way. The intruder didn't stop there, sneering as he questioned Jin's worth and his staggering compatibility with Yan Yai. The truth was a bitter pill to swallow, a 96% match that should have guaranteed a bond. Yet here they were, fractured. With a chilling smile, the rival proposed a gamble, promising to vanish if Jin could somehow secure the life-saving stem cells, all while reminding him that Yan Yi's memory was now a blank slate. Jin stared into the distance, his eyes burning with a desperate resolve. If he played his cards right, perhaps he could make Yan Yi fall for him all over again. Yet, a gnawing fear clawed at his heart, the terrifying possibility that the man he loved might truly choose to leave him this time. Seeking some semblance of normalcy, Jin found himself at a grocery store, staring intensely at rows of fresh carrots as if they held the secrets to the universe. When the clerk asked if he was preparing a feast, he simply replied that these were snacks to be eaten raw, shamelessly ordering 10 entire boxes to satisfy the cravings of his precious bunny. His mind drifted back to a time when Yan Yai was 17, a troublesome yet adorably spoiled youth who would cling to his arm and beg for treats. Jin had always indulged him, finding joy in the way the boy acted so helplessly dependent. They had survived years of life and death battles together, forging a bond that far beyond mere biological compatibility. But now, stripped of those memories, Jin wondered if Yan Yi could ever love him for who he was in this ordinary, trivial life. Returning to the hospital, Jin carried a massive bouquet of crimson roses, finding Yan Yi sitting on the bed with his long, silky ears twitching in surprise. The boy looked up with wide, innocent eyes, his face lighting up with a gentle radiance that made Jin's heart ache. In an adorable display of his regressed state, Yan Yi even tried to nibble on a rose petal, prompting a soft sigh from Jin as he marveled at the boy's pure, childlike nature. He pulled the fragile boy into his lap, holding him with a protective intensity while whispering for him to eat slowly. As Yan Yi nestled against chest, Jin felt a fleeting moment of peace, his hand resting tenderly on the boy's head. However, a glance at his phone shattered the mood, revealing cryptic messages and reminders of the shadows still haunting their lives. A week later, after they had finally returned home, Jin stood in the foyer and gave strict instructions to the maid to care for Yan Yi as if he were a delicate 7-year-old. He watched the boy with a mix of adoration and profound sadness, his handsome features masked by a weary stoicism. Behind closed doors, Jin clutched a phone to his ear, his expression hardening as he discussed the potent energy supplements he had taken from the pharmacy. He was desperate to recover his strength, regardless of the toll it took on his body, just so he could be the pillar Yan Yi needed. Across the room, Yan Yai was a blur of energy, jumping on the sofa with a carefree joy that was both heart-wrenching and beautiful to behold. The doctor on the other end of the line pleaded with him to be careful, warning that marking Yan Yai now would turn the boy into nothing more than a vassal. Jin listened in silence, the weight of his past arrogance pressing down on him like a physical burden. He vowed to never hurt the boy again, his voice trembling with the ghost of 1,000 regrets. He realized too late that he had treated Yan Yi's devotion as a given, A jerk who assumed his lover would never have the strength to walk away. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the house, and Jin's blood ran cold. He burst into the kitchen to find Yan Yi cowering on the floor, his hands tightly over his ears in sheer terror. The culprit was a simple juicer humming on the counter, but to Yan Yi's fragile mind, it was a monster. Jin rushed to his side, pulling the trembling boy into a fierce embrace and ordering the maid to throw the machine away immediately. As he tried to carry the boy to safety, Yan Yi's panic turned into a violent struggle. In a blur of movement, the boy sank his teeth into Jin's shoulder and began kicking wildly, screaming for the stranger to get away from him. He lashed out with a desperate strength, his eyes filled with a fear that shattered Jin's soul. Blood began to bloom across Jin's white shirt, a stark reminder of the pain he had caused. He caught the boy's foot midair, his grip firm yet infused with a heartbreaking tenderness. Pinning him down gently, Jin whispered that he wasn't going anywhere, his voice a soothing balm against the storm. He released a heavy wave of calming pheromones, cradling Yan Yi's face and pleading for him to look at him. But the boy's next words were a killing blow. He asked when his real Jin Ji was coming to save him, demanding that this imposter leave him alone. The realization hit Jin like a physical strike. The person Yan Yi was waiting for was a version of himself that no longer existed. He remembered day Yan Yi had placed a toy crown on his head, declaring him a prince. Now that crown lay shattered in the darkness of his mind, a symbol of a love that had been broken by his own hands. Despite the rejection, Jin stayed by his side, watching over the boy with a gaze full of silent longing. He pulled Yan Yi back into his arms, the silence of the room echoing with his unspoken apologies. He held him tight, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears as he felt the boy's heartbeat against his own. He lied through his teeth, telling Yan Yi that his prince would come soon if only he were a good boy. Yan Yi wept into his shoulder, sobbing that he just wanted to go home. Once the boy finally drifted into an exhausted sleep, Jin tucked him in with trembling hands. He stood over the bed for a moment, the sight of the peaceful face making his own suffering feel worthwhile. Dragging his exhausted body to the bathroom, Jin leaned against the cold marble, his strength failing him. He pulled out a syringe, his eyes narrowing with a grim determination to restore his physical power at any cost. He plunged the needle into his arm, a sharp gasp escaping his lips as the chemicals burned through his veins. He did it all for Yan Yi, terrified that, without his strength, he would lose the boy to someone more compatible. The syringe clattered to the floor as Jin collapsed, his body rejecting the harsh treatment. He slumped over the toilet, retching in agony as the side effects took hold. Wiping his mouth, he stared at his reflection, feeling like a ghost in his own home, a man who was nothing without the dependency of the one he loved. He sat on the floor, his head in his hands, drowning in the realization that perhaps Yan Yi had never truly loved him, but was merely bound by instinct. He felt like a fool, a victim of his own wishful thinking. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a sliver of light cut through the darkness. Yan Yi stood there, rubbing his eyes and softly asking if Jin was awake. Jin froze, his heart hammering against his ribs as he worried he had scared the boy in his disheveled state. But Yan Yi didn't run. Instead, he approached with a look of pure, heart-shattering concern, reaching out to Kun's face. He pulled the tall, broken man into a warm hug, whispering a soft apology and asking if his kick had hurt too much. Han nodded. Wrapped in a tender embrace, the atmosphere was thick with a soft, lingering regret as he whispered an apology, pulling the fragile youth closer to his chest. He promised with a gaze full of devotion that he could never truly be angry with him, for the mere thought of causing him pain was unbearable. Lifting the slender boy into his arms as if he were made of the finest porcelain, he released a wave of calming pheromones to soothe the restless soul against him. He carried his precious burden through the quiet halls, eventually laying him down with the utmost care upon the soft sheets of the bed. Even in his sleep, the boy looked like a small, tucked-away treasure, and the man couldn't help but watch over him with a smile that reached his golden eyes. He gently tucked the blankets around the sleeping figure, ensuring he was warm and safe within the sanctuary of their room. Unable to stay away, he climbed in beside him, pulling the boy into the cotty and holding him tight through the night. The rhythmic breathing of the youth was the only melody he needed to find peace. As the boy drifted deeper into a dreamless slumber, his face remained flushed and innocent, a stark contrast to the world outside. The room fell into a heavy, protective silence, guarding their shared intimacy from the prying eyes of the world. However, the peace was short-lived as the scene shifted to the suffocating pressure of a high-stakes boardroom, where cold business lashed with the man's hidden warmth when a familiar name flashed on his vibrating phone. He didn't care about the critical financial state of the company or the glares of disgruntled associates. He held up a hand to silence the room, his voice dropping to a doting murmur as he answered his baby. He promised to return soon, urging the boy to be good and wait just 5 more minutes. With a sharp click, he hung up, his expression instantly hardening back into that of a cold, calculated leader. He demanded 3 minutes of their undivided attention to settle the matter once and for all, his aura radiating an intimidating authority. But the moment the doors closed behind him, his composure began to crumble. A frantic call from the nanny shattered his heart. Yan Yi had run away, disappearing without a trace. Desperation clawed at his throat as he demanded to know how this could have happened. The news hit him like a physical blow, leaving him breathless with a terror he had never known. Behind the wheel of his car, he searched every corner of the neighborhood, his eyes scanning the streets with a manic intensity. Tears he usually kept locked away began to spill, blurring his vision as he begged the boy not to go, pleading for him to just come back. He didn't need forgiveness, he didn't even need the boy to love him or remember him, he just needed him home, safe and sound. The powerful man was reduced to a state of wretched grief, sobbing over the steering wheel as he realized how badly he had messed up. His eyes were bloodshot and wild, filled with the agonizing realization of what he was about to lose. Then, amidst a garden of blooming roses, he spotted a flash of gray hair and a limp, familiar form lying on the cold ground. He slammed on the brakes, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. Stumbling out of the car, he didn't even care about the traffic or his own safety. He sprinted toward the fallen boy, his lungs burning with every desperate breath. A passing driver shouted in rage as he nearly ran into the path of the car, but the man was deaf to everything but the silence of the boy ahead. He tripped in his haste, his knees hitting the pavement with a jarring thud. Reaching the boy's side, he fell to the earth, his voice trembling as he begged Yan Yi not to scare him like this. He gathered the unconscious youth into his arms, flooding the air with a massive amount of soothing pheromones until the boy's eyes finally fluttered open. He scolded him softly, calling him a naughty child for nearly scaring him to death, though his touch remained incredibly gentle. To his surprise, the boy looked up with big, teary eyes and offered him a delicate pink flower, a silent peace offering. He took the bloom, his heart swelling as the boy asked if this apology was enough for the kick from the day before. He assured him it wasn't his fault, leaning in to check if the boy was still in pain with a gaze that had softened completely. In a moment of pure and comforting scent of daffodils, as the sun set, casting a golden glow over the city, the man realized that perhaps he truly did like the smell of daffodils after all. Back within the safety of their home, the boy felt a pang of guilt for a broken eagle ornament, a mistake he'd been too afraid to admit earlier. He sat on the bed, ears drooping in shame as he waited for the man to discover the damage. But the man merely looked at the shattered piece and told him it wasn't expensive, his only concern being that the boy hadn't cut his hands on the shards. He offered a comforting smile, reminding him to be more careful next time. He knew that while physical things could be mended, the wounds of the heart required years of doting and compensation to truly heal. To make amends, the boy focused all his energy on folding a delicate blue paper crane. He presented the small gift with a hopeful expression, asking if it was for him. The man tucked the tiny treasure into his pocket, his heart full. Before the boy suddenly stood up, the man's eyes widened in sheer, stunned silence as the boy's robe shifted. There, revealed in the soft light, was a fluffy, round rabbit tail that the boy wiggled shamelessly, leaving the man completely breathless and at the mercy of his adorable companion. Lu looked at his baby with such longing, his heart aching as he watched those lips pressed together in a silent plea. He gently urged the boy to rest, his hand a warm, grounding weight on that soft hair, desperate for him to find some peace. When the request came for him to stay, Lu couldn't possibly refuse, settling in as the boy clung to his leg like a lifeline, seeking comfort in his presence. A buzz from his phone shattered the quiet moment, bringing a medical report that detailed the steady maturation of the boy's glands, a reminder that his little rabbit was growing up fast. Lu stared at the screen, wondering how he could possibly pamper him enough to be considered proper handling for such a delicate transition. Fast forward to Friday evening, where the cold professionalism of the city loomed over his business dealings. Even as a beautiful woman pried into his personal life, asking with a flirtatious smile if the great Mr. Lu was married. He didn't hesitate to admit he had been bound to another for over a decade, his expression softening at the mere thought of his partner. He prepared to leave, only to find a flashy car waiting, and a very familiar, very rebellious figure leaning against it. There he was, little bunny trying his best to look like a cool teenager in dark shades, successfully catching Lu completely off guard. Lu's confusion was palpable as he questioned why the car had been taken out of the garage, only for the boy to arrogantly declare that everything belonging to Lu was his to take, shamelessly weaponizing his status. Lu could only sigh, remembering he'd given the boy full access to every security system in his life, leaving him completely vulnerable to these whims. Once inside the car, the air grew thick with a different kind of tension as the boy demanded to know who that woman was. Lu teased him, asking if he'd been spoiled too much lately. But the boy wasn't playing, his eyes burning with a possessive fire as he interrogated Lu about his whereabouts and why he hadn't come home for lunch. When Lu jokingly admitted to spending the whole week with her, the reaction was instant. The boy grabbed Lu by the tie, pulling him close with a desperate, blushing intensity that demanded the truth. Lu finally relented, leaning in to whisper that it was only business, his voice a low caress meant to soothe the jealous heart. The boy's pout was adorable, a silent, huffy protest against being teased so mercilessly. knew he had to make it up to him, whisking him away toward a secret destination while presenting a small gift that made those wide eyes sparkle with anticipation. The boy's mood flipped in an instant, his excitement bubbling over as he begged to go to this mystery-fun place. Lu couldn't help but smile. Curing up a 16-year-old was truly a delicate and rewarding art form. They arrived at the roaring racetrack, a place where the boy's dreams of speed could finally take flight as he marveled at the scene. Old friends exchanged jabs and questions about the boy's health, noting how his rank didn't matter to Lu in the slightest, because his love transcended such labels. But the lighthearted atmosphere shifted as a familiar face appeared, sending their companion running in a comedic panic while Lu watched with a knowing smirk as night fell and the stars began to peek through the velvet sky. The boy sat quietly on a rock, his voice small as he wondered why he could never seem to catch up to the man beside him. Lu's heart skipped a beat. Was he starting to remember the fragments of their shared past? The fear of judgment, the fear that the boy might one day choose to leave if the truth came out, tightened its grip on Lu's soul. He couldn't help himself, reaching out to pull the boy into a crushing, desperate embrace, whispering apologies into the night for things the boy couldn't yet understand. The boy froze, sensing the raw terror radiating from the man who was usually so composed and untouchable. To him, Lu seemed like a traveler walking on thin ice, cautiously fearing a fall that would shatter everything. Lu pulled back just enough to look into those shimmering eyes, his voice trembling as he vowed that the boy would never have to chase him again. The world around them faded into a blur of moonlight and shadows, leaving only the sound of their synchronized heartbeats. Their hands intertwined, fingers locking together in a silent pact of belonging. In the soft glow of the evening, Lu's gaze dropped to those tempting lips, his breath hitching as he softly asked for a kiss. As their lips finally met, the surrounding greenery seemed to shield their private sanctuary from the rest of the world. Poured every ounce of his devotion into that touch, repeating his love like a sacred prayer over and over again. Under the watchful eye of the moon, their reflection in the still water mirrored a love that was both a final destination and a beautiful, eternal chase toward the light. Time had slipped away, and a month later, the peaceful morning was interrupted by a gentle but firm knock on the closet door. Lu Shangjin called out his little treasure, reminding him that the hospital appointment with Dr. Zhang couldn't wait any longer. But the only response was a heavy, stubborn silence. When he finally pried the door open, he found the boy curled into a miserable ball, his silver hair messy and his long rabbit ears drooping with pure dread. The small boy refused to budge, his tiny body trembling as if he were facing an executioner rather than a doctor. Lu Shangjin sighed and scooped the reluctant creature into his arms, ignoring the desperate protests and the sudden sweet bribe of a homemade cake if only they could stay home. The alpha's heart softened at the sight of those teary eyes, and he pulled the boy into a protective embrace, releasing soothing pheromones to still the frantic beating of the rabbit's heart. Outside the hospital, the crisp autumn leaves fell like golden tears as Lu Shangjin promised to bring the car around, yet the boy insisted he could walk, his voice small and filled with a growing, gnawing doubt. He looked up with wet, shimmering eyes, asking if he was broken or possessed some terrible disease that required these painful monthly injections. Lu Shangjin's expression was a mask of calm as he denied the boy's fears, pulling him close to hide the secrets buried beneath his skin. As they walked hand in hand, the simple warmth of the alpha's palm offered a fleeting sense of security. But at the moment that contact was broken, a sudden, chilling emptiness washed over the boy, leaving him feeling adrift in a world he didn't quite understand. Lu Shangjin's doting nature knew no bounds as he knelt on the cold pavement to tie a loose shoelace, warning his clumsy little rabbit not to trip and make a fuss again. The boy's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and he huffed for the alpha to stop talking, his heart racing at the embarrassing, yet tender attention. Even as he crawled into the back seat to rest his aching body, a sense of being cherished wrapped around him like a warm blanket. However, as the car began to pull away, a shadow fell across his vision and he spotted a mysterious, elegant man watching them from the sidewalk. A voice seemed to echo in the air, calling him a little rabbit, and though the boy's memories were a fractured mess, that face sent a violent shiver down his spine. A primal fear took root in his soul, a cold dread that made his skin crawl even though he couldn't remember why. He scrambled away from the window, seeking refuge in Lu Shangjin's solid presence, clinging to him as if he were the only thing keeping the monsters at bay. The alpha sensed the shift in the air, telling him to stay down and stay hidden, his voice dropping to a protective growl as the danger lurked just outside the glass. From the shadows, the stranger watched with a predatory smirk, realizing that the boy's glands had been replaced, and the mark he had once carved into him was gone. It was a shocking revelation that Lu Shangjin would go so far as to steal stem cells just to save this fragile creature. The rumors of the alpha's obsession were true, and the stranger's gaze darkened with a twisted amusement. Just then, a phone buzzed in the alpha's pocket, carrying a message from a man named Wenqi about a parent-teacher meeting. The stranger dismissed the little rabbit as a broken, meaningless thing, deciding instead to dark intentions on someone else. That night, the grand house felt cold and cavernous as the maid delivered the news that Mr. Lu would be working late. Left alone, the boy watched the happy silhouettes of children playing outside, a profound loneliness settling in his chest. He tried to distract himself by writing, but his hand moved as if possessed, scrawling Lu Shangjin's name across the page. The moment his eyes landed on those characters, a phantom pain erupted in his abdomen, a visceral reaction to a past he couldn't name. He gasped, clutching his stomach, as the mere sight of the name felt like a physical blow to his very core. It was a strange, suffocating agony, and in a fit of desperation, he frantically scribbled over the ink until the name was nothing but a dark, ugly blotch. The clock ticked past 8, each second feeling like an eternity as he waited for a savior who hadn't returned. He stood up to search for a phone, his breath hitching in the silence, when suddenly the world plunged into total darkness. A terrifying clatter echoed through the room, and he collapsed to the floor, his mind fracturing under the weight of a sudden, paralyzing trauma. He curled into a corner, sobbing and trembling, praying for the power to return before the ghosts of his past caught up to him. In the suffocating blackness, the sound of rain transformed to the staccato rhythm of gunfire. He saw himself running, blood staining the ground, a desperate flight from a nightmare he thought he had escaped. "Please, don't come over," he whimpered into the void, his eyes squeezed shut as the past threatened to swallow him whole. Then a hand touched him. He shrieked, but it wasn't a monster, it was Lu Shangjin who gathered him into a powerful embrace. The alpha whispered soothing words, explaining it was only maintenance on the circuits, his voice a steady anchor in the storm of the boy's panic. The boy clung to him, his thoughts a chaotic swirl of devotion. His alpha was strong, his alpha would never let him be hurt again. He convinced himself that this man was different from the one he hated with every fiber of his being. Later, tucked safely into bed, Lu Shangjin apologizes for the late hour, his gaze full of a weary but intense affection. He promised a weekend of whatever the boy desired, his hand gently stroking the silver hair. But the fear hadn't fully dissipated. The boy confessed his terror, his voice trembling as he admitted that Lu Shangjin looked far too much like the person he loathed most in the world. He took a deep, shaky breath, the air thick with unspoken tension. Suddenly, he climbed to the alpha's lap, his eyes wide and pleading. "Please, don't ever become that person," he begged, his heart laid bare in the dim light. They held each other tight, the silence of the room broken only by their synchronized breathing. In that moment of intense vulnerability, the air began to shimmer with the sweet, heavy scent of a rabbit in heat. Lu Shangjin stiffened, his eyes darkening as he realized the boy's condition, yet he held back, reminding himself of the boy's youth. But the boy wouldn't let him pull away, pleading to be spoiled, to be loved, to be kept safe from the shadows that haunted his dreams. "Don't become the one I hate," he sobbed against the alpha's lips, his desperation finally breaking the man's resolve. Their lips met in a feverish, soul-searing kiss that promised both salvation and ruin. "I will only ever love you," Lu Shangjin vowed, his voice a low, possessive rumble as he surrendered to the pull of their shared destiny. In the quiet of the night, amidst a sea of blooming pheromones, they lost themselves in each other, a forbidden and beautiful bond forged in the wreckage of a forgotten past. Returning to a house-filled heavy silence, the man loosened his tie, the weight of the day etched into his statuesque features. The maid's voice was a mere whisper as she revealed that Yan Yan had sequestered himself in the bedroom, refusing to emerge for hours. He ascended the stairs with a purposeful stride, each step echoing through the hollow corridor. Stopping before the closed door, he knocked softly, his voice carrying a mix of wariness and affection as he announced his return. He urged to come out and eat, but the only response was a sharp, stubborn refusal from within. A faint sigh escaped his lips as he realized his little bunny was throwing yet another tantrum, prompting him to fish out a wire to pick the lock. With a soft click, the barrier gave way, revealing a sight that made his heart ache. Huddled in a large chair was Yan Yan, his fluffy bunny ears drooping with his melancholy. Setting a gift bag aside, the man didn't hesitate, scooping the youth into his arms despite the protests. He carried him to the bed, settling him onto his lap with a possessive gentleness. Looking into those tear-filled eyes, he teased him for being such a cute little troublemaker, though the boy stubbornly declaring he wouldn't allow even a single kiss. Then came the question that pierced the air like a knife. Why wouldn't the man mark him? Memories flooded back, haunting and vivid, of a time when Yan Yan had begged for that very mark with a desperation that bordered on madness. He remembered the broken voice, the way the boy had clung to him, pleading to be claimed as if his very life depended on it. Back then, the desire in Yan Yan's eyes had been a suffocating pressure, a need to be owned and tethered. The man's gaze softened with a profound, unspoken regret. If he had truly understood how much it meant, perhaps he would have marked him then. But now he wanted Yan Yan to have a choice, to grow up and love him of his own free will, not out of a biological dependency that treated him like private property. Yan struggled in his grip, his frustration boiling over as he lashed out with sharp words, even mockingly calling him dad to push him away. The man's expression darkened, his aura flickering for a moment as he demanded to know where such dirty language had come from. He pulled the boy flush against his chest, their proximity so close it was nearly suffocating. Even as Yan tried to flee, the man held fast, eventually offering a pink gift bag as a peace offering. The sight of the cake didn't immediately soothe the boy's ruffled feathers. His eyes remained red-rimmed and suspicious. He wiped at his eyes, his voice trembling with a mix of sorrow and defiance. Softly, the man made a solemn promise. If by the age of 27 he still desired to be marked, he would not hesitate for a second. Yan didn't believe him, his heart still heavy with doubt, so he proposed a different kind of bond he would mark the man instead. He leaned in, his gaze burning with a sudden, fierce resolve. He wanted to leave a permanent sign, to ensure that the man would always belong to him. To his surprise, the man didn't pull away. Instead, he knelt before him on the rug, a gesture of absolute submission. He reached for his collar, exposing the pale skin of his neck and inviting the boy to take what he wanted. The scent of the man was intoxicating, a masculine fragrance that made Yan's head spin as he leaned closer. With a shaky breath, he opened his mouth, his teeth grazing the sensitive skin. The bite was sharp and deep, a sudden jolt of pain that made the man's eye and his teeth grit in agony. As the boy pulled back, a jagged red mark remained on the man's neck, a testament to his claim. Despite the sting, the man joked about his little brother trying to take his life. He reached up to stroke Yan's cheek, asking if he finally felt better now that he had drawn blood. The boy's anger seemed to melt away, replaced bashful, rosy glow on his cheeks. As they prepared to go downstairs, the man offered a doting smile. Yan suddenly stopped him, his fingers catching on the man's tie. He pulled the silk fabric free, letting it flutter to the floor as if discarding the man's professional facade. He whispered for the man to stay here and not leave. He grabbed a pen, his eyes sparkling with mischief, as he ordered the man to expose his neck once more. Since a physical bite wouldn't leave a lasting mark on an alpha, he decided to draw one acute, round bunny to show the world who this man belonged to. The man could only watch with an indulgent smile as his little troublemaker worked with such focus. But the playfulness shifted into something deeper as he pinned the boy to the bed, the air between them turning electric. Their lips met in a searing kiss that left them both breathless, the world outside the room fading to insignificance. He whispered about an upcoming jewelry exhibition, promising that when the time came, he would show the world his status. Standing next to him, everyone would know that he was Yan's alpha. The boy chirped happily, his sparkling eyes full of innocent joy as he suggested they take a keepsake of this moment. He focused on the camera, his bunny ears framing his face as they prepared to capture the memory. They huddled together, the camera lens capturing their smiles, one predatory and protective, the other bright and beaming. Looking through the gallery of their shared moments, the man felt a surge of doting affection. Yan leaned in to press a soft kiss to his cheek, a gentle contrast to the bite from before. He looked up with a vulnerable expression, asking if the man would truly still like him when he reached 27. The answer was immediate and unwavering, as the man promised he would. As they finally prepared to leave the room, the man stole one last look at the boy's radiant face. But as his gaze fell back to the phone screen, a shadow of worry crossed his statuesque features. He reached into his pocket, his fingers brushing against a pair of silver rings hidden there. As Yan's fragmented memories were slowly repaired, the man couldn't help but wonder what would happen when he remembered everything. He gripped his own chin in thought, questioning if the boy would still be willing his ring once the full truth was revealed. And how flashbulbs pop and cameras click as the elite gather for a night of opulence. The atmosphere is thick with excitation as a sleek luxury car pulls up to the red carpet. From within emerges a man whose presence alone commands the room, the formidable Lu Shangjin. His sharp features and statuesque frame are the epitome of cold elegance as he steps into the light. But it isn't just his appearance that sets tongues wagging. It's the delicate, silver-haired figure by his side, a lop-eared rabbit butler whose proximity to the powerful alpha seems far too intimate for a mere servant. Amidst the crowd, a pair of eyes watches them with a mix of suspicion and envy. He notes that Lu Shangjin hasn't marked the boy yet, giving him a chance to flee. Yet here they are, practically announcing their relationship to the world. The observer of the rabbit's composed nature unsettling. Suddenly, a memory clicks. He recognizes that face from a movie makeup test he saw days ago. He wonders if this is the actor who was ridiculed by fans for his lack of skill, and a bad impression of the boy begins to fester. Feeling the weight of the gaze and the suffocating pressure of the event, Yan decides to retreat to the safety of the shadows. He slips away toward the bathroom, hoping to avoid any confrontation that might settle old accounts. Inside the quiet sanctuary, he tries to regain his composure at the sink. But the peace is short-lived as he finds himself cornered by the very man who had been watching him. The tension in the air is palpable as the two stand face to face. Yan Yi realizes this is the unlucky netizen who was attacked by fans for sarcastically praising his acting. He desperately tries to remain invisible, praying the man won't recognize him. But as he tries to brush past, their eyes meet, and the pretense shatters. The stranger releases friendly pheromones, a signal that catches Yan Yi off guard. He notices the pressure is far less oppressive than their last encounter, leading the stranger to wonder if Lu Shangjin had replaced the boy's glands with something more compatible. The thought is horrifyingly absurd to Yan Yi. He maintains a mask of cold indifference, apologizing and acting as if they are total strangers. Tries to wave him off. The man pulls out his phone, scrolling through images of the rabbit's past. He looks at the screen, seeing a tender moment between the rabbit and the alpha. It seems the silly rabbit's wish for a domestic life had finally come true, but the moment is interrupted as a strong hand snatches the phone away. Lu Shangjin has arrived, his aura dark and possessive, as he pulls Yan Yi into his protective embrace. Yan Yi's into the alpha, his acting skills finally serving a purpose as he plays the part of the devoted partner. But inside his heart is in turmoil. He wonders what the stranger meant about his glands being replaced. Lu Shangjin, sensing his distress, gently strokes his hair, asking if he's tired of dealing with this kind of event. He leads the boy away, his touch a grounding force. Yan Yi admits he doesn't feel well, his voice trembling as he grips the alpha's hand. Lu's worry is instant, offering a trip to the hospital or any comfort he might need. He pulls the boy close, the scent of his alpha surrounding him like a shield. Yan Yi confesses that he feels an empty ache whenever they are apart, like receiving a text saying his partner won't be home for dinner. Lu's heart aches at the confession, promising to always try to come home early. He holds the boy tight, terrified that they might not be a good match after all, while Yan Yi desperately tries to reassure him. On the sofa, the air grows thick with soothing pheromones as Lu seeks to calm his lover. He cups Yan Yi's face, his eyes burning with a desperate need to know if the boy has remembered their shared past. The alpha's insecurity is a heavy weight, and he releases a wave of calming energy to soothe them both. He fears the boy is becoming distant as he grows up. To change the subject, he suggests they visit the buffet on the second floor. He would do anything to make his rabbit happy, even hold a carrot exhibition if that's what it took. At the buffet, Lu Shangjin meticulously picks out the treats his lover enjoys. Yan Yi's eyes sparkle as he sees the plate filled with his favorite things. It touches his heart that the alpha remembers every tiny preference, his love ingrained in the simplest of actions. But as the night deepens, Lu's thoughts turn darker. He wants to mark the boy now to ensure he can never leave. He watches Yan Yi eat with a predatory yet doting gaze. He discards the chopsticks, preferring to feed the boy himself. In a moment of playful intimacy, he holds a piece of broccoli between his lips, calling the boy a good child. Yan Yi blushes furiously but accepts the challenge, their lips meeting over the small vegetable. The playful moment turns into something more intense as Lu pins him to the sofa. His hands roam, eager to feel the warmth of the boy beneath him, while warning him not to damage the clothes. He leans in close to the boy's neck, the urge to mark him becoming an all-consuming fire. He wants to claim him so completely that he can never leave again. Yan Yi trembles, wondering if the moment of marking has finally arrived. Lu releases a flood of soothing pheromones, asking if he feels more comfortable. He tells the boy he is all his, yet he still feels the distance growing between them. As clothes are cast aside, the conversation takes a serious turn. Yan Yi reveals a shocking fear that he might become pregnant. Lu is stunned, asking if the boy simply doesn't want to have children with him. Yan Yi explains that they are still young and his career is just starting. He doesn't want a child to take up too much of their time together just yet. But seeing the alpha's reaction, he smiles warmly, promising that if they do have children, he would be very happy. In his younger years, the powerful alpha never once imagined a future shared with another, preferring the solitary coldness of his own company. But as he looked down at the fragile omega in his arms, his heart yearned for the pitter-patter of small feet, a desperate anchor to keep his beloved from ever drifting away. The thought of a child was a double-edged sword. While the alpha saw it as a bond, the small rabbit boy trembled with a visceral fear of the agonizing pain that came with it. Sensing his distress, the alpha's hand cupped his cheek with a tenderness that defied his intimidating aura, promising that their bond would be painless. He spoke of energy boosters and soothing pheromones, anything to erase the terror in those sparkling eyes. Yet, a haunting memory of a younger, more desperate version of his lover surfaced, a version that once whispered he didn't care about the pain as long as he wasn't abandoned. The alpha's composure shattered, and he suddenly shouted a frantic refusal as if fighting a ghost from the past. He seized his lover's hands, his grip tight and pleading. Tears pricked the alpha's eyes as he begged for a promise, his voice thick with a vulnerability no one else would ever witness. He pulled the omega into a suffocatingly tight embrace, his soul screaming for him not to leave when he turned 27. The rabbit-eared boy blinked in confusion, wondering why his powerful alpha was suddenly so fragile, so consumed by an inexplicable insecurity. The alpha's golden eyes searched his, pleading for even a shred more affection. He was like a drowning man, repeating the same desperate plea for a promise over and over again. Realizing he had unintentionally neglected his alpha's emotional needs, the boy felt a pang of guilt. He gently pushed back, needing a moment to solidify their bond in a way words could not. With a steady hand, he wrote a vow on a small card. He would love him at 27, and every year after. The alpha's lips twitched into a bittersweet smile, joking that he would sue if the promise was ever broken, though they both know court could handle the wreckage of a broken heart. Later, amidst the glittering lights of a high society auction, the alpha moved with a calculated grace, warning everyone to keep his true name Lu Shangjin hidden to avoid triggering his lover's fractured memories. On the second floor, the Omega sat with a friend, the air thick with luxury and the scent of expensive wine. He politely declined a sweet treat, his mind elsewhere as the grand display below began. Downstairs, Lu Shangjin watched like a hawk, his murderous aura suppressed but ever present. His friend offered him a commemorative book, mentioning a private club for Omegas, but the piece was short-lived. As the auction reached its crescendo, the announcer's voice boomed through the hall, offering sincere thanks to the organizer, Mr. Lu Shangjin. The name hit the boy like a physical blow, his pupils shrinking in sudden, sharp recognition. When his friend asked the name of his alpha, he realized with a sinking dread that he hadn't let himself think of it for months. He stood up, the floor beneath him feeling like it was crumbling as the fog in his mind began to clear. His friend watched in silent concern, knowing that some wounds were too deep to stay hidden forever. From the balcony, the boy looked down at the handsome man he called his alpha, the very man who was currently wearing a smug, satisfied expression. Lu Shangjin raised his glass, unaware that the sword of Damocles was about to fall. In a flash of agonizing clarity, the truth surfaced. Lu Shangjin was the name of the person he hated more than anyone else in the world. His body began to shake uncontrollably as the weight of his past trauma crashed back into his consciousness. He fled to the rooftop, the cold night air doing little to soothe the sudden nausea rolling through his gut. He clutched his stomach, his fingers digging into his white suit as he struggled to breathe. When Lu Shangjin found him, the alpha's voice was laced with a worry that felt like a mockery of his past sins. He stood there in his dark, statuesque elegance, a predator masquerading as a protector. He asked what was wrong, but the boy could only offer a hollow response, his mind reeling from the realization that he was an expert smoker without even knowing why. Lu Shangjin's eyes narrowed, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, and asked if he was hiding something. He pulled the boy into a hug, but the embrace that once felt safe now felt like a cage. The boy thought bitterly that he would rather have a quick death than remain in the arms of the man he loathed. When the alpha asked if he truly hated him, the boy confirmed it with a chilling finality, wondering why else the memory would be so vivid. Lu Shangjin's heart felt like it was being ripped out, but he forced a stoic mask, suggesting they simply go home. A week in a blur of suffocating tension, Lu Shangjin stood before a mirror, his reflection a portrait of a man awaiting his own execution. Every second felt like he was a prisoner on death row, just waiting for the final straw to break him. A single leaf fell outside, a silent harbinger of the end. Driven by a sudden, sick impulse, he grabbed his coat, unable to bear the silence for another second. He raced back to their home, his footsteps heavy with a fear he couldn't outrun. He burst through the door only to find the room silent and cold. The thought that his lover had finally abandoned him hit him with the force of a tidal wave. His car keys slipped from his nerveless fingers, clattering loudly on the floor. He collapsed to his knees, his broad shoulders shaking as he let out a jagged, broken breath. But then, a familiar voice cut through his despair. His lover had returned early, carrying a bag of snacks as if nothing was wrong. He looked at the powerful alpha crumpled on the floor and asked if he was giving up on life. Lu Shangjin didn't care about his pride. He lunged forward, grabbing the boy's legs in a desperate, pathetic display of need. He begged to be told if the boy ever planned to leave, his voice cracking with raw emotion. The Omega remained calm, telling him to let go so he could mop up the mess on the floor. In a sudden burst of possessive energy, the alpha scooped him up, insisting he would do the cleaning himself as long as he didn't have to let go. As night fell over the city, the silence returned, but it was a heavy, mournful silence. They lay in bed together, the Omega having passed out from the sheer exhaustion of his own haywire pheromones. Lu Shangjin clung to him from behind, burying his face in the boy's neck as if he could hide from the truth there. Tears streamed down the alpha's face as he whispered a desperate plea into the darkness, promising to change everything if only he wouldn't be hated forever. Lately, his alpha hadn't been sleeping well, the shadows under his eyes speaking of a restless, tortured soul. Even in the depths of a nightmare, the man clung to him with a desperate, suffocating grip, as terrified that he might vanish into the night. It took every ounce of gentleness to try and pry those ironclad fingers away, but the alpha's subconscious used to let go of its only anchor in the dark. With a soft promise that he would be right back, he finally slipped out of the stifling heat of the bed, leaving the man to toss and turn alone. The silence of the hallway felt heavy as he walked away, his heart aching with a worry he couldn't quite soothe. After fetching a glass of cool water, a sudden sliver of light from the doorway caught eye, pulling his attention back to the room he'd just vacated. There the alpha sat, hunched over and trembling, the weight of his internal demons clearly visible in the slump of his desk shoulders. He offered the water, his gaze lingering on the man's pale, handsome face that looked so uncharacteristically fragile in the dim light. As they sat together, the silence was thick with the unspoken dread of the nightmares that continued to claim the man's peace. Reaching out to brush a stray lock of hair, he realized with a jolt of fear that the man was burning up, his skin searing to the touch. It was clear now that the alpha had been recklessly overworking his glands, using his own calming pheromones to maintain a facade of strength just to keep his partner at ease. The man begged him not to leave, his voice a ragged, desperate whisper that tore at his heart as he gripped his hand with a strength born of pure terror. The raw vulnerability in those gold-rimmed eyes was too much to bear. A silent scream for help from a man who usually ruled with an iron fist. He pulled the man into a tight embrace, letting him bury his face in his shoulder as the rest of the world ceased to exist. He whispered that it was all right, promising to stay until the fever broke and the ghosts were finally chased away. Morning light eventually filtered through the room. The peaceful atmosphere was merely a mask for the chaos waiting to erupt. The alpha woke with a start, an IV drip connected to his arm serving as a stark reminder of his physical collapse. Panic surged through him the moment he realized the bed beside him was empty, his eyes darting around the room in a frantic, wild search. Without a second thought for his own health, he ripped the needle from his vein and stumbled toward the door, driven by a primal, obsessive need to find his mate. His frantic footsteps led him to the kitchen, where the domestic scent of cooking offered a sudden, grounding relief. There he stood, the boy who held his entire world in his hands, focused intently on preparing a simple breakfast as if their lives weren't constantly on the edge. Watching him from the shadows, the alpha wished he could simply stop time, freezing this moment of gentle warmth forever. He stepped forward to take the plates, his touch lingering as the boy noted with a relieved smile that the fever had finally subsided. He lied and said there was nothing important at the company today, choosing a quiet morning over the cold demands of his empire. As they ate in companionable silence, even the simplest sandwich felt like a feast because it was made by the person he cherished most. He savored every bite, detecting a faint, sweet milky aroma that seemed to follow his lover everywhere, a scent that acted as the ultimate sedative. When asked why he was so obsessed, the alpha didn't hesitate, his gaze intense and unwavering. To him, this boy was irreplaceable, the raindrops and the rainbow that had saved him from a bleak, wretched youth. He suddenly proposed a trip to Europe, wanting to whisk him away to a place where no one could ever touch them again. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, a cute, stunned expression that only made the alpha's heart swell with a doting affection. He promised they would take countless photos, filling a whole wall of his study with memories of their happiness. Holding him close, he whispered that just seeing his face gave him more energy than any medicine ever could. But the bubble of peace was destined to burst, and soon they were in the back of a luxury car, the air growing cold with a sudden, suffocating pressure. The alpha's sharp senses picked up a foul scent, the unmistakable smell of bugs or spies, closing in on them. He gripped a heavy metal case, his expression shifting from a doting lover to a lethal, murderous predator in a heartbeat. Realizing the private jet was a trap, he ordered the driver to turn back, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. He held his partner's hand tightly, a silent anchor amidst the rising tide of danger. "Don't be scared," he murmured, pulling the boy into the safety of his arms as the car sped through the night. He could feel the boy trembling against him, and he leaned in to offer a comforting touch to soothe his frayed nerves. The alpha's gaze hardened as he prepared for the inevitable, his protective instincts flaring to a dangerous degree. The oppressive, murderous pheromones he was forced to release made the air itself feel heavy and toxic to those around them. As the car reached a bridge, he gave the driver a precise command, counting down the seconds to a calculated disaster. Through a sniper's scope, a hidden enemy aimed directly at their tires, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The car screeched and swerved as the tire blew, the sound of tearing metal echoing through the silence of the night. "Stay in the car," he commanded, reminding the boy that the windows were bulletproof before making a daring, reckless move. With the grace of a panther, he leapt from the moving vehicle, disappearing into the darkness of the roadside. He landed hard but moved instantly, his eyes locked on a distant building where the threat originated. He stood for a moment, identifying the sniper's nest with a cold, analytical precision. As the sniper tried to flee, the alpha began his hunt, a vengeful god in a tailored suit. He stormed into the building, his movements a blur of lethal efficiency as he bypassed any obstacles. He entered the elevator and pressed every button, a clever ruse to mask his true destination from anyone tracking him. Then he abandoned the lift, taking the stairs with a speed and stamina that defied human limits. Each step was a silent promise of the violence he was about to visit upon his enemies. He reached the roof, weapons at the ready, his face a mask of cold, calculating fury. He cornered the assassin just as the man tried to rappel down the side of the building. leaving him with nowhere to run. Glass shattered under the force of his blow as he lunged forward with a murderous intent. Activating a terrifying hidden ability, he seized the man with an invisible, crushing force that left him paralyzed. He caught the assassin by the throat, pinning him to the ground with the barrel of a gun pressed firmly against his chin. The Alpha looked down at his prey with eyes void of any human warmth. The monster was finally fully unleashed. Blood splattered across his statuesque cheek, but he didn't even blink, his focus entirely on the cold execution. A single shot rang out, ending the threat with clinical, heartless precision. Far below, the elevator finally reached the 15th floor, where a team of armed men waited to spray the interior with bullets. They opened fire, the hallway erupting in a cacophony of violence as they riddled the empty car with holes. Confusion turned to terror when they realized the target wasn't there. The broken window the only clue to his impossible escape. Before they could react, a smoke grenade rolled into their midst, blinding them in a thick, choking cloud of gray. The Alpha appeared like a ghost in the doorway, his finger hovering over the button as the doors began to slide shut. He didn't just escape, he retaliated, firing a heavy shotgun into the confined space of the lift. Screams of agony echoed behind the closing doors as he stood there, the silent, terrifying victor of a one-sided massacre. He pulled back his weapon, the smoke from the barrel curling into the air as blood pooled at his feet. With the alarms blaring in the background, he moved with a calm, terrifying purpose back toward the car. He descended the stairs, the adrenaline still coursing through his veins as he returned to the only person who mattered. He approached the vehicle, his heart hammering not from the fight but from the fear of what he might find. He released a wave of calming pheromones, desperate to soothe his terrified lover and wash away the lingering scent of death. But as he looked inside, the world stopped. His precious Yan Yan was staring back at him with cold, unrecognizable eyes, a gun held steadily in his hand and pointed directly at his heart. Ahead. The shadows in the car were suffocating as the man whispered his name, a desperate plea for recognition. But the air turned frigid as a barrel of a gun was pressed against his chest, catching him completely off guard. Sweat beaded on his brow, the silence of the night echoing the frantic thumping of his heart as he stared at the cold metal. Yan Yan didn't hesitate, his gaze sharp, unforgiving as he held the weapon steady against the man he once trusted, his rabbit ears twitching with the intensity of the moment. The weight of the betrayal was heavy enough to bring a man to his knees, the shock of the confrontation leaving both breathless as a body slumped to the ground. Stepping out into the cool night air, the distance between them felt like an unbridgeable chasm, even as they stood inches apart. With trembling fingers, Yan Yan lit a cigarette, the flickering flame illuminating his cold, beautiful features as he demanded to know if there was anything left to be said. The man's hand shook uncontrollably, a rare crack in his stoic, godlike facade. He clenched his fist, trying to anchor himself, and spoke of mundane things of home and late-night snacks, as if they weren't standing on the edge of a precipice. Yan Yan exhaled a cloud of smoke, his eyes full of a biting cynicism that cut deeper than any blade. This new home he spoke of felt like nothing more than a gilded cage, a place where their broken history would rebuild on lies. Memories of a year filled with feigned care and hollow love flickered through Yan Yan's mind, mocking his current state. He remembered the whispers, the way the man had humbly begged him not to leave in his sleep, and the bitter sting of having believed those lies once before. Every step away from him felt like a battle against his own heart, his resolve wavering despite the cigarette between his lips. The man looked on with a gaze full of sorrow, realizing that his coldness had convinced Yan Yan that their entire history was merely a product of a mark, not true affection. Suddenly, a rustle in the dark shattered the tension, a murderous aura filling the air as they sensed an approaching threat. In an instant, their bodies moved in perfect, practiced synchrony, drawing weapons to face the unseen enemy from both sides. Yan Yan cursed his own muscle memory, hating how naturally his back sought the protection of the man he was supposed to loathe. But the man didn't hesitate, shielding Yan Yan with his own body and vowing that no one would lay a finger on his precious little rabbit again. Yan Yan dropped his cigarette, the embers dying on the pavement as he retreated into the safety of the car. "Don't be afraid," the man whispered, his voice a low, protective growl that promised safety amidst the chaos. He pulled out a heavy rifle, his movements fluid and deadly despite the underlying tremor in his hands. Yan Yan noticed the shake, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he asked if there was something wrong with his hand. The man quickly hid his weakness, offering a bittersweet smile and asking if Yan Yan was finally worried about him. Even in the face of death, he couldn't help but cherish this small moment of connection. Yan Yan took the wheel, his knuckles white as he told him to hold on tight. He slammed his foot onto the pedal, the engine roaring to life as the car tore through the night. He cursed his own perceived weakness, frustrated that, as an Omega, He felt limited in how much he could help in a firefight. The man didn't share that sentiment. He rose through the sunroof, a dark god of vengeance ready to rain fire on their pursuers. The rhythmic thunder of gunfire filled the air as he took down the enemies, trailing them with ruthless precision. But the threat wasn't over. Drones swarmed the sky like mechanical locusts, forcing him back into the cabin. Yanyan reached out, pulling him down with a desperate strength born of terror. A deafening explosion rocked the world, and in that split second, the man threw himself over Yanyan, taking the brunt of the blast to keep him safe. He groaned as the impact hit him, his only priority being the small figure in his arms. The car was a twisted wreck of metal and flame, smoke billowing into the starlit sky. Through the haze, the man hemmed close, his voice a soft command not to move while his Audi shielded him from the heat. He scooped Yanyan into his arms, carrying him away from the burning wreckage as if he were the most fragile treasure in the world. Yanyan clung to his neck, his hands still trembling around his gun, the adrenaline and fear mixing into a suffocating cocktail. Behind them, the night sky was painted orange by the dying drones falling in flames. He whispered reassurances, promising they would be home soon, his heart aching for the trauma Yanyan was enduring. He gently took Yanyan's hands, worrying that the recoil of the gun had caused him pain, his doting nature resurfacing in the quiet aftermath. When they finally reached the safety of their sanctuary, the man refused to let go, carrying him through the halls. He pushed through the door, the familiar scent of home offering no comfort for the turmoil inside. He set him down on the sofa with lingering tenderness, his own strength finally flagging. Yanyan stood up, the silence of the room feeling heavy after the chaos of the night. He poured a glass of water, his movements mechanical as he tried to process everything that had happened. He set the glass down, the distance between them returning as the immediate danger faded. Left alone, the man slumped over, the weight of the world and his own secrets pressing down on his shoulders. He checked his phone, the glowing screen revealing the grim reality of the attack. The message confirmed a team of 20 had ambushed them, likely sent by the PBB. Warily, he dragged himself up the stairs, every step a testament to his exhaustion and the physical toll of the fight. He looked back with a gaze full of hidden pain. He reached for the handle, wanting to reach out, but settling for a simpler act of service. He promised to make something to eat, knowing Yanyan shouldn't sleep on an empty stomach after such an ordeal. In the kitchen, he prepared a meal with practiced care, the steam from the food mirroring the fog in his mind. He sat alone in the dim light, sending a quiet message to let Yanyan know the food was ready. His head sank onto the table, a groan of physical and emotional pain escaping his lips. He stared at his phone, waiting for a response that might never come. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a bottle of pills, a hidden struggle he kept from the world. He swallowed them dry, desperate for any relief from the crushing pressure. Upstairs, Yanyan lay in the dark, the glow of his phone the only light in the room as he scrolled through old photos. He stopped on a picture of them from a happier time, a sun-drenched memory of smiles and warm embraces that felt like a lifetime ago. He stared at the image, a profound sadness washing over him as he realized just how much they had lost. Looking at the faded photograph, the memories of a time when love felt real were a cruel mockery of his current misery. He couldn't understand how the alpha who once allowed him to act so recklessly could have become the cold and distant Lu Shangjin. Sitting the edge of the bed, a heavy silence filled the room as he realized his presence here was no longer desired. His eyes fell upon the delicate paper crane, a small token of a love that had long since withered. A wave of suffocating sorrow washed over him, his gaze trembling with unshed tears as the weight of betrayal crushed his heart. He couldn't stay in this gilded cage a moment longer, the very air in the room feeling like a poison. All the deep affection he thought they shared had been nothing more than a masterfully crafted deception, leaving nothing but a hollow chest and a broken spirit. With a final, decisive movement, he crumpled the crane and tossed it into the trash, casting away the last remnants of his hope. He began to pack his meager belongings, his movements mechanical and cold. Every item he placed in his bag was a step closer to freedom, even if that freedom was paved with uncertainty. As he reached the door, the heavy atmosphere shifted. He wasn't alone. There stood the alpha holding a simple bowl, his presence an immovable wall in the narrow hallway. Their eyes met for a fleeting, agonizing second, a world of unspoken resentment passing between them before he brushed past, refusing to offer even a single word. He walked away without looking back, leaving the man to stare at his retreating figure with a shadow of regret crossing his handsome face. Alone in the dim light, the alpha's composure finally began to crack. He looked toward the desk, his heart sinking as he realized the room was now devoid of the life that once filled it. Kneeling by the trash can, he reached inside to retrieve the discarded paper crane, his fingers trembling as he touched the wrinkled paper. He carefully tried to smooth out the creases, a desperate and futile attempt to mend what had been so violently torn apart. The weight of his own cruelty seemed to finally settle on his shoulders as he clutched the fragile bird. He had hidden the boy's things, terrified that if he let him go, he would vanish forever into the night. With a voice thick with a sudden, sharp remorse, he offered a hollow apology for the tragedy of the miscarriage and the reckless suspicions that had poisoned their bond. But But the words were too little, too late, falling like stones in the silence of the corridor. The boy didn't hesitate, his hands push against the alpha's chest with a strength born of pure desperation. He searched through the drawers one last time, finding a small pouch that held the final pieces of his old life. Holding it close, he felt a momentary flicker of relief. At least some things were still his. He adjusted his backpack, his gaze icy as he prepared to step out into the darkness. A firm hand clamped around his wrist, a desperate warning that the world outside was too cold and dangerous for him to face alone. Then, the alpha pulled him into a tight, suffocating embrace from behind, his head resting against the boy's shoulder in a silent plea. He promised to stay away, to let him sleep in peace if only he would stay, but that the boy's heart had already stone, and he demanded to be let go. With a violent shove, he broke free, the distance between them growing wider with every passing second. The alpha reached out, brandishing an old letter, a desperate reminder of the love the boy had once sworn would never end. The boy snatched the paper, his expression hardening into a mask of pure hatred as he tore the memories into 1,000 pieces. He slammed the shredded remnants against the alpha's chest, the white scraps fluttering like dying moths to the floor. He dared the man to sue him, to do his worst, for there was nothing left to take from a soul that was already hollow. As he stepped out into the night, the alpha could only call out his name in a broken whisper, the sound of the door slamming shut echoing like a death knell. Left in the silence, the man stood paralyzed, the weight of his loss finally shattering his arrogant facade. He wondered if he was truly being discarded, his voice trembling as he asked the empty air if he was no longer wanted. His hands shook violently as they touched the cold floor. He collapsed to his knees amidst the ruins of the letter, a pathetic shadow of the powerful man he used to be. Outside, the boy walked through the dark streets, his resolve flickering like the streetlights above. Suddenly, a sharp, agonizing pain shot through his abdomen, forcing a gasp of agony from his lips. The world began to spin, the lights of the city blurring into a dizzying smear of gold and black. He sank to the pavement, clutching his stomach as the pain intensified, a terrifying realization dawning on him. Just as his strength failed him, a pair of strong arms caught him, preventing him from hitting the hard ground. He was lifted with surprising tenderness, the familiar daffodil, the alpha's pheromones wrapping around him like a shroud. Even in his semi-conscious state, he wished the scent came from the flowers by the roadside, rather than the man who had caused him so much pain. The alpha's voice was a frantic whisper, promising they would reach the hospital soon as he watched the boy's pale face in the back of the car. The morning sun rose over the sterile walls of the hospital, a stark contrast to the chaotic night. The alpha stood at the reception desk, his suit rumpled and his eyes bloodshot from a night of terror. He waited in the hallway, his head in his hands, the suffocating pressure of uncertainty nearly breaking him. When the doctor finally appeared, the news was bittersweet. The boy had recovered, but his spirit was so fragile he refused to even see the man who had brought him there. When the elevator doors finally opened, the alpha rushed forward, his heart pounding in his chest. He gripped the boy's shoulders, his voice frantic as he demanded to know what the doctor had said. He spiraled into a panic, fearing a glandular disease or some lasting damage from his own past mistakes. The alpha's desperation was almost absurd, his usual coldness replaced by a frantic, wide-eyed terror. But the boy had no room for his concern, delivering a sharp slap that echoed through the sterile hall. Papers flew from his grasp as he glared at the man with eyes full of a murderous aura. He spat out the word beast, his voice dripping with a cold, jagged venom. The alpha dropped to his knees to gather the scattered medical records, his eyes widening in shock as he read the words on the page. His breath hitched, his gaze fixated on the grainy image of an ultrasound as the world shifted on its axis. A life was growing inside, a normal fetus already 23 weeks along. Overwhelmed by a sudden, fierce protectiveness, he pulled the boy into his arms, refusing to let go despite the resistance. The doctor scolded him, warning that another miscarriage would be catastrophic for the boy's body. Because the boy's glands were damaged, he needed a constant supply of alpha pheromones to sustain the child, a task the alpha vowed every fiber of his being. He took out a pen and paper, his expression one of absolute, single-minded focus as he recorded every instruction the doctor gave. While the alpha was consumed by his new mission, the boy sat quietly, a faint, complex smile playing on his lips as he looked away. He gently rested a hand on his stomach, a silent promise to the life in that he would endure whatever came next. The soft light of the afternoon filtered through the curtains as Yan Yi contemplated the sudden change in his surroundings, noting that the new assistant seemed far more thoughtful than those before him. His long, silver-gray ears twitched with of melancholy and exhaustion, his gaze distant as if searching for a peace that remained just out of reach. With a heavy sigh, he retreated back into the sanctuary of his pillows, wanting nothing more than to disappear into the sheets. The door creaked open, and the statuesque Lu Shangjin stepped inside, carrying a pair of cacti as a silent, prickly peace offering. He set the plants down with a careful, almost hesitant grace, his eyes lingering on the figure huddled beneath the blankets. Yan Yi remained still, his eyes closed in a desperate attempt to feign sleep and avoid the suffocating pressure of the alpha's presence. But the silence was broken when Lu returned, not with more decorations, but with a bowl of warm soup, catching Yan Yi off guard just as he tried to sit up. The alpha's voice was uncharacteristically gentle, urging him the white fungus soup if he couldn't sleep and offering to cook whatever his hired for lunch, even suggesting carrot pancakes to entice his appetite. Even as he sat there, the weight of his gaze was a heavy cloak, his presence filling the room with an intensity that made Yan Yi turn away in a cold rejection. A flicker of a smile crossed Lu's handsome face, a rare moment of softness as he asked if his little bunny was particularly happy today, though the question only met a wall of silent resentment. The tension escalated as Yan Yi bit back with a sharp edge to his voice, asking if the alpha truly believed a child was enough to tie him down forever, or if the child was merely a despicable bargaining chip in this cruel game of hearts. Lu's expression fractured, his golden eyes filled with a pained longing as he watched Yan Yi, his internal thoughts screaming that the wound in his little bunny's heart was still raw and bleeding. Despite the rejection, Lu sat by his side, stirring the soup he had spent hours perfecting, his brow furrowed in concern over why it wouldn't thicken properly. Yan Yi accepted the bowl with trembling hands, his gaze fixed on the liquid as he questioned if it wasn't already thick enough. In a rare moment of domestic absurdity, Lu's inner protective nature seemed to surface, shamelessly calling him baby and promising to stay by his side since it was Saturday. The atmosphere shifted from tense to intimate as Lu reached out, his large hand possessively grasping Yan Yi's bare foot. With a devotion that bordered on worship, he pressed his lips to the skin, murmuring that there were only two people in the world who mattered to him, his Omega and their unborn child. Disgusted by the sudden display of affection, Yan Yi kicked him away, his face with a mix of anger and confusion as he told the man to go knead his dough elsewhere. As Lu walked away, his back was a wall of indifference that only made Yan Yi feel more suffocated, the silence in the room ringing with unspoken grievances. Seeking an escape from the golden cage, he slipped on his house shoes and quickly threw on a jacket, his heart pounding with the need for fresh air. He didn't get far before Lu, now clad in a domestic apron, intercepted him at the door, his eyes sharp as he demanded to know where he was going. Even as Yan Yi walked past him without a word, Lu's voice trailed after him, desperately asking if he'd return for lunch. Yan Yi ignored the attempts at doting, grabbing his car keys from the drawer with a decisive click. He left with a cold command for the alpha to eat by himself, the heavy thud of the door echoing the finality of his departure. Left alone in the quiet house, Lu stood frozen, his face a mask of profound sorrow as the weight of his past sins seemed to crush him. He retreated to the sofa, opening his laptop to drown his misery and work. But a sudden notification broke his concentration. His eyes widened as he stared at the screen, his breath hitching at the sight of an email from Xiao Wenjing, a name that brought back a flood of dangerous memories. Later, Lu arrived at a high-end restaurant, his aura cold and intimidating as he prepared to face a man who knew far too much. He stepped through the entrance with the grace of a predator, his sharp eyes instantly analyzing the man waiting for him, noting the hidden scent of illness beneath the impeccably dressed exterior. The rival greeted him with a smirk, offering to treat him to a drink while casually asking if business overseas had become too much for the great Lu Shangjin to handle. Lu remained stoic, his arms crossed over his chest in a defensive posture, refusing to be baited by the small talk. As the wine was poured and the conversation turned toward a shared past on a cruise ship, the atmosphere turned lethal. Lu didn't mince words, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper as he spoke of the poison he had injected into a common enemy's brain to extract information. He made it clear that while he might have let things slide before, harming Herson was a sin he would never forgive. The rival merely laughed, admitting that he couldn't help himself because he found the Omega Yan Yi to be utterly charming. He leaned in, his voice dripping with a cruel playfulness as he recounted finding a terrified rabbit hiding in a closet, covered in blood. Lu's composure shattered, his eyes burning with a murderous or as the man mimicked Yan Yi's desperate plea for help, calling out for his Jinji because someone was bullying him. The realization that he had mistaken this stranger for him in his moment of greatest fear hit Lu like a physical blow, his face pale with sudden, agonizing guilt. As he drove away from the meeting, the image of Yan Yi curled in a ball, trembling and alone, haunted his every thought. He leaned back in the car seat, his hand covering his eyes as he struggled to breathe the overwhelming waves of regret. Meanwhile, far from the Alpha's turmoil, a car sped toward the airport. Inside, Yan Yi sat with a friend, his expression finally relaxing as he ignored a buzzing notification on his phone. He looked out the window, his ears drooping slightly as he stated firmly that some people simply didn't deserve an answer. His friend agreed, noting that alphas shouldn't be spoiled or they'd become far too arrogant. They arrived at the terminal under a clear blue sky, waiting for a special arrival. A vibrant young man with a bright scarf soon spotted them, waving enthusiastically as he called out for his friend. The three shared a warm embrace, the cold tension of the morning finally melting away. The newcomer introduced himself as a hamster Omega, prompting a round of adorable chibi introductions as they giggled about their respective species. Air was filled with laughter as they teased each other, the hamster Omega blushing with pure joy at the prospect of their outing. They decided to head to a hot spring bathhouse to wash away their worries. And as they drove off into the sunlight, Yan Yi glanced one last time at his phone, a small, defiant T-ski escaping his lips as he chose his own happiness over the tyrant he left behind. Deep within the dimly lit sanctuary of a quiet bar, the air was thick with unspoken sorrows and the clinking of glasses. Yan Yan sat with a heavy heart, his long rabbit ears drooping with the weight of his exhaustion as he stared blankly at his phone. Beside him, his friend Tan Meng tried to lighten the mood, ordering a cocktail with ice while Yan Yan could only muster the energy for a simple orange juice. The conversation turned to the shadows of their past as Tan Meng recounted a harrowing escape from the suffocating surveillance of a powerful group. Spoke of a desperate gamble, a fake gland replacement surgery intended to hide his true level from a predatory alpha. Yan Yan listened, the words echoing like a death knell in his mind, reminding him of the cruel world they inhabited. As Tan Meng leaned in, mentioning the formidable president of the Flying Eagle Group, Yan Yan's grip tightened on his glass, his knuckles turning white. The silence that followed was deafening, broken by the sound of a glass being set down with trembling hands. Tan Meng's sudden cough couldn't mask the pity in his eyes as he looked friend, who seemed to be fading away before. Yan Yan's thoughts were a whirlwind of bitterness. Lu Shangjin was exactly that kind of man, a tyrant who did whatever he pleased with no regard for the souls he crushed in his wake. The alpha truly deserved to rot in a cold prison cell for the pain he had inflicted. A wave of grief washed over him as he buried his face in his arms, wondering how the man he once loved so madly could have become such a wretch monster. Tan Meng reached out, his voice a soft murmur of concern, sensing the rising tide of Yan Yan's despair. But the fragile peace of the moment was shattered by a sudden, jarring intrusion. A pair of predatory alphas loomed over them, their presence oozing a disgusting, arrogant confidence as they invited Tan Meng to play. One of them dared to lay a hand on the drunken Yan Yan, his touch a violation that made the rabbit-eared omegle in disgust. The stench of their pheromones was unbearable, a suffocating pressure that made Yan Yan's skin crawl with a desperate need to flee. They had to leave, and they had to leave now. Just as they prepared to make their escape, a heavy, rhythmic echoed through the hallway. The sound of boots against the floor that signaled the arrival of something far more dangerous. A wave of pure, unadulterated pheromone suppression flooded the room, so potent that the lesser alphas began to choke and flee in terror. There he stood, Lu Shangjin, an M2 alpha whose very aura was a crushing weight of authority and menace. The air turned frigid as he approached, his gaze fixed solely on the trembling figure of his runaway Omega. He loomed over Yan Yan, his presence a dark cloud that blocked out all light. With a voice laced with a strange, drunken vulnerability, he demanded to know how Yan Yan had found such a place. His face was flushed, his eyes glazed with the haze of too much alcohol, making the feared tyrant look unexpectedly pathetic. He lunged forward, grabbing Yan Yan's wrists with a desperate strength, his body heat seeping through their clothes. "Wife," he whispered, the word a jagged plea as he begged forgiveness over and over. Yan Yan's heart wavered for a second before he hardened his resolve, pushing the man away and telling him to go sober up. Lu Shangjin looked dazed, his expression one of utter bewilderment, as he was rejected by the only person who mattered. Yan Yan could barely stand the sight of him, his hand going to his own forehead to steady his reeling senses. Even in his drunken stupor, Lu Shangjin's possessiveness flared. When Tan Meng tried to intervene, the alpha's only response was a growl that rabbits were far cuter than any hamster. Without warning, he pulled Yan Yan into a crushing embrace, burying his face in the Omega's neck, as if he were a drowning man catching a lifeline. Despite the tension, the alpha wouldn't let go, eventually hauling Yan Yan away with a stubbornness that brooked no argument. As they left the bar, Yan Yan offered a final, weary goodbye to his friend, his body slumped against the man he both hated and feared. Back within the cold walls of their home, the aftermath of the night was even more bitter. Lu Shangjin retreated to the bathroom, clutching his head in agony as the weight of 9 ounces of alcohol and a lifetime of mistakes crashed down on him. He sat on the floor, a broken king in a porcelain cage. Yan Yan approached him, his touch surprisingly gentle as he covered the alpha's eyes, whispering for him not to look at the harsh lights. For a moment, the world narrowed down to just the two of them, the alpha's hand reaching up to find Yan Yan's in the dark. "I'm looking at you," Lu Shangjin murmured, his voice thick with a longing that bordered on obsession. But Yan Yan couldn't stay. He pulled his hand away, the rejection stinging more than any physical wound. As he walked away, Lu Shangjin felt the last light in his world extinguish. Realizing that the person burned for him was no longer willing to stay, he was left alone with his regrets, his hand hovering in the empty air where Yan Yan had been. Yan Yan retreated to the kitchen, his eyes falling upon a bowl of meat that Lu Shangjin had clearly spent hours preparing. A clumsy attempt at a peace offering. He remembered how hard the alpha had tried, putting an effort that felt so out of place for a man of his status. As the water ran in the sink, Yan Yan felt a pair of arms wrap around his waist from behind, a familiar, suffocating warmth. "Don't do this," he pleaded, his voice small and tired. Lu Shangjin ignored the protest, trying to take over the chores in a desperate bid to be useful. But his clumsiness only led to a sharp cry of pain as a knife slipped. Blood bloomed on his finger, and Yan Yan's frustration boiled over, scolding him for making everything worse. Yet, he couldn't stop himself from tending to the wound, his movements brisk as he washed away the red stain. "Hold it yourself," he snapped, thrusting a bandage at the man who could command armies but couldn't wash a dish. The domestic scene was a battlefield of unspoken words, the air thick with the scent of old wounds and new scars. Finally, Yan Yan had enough, heading upstairs to the sanctuary of his bedroom and leaving us standing in the silence of the kitchen. The sound of the door slamming was like a physical blow to Lu Shangjin. Upstairs, Yan Yan collapsed onto the bed, his phone buzzing with a message from Tanmeng. It was a series of photos, memories of a simpler time, and a long text trying to explain that Lu Shangjin wasn't as malicious as he seemed. Yan Yan stared at the screen, his mind drifting to the inherent cruelty as how they were like children who drowned ants just to watch them struggle, not out of true malice, but out of a terrifying, immature possessiveness. He curled into a ball, the sheets providing little comfort against the chill in his soul. In the middle of the night, the door creaked open and the heavy, familiar scent of the alpha filled the room. Lu Shangjin crept in, his presence a shadow at the edge of the bed. He began to release his soothing pheromones, a silent lullaby meant to ease Yan Yan's rest. But Yan Yan wasn't asleep. He felt the instability in the scent, noticing how weak and strained it was compared to before. Even as he lay there, Yan Yan realized the depth of the alpha's pathetic yearning. The man only why beside him, to feel even a spark of the warmth he had so carelessly thrown away. Lu Shangjin's gaze was fixed on the back of Yan Yan's head, his heart aching with a compatibility so low it should have been impossible, yet here he was, a tyrant brought to his knees by a single rabbit-eared boy. As the alpha leaned closer, hoping for just a hint of a reciprocal scent, Yan Yan's eyes snapped open in the darkness. In the suffocating silence of the dimly lit room, a bitter realization took root. Tasting the thrill of someone else's heart was a form of revenge that hurt just as much as it healed. Lu Shangjin looked down at the fragile figure on the bed, his golden eyes filled with a mixture of frustration and desperate longing as he questioned if he truly was of no use at all. He moved to lie beside the man who occupied his every thought, his presence a heavy, brooding shadow in the moonlight. With a gentle touch, he released a double dose of his soothing pheromones, his voice a low rumble as he asked if this was enough to ease the pain. But the response was nothing but a cold, echoing silence, a wall that Lu Shangjin couldn't seem to tear down no matter how much of himself he gave. 20 minutes passed in agonizing stillness before the once mighty alpha sat up, his hand pressed to his forehead in sheer exhaustion, the weight of his unrequited care dragging him down. He eventually stumbled out of the room, his spirit as weary as his body, leaving behind a trail of unspoken apologies. Left alone, the gray-haired man finally stirred, reaching for his phone with trembling gaze at a gallery of their shared past. A time when their smiles were genuine and their love wasn't a battlefield. Tears welled in his eyes and spilled over his cheeks, his heart breaking all over again as he clutched the device that held the ghosts of his happiness. By the time the morning sun filtered through the leaves, a new day had begun, and he found himself watching an assistant struggle with heavy boxes in the hallway. He offered his help with a soft kindness that seemed out of place in this cold palace of a home, but the assistant quickly declined, insisting on handling it himself. As they moved through the house, he noted how comfortable the bedroom curtains were, unaware of the secret they held. The assistant's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of the decor. It turned out those curtains hadn't been a random choice. The boss himself had handpicked them, worrying all the while that his beloved might not like them. A small, bittersweet smile played on his lips as he realized how well the man who acted like a tyrant actually knew his heart. The assistant soon excused himself, mentioning that the boss would return shortly, and he didn't want to cause any further disturbance. As he descended the stairs, the front door clicked open, and Lu Shangjin stepped inside, looking every bit the statuesque and intimidating man he was. In his hands, he held a gift box adorned with a single, vibrant red rose, a small peace offering for the soul he had wounded. He expected rejection, his heart bracing for the usual wall of ice, certain that his efforts would be thrown back in his face. To his utter shock, the gift was accepted, though the gesture was void of any warmth. The fragile peace was shattered instantly when he was told to move the flower pots from the balcony. The scent once loved now made the man nauseous, a sharp reminder of the changes between them. Lu Shangjin stood frozen at the foot of the stairs, his voice trembling as he asked if somehow provoked him again today. The gray-haired man didn't even look back, his silhouette a picture of cold indifference. He taunted the alpha, asking if this small amount of friction was already too much for him to handle. Lu Shangjin's expression shifted, a flicker of pain crossing his handsome features as he rushed forward to close the distance between them. He pulled the man into a tight, desperate embrace, his large hand carrying the fragile figure to his chest. He begged his darling not to say such cruel things, his heart aching as he realized how much weight the other had lost during their time apart. The gray-haired man remained limp in his arms, his gaze vacant, and filled with a sorrow that no amount of hugging could heal. With a firm shove, he pushed the alpha away, his voice a sharp command to stay away. Desperate to fix the broken atmosphere, Lu Shangjin suggested they watch a movie together, listing off new releases like a man grasping at straws. But the response was a cold dagger to the heart. He wasn't fond of movies anymore, leaving Lu Shang to wonder what had changed. As he walked away with the gift, the man thought of the sweet nostalgia they once shared, of DVDs played on loop and the simple joy of their fingers touching in a popcorn bucket. Past that felt a lifetime away. That night, he woke with a start, his heart pounding against his ribs as he realized the room was devoid of the soothing scent he had grown dependent on. He checked his phone, seeing it was 5 minutes past midnight. The time Lu Shangjin was always punctually there to release his pheromones. Driven by a strange anxiety, he rose from his bed and padded through the dark house. He followed the dim light to the study, his footsteps silent on the cold floor. Peeking through the cracked door, he found the formidable Alpha slumped over his desk. He wondered if the man was researching the secrets of his condition, his heart softening just a fraction at the sight of the tyrant so vulnerable in sleep. He stood there for a long moment, memorizing the lines of that handsome face, before turning away to leave him to his rest. But his gaze caught on a photo on the wall, and then another and another. The entire wall was a shrine to his own preferences. Every single photo represented something he had once mentioned he liked. He reached out to touch the frames, his heart thundering in his chest as he realized the depth of the love hidden in this room. There were photos of them from the very beginning, a reminder of a time he thought was long forgotten. He stood stunned, the air leaving his lungs as he processed the sheer volume of memories preserved in this secret sanctuary. And then his eyes fell upon a pair of tiny baby shoes tucked away on a shelf, a silent promise of a future he wasn't sure he was ready to face. When the first set of dawn finally broke, Lu Shangjin groaned as he woke at his desk, his body stiff from the awkward position. He rubbed his temples, his mind foggy with sleep and the lingering stress of his work. A glance at his watch sent a jolt of panic through him. It was already 5 in the morning, and he had missed his window to provide the soothing pheromones for Yanyan. He scrambled to his feet, his only thought of the discomfort the other must be feeling because of his negligence. But as he moved, a faint, sweet scent of milk candy caught his attention, lingering in the air of the study. He called out Yanyan's name, his heart racing with a hope he didn't dare voice. He rushed out of the room, his long strides carrying him toward the bedroom. He burst through the door, his eyes scanning the space until they landed on the sleeping figure. Relief washed over him as he sat on the edge of the bed, watching the peaceful rise and fall of Yanyan's chest. With the utmost care, he reached out to pull the blanket higher, tucking him in with a tenderness that contradicted his cold reputation. He watched him closely, noting how he lay on his side, a position meant to protect the tiny life growing inside him. As Yanyan began to stir, Lu Shangjin stayed by his side, the silent guardian of a love that was slowly, painfully finding its way back to the light. Centering. The soft glow of the morning sun spills over the bed where the fragile youth lies, his rabbit ears twitching in a restless slumber. Lu Shangjin watches him with a gaze that has softened from its usual icy edge, a rare smile gracing his handsome features as he leans in close. His heart aches with a heavy question, wondering if there is still a place for him in the boy's fractured soul. He sits up, the weight of his decisions pressing down on him like a suffocating shroud, questioning if he could ever truly love a child brought into this world against his will. The boy remains lost in his dreams, oblivious to the turmoil swirling in the man beside him. Lu Shangjin's eyes narrow as he contemplates the future. Would he eventually grow to resent the very person who ties them together? He looks down, his expression clouded by the thought of the little one and whether the boy feels exhausted and upset by this burden. He realizes with a pang of guilt that he has made yet another catastrophic mistake in this dance of power and affection. Reaching out, he gently takes the boy's limp hand in his own, his touch lingering with a desperate tenderness. His golden eyes are filled with a possessive longing as he brings that hand to his lips, sealing a silent vow. From his pocket, he produces a simple band, sliding it onto the boy's finger while he still sleeps, a claim, a promise cage. He captures the moment on his phone, the ring gleaming against the backdrop of a bright future he hopes to build. The shutter clicks, documenting a moment of peace that feels far too fragile to last. He sets the image as his wallpaper, a constant reminder of what he stands to lose. Before leaving, he stands by the bedside, watching the rise and fall of the boy's chest. He leans over the sleeping figure, whispering a silent promise to stay by his side forever. He pulls the boy into a protective embrace from behind, the scent of white flowers filling the air as his instincts scream at him to finally mark his territory. The air is thick with a murderous yet ding aura, a suffocating pressure of love and obsession as petals seem to dance in the light. But as his eyes close, a dark premonition flickers through his mind. He sees a vision of Yan Yan walking away into a void of white, leaving him behind in the cold. The shock of the dream jolts him, his eyes widening in terror at the thought of being abandoned. Fortunately, as he focuses on the present, he realizes the boy is still there, tucked safely against his chest. Checking his watch, he realizes it's time to play the role of the doting partner and prepare breakfast. He slips out of the room quietly, the door clicking shut behind him. Moments later, Yan Yan stirs, his hand reaching out to find only the lingering warmth of the man who was just there. He sits up, staring out at the clear blue sky, noting that his captor had come to his bed once again. A sound from the bathroom catches his attention, and he moves toward it with silent, trembling steps. Inside, hidden from view, Lu Shangjin is hunched over, his face pale as he injects himself with a potent inhibitor to suppress his raging instincts. He discards the syringe with a look of pure disgust, his body trembling from the strain. He clutches his chest, gasping for air as the medicine forces his nature into submission. He steadies himself against the counter, trying to wash away the traces of his weakness. When he finally emerges, he looks composed, but the boy is watching from above, his heart sinking at the sight of the man's secret struggle. Yan Yan enters the bathroom after he's gone, his eyes landing on the evidence in the trash. He picks up the discarded needle, his breath hitching as he realizes just how many inhibitors the man has been taking in a single day. He looks at the box of medicine, a wave of sadness washing over him as he realizes the toll their relationship is taking. He puts the box away and stares at the trash, his heart heavy with an unspoken grief. Staring into the mirror, he commands himself to stop thinking about Lu Shangjin, to harden his heart against the man who both ruins and rescues him. He lingers by the sink, the cold reality of their situation settling in. He reaches for his phone, seeking a momentary escape. In a group chat with his friends, he announces his plan to disappear to Yunnan for a few days, ignoring the chaotic messages that follow. The next day at the airport, Lu Shangjin is a man possessed, his statuesque frame moving through the crowds as he desperately calls out for his runaway rabbit. But Yan Yan is already moving through the terminal with a friend, his expression unreadable behind his silver hair. The friend puts a comforting arm around his shoulder, leading him away from the life he knew. They sit at the gate, the boy's phone buzzing incessantly with notifications. A massive sum of money is transferred to his account, a final, golden tether from the man he left behind. A message flashes on the screen, Lu Shangjin calling him baby and begging for photos, a display of affection that makes his friend remark on how lucky he is. Yan Yan simply stares at the screen, his heart a battlefield of conflicting emotions. With a decisive click, he turns the phone off, plunging his world into a temporary, necessary silence. 10 days pass in an agonizing crawl, and Lu Shangjin sits in his lonely office, his gaze fixed on his phone. He scrolls through travel photos posted by others, his heart skipping a beat when he finally catches a glimpse of Yan Yan in the background of someone else's post. He zooms in on that beautiful, distant face, his obsession flaring up once more. A small, pained smile touches his lips as he realizes the way's almost over, wishing he could see his Yan Yan the very moment he returns. The cool night air offered no solace as the two men stood by the car, the silence between them heavy with the weight of years of unspoken regrets. Yan Yan looked away, his delicate rabbit ears drooping with a melancholy that even his friend's genting to leave first couldn't dispel. As the Alpha approached, the faint, sterile scent of disinfectant clung to him, a bitter reminder that he had likely come straight from the hospital just to find him. Lu Shangjin's gaze was uncharacteristically soft, filled with a doting intensity as he explained that he couldn't possibly rest easy while his little one was running around without him keeping an eye on things. He searched Yan Yan's face with statuesque stillness, hoping for even a flicker of the warmth they once shared and wondering if he might finally receive the long-awaited reunion hug he so desperately craved, but he was met only with a chilling disappointment. Without a word, they retreated into the suffocating confines of the car, the atmosphere thick with a tension that felt like it might snap at any moment. It was then that the Alpha's eyes caught a glimpse of Yan Yan's hand, and his heart skipped a beat in pure, unadulterated shock. The skin of his ring finger was bare. The tattoo that had once symbolized their eternal bond had been ruthlessly erased, leaving nothing but a ghost of what used to be. The drive home was a descent into a silent abyss, the Alpha's knuckles white as he gripped the steering wheel, his mind reeling from the realization that his mark had been scrubbed away. Once home, he moved like a shadow, serving a bowl of soup in a desperate, quiet attempt to care for the person who was slipping through his fingers. But Yan Yan remained locked in his own internal fortress, the sound of his own heartbeat echoing the shattering of his world as he moved away. He knew all too well that erasing a symbol of love was a pain that went deeper than the skin, leaving behind a jagged scar that would never truly fade. He sat there in his oversized sweatshirt, the weight of the past pressing down on his narrow shoulders. As he stirred the soup, he couldn't help but remember the agonizing process of the tattoo removal, wondering if the alpha's fear pain would finally give him the twisted satisfaction of revenge he thought he wanted. He looked down at his stomach, whispering a soft question to the life growing inside him, asking if this hollow victory truly made the baby happy. Retreating from the alpha's presence, he wandered toward the stairs, his footsteps heavy with exhaustion. He noticed the soft glow of the study lamp still spilling out into the hallway, a sign that the master of the house was still awake and brooding. He stepped inside the room, his breath catching as he saw the walls lined with photos of himself, images he had never shared, proof of a doting obsession he hadn't fully realized. His eyes drifted to a pile of clothes on the shelf, tidied with a care that seemed out of place for a man so powerful. As he reached for a set of blue baby clothes, a scrap of paper fluttered to the floor like a dying leaf. It was a note, painstakingly taped back together, declaring a love that was supposed to last even till they were 27 and beyond. Yan's vision blurred, his heart feeling as though it were being squeezed by invisible, blood's hands as the reality of Lu Shangjin's hidden feelings hit him. He told himself not to look back, to keep his heart hardened against the alpha's influence. But the emotional turmoil was becoming too much to bear. Suddenly, a sharp, agonizing cramp shot through him, forcing a pained from his lips as he doubled over. He didn't want the alpha's comforting pheromones. He wanted to far away from the man who had caused him so much strife, yet his body betrayed him. He collapsed to his knees, his hands trembling as he tried to purchase on the furniture, his mind a whirlwind of fear for the baby. The pain was a physical weight, dragging him down as he pleaded with the little one to be good. His grip failed, his hand sliding uselessly off the polished surface of the desk. With a sickening crash, he fell, glass shattering around him as he let out a final gasp. He lay there, broken and vulnerable on the cold floor, his silver hair fanned out like a fallen halo. The door burst open as the alpha screamed his name, his face a mask of terror. Lu Shangjin didn't hesitate, standing over him for only a second before the instinct to protect took over. He gathered the fragile man into his arms with a desperation that bordered on madness, asking why he had fallen and if it hurt. He whispered reassurances into Yan's hair, promising that he was there and that there was nothing to fear as he carried him toward the bedroom. He held him close, their bodies pressed together in a mockery of their former intimacy, the alpha's heart thudding against Yan's chest. Setting him down gently on the edge of the bed, the alpha positioned himself behind Yan, his large, protective hands coming to rest over the swell of his stomach. When Yan finally opened his eyes, his first instinct was to push the man away, his voice weak as he told him to move aside. But the alpha was stubborn, insisting that this was his child too, and that he simply wanted to touch him. And for once, Yan found he simply didn't have the energy to fight against the overwhelming pressure of an alpha. He leaned back, wondering if this newfound gentleness was just another facade, or if the man he feared hurting them with his strength. Suddenly, a small, rhythmic thumping against the alpha's palm broke the silence the baby was kicking. A rare, genuine smile touched the alpha's lips as he teased the naughty little one for hurting his daddy, his pheromones finally beginning to wrap around Yan. Golden embrace. In the quiet moments that followed, Yan found himself lost in thought, the scratch of his pen against paper the only sound in the room. He chewed the end of his pen, contemplating the names he was writing, his mind drifting back to the bittersweet memories of the past. He signed the names with a shaky hand, his heart heavy with the complexity of their situation. He remembered the sting of the fake pregnancy that had once haunted them, and how the baby he had longed for had finally arrived, though perhaps too late to save the love they once shared. He thought of how Lu Shangjin used to lift him up with such ease, a king doting on his only treasure. The alpha's words echoed in his mind, a plea for him not to run away again, a confession of the bone-deep worry that consumed him. Even now, the man insisted on massaging his aching legs, his touch lingering on the skin. Lu Shangjin's gaze was fixed on that bare patch of skin on the ring finger, the realization that the tattoo would never appear again hitting him with the force of a physical blow. Yan sensed his despair and avoided his gaze, the silence between them growing thick once more. He finally looked up and asked with a voice devoid of its usual bite if the alpha was truly that sad. The alpha's hands tightened almost imperceptibly on his leg, his body trembling with suppressed emotion. He admitted his profound sorrow, his eyes dark with pain as he asked if removing it had been as agonizing as he imagined. The silence that followed was suffocating, filled with the ghosts of their shared history. Finally, the alpha stood and leaned down to press a soft kiss to Yan's head, telling him to rest for the next day's checkup before he turned to leave, his expression one of a man who had already lost everything. The transition to the empty hallway felt like a final goodbye. Later that night, Lu Shangjin sat alone in the vast, dark expanse of the living room, the silence of the house mocking his status as a powerful leader. He stared at his phone, at the digital images of their marriage certificates, a reminder of a legal bond that felt increasingly hollow without Yan's heart. He looked at the red books on the screen, the symbols of a union that was currently in tatters. He stared out into the darkness of the room, his mind wandering back to the days when he was a truly doting husband. He remembered coming home with roses and gifts, greeted by a smiling Yan Yan who called him honey and welcomed him back from work. Those were the days of simple joy, of shared meals where he would special dishes just to see a sparkle in Yan Yan's eyes. But now the reality was a bitter pill to swallow. He had never envied the warmth of a family as much he did in this moment of total isolation. He buried his face in his hands, a broken tyrant in a cold palace of his own making, finally crushed by the weight of his own regrets. The sterile air of the hospital room felt suffocating as the doctor moved the probe across Yan Yi's stomach, the rhythmic thumping of a tiny heart filling the silence with a bittersweet promise. Beside him, Lu Shangjin stood like a statuesque guardian, his gaze fixed on the screen where their 4-month-old child was finally becoming a reality. The alpha's voice was low and demanding as he pressed for the baby's gender, causing the poor doctor to wipe from his brow under the sheer pressure of his murderous aura. There was no room for error in this world of high-stakes lineages. Yet the doctor could only offer the simple advice to go home and cherish his wife. Yan Yi watched him with a hollow expression, his long rabbit ears drooping as he questioned if the man beside him would even want this child if it weren't a powerful alpha. Lu Shangjin tried to play it off with a doting, almost playful arrogance, insisting that an alpha's status was nothing compared to their bond. But the tension remained thick. He stepped away to gather the necessary medication to stabilize the fragile life growing inside Yan Yi, leaving the Omega alone with his swirling thoughts. When he returned 10 minutes later, the sight that met him felt like a physical blow to his chest. Yan Yi was sitting with another man, their proximity natural and easy, a stark contrast to the wall of ice between them. As the stranger reached out to pat Yan Yi's head, Lu Shangjin felt a surge of possessive instinct war with a newfound, crushing realization. Perhaps their 96% compatibility was a curse rather than a gift, a biological tether that forced a love that had brought nothing but suffering. For the first time, the coldness in his heart wasn't born of anger, but of a desperate, agonizing desire to see Yan Yi happy, even if it meant letting go to preserve the last shred of the Omega's dignity. He turned his back on the scene, his fist clenching hard, his knuckles turned white as he prepared to walk away from the only person who mattered. His footsteps faltered, the weight of his regret pinning him to the spot. No, he couldn't leave it like this. He turned back with a renewed, almost frantic determination, his eyes searching for the one who held his soul. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly as it landed on Yan Yi's shoulder, marking his territory in front of the intruder. Yan Yi flinched, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and lingering fear. Without a word, Lu Shangjin pulled him close, the silent command of his presence demanding attention. He tried to soften his tone, suggesting they go pick out supplies for the baby together, a domestic dream he was desperate to touch. Even as the other man joked about not stealing his wife, the alpha's heart felt like it was being shredded. Yan Yi pushed him away, the rejection sharp and cold as he headed for the exit alone. Left behind, Lu Shangjin's hand shook, the physical toll of his inner turmoil manifesting in a sudden loss of strength. They would discuss the future later, he told himself, but for now every breath felt like a battle. The bright lights of the Bay Boutique should have been joyful, but for Yan Yi, they were a minefield of memories. He picked up a tiny bib, a soft smile finally touching his lips as he imagined a future for his child. That fleeting moment of genuine warmth hit Lu Shangjin like a freight train, his heart racing at the sight of the beauty he had almost destroyed. He was suddenly out of his mind, frantically piling items into the cart in a pathetic attempt to buy back the love he had squandered. Yan Yi watched the mountain of supplies grow with a skeptical frown, wondering if the man had truly lost his senses. Back at the house, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken words as Yan Yi meticulously folded the tiny garments. He didn't hear the alpha approach until a pair of strong arms wrapped around his waist, a hot breath ghosting against his neck as Lu Shangjin whispered how beautiful he looked. The touch was too much too soon. Yan Yi struggled, his heart pounding against his ribs as he was pinned down, the alpha's desperate confession of how much he missed him sounding like a lie. When the kiss came, it was a chaotic blur of and pain, an unrestrained attempt to bridge the chasm between them. But the scars of the past were too deep. With a cry of frustration, Yan Yi kicked out, sending the powerful alpha sprawling onto the floor. Lu Shangjin groaned, clutching his shoulder as a sharp, familiar pain flared through him. Yan Yi didn't stay to look back, gathering his things and retreating to the safety of a locked room, leaving the alpha in the shadows of the hallway. Behind the door, the Omega leaned against the wood, his heart a mess of contradictions as he tried to steel himself against the man's influence. He had sworn at 27 that he wouldn't love him anymore, yet every promise Lu Shangjin tried to fulfill now felt like a cruel reminder of what they had lost. He wiped away a stray tear, collapsing onto the bed in exhaustion. But the image of Lu Shangjin his shoulder wouldn't leave his mind. Driven by a nagging worry, he crept back to the first floor, his bare feet silent on the cold tiles. He peeked through the cracked door of the alpha's room and froze at the sight. There, stripped of his usual composed facade, Lu Shangjin sat on the edge of the bed, his shoulder by jagged, angry scars. Yan Yi's eyes widened in horror as he realized the truth. The man he thought was invincible couldn't even manage to open a simple water bottle, his hand shaking with a weakness that spoke of a permanent injury. He watched as the alpha struggled to drink, coughing and gasping, a shadow of his former self. It all made sense now, the long sleeves in the heat, the constant covering up, it was all to hide the price he had paid. As Lu Shangjin turned, his eyes meeting Yan Yi's in the doorway, the secret was finally out, leaving them both exposed in the moonlight. The silence of the bedroom was thick with a suffocating pressure as the man looked down at his wife, wondering if his movements had been enough to stir him from sleep. As he prepared to settle in, his bare chest exposed, the sight of a fresh injury on his shoulder the other's eye, prompting inquiry about when such a thing had happened. Yan Yi's gaze was heavy with a mix of guilt and sorrow, his heart aching at the sight of the mark. Lu Shangjin merely brushed it off, lying through his teeth by claiming it was an old scar from years ago, a trivial thing that didn't deserve a second thought. But the truth was hidden in the shadows of his eyes, and his attempt to hide the reality was failing miserably. He told the Omega to focus only on the life growing inside him, promising to handle his own health at the hospital later without delay. Desperation flared in Yan Yi's chest as he reached out, his fingers trembling as they clamped onto the man's arm, refusing to let him pull away. He knew this man too well. Once he closed himself off, no amount of prying could reach the secrets buried in his heart. Lu Shangjin stared down at the hand gripping him, the air between them crackling with unspoken questions. Did he truly care, or was he finally beginning to worry about the man who had treated him like nothing more than a tool for so long? The silence stretched, heavy and painful, as they stared at one another in the dim light. Finally, the man moved, his touch surprisingly gentle as he pulled the Omega closer. He scolded him softly for walking around barefoot in the cold, his voice lacking its usual bite as he swept the smaller man into his arms. He offered to sleep on the floor, suggesting that the bed was for the Omega's comfort alone, but the gesture only tasted like ash. Yan Yi's voice cracked as he told him to stop the charade, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. He was convinced he was merely a possession, a cloned rabbit that could be replaced by thousands of others if his master so desired. The dam finally broke, and the words he had suppressed for so long came pouring out in a jagged, heartbreaking sob. Why did he keep holding on, and what was so special about a worthless creature who had even lost his A3 gland? He begged to be let go, unable to endure the weight of this so-called love that felt more like a slow execution. Lu Shangjin pulled him into a crushing embrace, his own heart shattering as he whispered that it wasn't like that at all. He realized with a jarring clarity that he was the one who had failed, and that a simple apology could never mend of insecurity he had carved into his wife's soul. As the Omega finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a fitful sleep, the man held him like a fragile treasure, his gaze lingering on the face of the only person who truly mattered. He reached for a tissue, his movements careful and quiet, so as not to wake the sleeping beauty. He knew the morning would bring swollen eyes and more pain, a testament to the rarity of seeing such a dignified man break down so completely. Despite the pride that ran through his bones, this quiet Omega had finally let his walls crumble. Lu Shangjin pressed a tender kiss to his head, swearing to the heavens that no matter how many clones existed, his Yan Yi was the only one of his kind in the entire world. The morning sun to peek through the curtains, and the man's new biological clock pulled him from sleep at 7 sharp. He couldn't trust anyone else to provide the nutrition his pregnant wife needed, so he quietly rose from the bed. He lingered for a moment, looking down at the sleeping figure with a softness that would have terrified his enemies. After carefully tucking the covers around the Omega's shoulders, he slipped out of the room to start his new morning routine. But even in sleep, Yan Yi was restless, his body tossing and turning the moment the soothing scent of his alpha vanished. Sensing the distress, Lu Shangjin returned to the bedside, his presence acting like a calming balm to the Omega's frayed nerves. He realized then that he couldn't leave his side for long, not when the man he loved was this vulnerable. Without his pheromones to anchor him, the pregnancy was making sleep an impossible battle for the rabbit. When the light finally bright enough to wake him, Yan Yi's fluttered open, searching for the warmth that had been there only moments ago. He reached for the phone left on the nightstand, his fingers brushing against the cold glass. His heart skipped a beat as the screen lit up, showing the time was just past 8. But it was the lock screen that made his breath hitch, a beautiful, candid photo of them together, a display of affection he never expected to see. He sat up in the vast, empty bed, the memories of his emotional outburst from the night before flooding back and making him flush with shame. He remembered his own voice, screaming that he was worthless and begging for freedom. Yet, as he swung his feet out of bed, he found a pair of plush, warm slippers waiting for him, as if they had been placed there by a doting guardian. The warmth seeped into his skin, feeling like a cozy breeze against the morning chill, his oversized sweater hanging off his frame as he made his way toward the door. The scent of cooking drew him toward the kitchen, where he found the most powerful man he knew wearing a simple apron. Lu Shangjin was busy preparing a feast, his hands moving with a practiced grace as he laid out a nutritious breakfast. He greeted his wife with a smile, telling him the food was still hot and needed a moment to cool. Yan Yi reached out to help, taking the ladle to scoop a bowl of porridge. They sat together in the quiet brilliance of the morning sun, the domesticity of the moment feeling both alien and wonderful. Secretly, the man couldn't resist snapping a photo of the simple bowl of porridge his wife had served him. He posted it online, his heart swelling with a childish pride as he bragged to the world about his wife's care. When a comment dared to mock him, he didn't hesitate to delete the trash, his eyes narrowing at anyone who would dare ruin this perfect moment. He leaned in, his voice low and intimate, as he told the Omega to eat more, promising to return by noon. He watched every bite, desperate for approval, and even offering to find a professional chef if his own cooking wasn't up to par. But Yan Yi simply shook his head, the warmth of the meal and the man's attention filling a hole in his heart that had been empty for far too long. As he tried to clear the table, Lu Shangjin was there in an instant, stopping him from touching the water. He gave a stern command that he wasn't to touch cold or even warm water until he returned, his protective instincts in full force. He pulled the Omega into a back hug, his chin resting on his shoulder as he confessed that he was already missing him before he had even walked out the door. With a soft kiss to the cheek, he left the Omega standing there, stunned and flushed by a love that finally felt real. The heavy silence of the room was broken only by the soft friction of slippers as the man prepared to depart, leaving behind a lingering promise to return soon. As he held the fragile youth's arm, the air between them was thick with an unspoken tension, a mix of possessive doting and a distance that couldn't quite be bridged. Alone once more, the statuesque man caught his own reflection in the mirror, the ghost of his lover still haunting the empty space behind him as he watched the door close. His fingers fumbled clumsily with his tie. That used to be a sacred morning ritual performed by the one he missed so dearly. He could almost feel those slender, gloved hands carefully smoothing out every crease, the youth's head tilted in focused devotion while he looked up with eyes full of light. In those bittersweet memories, there were whispers against ears and promises of love that felt like a lifetime ago, leaving the man to face his reflection with a gaze full of hollow regret. Meanwhile, Yanyan lay confined to the silk sheets of his bed, his eyes fixed on the cold glow of his phone as he drowned in a sea of melancholic thoughts. The weight of his loneliness was suffocating, his expression a mask of pale exhaustion and uncertainty. With a trembling finger, he pulled up the contact for his doctor, his heart hammering against his ribs in the quiet room. The call was a desperate search for answers, a plea to know the dark secrets behind the gland that had been transplanted into his very being. But the doctor's hasty excuses and the sharp clip of the hang-up left Yanyan staring at the screen in stunned silence, the seed of suspicion beginning to take root in his mind. The walls of the house felt like they were closing in, the irritation bubbling beneath his skin until he could no longer stand the suffocating stillness. He had to escape, even if just for a moment, to breathe air that didn't taste like his own sorrow. Stepping out into the brilliant gold of the afternoon, he sought refuge in the simple normalcy of the world outside, far away from the gilded cage of his home. At the playground, the sight of a father and son playing, the child stumbling only to be caught in a protective, loving embrace hit him like a physical blow to the chest. It was a portrait of the domestic bliss he craved yet feared he might never truly possess with the man he loved. When a friend noticed him and asked if his husband hadn't come along, the question felt like a needle pricking his heart. He forced a soft, fragile smile, claiming he didn't need any company, though the lie tasted like ash in his mouth. The innocence of the child reaching out to touch his soft, long rabbit ears brought a genuine, fleeting warmth to his tired eyes. For a brief moment, the laughter and the bright balloons made the world seem less cruel and far more vibrant. He leaned into the small hand, his heart softening at the pure, uncomplicated affection of a child who saw no darkness in him. But the spell was broken when the boy called out for his daddy, a reminder of the family ties that bound others together so effortlessly. Watching another man approach with cotton candy, looking every bit the doting and happy partner, Yanyan felt like a ghost haunting someone else's beautiful dream. The effortless joy of this family was a stark contrast to the shadows and secrets that followed him everywhere he went. He stood on the sidelines, a silent observer to a happiness that felt worlds away from his own reality. Even as the child happily ate his candy, Yanyan's mind was elsewhere, trapped in the complexities of his own heart and the child he was carrying. Suddenly, his phone pings in his pocket, a message from the man who occupied every corner of his soul even when they were apart. The words on the screen were a confession of love for both him and the baby, declaration that left him breathless and reeling. He stared at the glowing text, his lips trembling as he tried to process the sudden, overwhelming warmth flooding his chest. He clutched the device as if it were a lifeline, his knuckles turning white as he held on to the only hope he had left. When his friend noticed his sudden distraction, Yanyan nearly jumped out of his skin, his heart racing with the fear of being seen. His eyes widened in a moment of pure, raw vulnerability that he couldn't hide. Panic surged through him as he quickly hid the phone behind his back. stammering that it was nothing at all while his heart continued to thud. He watched the happy family depart into the sunset, his gaze lingering on the horizon with a new, confusing hope that hurt as much as it healed. That single message, "love you" and "love the baby too," burned in his mind like a beacon in the darkness. Returning home under the velvet cloak of twilight, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes drawn upward to the balcony of their home. There, the powerful, intimidating man was hunched over, a hammer in hand as he worked with a clumsy, earnest devotion that seemed entirely out of character. He was installing a height chart, a simple wooden giraffe, his brow furrowed in deep concentration for their future. The sight of the tyrant sweating over such a mundane, domestic task for the sake of their unborn child sent a jolt of pure emotion through Yanyan's heart. He watched from the shadows, hidden from view, as the man he feared and loved built a future with his own two hands. Looking up at the warm glow of the streetlights, Yanyan felt a strange, terrifying sense of belonging wash over him. He stepped into the house, the atmosphere transformed by the lingering scent of his husband's effort and the quiet of the night. That evening, as they together, the air was thick with a new kind of tenderness that felt almost too good to be true. The man pulled him close, his voice a low, soothing rumble as he promised to stay and watch over him until sleep took them both. They were a tangle of limbs and soft sighs under the covers, the world outside their bedroom completely forgotten. But when a hand moved to touch his waist, the old fears and the memory of pain flared up like a dying ember. Yanyan flinched, a sharp, terrified gasp escaping his lips as he recoiled from the contact. The sudden movement left them both frozen in the dim light, the air crackling with the remnants of past trauma and broken trust. Yanyan curled into a tight ball, his heart thundering with a fear he couldn't quite suppress despite his love. Seeing the terror in his lover's eyes, the man looked absolutely devastated, his own hand shaking with regret as he pulled back. He whispered a desperate, heart-wrenching promise not to touch him anymore, his voice cracking with a pain that mirrored Yanyan's own before he threw him into a gentle, non-threatening hug. He stroked the youth's hair, his touch light as a feather, asking if he had been scared and pleading for him not to be afraid of the man who only wanted to protect him. He realized then that his Yanyan was like a little bunny, hiding his fragility behind a mask of indifference, yet willing to endure anything for the sake of the life they shared. They sat there in the quiet, golden light of the bedside lamp, a pair of broken souls trying to find a way back to each other. Yanyan confessed his desire to be strong, to be an alpha so he wouldn't feel so breakable and fragile anymore, while the man comforted him with promises of the drawings they would make for their child. In the safety of the man's arms, the world felt manageable again, and the promise that Yanyan could be the alpha in their relationship was a soothing balm to his wounded pride. Yanyan finally let go of his tension, leaning his head against the man's chest and closing his eyes in a rare, precious moment of peace. A soft, lingering kiss was pressed to his forehead, a silent seal on the unspoken vow to protect him from the world and from himself. As Yanyan drifted off to sleep, he knew he was being watched over by a guardian who would never let the shadows touch him again. Morning brought a soft, radiant light into the kitchen, where Yanyan discovered a handwritten note left on the table for him. It was filled with meticulous, doting instructions, a husband's map for the day to ensure he ate well and didn't sneak anything cold from the fridge. Looking at the beautifully prepared, sparkling fruit platter, Yanyan realized his appetite was finally returning, a sign of the 4-month-old life blossoming within his womb. He took a bite of the sweet fruit, a small smile gracing his lips as he admitted to himself that the food made by his husband was actually quite wonderful. The night was thick with tension as the sleek black car pulled up to the grand entrance, a silent harbinger of the storm to come. Lu Lin stepped out, his presence alone command air around him, as he was informed that the others had already arrived and were waiting in the private sanctuary of room 888. Inside the opulent chamber, the atmosphere was a sickening blend of decadence and depravity, where a blonde-haired man toyed shamelessly with his partner while an unfortunate soul remained bound and broken on the floor. Lu Lin's expression remained a mask of icy indifference as he loosened his tie, weight of his murderous aura filling the room like a physical pressure. He moved with the grace of a predator, his gaze void of any human warmth, as he prepared to extract the truths hidden behind the captive's trembling lips, while the blonde man dismissed his lover with a lingering, suggestive command to wait for him in private and wear something special. Lu Lin focused on the grim task at hand, his golden eyes as sharp as a blade. He pulled on his black gloves with a slow, deliberate finality, the leather creaking in the suffocating silence. A cigar was lit, its glowing tip a miniature sun in the dim light, as he adjusted a device that would soon turn the room into a chamber of sonic agony. The music that began to play was not for pleasure. It was a weapon that tore through the captive's mind, forcing a desperate confession as the man wailed that he would tell them everything. Blood stained the man's clothes, a grim testament to the physical and mental toll of Lu Lin's interrogational techniques. Lu Lin sat back, looking every bit the godlike tyrant as he toyed with a pair of blood-flecked scissors, his expression void of human empathy. He wasn't finished yet, mocking the man for his weakness after a mere morning of roughing up. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the scissors, the metal clattering against the floor like a death knell. He leaned in close, his voice a low, dangerous rumble as he urged his Uncle Jiang to stop holding out, reminding him that Lu Lin was his father's son and there was no escape from this betrayal. The interrogation reached a fever pitch as he pressed the burning ember of his cigar against the man's skin, ignoring the frantic pleas for mercy. Lu Lin's face remained statuesque, a chilling contrast to the raw, agonizing screams of the man begging for help. Suddenly, a dark, supernatural power manifested, a companion's ability coiling around the traitor like obsidian serpents. In an instant, the man was gone, reduced to nothing but a pile of discarded clothes on the floor. The work finally done. Lu Lin barely spared a glance at the remains, his focus shifting as a waiter entered the room. With a dismissive wave, he ordered the mess to be cleaned up, his voice as steady as if he were ordering a drink instead of covering up a murder. To wash away the stench of blood and betrayal, Lu Lin retreated to the steam sanctuary of the shower, the hot water cascading over his powerful, scarred frame. Later, as he relaxed in the steaming pool, his blonde associate couldn't help but comment on his violent tendencies, claiming that even being in the same with him made him shiver all over. Lu Lin didn't deny it, a dark smirk playing on his lips as he enjoyed a smoke, his mind wandering back to the days of his youth. He remembered the harsh military training where he had been a rebellious force of nature, refusing to bow to anyone's commands. Strength was the only currency he recognized, and he had proven it by ruthlessly taking down instructor who dared to challenge him. Even when pinned down by multiple alphas, he had remained unbroken, his spirit as fierce as a cornered wolf. It was common knowledge among his peers that the only thing he ever truly cared about was his little sweetheart, a bond so strong it had kept him from fully committing to the military life. His associate sighed, marveling at how a simple rabbit could have enchanted someone as dangerous as Lu Lin so completely. But as Lu Lin prepared to head home, his mind was already on what to cook for his beloved Yan Yai, the transition from cold-blooded killer to doting partner almost jarring. His departure was interrupted by a bold Omega at the bathhouse who dared to release seductive pheromones, hoping to catch the powerful alpha's attention. The stranger shamelessly pressed himself against Lu Lin's chest, claiming he wasn't after money, but after the man himself. Lu Lin's reaction was swift and brutal. He slammed the interloper against the wall, his eyes shining with disgust as he ordered the boy to put away his pathetic scent. The encounter left him feeling tainted, necessitating another thorough wash to ensure no trace of the stranger's pheromones remained. Meanwhile, at home, Yan Yi sat in the quiet library, the clock ticking away the hours as he waited for a message that never came. He stared at his phone with a heavy heart, the silence of the house becoming deafening as his long rabbit ears drooped in loneliness. His cup of tea sat forgotten, the steam long gone, as he saw his own lonely reflection in the dark liquid. Finally, he gave up pouring the cold drink away as the realization of Lu Lin's absence settled over him like a shroud. It was late in the night when the door finally clicked open and Lu Lin entered, hiding a massive bouquet of red roses behind his back. He called out for his darling, his voice full of a forced cheerfulness that masked his guilt. He found Yan Yi in bed, seemingly absorbed in a book and completely ignoring his arrival. Lu Lin climbed onto the bed, trying to coax a reaction with excuses about an urgent meeting and a dead phone battery. But Yan Yi was no fool. He could smell the overwhelming scent of body wash, a clear sign that Lu Lin was trying to cover something up. The tension was palpable as Yan Yi showed him the phone screen, revealing he knew exactly where Lu Lin had been. Lu Lin tried to play it off with a flirtatious grin, asking if his wife was finally jealous enough to take charge of him. He leaned in, weaponizing his own vulnerability as he claimed he had worked so hard and even met a special Omega today. He hugged Yan Yi tightly, begging not to be disliked, while the smaller man struggled to push him away in annoyance. However, as Lu Lin's shirt shifted, Yan Yi caught sight of the raw, angry scratches on his back. The playful mood vanished as Lu Lin admitted he couldn't reach the wounds himself, his voice dropping to a soft, pleading tone. Despite his lingering anger, Yan Yi couldn't leave him hurting, and he began to apply medicine with a gentle touch. Lu Lin couldn't help boast that his Yanyan still cared him, even as he hissed in exaggerated pain to gain more sympathy. He shamelessly begged for comforting pheromones, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he took advantage of Yan Yi's kindness. Yan Yi's expression soured as he realized he was being played, his annoyance boiling over at Lu Lin's relentless audacity. In a fit of adorable rage, he threw the medicine away and told the shameless man to deal with it himself, leaving a stunned Lu Lin calling after him in the wake of his departure. The heavy air in the meeting room was thick with the scent of high-ranking Omegas, all gathered to discuss the suffocating psychological dependence that came with an alpha's mark. The delicate Omega with the silver hair and long, rabbit-like ears felt the weight of those words more than anyone, his expression a mask of quiet suffering. To the world, they were elites, but behind closed doors, many felt their very dignity and personality fading away as they became mere playthings for their dominant partners, summoned and discarded at will. Even back in the privacy of his home, the tension with his statuesque alpha was a living thing, a wall of silence that seemed impossible to scale. When the Alpha tried to bridge the gap with an affectionate name, the Omega pushed him away, unable to bear the reminder of his own powerlessness. Yet, beneath that cold exterior, the Alpha actions spoke of a doting tenderness he wasn't yet ready to voice. From playfully teasing his lover to insisting on doing the household chores himself so the Omega wouldn't have to touch the cold water. As a sudden storm rattled the windows, the flash of lightning and the roar of thunder sent the Omega spiraling back into a dark, wretched memory. He remembered being a terrified child locked in a pitch-black laboratory, a victim of cruel experiments where he was left to starve in the suffocating silence. In those days of despair, a young boy had been his only salvation, a beam of light who snuck into the darkness to bring him food and a sense of safety. That boy had been his entire world, the one who covered his ears against the terrifying thunder and wrapped him in a warm jacket, promising never to truly leave him. But the promises of childhood felt like a cruel joke in the present as the Alpha leaned in close under a shared umbrella, his proximity both a comfort and a curse. The Omega's hands trembled with a cold that went deeper than the rain, a physical manifestation of the distance that had grown between them. Sensing his distress, the Alpha gently took those frozen hands into his own, warming them with a desperate sincerity that caught the Omega off guard. As they drove through the fading light, the Alpha proposed something radical, an alliance to protect high-level Omegas from the predatory laws of nature. It was a dream the Omega had once shared, but he had long ago dismissed it as a pointless fantasy in a world ruled by arrogant Alphas who could never truly empathize with their plight. They arrived at a lonely cemetery just as the sky turned a bruised purple, the atmosphere heavy with the ghosts of the past. Standing before his father's grave, the Alpha finally unburdened his soul, confessing the tragic history of his lineage and the mistake that had ruined so many lives. He spoke of a father who was a rare, godlike Alpha, but who had lived a life of misery and obsession, a cycle of pain that the son feared he was destined to repeat. With eyes full of sorrow, he admitted that his previous cruelty was born from a fear of becoming just like the man buried beneath them. He had finally realized that no matter how strong an Omega was, they deserved to be protected with a shield of love rather than chains of possession. In a moment of pure vulnerability, he pulled out a sparkling ring, offering not just a piece of jewelry, but his entire future and a promise to protect both the Omega and their unborn child properly. His final request was the most daring of all. He asked for the chance to one day mark him again, but only when the Omega was ready to accept his apology and his heart. The weight of the golden band felt like lead in his hand, a symbol of a promise that remained unfulfilled and a love that was still fractured. No matter how much he yearned for a future together, the man he loved still refused to wear the ring, leaving a hollow ache in his chest as he watched the silver-haired beauty turn away. Every step Yan Yi took felt like he was walking further out of reach, leaving Lu Shangjin standing in the fading light, his hand outstretched toward a shadow that wouldn't stay. He wanted to reach out, to pull him back into his arms and beg for another chance, but his fingers only brushed the cold, empty air. The silence between them was suffocating, a heavy veil that even the most sincere regrets couldn't seem to pierce as Yan Yi disappeared into the distance. Under the cold, uncaring gaze of the crescent moon, the world felt desolate and still. Lying in the oppressive quiet of his room, Yan Yi stared at the ring, his heart a tangled mess of longing and fear, whispering to himself that they needed to think about this again, to be sure before stepping back to the fire. When the first light of dawn finally broke through the curtains, he found more than just sunlight waiting for him. A meticulously drafted plan for the joint organization lay on the nightstand, a testament to Lu Shangjin's unwavering dedication. As he read through the pages, he could almost see the dark-haired Alpha working late into the night, his focus absolute and his brilliance poured into every line. He knew how hard Lu Shangjin worked, how he treated every idea with the same fierce intensity he once used to conquer the world. With a heavy sigh, Yan Yi tucked the ring deep into the drawer, burying it beneath the papers as if trying to hide his own wavering heart. Emerging from his room, he found the Alpha already waiting, the domestic scene a sharp contrast to the coldness of the previous night. Lu Shangjin didn't say a word, his attention seemingly fixed on his phone, yet the air was thick with unspoken words. A steaming bowl of hand-pulled noodles sat on the table, a peace offering crafted with increasingly skilled hands that left no room for complaints. As they ate, the Alpha revealed that he had finally severed the company from his father's toxic control, ensuring that their future would no longer be tainted by that wretched man's influence. He slid a golden card across the table, his movements hesitant as he explained that he hadn't wanted Yan Yi to be entangled in the family's dirty funds. He looked almost like a bashful suitor, admitting that while he felt like a sugar daddy, he knew Yan Yi had no desire to marry him just yet. He wanted to give him everything: his loyalty, his wealth, and even his salary card, leaving Yan Yi to marvel at how a man so sharp in business could be so incredibly clumsy when it came to the heart. Despite the tension, a small smile tugged at Yan Yi's lips as he accepted the plan, realizing that perhaps they could find a way forward after all. The Alpha's gaze intensified, a flicker of hope dancing in his golden eyes as he urged Yan Yi not to overwork himself. He was a protective Alpha, a man who wanted to be the shield against any difficulty his partner might face. With a gentle command, he pulled Yan Yi close, his touch both a question and a claim. He hesitated, his voice low and vulnerable, as he asked if he could finally touch the life inside. As his hand rested against Yan Yi's stomach, the intimacy of the moment felt overwhelming, sending a jolt through the silver-haired man that made his breath catch. But the weight of the past was still too heavy, and Yan Yi pulled away, the sudden distance leaving a trail of coldness in its wake. Lu Shangjin caught his hand, his eyes pleading as he promised to make up for every mistake, but Yan Yi could only offer a flimsy excuse to escape to the bathroom. He needed a moment to breathe, to settle the frantic beating of his heart as he walked away from the man who was trying so hard to be what he needed. On the counter, a forgotten phone lit up, revealing a hidden truth. The Alpha's wallpaper was a candid photo of his wife, a secret treasure he kept close to his heart. Lu Shangjin truly believed his partner was the most beautiful creature in existence, a doting sentiment that contrasted sharply with his intimidating aura. Life continued in a blur of motion and business, with the city rushing by as the stakes grew higher. In the high-rise offices, reports came in that were nothing short of miraculous. Yan Yi's organization had managed to secure $1 billion in just a single month. The news left the staff in shock, wondering if the silver-haired beauty had somehow robbed a bank to achieve such staggering success. Even in chibi form, the disbelief was palpable, a moment of levity amidst the high-stakes power plays. Lu Shangjin, however, couldn't help but glow with pride, showing off the reports as if to ask everyone if his wife wasn't the coolest person alive. His rare, genuine smile was so dazzling it could make even the king of hell's heart skip a beat, a lethal weapon he wielded without even realizing it. Meanwhile, Yan Yi was deep in the trenches of the Omega anti-hunting organization, dealing with joint applications from across the globe. He was a force to be reckoned with, managing high-level clubs and strategic partnerships with a grace that masked his inner turmoil. He delegated tasks with precision, trusting his allies to handle the dangerous alpha families while he focused on the bigger picture. New faces joined the fray, including a boisterous pair who brought a chaotic energy to the hidden base. One was a golden-haired youth with the energy of a puppy, while the other was a cool, collected type who had little patience for the nonsense. They were there to discuss a strategic partnership, but first, they had to deal with the most pressing issue of all, a stubborn jar of honey. Yan Yi struggled with the lid, his brow furrowed in concentration as the simple task proved surprisingly difficult. Even with multiple people trying, the jar refused to budge, creating a hilarious slurred situation for a group of world-class rebels. Finally, the golden-haired Tanmeng stepped in, weaponizing his own strength to solve the problem. With a triumphant pop, he opened the jar and promptly began to devour the contents, much to the shock of everyone watching. He was perfectly satisfied, his cheerful gluttony a stark contrast to the serious business they were supposed to be discussing. Yan Yi and his partner could only stare in stunned silence, feeling like they were suddenly the only sane people in the room. Back at home, the Alpha was once again left alone with a feast he had personally prepared, only to receive a message that his beloved wouldn't be coming home for dinner. The disappointment was a physical weight, his shoulders slumping as he looked at dishes he had remade, just to ensure the taste was perfect. He had even remade the vegetarian stew because it was too salty, his doting nature showing in every small detail. When the phone finally rang, his voice was tight with a mix of longing and irritation. He could hear the noise of a crowd in the background, a reminder that Yan Yi was out in the world while he was stuck in an empty house. He offered to pick him up, his possessiveness flaring when he heard that Yan Yi might stay out even later. How could he not worry when his pregnant wife had been running around day and night for an entire month? The danger was real, and the Alpha's patience was wearing thin as he realized that no matter how much he tried to protect him, his silver-haired mate was determined to stand on his own 2 feet. The atmosphere in the bustling cafe was heavy with unspoken words as the group of friends gathered, their eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Back home, the statuesque man leaned over the table, his fingers digging into his scalp as a wave of frustration washed over him, his heart heavy with the weight of things left unsaid. He stood alone in the dim kitchen, the silence of the house pressing in on him as he stared at the mundane task of washing dishes, wondering if he'd just settle for leftovers tomorrow morning to save himself the trouble. His gaze was downcast, a flicker of melancholy in his eyes as he moved through the motions of a life that felt suddenly too quiet. But then, a sudden presence made his heart skip a beat, his eyes widening in pure shock as he looked up from his chores. There, bathed in the soft light of the dining room, was the silver-haired boy with the delicate rabbit ears, quietly eating as if he hadn't a care in the world. The man approached him, a plate in hand, his earlier frustration melting into a doting warmth as he looked down at the creature who held his heart in a vice grip. He questioned if the boy hadn't already eaten outside, his voice low and rich with concern while the microwave hummed in the background. The boy looked up, propping his head on his hand with a soft, knowing smile, admitting that he simply wasn't full yet, his gaze sparkling with a playful innocence. "Don't flatter yourself," the boy teased, even as the man leaned in closer, the air between them thick with a sudden, suffocating pressure of attraction. The man's hand reached out, his fingers grazing the boy's cheek with a tenderness that spoke volumes, his thumb tracing the line of his jaw as he looked at him with an intensity that could melt ice. He couldn't help but touch those soft, trembling ears, his gaze fixed on the boy's face as if searching for a secret hidden in his eyes. Suddenly, the man swept him off his feet in a sudden embrace, calling him a liar with a smirk, promising to cut some fruit for him before sleep as the boy looked on in startled wonder. Later, the man returned with a bowl of vibrant strawberries, finding the boy diligently working at his desk, his presence filling the room with a sense of domestic peace. He leaned over, his breath warm against the boy's neck, playfully asking if he had secured the money, his eyes dancing with mischief. The boy popped a strawberry into his mouth, his cheeks flushing a faint pink as he casually dismissed the difficulty of his tasks. But the man was relentless, teasing him about the amount and wondering if he was checking his accounts, or perhaps engaging in something far more dangerous. They bickered like a long-married couple, the boy defensive yet clearly enjoying the attention, while the man's expression softened into one of pure adoration. In their shared space, they were like two halves of a whole, even their chibi-like spirit celebrating the impressive nature of their bond. The man offered to handle any obstacles in the boy's path, his voice firm with the protective instinct of a powerful alpha, willing to crush any boss who dared to eye the same land. The boy could only hum in response, feeling the weight of the man's presence behind him, a constant, grounding force. As the night deepened, the man pulled him into a closer embrace, his nose nuzzling the boy's hair as he reached out to click off the light, ignoring the boy's mild protests. It was time for rest, he insisted, his voice a velvety command, as he reminded the boy that even babies need their sleep. He lifted the boy once more, carrying him toward the bed with a strength that felt both dangerous and incredibly safe, his only desire to pet and cherish this little creature. They settled into the sheets, the man's large hands resting possessively on the boy's waist as he breathed in the sweet, intoxicating scent of narcissus. He just really wanted to pet him, to feel the softness of his skin and the steady beat of his heart. The boy leaned back against him, his eyes fluttering shut as he let out a soft sigh, finally surrendering to the man's warmth. The man leaned down, his lips ghosting over the boy's skin, lost in the scent that others might find overwhelming but he found absolutely divine. Through the window, the moon hung high over the city, a silent witness to their intimate sanctuary filled with the fragrance of flowers. Was it really that disgusting? The man wondered, his mind drifting back to a time when his very essence was rejected. He held the boy tighter, as if trying to erase the scars of a past where he lay awake, haunted by the coldness of his upbringing. He vaguely remembered the time when he was still in school, the coldest and most aloof child who still wanted to show his good grades to his parents. The young boy had only wanted to earn a sliver of warmth, but his father only looked at the papers with a disinterested gaze. Even as he sat there, a cup in hand, the distance between him and his father felt like an unbridgeable chasm. His father's eyes were sharp, demanding that he find time for breakthrough training to surpass his current level, showing no mercy for a child's limits. The young man had finally snapped, questioning what right his father had to demand such things when he himself was only a J1 level alpha. The rejection had been sharp and cruel, his father ordering him to get out and take that disgusting narcissus scent with him. The memory of that coldness made the man shudder, his heart breaking for the boy he used to be, who stood alone in the face of such hatred. But now, everything was different. He pulled his wife closer, breathing in that same scent and declaring that it was the best smell in the world, a fragrance no one could ever truly dislike. He looked at the boy with eyes full of a heartbreaking tenderness, his heart aching for the pain they had both endured. The next day, he returned home slightly disappointed that the roses were sold out. But his fatigue vanished the moment he saw the boy waiting for him. He looked at the silver-haired beauty, his heart swelling with a love that felt almost too big for his chest. Instead of roses, he offered carrot cupcakes, his smile bright and genuine as he encouraged the boy to try them. The boy accepted the gift with a shy, grateful look, moved by the man's constant efforts to make him happy. They shared a moment of pure, unadulterated cuteness, the man playfully asking if the baby had been a bully today. He wrapped his arms around the boy's waist, pulling him back against his chest, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he held his entire world in his arms. He promised to scold the little one later, his voice dripping with a playful doting that made the boy huff in mock annoyance. "You're so beautiful today," he whispered, his eyes fixed on the boy's face with a sincerity that was almost overwhelming, making the boy's heart race as he tried to distract him with his hunger. With a chuckle, the man donned an apron and headed to the kitchen, his movements graceful despite the domestic setting. He served a steaming bowl of soup, the aroma filling the room with warmth and comfort. As they sat together, the man's focus was entirely on the boy, his hands busy preparing the meal while his eyes never strayed far from his beloved. A small spill caused a moment of panic, the boy worrying if the man had burned his hand, his eyes wide with genuine concern. But the man only smiled, picking out the best pieces of meat for the boy, his every gesture filled with a natural dignity that had been softened by love. The boy watched him, Noting how the once cold and prideful alpha had become an expert at his domestic duties, his heart full of a quiet joy. There wasn't a trace of his former coldness left. Every look he gave was filled with an agonizing sincerity that made the boy feel truly cherished. They spent the evening in their peaceful room, the boy reading about the structural differences between alphas and omegas, his rabbit ears drooping slightly in relaxation. The man emerged, his robe on to reveal a glimpse of his powerful chest, asking if paying attention to his studies before announcing that he would be taking maternity leave to stay home with him. The boy tried to insist he could handle things himself, his cheeks flushing as the man knelt before him. Doing everything alone just may feel useless, the man countered, his voice soft yet firm as he took the boy's leg into his hands. And then, in a gesture of ultimate devotion, the man leaned down and pressed a tender kiss to the boy's foot, his eyes looking up with a burning passion that left the boy absolutely breathless and trembling with a beautiful, terrifying love. Yan Yi sat on the edge of the bed, his silver hair and soft rabbit ears catching the dim light of the room as Lu Shangjin watched him with a heavy, unreadable gaze. Even in their quietest moments, Lu Shangjin couldn't help but hover over the smaller man, his worry manifesting as a protective shadow that refused to leave Yan Yi's side. As the lights flickered off, the weight of their situation pressed down on Lu Shangjin, his mind racing with the terrifying thought of Yan Yi having to endure the burdens of pregnancy all on his own. He settled into the sheets, his heart aching with a desperate urge to simply pull the Omega into his arms and never let go. Their hands brushed against the cool fabric, a silent connection sparking between them that words could never capture. Under the covers, Yan Yi huddled like a wounded creature, clinging to the memory of a tattoo that had long since faded, yet still held a permanent place in his heart. Lu Shangjin watched the rise and fall of Yan Yi's shoulders, realizing with a pang of guilt that the man he loved cared far more about their past than he had ever dared to hope. He looked at his own hands he deemed too guilty to touch something as precious as the life growing inside Yan Yi and hesitated, the suffocating pressure of his own mistakes holding him back. Yet the pull was too strong, and he finally reached out to grasp Yan Yi's hand, his fingers trembling with a mix of sorrow. He eventually gave in to the hunger for closeness, pulling Yan Yi into a tight, possessive embrace as if trying to shield him from the entire world. He whispered a soft inquiry about the physical toll of the pregnancy, his voice laced with the knowledge of every ache and pain he had researched online. Yan Yi simply smiled a bittersweet smile, claiming he could endure anything, a statement that only served to pierce Lu Shangjin's heart deeper. Knowing the true depth of Yan Yi's endurance, Lu Shangjin felt a wave of heartache wash over him, and he immediately stifled his own pheromones, remembering how much the Omega used to despise his scent. The air grew thick with unspoken questions until Yan Yi finally asked the one thing that truly mattered: had Lu Shangjin ever actually liked him? The question hit Lu Shangjin like a physical blow, leaving him flushed and frozen, his mind a chaotic mess of regret and newfound devotion. Before he could find the words to bridge the chasm between them, Yan Yi drifted off into a deep sleep, leaving Lu Shangjin trapped between a sense of bitter disappointment and overwhelming relief. He reached out to stroke Yan Yi's cheek, his touch as light as a feather, grateful that he didn't have to face the truth of his own heart just yet. But the peace was short-lived as a sudden, violent heat began to surge through his veins, the primal instinct of an alpha in rut clawing at his self-control. The fire burned within him, a torment far worse for an alpha left unsatisfied. Yet he refused to wake the sleeping man beside him. Suppressants were his only option, a dangerous cycle that threatened to become a spiral if he wasn't careful. Tears of agony pricked his eyes as he looked at Yan Yi, whispering silent apologies for the monster he felt he had become. He pulled away, his body shaking with the effort to restrain himself, the guilt of his past actions weighing heavier than the physical pain. Gasping for air, he stumbled toward the bathroom, his movements clumsy and desperate. With a trembling hand, he reached for the strongest suppressant he had left, knowing the price he would have to pay for this temporary reprieve. The needle bit into his skin, a sharp jolt of pain that paled in comparison to the internal fire he was trying to extinguish. Exhausted and drained, he retreated to the living room, lighting a cigarette and staring out at the cold, indifferent city lights. He thought back to the years they spent apart, realizing with a bitter clarity that it wasn't Yan Yi who'd been silent, but himself who had refused to listen. A sudden crash shattered the silence, a vase of flowers sent by another man falling to the floor in a spray of glass and water. Yan Yi hurried out, his eyes wide with alarm, finding Lu Shangjin amidst the wreckage. Lu Shangjin's voice was hoarse as he warned Yan Yi to stay back, his jealousy flaring even in his weakened state as he demanded to be the only alpha in the Omega's heart. His mind drifted to a simpler time, remembering a report card and the way a younger Yan Yi had looked at him with such pure, unadulterated admiration. Back then, a simple trip for ice cream was enough to make Yan Yi's face light up with a radiant, blushing joy. He realized that Yan Yi had always been his most loyal audience, the only one whose praise ever truly mattered. Back in the present, Yan Yi looked down at the broken daisies, a symbol of a life he was trying to move on from, and finally understood the depth of Lu Shangjin's turmoil. He saw the shadow of another man in Lu Shangjin's eyes and knew he couldn't just stand by. Yan Yi moved to get medical supplies, his heart heavy as he discovered the used needle in the trash and realized the life-threatening dose Lu Shangjin had taken. He looked at the man who had once been a narcissist, a man who saw everyone as a tool and saw how he had finally become a slave to his own hollow reflection in Yan Yi's eyes. Lu Shangjin had become a shell of his former arrogant self, now overly cautious and restrained to the point of desperation. As Yan Yi began to bandage his bloodied hands, the silence between them was suffocating. Suddenly, Lu Shangjin snapped, grabbing Yan Yi's wrists with a terrifying intensity, his eyes wide with the fear of abandonment. He demanded to know if Yan Yi planned to leave him once the baby arrived, his voice breaking as he realized that perhaps both the man and the child no longer wanted anything to do with him. Now, listen. The air in the room was thick with a suffocating tension as Yan Yi pleaded for Lu Shangjin to stop, his voice a mere whisper of desperation. Lu Shangjin's gaze was somber, his sharp features etched with a silent, heavy intensity that seemed to pierce right through the smaller man. Without a word, he pulled Yan Yi into a firm embrace, surrounding him with a protective warmth amidst a flurry of soft petals. He held him as if he were a fragile treasure, his arms a sanctuary against the world's cruelty. As Yan Yi's tears began to fall, soaking into the dark fabric of Lu Shangjin's shirt, the air filled with the soothing, golden wisps of calming pheromones. Lu Shangjin poured out his own essence to anchor the trembling man, his eyes fixed on the one person who had completely stolen his heart. With a tenderness that defied his intimidating aura, he cupped Yan Yi's face, his thumb gently brushing away the traces of sorrow from his reddened eyes. Even in the quiet moments on the balcony, Yan Yi's thoughts were filled with wonder as he pointed toward the vibrant daffodil, questioning how they could flourish even when neglected, unaware that Lu Shangjin's quiet devotion reached even the smallest corners of their life. As the seasons shifted, the heat became an unbearable weight for the pregnant rabbit, who tossed and turned in bed while Lu Shangjin strictly forbade the air conditioner for fear of a lingering chill. He tried to offer the slight relief of a handheld fan, only to stop himself immediately, terrified that even a stray breeze might ache increasingly delicate joints. He watched over his sleeping lover with a gaze that was nothing short of doting, promising to stay by his side through every restless hour. Day by day, as Yan Yi's belly grew with the life of their child, he became more fragile, a precious secret hidden away from the world. Even at the dinner table, the struggle continued. Yan Yi complained that the food was too hot to even taste, leading Lu Shangjin to patiently blow on every single bite. When the rabbit stubbornly refused to touch the meat on his plate, Lu Shangjin coaxed him with the patience of a saint, insisting that just one bite was necessary for his health. The once feared man now spent his hours in the kitchen, wearing an apron as he meticulously prepared meals to satisfy Yan Yi's fickle appetite. Even when the rabbit transformed into a stubborn little chibi, pouting and refusing vegetables, Lu Shangjin couldn't help but feel a deep sense of security in being so utterly relied upon. He found a strange peace in the knowledge that Yan Yi would never leave him now, his heart finally anchored by the family they were building together. He held Yan Yi close, comparing his love to a shallow pocket that lived in constant, anxious fear of losing the precious gem kept within. His overprotectiveness knew no bounds as he insisted on carrying Yan Yi everywhere, ignoring the rabbit's protest that he was perfectly capable of walking on his own. Suddenly, a sharp gasp of pain cut through the silence of the bedroom, and Yan Yi's hand flew to his chest as he recoiled in shock. He sat up abruptly, his expression one of pure alarm as he looked at Lu Shangjin. Desperate for privacy in his vulnerability, Yan Yi begged to be left alone, his face flushed with a deep, mortified crimson. But Lu Shangjin's worry overrode any sense of boundaries as he reached for the edge of the blanket, demanding to see what was wrong. When the covers were pulled back, Yan Yi looked like a startled creature, his eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears of embarrassment. He tried to hide himself, insisting that the swelling and pain had been there for days, and it was nothing to worry about. He turned away, hunching his shoulders to shield his sensitive chest from Lu Shangjin's searching gaze. Panicked, Lu Shangjin immediately dialed Dr. Zhang, his voice tight with urgency as he described the symptoms. He detailed the swelling and the discomfort, his own face pale with concern for his mate. On the other end of the line, the doctor was clearly distracted by his own wild rose-like lover, casually suggesting that Lu Shangjin should simply massage the area gently to provide relief. The sheer audacity of the doctor's distraction and the mention of the Xia family's pheromones sent a flicker of irritation through Lu Shangjin. He hung up the phone and approached the bed, but Yan Yi kicked out in a frantic defense, warning him to stay away. In one swift motion, Lu Shangjin captured the rabbit's legs, pulling him close with an effortless strength that left Yan Yi breathless. He held the smaller man firmly, his expression softening as he urged him to finally be honest about his pain. As he pulled Yan Yi into his lap, the proximity was electric, but Lu Shangjin's touch remained reverent. He admitted that he didn't dare touch him without permission, especially with the due date looming so close, for Yan Yi was his most precious treasure. He nuzzled against the rabbit's neck, asking if he felt any better, his voice a low rumble of affection. Finally, they settled into the pillows, Lu Shangjin's large frame a warm shield as he promised to stay until sleep finally claimed them. The next day, the atmosphere shifted as they prepared to move back to their main home. Lu Shan feeling that the villa was too empty to truly be called a home anymore. While packing, Yan Yi's gaze found the grand piano, a magnificent instrument that Lu Shangjin had protected like a holy relic when leaving his father's house. It was a forbidden treasure that no one was allowed to touch, yet Yan Yi had spent years meticulously caring for it, even carving their personal mark into its wood. As Lu Shangjin sat down to play, the melody was beautiful. Yan Yi's heart ached as he looked at the man's hands, which were now covered in scars from years of protecting him. Every wound told a story of gunfire and explosions, where Lu Shangjin had used his own body as a shield for his little rabbit. The music suddenly faltered as a sharp pang of agony shot through Lu Shangjin's arm, and he quickly excused himself to the bathroom. Once behind the closed door, the mask of the stoic protector crumbled, his face contorted in a silent scream of pain. He leaned against the sink, sweat pouring down his face, as he struggled to catch his breath. As he stripped away his shirt, the horrifying reality was revealed. His back and shoulders were covered in jagged, angry wounds that were clearly worsened. He gritted his teeth, desperately applying a medicinal patch to the site of the injury, determined to hide his suffering so Yan Yi could focus solely on the baby. He knew he only had to hold on until the child was born, even if it meant a private hell of pain. Putting his shirt back on, he smoothed out the fabric, hiding the evidence of his worsening condition before Yan Yi could notice. When he emerged, he casually mentioned he was heading to the hospital for a routine check, his voice steady despite the internal storm. He felt a surge of possessive desire to simply pamper his wife, frustrated by the obstacles standing in his way. He leaned in close to Yan Yi, his gaze darkening with a hunger to completely devour the innocent creature before him. Their lips met in a deep, soul-stirring kiss that spoke of everything they had endured and the uncertain future ahead. Even when Yan Yi let out a soft sound of surprise, Lu Shangjin didn't pull away, his arming around the one person who made all his sacrifices worthwhile. The world seemed to narrow down to the heat of their intertwined fingers, a possessive grip that spoke of a love bordering on obsession. He pulled the silver-haired beauty close, his breath ghosting against the shell of those sensitive, trembling ears as he teased him about his habit of leaving marks, claiming every inch of him as his own. The air in the room grew heavy with a doting, almost suffocating affection as the dark-haired man leaned in, his gaze a predatory yet worshipful amber that promised a lifetime of protection. Yan Yi could only look on with dazed, sparkling eyes, his heart fluttering like a trapped bird against his ribs. He was statuesque, a godlike figure who wore a smirk that could melt the coldest palace. Yet, beneath the flirtatious banter, a shadow of worry lingered. They were in a cold, sterile hospital, and the weight of the upcoming due date pressed upon them both. He wouldn't let him out of his sight for even a second, his anxiety a living thing that only calmed when he held the other man's fragile form against his chest. He lifted him effortlessly, cradling him like the most precious treasure in the world as he promised that they would face the coming storm together. The hospital walls felt like a fortress, a sanctuary where the outside world couldn't reach them. Even as friends visited, bringing news of chaotic outbursts and old flames causing trouble elsewhere, the focus remained solely on the man in the bed. They laughed about the absurdity of vases being thrown in fits of jealousy, a sharp contrast to the quiet, desperate tenderness shared in this room. Even as they discussed old flames causing trouble abroad, the reality of their own situation returned. He sat by the bedside, a silent sentinel, appearing as a miniature tyrant as he doted on his beloved. He peeled fruit with a precision that masked the turmoil, promising that no harm would ever come to their family again. Yan Yi urged him to go and change his dressing, noticing the way he moved with a stiff, practiced grace that hid a world of agony. He was always like this, enduring the most brutal pain without a single whimper, a trait that had defined him since they were children. Yan Yi watched him leave, his heart aching with the realization that he was falling for this man all over again, a cycle of love and desperation that he could never hope to escape. Alone in the dim light, he touched his stomach, the weight of their child a constant reminder of the stakes they were playing for. In the quiet hallway, the man finally let the mask slip, his back mapped with deep, angry scratches that told a story of a struggle he refused to voice. He winced as the doctor treated the wounds, yet his expression remained a mask of stone. He had always been the one who could endure the most, a silent martyr for the ones he loved. Yan Ji remembered how even as a small child he would walk until his feet bled, never uttering a word of complaint. He was like a pearl oyster, softening his own pain with his tender flesh to protect what was inside. Restless and unable to sleep, Yan Yi wandered the halls until he returned to find his protector waiting. The man took the book from his hands, his touch a gentle command to rest. They lay together, fingers entwined in a silent vow that transcended words. He tucked him in with a whispered goodnight, calling him his big baby, a term of endearment that carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken promises. He watched over him as he slept, a dark-haired guardian who would challenge the heavens themselves to keep him safe. But in the middle of the night, the pain became too much to ignore. He reached for a drink, his movements jerky and filled with a sudden, sharp agony that made him hiss through gritted teeth. Yan Yi was awake in an instant, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. He poured the water himself, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and devotion as he handed the cup over. He held him close, feeling the tremors racking the man's powerful frame. He lied that it was only a cramp, burying his face in Yan Yi's chest as he finally admitted that it hurt. The vulnerability was staggering, a rare crack in the armor of a man who usually stood unshakable. He carried him back to the bed, the air thick with the scent of soothing pheromones and the raw, unadulterated love they shared. But the peace was shattered by a sharp, agonized cry. The sheets were suddenly stained, the reality of the labor hitting them with the force of a tidal wave. Panic exploded in the room as he called for the doctors, his voice cracking with a desperation he had never known. The stretcher rattled down the hall, a frantic blur of white and sterile lights. He roared that he had to be with him, but the doctors held him back, citing his own injuries and the lack of sufficient energy to provide the soothing presence Yan Yi needed. They suggested other alphas, doctors who were compatible, and for a moment, the world went cold. The thought of another man touching him, even for medical reasons, was a knife to his heart. Yet he would tolerate anything if it meant his beloved suffered less. But he couldn't let him endure it alone. He would hold on, he would fight through his own agony until the very end. He pleaded with them to trust him, his gaze burning with a fierce, unwavering light as he prepared to enter the fray. The blinding lights of the delivery room were a cruel reminder of a past he could never truly escape, a white-tiled hell where pain was the only constant. Every gasp for air felt like a jagged blade in his lungs, his body shattered by an agony he thought he had grown used to long ago. In the darkest recesses of his memory, he was back on that cold metal table, a mere test subject for those who saw his life as nothing more than data points to be harvested. He could still hear the clinical, detached voices of the researchers as they discussed extracting stem cells from his scent glands and simulating the trauma of bullet wounds. They had injected acid into his veins just to see if he would stay awake, his screams against the indifferent walls of a laboratory that had stolen his humanity. Back in the present, the doctor urged him to save his strength. But the phantom pains of the past merged with the crushing pressure of labor. Just as he felt himself slipping into that familiar void of despair, a warm, calloused hand suddenly enveloped his own, anchoring him to the world. It was his alpha Jinji leaning over him with an expression of such raw desperation and love that it felt like a physical weight. The powerful man was trembling, his own palms slick with sweat, as he felt every ounce of his omegas suffering through their bond. He stood by the bedside, his knuckles white and his heart breaking as he whispered promises of safety into the stifling air. Jinj pulled him into a protective embrace, swearing that he had never stopped thinking about him. Yet in the depths of his soul, the Omega couldn't help but feel like it was all a beautiful lie. He remembered the scars that weren't from a laboratory, like the mark on his leg that served as a permanent brand of his alpha's former cruelty. There had been a time when he had begged for a mark of love, only to be met with a cold, murderous aura that left him shattered. He vividly recalled the moment Jinji had stubbed out a cigarette on his skin before walking away without a single backward glance. For 3 loveless years, he had lived like a conditioned animal, expecting only pain from the hand that was supposed to cherish him. He had been like Pavlov's dog, waiting in the silence for the next strike, his spirit broken by the very man who now held him so tenderly. Now, those same hands were wiping away his tears with a gentleness that felt almost alien. Jinj promised he would never leave again, his voice thick with a regret that seemed to bleed into the room. He pressed a soft, lingering kiss to the Omega's forehead, his heart shattering at the sight of so much sorrow. But the reprieve was short-lived as a fresh wave of contractions tore the Omega, his voice cracking in a desperate plea to make it stop. The room became a whirlwind of motion, the doctors forced to don protective masks as the Alpha's calming pheromones flooded the space with suffocating intensity. The Omega thrashed in his hold, crying out that he didn't want this anymore, the pain finally pushing him past his breaking point. In his delirium, he reached for the only safety he had ever known, throwing himself into Jinji's arms just like the frightened child he once was. In that embrace, the world finally went quiet, no more cold, no more hunger, and no more waiting alone in the dark for a dawn that never came. Jinj held him close, whispering that even as a father, his little bunny would always be the one he protected most. He promised to wash away all the filth of the past, to make him clean and cherished once again. A weary, beautiful smile touched the Omega's lips as he realized that after 3 years of wandering through a maze of misery, he had finally found his way home. With one final, earth-shattering cry, the tension in the room snapped as a new life entered the world. It was a boy, a tiny, precious lop-eared rabbit Omega who looked exactly like his father. The doctors marveled at the Alpha's incredible devotion, noting how his voice alone seemed to melt the exhaustion from his part-knowns. As the crisis passed, the great, intimidating Alpha finally collapsed by the bedside, his legs going weak from the sheer emotional toll of the night. He looked like a pathetic, teary-eyed mess as the doctors scolded him, telling him he needed to worry about his own infected wounds and gland exhaustion. exhaustion before he could play the doting father. Ginge protested, desperate to stay by his family's side, but the threat of amputation finally forced him to concede. He knew he couldn't afford to be weak. He had a husband and a son to protect now, and he would do whatever it took to be the pillar they needed. Reluctantly, he agreed to the surgery, his eyes never leaving the door to the recovery room. Days later, he pushed open the door to their private suite with a heart full of nervous anticipation. There they were, bathed in the soft glow of the afternoon sun, his entire world resting peacefully on the bed. He moved like he was walking on glass, his gaze softening as it landed on the tiny bundle tucked against the Omega's chest. The baby was so small, so impossibly soft, a miracle born from so much hardship. He couldn't resist reaching out, his large finger gently poking a tiny pink foot that was barely the size of 2 knuckles. Overcome with a doting affection he never knew he possessed, he lifted the tiny foot to his lips, kissing it with a reverence usually reserved for gods. A flush of pure, unadulterated joy rose to his cheeks, the fierce alpha completely undone by his newborn son. He crossed his arms, trying to look stern as he thought about how much pain the little one had caused his Papa Jan, but the facade crumbled instantly. He was already planning the boy's entire life, from the best kindergartens to the easiest university majors, determined to shield him from every hardship. He even started worrying about which noble families might have newborn alphas worthy of his precious son, his mind racing with the future of his lineage. When the Omega finally fluttered his eyesbin, he found his alpha carefully peeling an apple, trying his absolute best to carve it into perfect little bunny shapes. The sight was so absurdly sweet that it warmed the Omega's heart, a silent confirmation that the tyrant had truly been tamed. Gingy set the fruit aside, his eyes overflowing with a tenderness that made the Omega's breath hitch. He pulled his husband into his lap, holding both him and the baby in a protective circle of warmth. They looked down at their son together, a symbol of their survival and their new beginning. The Omega whispered a question about the baby's secondary gender, his voice trembling with a mix of hope and fear. Ginge confirmed that their son was indeed an Omega, his smile radiant as he looked at the child. He let out a soft chuckle, teasingly pointing out the baby's short, bald ears and calling the sight hilarious. The Omega immediately became defensive, huffing that all baby bunnies were born that way, and that he shouldn't mess with their son. Ginge just laughed, pulling them both closer against his chest as the scent of blooming flowers filled the room. He whispered that his love had worked so hard, a final, sincere vow that from this day forward they would only know the sweetness of a life lived together. The air in the room was heavy with a mix of desperation and a strange, clinical intimacy as Yanyan whimpered in pain, his body trembling under the touch of the man he loved. It hurt so much that he begged the man to stop, his voice cracking with every breath as he tried to push away the hands that were supposed to be his sanctuary. But the alpha remained firm, his gaze softening with a doting concern as he explained that the blockage had to be cleared for the sake of their son, or the pain would only become more unbearable. He stroked Yanyan's silver hair and rabbit-like ears, noting how easily the fragile Omega fell into tears. He couldn't help but promise to be as gentle as possible while he navigated a delicate task. Suddenly, the sharp, piercing cry of a baby cut through the silence, a sound that tore at their hearts and shattered the fragile moment. Both were his precious world, and the alpha felt a suffocating pressure as he realized his little one was hungry and needed them, leaving him torn between most important people in his life. 2 days later, a fragile peace had settled over them, but it was overshadowed by a looming dread that neither could ignore. The alpha held his family close, his heart heavy as he confessed that he wouldn't be able to protect them for the next few days because the date for his surgery had finally arrived. He felt the weight of his responsibility as the alpha of the family more than ever. Yet Yanyan looked at him with such trust, promising to wait faithfully until he returned from the hospital. The parting was bittersweet, filled with the lingering scent of pheromones and a silent vow to return to their side the moment the surgery is over. Yanyan watched him go, his heart full of a secret resolve to provide comfort pheromones the moment his alpha woke up, determined not to let him endure the recovery alone. Inside the cold, sterile operating room, the procedure seemed to be going smoothly, the doctors working with practiced precision on the alpha's powerful frame. However, as he lay there in a semi-conscious state, a strange, ominous twitch in his eyelid warned him of a danger he couldn't yet see, making him feel deeply uneasy. A sudden, jarring noise from outside shattered the silence of the recovery ward, causing the doctors to exchange worried glances. The head physician rushed to investigate the disturbance, leaving the alpha in a state of growing anxiety as the atmosphere shifted from clinical calm to pure chaos. Then, the sound of breaking glass echoed like a gunshot, and a murderous aura seemed to flood the hallway outside. The doors burst open as a blood-stained man stumbled in, his face contorted with rage and desperation as he delivered the soul-crushing news. Yanyan had been taken by the PBB. The shock hit the alpha like a physical blow, and before anyone could protest, he was ripping the IV lines from his own hand, blood dripping unheeded to the floor as he forced himself to stand. He didn't care about his own wounds or the unfinished surgery. His only thought was the safety of his wife and child who had been snatched away. He sprinted through the hospital corridors, a force of nature driven pure adrenaline and a terrifying fear for his family. Every corner he turned revealed more destruction, the sparkling glass and flickering lights reflecting the storm in his eyes. He ignored the pain in his abdomen, his body moving on instinct as he searched for any sign of his beloved. The sight of the blood on the floor in the VIP wing made his vision blur with agony as he screamed for his wife, his voice echoing through the ruined hallway like a wounded beast. Desperation clawed at his throat until his golden eyes caught a glimmer on a small item that shouldn't be there. He realized Yanyan must have left a clue for him, a silent plea for rescue amidst the violence. He could still catch the faint, sweet scent of milk candy pheromones, a trail that whispered of the path his family had been forced to take to escape their captors. He gripped his phone, his knuckles white as he commanded himself to stay calm, his heart hammering against his ribs as he vowed that Yanyan must wait for him. Outside, the hospital was transforming into a fortress as security teams moved in to seal every exit under the command of a frantic Xiapingshan. The Alpha met them in the hall, his expression cold and statuesque despite the blood soaking through his own shirt. He thanked the doctor who had tried to protect them, even as the man clutched a bleeding wound on his side. Even in the face of his own trauma, the doctor used his healing abilities to close the wounds of those around him, insisting that the Alpha shouldn't waste time on him. They realized this wasn't just a random kidnapping. It was a targeted strike against high-level Omegas, making the situation even more dire for Yanyan. Every second wasted was a second his family spent in the hands of monsters, and the Alpha's goal had never been clearer. As the medical staff hurried the wounded into surgery, the Alpha turned toward the roof where his transport waited. He slammed his hand against the wall in a fit of powerless rage before regaining his composure, his mind calculating their flight path. They tracked the pheromones and intelligence toward the ruins of a demolished base in Huining City, a place where the PBB liked to hide their secrets. Standing on the helipad with the wind whipping his hair, he looked like a god of war preparing for a descent into hell. As the helicopter blades began to roar and he climbed inside, a painful thought flickered through his mind. Perhaps Yan didn't love him as much anymore because of his past mistakes. He pushed the Haharch aside, deciding that if he could just bring them safely, he would accept whatever punishment came his way even if it never clinging to his beloved shamelessly again. Night falls over the city, a cold and indifferent back for a mission born of absolute desperation. High above, a helicopter cuts through the clouds like a silent predator, stalking its prey in the moonlight. Out of the darkness, a man plunges into the abyss, his silhouette a testament to a lethal resolve that knows no fear. He lands with cat lice amidst the skeletal ruins of a forgotten world, his gaze sharp enough to pierce the very soul of any who dare oppose him. Activating his tactical vision, he zeroes on his target, the looming cooling tower that hides the dark secrets of the PB base. The entrance is close, a hidden wound in the earth just 2 kilometers away. He approaches the high-tech threshold, a shadow among shadows, his every movement calculated and precise. A guard stops him, noting a chilling resemblance to the commander, but curiosity is a fatal mistake when facing a man with a murderous aura. Before a scream can even fully form, the guard is silenced, his life snuffed out in a heartbeat. The intruder stands over the body with a heart of ice, his expression void of any human warmth or remorse. Blood stains the sterile floor, a grim herald of the violence yet to come. With a single, cold-blooded shot, he destroys the surveillance tablet, even as his own face flashes on the screen as a high-level threat. An alarm blares, but his golden eyes remain calm, focused only on the path that leads to his heart's desire. He stands amidst the carnage, a statuesque god of death in camouflage. He loots the guard's ID card, the system blinking with a deceptive green light as it verifies the stolen identity and grants him passage. He knows the thermal detectors are his greatest enemy, but he possesses a secret weapon left by his father to bias the base's sophisticated eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunges a needle into his arm, the chameleon serum coursing through his veins to mask his presence from the sensors. He steps into the secure hallway, the air heavy with the suffocating pressure of the laser grid waiting to strike. His vision shifts again, revealing the invisible web of death waiting to slice through bone and sinew. Looking up, he spots the telltale signs of a predator glowing footprints marking a path across the ceiling. Suddenly, a massive, scaled tail uncoils from the shadows above, thick and powerful. A man with the lower half of a serpent descends, a cruel and beautiful monster flaunting his strength. The snake man mocks him, whispering that his precious wife is doing just fine while undergoing a horrifying process called guided differentiation. The words hit like a physical blow. A wave rage crashing over the intruder as he realizes the torture they are inflicting. Rage boils beneath his skin, his face contorting into a mask of pure, unadulterated murderous intent. He lunges forward, a blur of movement as he clashes with the scaled beast in a struggle for survival. With raw, unbridled strength, he slams the serpent against the heavy door, the impact echoing through the cold corridor. The snake man hisses in pain, his tail lashing out in a desperate attempt to reclaim the upper hand against this formidable foe. He crawls across the floor like a nightmare made flesh, lunging for the intruder's throat with bared fangs. The creature coils its powerful body around him, a crushing embrace meant to snap his ribs and steal his breath. They tumble to the ground in a spray of blood and fury, two predators locked in a dance of death. In the suffocating proximity, the intruder's eyes burn with a fire that even a monster should fear. But the base's security has no mercy. The strangulation system activates, red lasers cutting through the air like burning wire. He twists midair, a master of survival dodging the lethal beams that threaten to turn him to ash. With a powerful kick, he sends the serpent flying into the path of the lasers while he makes his daring escape. He scrambles into the ventilation shaft, disappearing into the dark metal labyrinth of the ceiling. Deep within the facility, a cold-eyed man watches the carnage on a monitor, his expression unreadable as he sees his guards fall one by one. He turns his attention to a glass cage where a fragile soul with long bunny ears huddles in absolute fear. This is the Omega, beautiful, broken creature trapped in a high-tech nightmare. Beside him lies a tiny, innocent life, a baby with the same soft ears, sleeping in blissful ignorance of the danger. The older man taunts the Omega, telling him he should understand the consequences of his own son's defiance. The Omega's face pales, his eyes wide with a terror that would pierce the hardest heart. The tyrant stands, his presence filling the room with a heavy, suffocating aura of absolute power. He reaches into the crib, his hand hovering over the child as the Omega screams for him to stay away. He asks if the child has a name, and the Omega whispers it with a trembling, broken voice, Lu Yum. The tyrant sneers, claiming he doesn't like the name, his eyes cold and hollow as he looks at the helpless infant. The baby wakes, his tiny face scrunching up as he begins to wail in hunger and distress. The Omega begs to hold his child, his heart breaking with every agonizing sob from the crib. The tyrant lifts the crying infant, his touch stiff and void of any grandfatherly warmth or affection. He looks down at the screaming child, telling him to be good, though his voice is as cold as a winter storm. The Omega cries out that the baby is simply hungry, his fists clenched in a display of helpless rage. The tyrant uses the child's suffering as a weapon, mocking the Omega's maternal instincts while the baby's cries grow more pitiful. The Omega is a wreck of tears and desperation, unable to bear the sound of his newborn child going hungry. The tyrant finally relents, ordering the guards to take them to the lounge to ensure the child is fed by any means necessary. The Omega is dragged from the room, his hands reaching out for the son he is powerless to protect. His footsteps are heavy with the weight of his despair as they lead him down the sterile hallway. He is forced onto a bed, his dignity stripped away by the prying, disrespectful eyes of the guards. They place the baby on his chest, a cruel mockery of what should have been a tender, private moment. The guards watch with clinical detachment, wondering aloud why the infant won't take the milk. The Omega's face is a mask of agony and shame as he begs them to let him do it himself, to give them some peace. He pulls the baby close, whispering that his alpha daddy is coming to save them both. He weeps, blaming himself for the life of pain and capture his child has been born into. The room is filled with the sound of their shared sorrow, a heartbreaking symphony of loss. The baby continues to cry, a sound that echoes through the Omega's shattered, desperate heart. In his mind, a memory flickers, a warmer time when his beloved Ginge brought him food and gentle smiles. He clings to that memory of his alpha, the only light left in this dark and wretched palace. Meanwhile, the alpha is coming, his heart set on the one person he wants to see more than life itself. Back in the room, the Omega gently sets his son down, a sudden, sharp resolve replacing his tears. As a guard approaches, the fragile rabbit turns into a fierce predator, his arms coiling around the man's neck with lethal strength. With a sickening crack, he breaks the guard's spirit, his eyes burning with the fury of a parent pushed too far. The guard collapses, a useless heap on the cold floor. Both captors are dealt with, the Omega standing tall and defiant amidst the ruins of his submission. He kicks the door open with a surge of newfound power. Clutching his baby to his chest, he looks out at the path to freedom, his gaze a promise that they will survive until their hero arrives. The cold steel of the barrel pressed against his temple, a silent threat from a man who viewed him as nothing more than a tool to be discarded. How many lives had been extinguished to satisfy this monster's greed? How many Omegas had fallen before his feet? The silver-haired youth clutched the trembling child to his chest, his voice steady despite the suffocating pressure of the Alpha's murderous, or as he declared that they were no longer slaves to be kept like livestock. If it weren't for the cruel shackles of the mating mark, they would never have been dragged into this wretched abyss. A deafening crack shattered the silence, a bullet grazing his skin and leaving a trail of crimson that mirrored the terror in the child's wail. Blood soaked into his collar, yet his eyes remained on the tyrant who saw his existence as a mere calculated risk for the sake of strong offspring. To this man, he was just a rabbit, an audacious creature whose only crime was seducing a son, and daring to interfere in a web of cold-blooded relationships. The tyrant's gaze was void of warmth as he leaned in, his shadow looming over the Omega like a predator savoring the final moments of a hunt. With a rough shove, he was cast into the cold darkness of a confinement cell, the heavy doors sealing away any hope of escape. Within those sterile walls, he could only release his pheromones in a desperate attempt to soothe the crying infant, the shimmering barrier between them and the world feeling like a tomb. Miles away, amidst the shadows of a high-security facility, a man moved with the lethal grace of a god of war, his heart burning with a singular, desperate purpose. Lu Shangjin would find his beloved no matter how many obstacles blocked his path, his eyes glowing with a ferocity that promised ruin to anyone his way. Every step he took was marked by the scent of iron and the cold glare of security cameras, his presence an invincible force that left only devastation in its wake. He didn't care for the lives he ended or the blood that stained his boots. His only focus was the number into the skin of those he passed, a grim reminder of the laboratory's sins. He was a ghost in the machine, a predator hunting the predators, his silhouette framed by the carnage of his own making. The facility's alarms blared a useless warning as he breached the inner sanctum, his resolve unshakable as he waded through the remains of those who dared to stand against him. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit bar, the air was thick with frustration as a dozen pleas for help went unanswered, the high-ranking Omegas choosing their own safety over the one who had sacrificed everything for them. The betrayal stung worse than any physical wound, the realization that they were being left to rot alone sparking a fire of righteous fury. He couldn't just sit there while Lu Shangjin charged into certain death alone. He had to do something, anything to balance the scales. But fear was a heavy anchor, and the stories of the PBB's bioweapons and revival troops were make even the bravest soul tremble. They were outmatched and outnumbered, mere pawns in a game played by monsters. Yet, as he prepared to leave, a hand caught his wrist, a familiar presence stopping him in his tracks. It was a suffocating realization that he was being held back by the very person who should have understood his desperation the most. The argument was bitter, filled with the sting of ungrateful words and the weight of responsibilities neither was ready to bear. Thorn-covered vines, a manifestation of the Alpha's power, snared him, pulling him back into a forced embrace that was as much a cage as it was a comfort. "Listen to me," the Alpha whispered, his voice a low rumble as he promised that the child was safe, and that he wouldn't let him go into that hellscape alone. Deep within the cold palace of the research branch, the silver-haired Omega felt a sudden shift in the air, a familiar warmth touching his soul despite the miles between them. It was as if he could sense his Alpha approaching, a beacon of hope cutting through the darkness of his despair. Looking down at the innocent child who had already suffered so much, he made a silent vow to leave the resentment of the past behind. With trembling fingers, he slid a ring onto his finger, a solemn, solitary ceremony to mark the end of his old life and the beginning of a future he would fight to protect. This child, Lu Yan, was a miracle of love, a tiny life that deserved to be cherished by both his fathers. He sat in the center of his prison, surrounded by the glowing screens of his captors, a lone figure of defiance amidst a sea of butterflies. In the vents above, Lu Shangjin gasped for air, his body battered and his camouflage torn, yet his eyes never lost their light as he gazed at his own matching ring. He wondered if his little ones were waiting for him, if they were scared in the dark, and that thought alone gave him the strength to push through the agony. He moved like a shadow through the narrow passages, dropping into the darkness with the silent precision of a master assassin. The patrol was dense, the clatter of boots echoing through the halls, forcing him to hold his breath and vanish into the gloom. But the facility held horrors far worse than mere men. The sound of metal claws scraping against the floor sent a chill down his spine. From the darkness, glowing red eyes emerged, the PBB's failed experiments, bioengineered hounds hungry for flesh. Lu Shangjin didn't flinch, his hand steady as he loaded his weapon, a cold smirk playing on his lips at the sight of the garbage the researchers had produced. The muzzle flash illuminated the room in violent bursts, each shot a testament to his skill and his rage as he tore through the mechanical beasts. Even as a fresh wound bloomed on his shoulder and the pain threatened to cloud his vision, he kept moving, driven by a madness of longing that no bullet could stop. He pulled himself up through the final hatch, his breath coming in ragged gasps, only to find himself staring into the eyes of a new, unexpected threat. The oppressive silence of the facility was shattered by a sudden violent strike, as a high-ranking agent was sent reeling by an unseen force. This was no ordinary intruder. The system flickered with frantic warnings of an Australian dragonfly alpha, a predator of lethal speed and precision. Deep within the cold corridors, a chip extracted from a fallen aide held the key to the entire PBB agent list, a prize worth more than life itself. Amidst the chaos, a statuesque man in camouflage moved with a murderous aura, his senses honed to a razor's edge. He could feel his lover's pheromones nearby, though the scent was heartbreakingly faint and fading fast. With a blood-stained blade in hand, he swore he wouldn't be late this time, his heart pounding with a desperate need to protect. Alarms blared throughout the complex, screaming of an unbeatable intruder who defied every defense. In a secure control room, a tablet flickered with the intruder's image, a silent harbinger of doom resting on a cluttered desk. Lu Lin sat with a chillingly calm expression, his eyes devoid of warmth as the computer chirped incessantly about the approaching threat. He knew only one man had the audacity to break in here, and his grip tightened on his handgun with murderous intent. Rising with a predatory grace, he prepared to face the man who dared to challenge his authority. He ordered his squad to follow him immediately, his voice a cold command that brooked no argument from the masked soldiers. A sharp buzz echoed through the air as systems were bypassed. Behind the reinforced glass of a Cole's cell, a delicate figure with long rabbit ears trembled, clutching a tiny, sleeping child to his chest. He heard the hiss of the door opening, his heart hammering against his ribs in sheer terror as he wondered if his end had come. Who could it be in a place of such despair? A man with an air of nonchalant power stood by the doorway, his presence both intimidating and unexpected. He sat at a surveillance terminal, his fingers dancing across the keys as he confirmed the command to shut down the entire system. With a few clicks, the monitors went dark and the wanted posters vanished into the digital void. The captive rabbit-eared man pressed his hands against the glass, begging to be let out, his eyes wide with desperation. But the man at the computer only offered a cold truth. As the control system connected, the power was in Lu Lin's hands. He explained that a forced entry would only alert the enemy, rendering the rescue mission useless. He claimed he wasn't there for a rescue, merely taking back what was rightfully his while looking down with a mocking gaze. Calling it using someone sounded harsh, but he had no choice but to rely on the strongest alphas he could find. As he prepared to leave, he threw one last stinging remark, calling the destruction of one's own glands the height of stupidity. The words cut deeper than any blade, leaving the captive shattered and silent as he looked down in shame. Enough was enough. The pain was becoming unbearable. But the moment of cruelty was interrupted by a sudden, heavy footstep that signaled a new arrival. He sensed something bad was about to happen, the air growing thick with a suffocating pressure. Lu Lin had arrived, his gun leveled with lethal intent as the rabbit-eared man retreated into the corner. A blinding flash of gunfire erupted, the muzzle flare illuminating the dark hallway. Out of the shadows, a monstrous lizard creature emerged, its body twisting as it prepared to strike. It let out a bone-chilling roar, its jaws dripping with hunger and malice. The guards panicked, their heavy weaponry firing wildly as they tried to stop the beast from destroying the control room. "We can't let it destroy everything," they screamed amidst the chaos. Amidst the carnage, Lu Lin's expression shifted to a sickeningly infatuated smile as blood splattered across his pristine vest. The rabbit-eared man watched in horror, realizing the monster's ability to hide pheromones came from human glands. Lu Lin approached with a syringe filled with a shimmering liquid, a terrifying light in his eyes as he claimed his creation was finally complete. He grabbed the captive's hair, forcing him down as he prepared the injection. A scream of pure agony tore through the air as the chemical was plunged into his neck. But just as despair threatened to swallow everything, a pair of strong arms caught the falling man. A magnificent golden aura erupted, a scent so powerful it commanded the very air to still around them. His eyes burned with a protective fire, reflecting the depth of his love. It was him. He had finally come to save his Yan Yan. But the danger wasn't over. The giant lizard lunged from the shadows, its fangs bared. It sank its teeth into the hero's shoulder, a brutal attack that would have killed a lesser man. Blood sprayed, yet he didn't let go of the precious person in his arms, his grip only tightening. Suddenly, massive, ink-black wings sprouted from his back, a manifestation of his sheer will and evolved power. With a powerful beat of those wings, he sent the beast crashing away, the force of it shaking the room. He had differentiated into a higher rank, his power now godlike and undeniable. Lu Lin stood frozen, his face pale as he ordered his men to drop their weapons in the face of such overwhelming pressure. The hero pulled his lover close, whispering for him to hold on tight as they prepared to leave this hellish place. He lifted the exhausted man and the child with a doting tenderness, cradling them against his chest. They soared through the air, leaving the nightmare behind as the cool night wind brushed against their faces. He apologized for the terror he had caused, his voice thick with regret and love. Even in his weakened state, the rabbit-eared man reached out, his only concern being the pain of the man who had risked everything to save him. An enemy agent tried to block their path, but his ability was useless against the hero's superior rank. Massive wings shielded the family, a barrier of black feathers that no one could pierce. The enemy looked on in shock as his powers failed him completely. With a mere glance, the intruder's differentiation ability was nullified by the peregrine falcon's dominance. As they drifted toward safety, a ring slipped from a hand, a silent promise of a future that had almost been lost forever. A single ring slipped through the air, a golden promise lost to the depths as the world seemed to shatter in slow motion. Lu Shangjin's amber eyes burned with desperate, protective fire as he gazed upon his beloved rabbit, promising that once their child was a month old, they would choose a new pair of rings together. The roar of a helicopter struck against the crashing waves below, the setting sun painting the sky in a tragic, bleeding crimson. With powerful black wings outstretched, the Alpha carried his family across the horizon, a final flight of hope against an unforgiving fate. Every beat of those wings felt like a heartbeat, a silent vow to keep the shivering Omega and their precious babe safe from the encroaching darkness. But the sanctuary of the aircraft was a fleeting dream, for as they reached the door, the cold barrels of rifles greeted them, held by men whose hearts were as frozen as the steel in their hands. Bullets rained down, tearing through the peace, but Lu Shangjin didn't flinch, shielding his family with his own body as his wings became a fortress of feathers and resolve. He whispered for his love not to be afraid, his pheromones blooming like a field of flowers to calm the terrified soul of his mate. The Omega's heart nearly stopped as he looked into his Alpha's eyes, seeing a goodbye he wasn't ready to face while the baby's cries pierced the suffocating air. Black feathers began to drift like ash, a sign of a power spent and a life slipping away into the void. With a final heartbreaking smile, the Alpha let go, his silhouette disappearing into a cloud of dark plumage as he plummeted toward the churning sea. The Omega reached out in desperation, his fingers clawing at the empty air where his world had just been. But only the wind answered. Lu Shangjin's last thoughts weren't of his own pain, but of the mundane, doting details of their life, pleading with his mate not to eat cold food and to remember the baby's warm bedding. He remembered the yellow bunny prints on the crib, a small piece of home he would never see again. As he fell, he lamented the dates they never had, the walks by the sea he had put off, fearing the water would be too cold for his precious rabbit. Now, as the waves rose to claim, he found the sunset beautiful, a final gift for the one he loved. Lu Shangjin's name was a desperate prayer on the Omega's lips as the water swallowed the Alpha whole, leaving only a white crest of foam behind. Grief turned into a cold, sharp blade as the silver-haired man knelt in the cabin, his trembling hands securing his child with a terrifying focus. The soft, lop-eared rabbit was gone. In his place stood a vengeful spirit, eyes cold and murderous as he stood at the door of the helicopter. He didn't hesitate, jumping from the safety of the sky with a massive Gatling gun in hand, a fallen angel seeking retribution. He landed in the surf, surrounded by enemies, but the only thing he could smell was the ghost daffodil blending with the salt of the sea. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find his Alpha, the one who had always been his North Star. He touched the water, feeling only the faint, agonizing trace of a longing that would never be satisfied. Facing the squad of armed men, his gaze was sharper than any blade, a suffocating pressure radiating from his small frame. The commander roared for his men to fire, and a hail of lead tore through the air, seeking the Omega's life. But he was no longer a victim. With a flicker of light, he activated his teleportation ability, vanishing before the bullets could touch his skin. The soldiers gasped as their target dissolved into thin air, leaving them shooting at ghosts. He reappeared behind them, a god of war holding a weapon of mass destruction, his eyes glowing with a lethal light. He was a target identified as extremely destructive, a nightmare in human form. The Gatling gun roared to life, a symphony of fire and lead that tore through the enemy lines and lit up the twilight with explosive fury. Reinforcements were called, but it was like trying to stop a hurricane with a paper shield. He moved through the carnage with a grace that was terrifying to behold, discarding the heavy weapon as he closed the distance. He was a blur of motion, a shadow that struck with surgical precision, taking down men twice his size with ease. Every strike was fueled by a bottomless pit of sorrow, his movements a dance of death amidst the sparks and smoke. He stripped the weapons from his fallen foes, his hand steady despite the carnage surrounding him. With a revolver in each hand, he became a whirlwind of vengeance, a lone rabbit turning the battlefield into a graveyard. Even as heavy artillery opened fire, he didn't falter, his resolve as unbreakable as the bond he shared with his lost Alpha. He leaped into the air, dodging a lethal barrage with supernatural agility, catching the very bullets meant for his heart. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the projectiles back at his attackers, his expression void of any mercy. Men fell from the heights, their screams silenced by the crashing waves and the roar of battle. From atop the structure, he looked down at the chaos he had wrought, a solitary figure against the burning sky. He was the ultimate predator now, his murderous aura chilling the air as he prepared for the next wave. He vanished once more, teleporting onto the cold steel of a massive tank, a ghost in the machine. His gun spat fire, each shot a tribute to the man he had lost, each spark a reflection of his inner torment. He remembered his Jinja's pride, knowing that no sniper in the world could ever compare to the man who had protected him. The way these wretches looked at him through their scopes filled him with a cold, righteous anger. On the battlefield of old, he had feared nothing because he knew his Alpha's eyes were always on him, a silent guardian from the shadows. Even now, he felt that gaze, using every bullet and every breath to honor the protection he had been given. He stood fearless amidst amidst the ruins, a statuesque beauty carved from grief and iron. He was just a little lonely. A single heartbeat in a world felt far too quiet without his alpha's voice. But the enemy had no time for his sorrow, locking their sights on him as the heavy tanks rumbled forward. He stood in the crosshairs, a defiant target that refused to break. A massive explosion rocked the world, fire blooming like a final. Tragic rose against the sunset as the Omega vanished into the light. The industrial wasteland felt like a tomb, the air thick with the scent of ozone and despair as the silver-haired man stood amidst the wreckage. His breath came in ragged gasps, his body screaming in agony as angry. Red welts blossomed across his back like cursed flowers. He looked down at the cold steel in his hand, a hollow realization washing over him, as he realized his last defense had failed and his ammunition was spent. Surrounded by the fallen, he was a solitary figure of grief in a sea of shadows, the weight of the battle finally catching up to his weary soul. Yet, he refused to break, reaching out to grasp a discarded blade with trembling fingers, his resolve hardening even as his strength waned. The ground beneath him groaned as massive iron beasts closed in, their cannons aimed at his heart while he stood defiantly against the suffocating pressure of the surrounding army. A sudden, violent cough tore through him, splattering the dusty ground with a crimson spray that mocked his will to survive. The metallic tang of blood filled his mouth, a grim reminder of his mortality, as he looked down at the dark stains on the earth. In the distance, the rhythmic thrum of a helicar offered a flicker of hope against the sunset, but his gaze remained fixed on the horizon, his heart aching for the darling child he might never see again. He whispered a silent message of love, his eyes softening with a doting warmth that contrasted the gore staining his lips, wondering if his little one was crying for him at this very moment. If he didn't make it back to her side, he wanted her to grow into a compassionate and strong prin, a beacon of light who protected the good in this wretched world. Suddenly, a cataclysmic rumble shook the earth, the very foundation of the battlefield splitting apart as a desperate power began to surge from the depths. Cracks raced toward the enemy lines like jagged lightning, a herald of the reinforcements he hadn't dared to dream would arrive. He looked up, his silver eyes wide with shock as a blinding light pierced the gloom of the impending night. From the heavens descended a golden-haired warrior, a cougar's ferocity radiating from his statuesque frame as he unleashed a shockwave of pure, unadulterated rage. A delicate blue butterfly fluttered through the chaos, a beautiful anomaly in the midst of a brutal war. Behind it came a man adorned with magnificent azure wings, his presence bringing a calm but deadly grace to the front lines as he hovered over the shimmering water. With a flick of his wrist, a colossal storm of water and wind erupted, a churning vortex that threatened to swallow their foes whole. The battlefield was transformed into a garden of nightmares as toxic va erupted from the earth, wrapping around the iron tanks with a suffocating, thorny grip. The enemy could only watch in terror as the thorns of heaven and earth wove a lethal net, trapping them in a verdant embrace of certain death. Tears pricked the silver-haired man's eyes as the crushing weight of loneliness lifted. His family had finally come for him. Above, the sky was filled with the roar of engines, and the sight of comrades descending from a rescue helicopter to join the fray. The butterfly-winged man landed softly, his expression etched with a sorrowful apology for being late, his heart heavy with the sight of his friend's broken state. But the danger was far from over as the shadow of a tank still loomed behind the wounded hero. As the silver-haired man's legs finally gave out, a pair of strong arms caught him, a hamstered youth appearing from a tunnel he had carved through the very fabric of reality. He swept the wounded man into a protective carry, his face pale with fear, but his movements certain as he retreated into the safety of the earth's depths. Deep within the stone, they fought to stem the flow of blood, the youth's hands shaking as he desperately tended to the wounds of the man he admired. Even in hiding, the battle raged on his laptop screen, his headset on as he coordinated the final stand. The sky was now a swarm of mechanical dragonflies, a fleet of helicopters arriving to turn the tide of the war once and for all. Paratroopers with wings of all shapes and sizes descended like falling stars, bringing hope and supplies to the exhausted resistance. Tears of joy finally spilled over the youth's cheeks as he realized the scale of the rescue mission. Every single one of them had answered the call. The silver-haired man offered a faint, beautiful smile, his heart swelling with a love that transcended the pain of his broken body as he realized they were all safe. But a new terror emerged from the darkness, a gargantuan chameleon beast, its scales as black as the void, tearing through the defensive vines with terrifying ease. It let out a bone-chilling roar, its predatory eyes fixed on the scent of blood as it prepared to feast. This was no mere animal, but a bioengineered nightmare capable of invisibility and total observation, a monster born for nothing but slaughter. It was a force of nature that even the strongest of their kind would struggle to contain in their weakened state. With a shimmer of air, the beast vanished, its murderous aura lingering like a foul mist over the battlefield. It reappeared with a devastating strike, its massive jaws snapping shut around a helicopter as if it were a mere toy made of paper. Men were tossed into the air like leaves in a gale, their screams lost in the roar of the beast as it turned its attention to the ground. The monster was too fast, its teeth sinking into the shoulder of a winged ally in a spray of sparks and blood. He fell to to the hard earth, his wings broken and his strength spent as the creature loomed over his prone form. The silver-haired man stood once more, his allies forming a thin line of defense against the overwhelming shadow of the beast. He stepped forward, his sword gleaming under the cold starlight, a tiny figure of defiance against the mountain of scales and malice. He directed the youth to aim for the beast's only weakness, the vital gland hidden at the nape of its thick neck. The lizard roared in challenge, the sound vibrating in their very bones and shaking the resolve of everyone present. With a final burst of adrenaline, the silver-haired man lunged, his movements a blur of desperate speed as he charged the titan. He scrambled onto the creature's back, his fingers digging into the rough scales as he climbed toward the target. He raised his blade high, a silent prayer on his lips as he prepared to strike the killing blow for his family. But the sword met only reinforced steel, the creature's gland protected by a shimmering armor that defied his edge. Despair flickered in his eyes as he realized the trap they were in, his blade useless against such advanced protection. From the ground, the youth unleashed a thunderous blast from his heavy machine gun, the explosion lighting up the night in a brilliant flash of orange. But even that massive fire was deflected by the beast's impenetrable shield, leaving them vulnerable. Enraged, the creature bucked and thrashed, its roar a deafening symphony of pain and fury as it tried to shake its attackers. It unleashed its own hidden weapon, ninefold piercing thrusts of bone and scale erupting from its back like a forest of spears. The silver-haired man screamed a warning, but the air was already thick with flying death. A jagged spike tore through the youth's leg, the sound of rending flesh sickeningly clear in the sudden silence of his shock. He collapsed onto the beast's back, his blood staining the dark scales a brilliant, tragic red as he gasped in pain. His breath came in shallow, wet hitches, his strength fading as he looked down at the wound that should have ended his journey. But the fire in his heart would not be extinguished. With a scream of pure, unadulterated defiance, he forced his broken body to reload the heavy weapon for one last shot. He unleashed a final, blinding inferno, the blast consuming everything in a roar of light and heat as he gave everything to protect the ones he loved. The night air was heavy with the scent of salt and blood as the wounded rabbit-eared boy clutched his blade, his body trembling from the sheer weight of his ordeal. Above him, the monstrous lizard loomed like a nightmare made flesh, its massive form casting a shadow of certain death across the beach. The creature's jagged claws tore into his shoulder, pinning him against the cold, cracked earth as he let out a strangled gasp of agony, his vision blurring from the trauma. Every breath was a battle. Deep crimson stain on his clothes spreading, he felt his strength draining away into the dark sand. His eyes, usually so bright and full of life, were knotted with a pain so profound it seemed to shatter his very soul. On a nearby laptop screen, a cold heartbeat monitor flickered, a cruel and mechanical reminder of the life hanging by a fragile thread. The voice of the wretched Luling crackled through the air, demanding the boy surrender and bring back the one he loved, treating a human life like a mere commodity. Even as the monster's heavy foot crushed him further into the dirt, the boy's spirit reached a break, blood trickling from his defiant lips as he glared at his tormentor. Lu Lin's face appeared on the screen, a mask of smug arrogance as he preached about the superiority of the elite and how the weak were destined to be eliminated by nature's laws. To him, the boy was nothing more than a tool, a stepping stone toward a world where the strong atop a pyramid built on the suffering of others. The boy felt a surge of pure loathing as the old man praised his strong and beautiful monster, oblivious to the horror he had created. The thought of his beloved being cloned, of a hollow shell replacing the soul he cherished, was a blasphemy he couldn't endure for even a second longer. He roared for the man to shut his wretched mouth, his fists slamming against the ground with a force that shook his entire frame and cracked the earth. His gaze burned with a murderous aura that could chill the sun itself, a fire born of grief and rage. His beloved brother Jin was irreplaceable, and the scent of his pheromones still lingered in the air, a ghost of a memory that refused to fade even as the world went mad. In that moment of absolute despair, a warmth spread across his cheek, as if a gentle hand from beyond the veil was shielding him under a pair of unseen wings. His eyes snapped open, glowing with a newfound, terrifying power that signaled his transformation. He stood, a statuesque figure of vengeance against the moonlit sky, prepared to end the nightmare once and for all. With a single, blinding flash of his blade, he carved a path of destruction across the monster's chest, sending a spray of dark blood into the night air as the beast shrieked. A golden light enveloped him as his flesh began to knit back together, a miraculous return from the very edge of death that signaled his S4 differentiation. He was no longer a victim, he was a god of the battlefield, his presence radiating a suffocating pressure. Across the world, the news of the high-rank Omega Alliance's victory began to spread, divisions falling like dominoes as the old order crumbled. But for the boy, the victory was hollow, a bitter triumph in a lonely world. When the soldiers arrived, their guns leveled him. They trembled in his presence, their hands shaking as they realized who stood before them. They knew that if he wanted to, he could easily destroy an entire city with a mere thought. He commanded them to put down their guns immediately, his voice carrying a weight that no man dared to defy. A helicopter descended from the star-strewn sky, and a frantic man leapt out, desperate to find any trace of the one who had been lost. Mermen watched from the surf with mournful eyes, their silent presence adding to the heavy atmosphere of loss. The boy realized with a crushing weight that his beloved was truly gone, the scent of narcissus falling silent from this world forever. He walked past the kneeling guards, a hollow shell of the warrior he had just been, his heart heavy with a grief that no power could heal. Back in the laboratory, Lu Lin stared at the scene in disbelief, his mind fracturing at the realization that his grandson was truly dead and his obsession was ruined. In a fit of desperate, pathetic rage, he turned his gun on the boy and fired. But the bullet was nothing more than a fly to be swatted away by the boy's shimmering blade, a testament to his godlike strength. Lu Lin collapsed, his obsession turning into a pathetic, high-pitched laugh as he realized he had lost everything he had ever fought for. The boy looked down at the wretched man with nothing but pity, stating that his beloved didn't need to bear such twisted and delusional expectations. Leaving the madman to rot in the ruins of his own failure, the boy stepped out into the night, the only survivor of a love that had once defied the very laws of nature. The atmosphere is heavy with the scent of regret as the older man collapses, the glass slipping from his trembling fingers and shattering against the cold floor. He is a broken shell of a man, clutching the remaining fluid as if it were his very soul, whispering the names of lost loved ones with a voice cracked by madness and grief. Looking at this pathetic display, Yan Yi realizes that words are no longer enough. Some sins simply too heavy to be washed away by tears. There is a chilling finality in his gaze as he commands the guards to drag the man away to the deepest depths of the prison, where he will await the cold judgment of the International Court. As the soldiers seize him, the man continues to mutter for his family, a haunting sound that echoes through the sterile hall. Yan Yi watches him disappear, his face a mask of indifference, yet the weight of the silence left behind is suffocating. He is finally alone, the shadow of the man who once held his heart lingering in the air like a ghost. Days bleed into a week of agonizing uncertainty, the vastness of the sea mocking his efforts to find the one who vanished. The sprawling mansion feels like a tomb, every corner a reminder of what he has lost. Yan Yi sits alone in the dim light, realizing with a pang of desperation that the scent of his beloved is slowly fading from the walls, replaced by a hollow, biting cold. Even the locked study feels like a forbidden sanctuary, the key buried somewhere beneath the weight of his forgotten memories. His friends visit, trying to fill the void with laughter as they tease the little rabbit QQ, but the joy never quite reaches Yan Yi's eyes. They urge him to step back into the world, to represent the alliance at the upcoming summit. He refuses, his heart tethered to the fragile life in the cradle. On the television, the new commander speaks of peace and justice, but to Yan Yi, it's just noise against the backdrop of his personal storm. He stares at the screen with a hollow expression before turning it off, unable to face the reality of a world moving on without his alpha. His nights are haunted by the cries of his son, little Xiao Luyan, whose tiny body twitches in his sleep, deprived of the soothing alpha pheromones he so desperately needs. Yan Yi rushes to the crib, his heart breaking as the child wails for a father who isn't there. He releases his own calming scent, wrapping the infant in a cocoon of artificial peace, his touch gentle yet trembling with the burden of playing both parents. He whispers that daddy is here, a hollow promise he repeats until the banally drifts back into a fitful slumber. A sudden vibration breaks the silence, a message from Xia Jingxian announcing his enlistment. Yan Yi manages a faint, bittersweet smile, sending a final request to the commander to look after the impulsive young man. Even the arrival of the doctor brings little comfort, though the physician notes how well Yan Yi has raised the child in total isolation. The doctor's gaze lingers on the exquisite ring on Yan Yi's finger, a piece worth a fortune that was once the talk of high society, but to Yan Yi, it's just another golden shackle to the past. He remains stoic, hiding his inner turmoil behind a mask of indifferent calm as the doctor praises his strength. Desperate for a change of scenery, he takes the baby to the park, only to find workers ruthlessly uprooting the vibrant daffodils. When he asks why, they simply say the scent was too strong, too intoxicating, and that the locals preferred the safe, scentless beauty of Christmas roses. It's a dagger to the heart. For him, that suffocating scent is the only thing left of the man he loved. Returning home, the maid presents him with a bouquet of those same safe roses, but Yan Yi can barely look at them. His voice is cold and sharp as he orders her to bring back the daffodil tomorrow, uncaring if they are poisonous or if their smell is too much for a normal room. He leaves the roses behind, ascending the stairs as if walking to his own execution. Late into the night, he stands on a balcony, the smoke of a cigarette curling into the starlit sky as as he surrounds himself with the forbidden flowers. The scent is overwhelming, a sensory assault that finally breaks his resolve. As the first tear falls onto his hand, Yan Yi collapses into his own grief, shielding his eyes as the crushing weight of his loneliness finally tears him apart. Everyone expected the fragile president to shatter under the weight of his grief, but Yan Yi was a man forged in a much hotter fire than anyone realized. Rumors whispered that he was no longer fit to lead the council or even care for his young son, yet he remained an immovable pillar of strength. He buried his mourning beneath a mountain of paperwork, his expression a mask of cold professionalism, as he stamped through his duties with robotic precision. To the public, he was the impeccable picture of a doting father walking his lop-eared child through the park with a tenderness that masked his inner turmoil. But this elegant facade hid a lethal reality. He was a master of the long game, as comfortable with a high-caliber sniper rifle in his hands as he was with a diplomat's pen. He seemed to lack absolutely nothing, a godlike figure standing at the pinnacle of power, though his heart remained a cold palace. However, the peace was a thin veil soon torn apart by reports of the Gland Hunters and their cruel leader, the red-tailed hawk, who had been running rampant with a murderous aura. As the council debated seeking PBB assistance, Yan Yi listened with a sharp, calculating focus. With a steady hand, he lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his handsome features as he agreed to call in the assistance of Commander Gu Wei. As his subordinate left the room, the heavy silence returned, thick with the scent of tobacco and secrets. When the commander appeared on his screen, the air in the room grew heavy with an intimidating pressure. Yan Yi didn't just ask for help. He demanded a specific elite squad of alphas, his voice carrying the dangerous weight of a man who had already decided his enemy's fate. Gu Wei noted the chilling transformation in the president, a shift that suggested Yan Yi was now carrying the aura of someone far more dangerous. The request was granted without hesitation, and within the PBB halls, plans were set in motion to deploy the agents, though Gu wisely decided to swap out the Red Falcon for a more reliable asset to ensure the mission's success. Back at the office, the strain was beginning to crack Yan Yi's perfect armor. He had no appetite, his complexion turning a sickly pale as he pushed away his subordinate's concerns with a weary wave of his hand. He was a ghost of his former self, exhausted and running on nothing but sheer willpower. Alone, he stared at a box of medicine with a look of profound exhaustion, the silence of the room pressing in on him like a physical weight. When his assistant, Mulan, a powerful gray-backed falcon, entered, the atmosphere crackled with a different kind of tension. Yan Yi's irritation flared when Mulan suggested picking up his son, his body temperature spiking as he entered a sudden, agonizing heat period. Instinctively, Mulan released a wave of soothing pheromones, the thick, calming scent designed to stabilize the trembling Omega. Realizing that standard inhibitors were useless against a spirit as strong as Yan Yi's, Mulan swept the president to his arms, carrying him to the sofa with a protective urgency. The memories of past, failed treatments, agonizing concentrators that left Yan Yi shattered and violent haunted the room as he was laid down. Mulan leaned over him, flooding the air with a massive amount of pheromones to drown out the pain and bring a moment of peace to his master. When Yan Yi finally blinked his eyes open, he found himself safe in Mulan's care, accepting a pill and water with a shaky, uncertain hand. Even in his weakened state, he remained a tyrant of his own domain, coldly warning his assistant not to do anything unnecessary or overstep his bounds. But the fatigue was absolute, and he eventually collapsed back into a restless sleep, a soft apology escaping his lips as he leaned against the one person he could trust. He finally drifted off with his head resting on Mulan's lap, a rare moment of vulnerability in a life of constant battle. The assistant watched him with a pained expression, worrying that the heavy use of antidepressants was poisoning the man he secretly cherished. The quiet was short-lived as the second master of the Xia family returned from training and demanded an audience. He burst into the office like a golden-haired whirlwind of jealousy, demanded why Yan Yi would choose a mere assistant over his own youthful devotion. Yan Yi didn't even blink, dryly stating his preference for older men to shut down the boy's advances. Despite the kid's improved, muscular build from PBB training, he was still nothing more than a love-brained child in Yan Yi's eyes. After pushing the persistent youth out the door, a new suspicion took root in Yan Yi's mind as he stood alone in the hallway. He noticed the medicine drawer in his desk had been touched, the bottles subtly out of place. He stood there for a long moment before slowly pulling open the drawer, his heart skipping a beat as he inspected the contents. He held one of the bottles up to the light with a hawk-like focus, yet no strange scent or obvious tampering could be found. When Mulan returned, placing a hand on his shoulder, Yan Yi's gaze was piercing as he questioned if the assistant had opened the drawer in his absence. Mulan denied it immediately, his face a mask of concern as he offered to alert security to search for intruder. Yan Yi remained silent, the seeds of a new mystery firmly planted in his mind as he looked at the medicine in his hand. The scene shifted to a high-stakes briefing where the agents were already on standby. The news was grim. Someone had already ambushed the terrorist group's base, leaving the red-tailed hawk broken but alive, a calculated, mocking gesture. Yan Yi's fury was a suffocating force as he berated the intelligence division for being blind to such a massive movement. He wouldn't stand for the PBB playing the role of scavengers, waiting for an unknown force to do their dirty work while they leisurely collected the spoils. Gu Wei admitted the attacker was a phantom with elite counter-surveillance skills, leaving behind only one grainy, black-and-white image. Yan Yi slammed his hand onto the table, his headache throbbing as he demanded to know if anyone else had anything to say about this failure. The room fell a terrified silence as he stared at the blurry photo of the man in the black cap, his mind racing to uncover the truth behind the shadow stalking their world. In the cold, sterile halls of the corporate empire, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension as the elite gathered to greet their leader. But the heavy air was instantly shattered by the pitter-patter of tiny feet and a joyful cry that could melt the frostiest of hearts. Little Lu Yan, a vision of innocence with her soft rabbit ears twitching in excitement, threw herself in her father's arms, her presence a stark contrast to the sharp suits surrounding them. Yan Yi's gaze softened instantly, his weary eyes lighting up as he pulled the precious child close, though a shadow of melancholy still lingered in the depths of his soul. Even a child could sense the unspoken sorrow, noticing that her beloved daddy didn't seem truly happy today. He offered a strange, gentle smile, calling her a silly child while masking the turmoil that threatened to consume him from within. The arrival of Mulan, a man whose presence was as commanding as it was complicated, only added to the suffocating pressure in the room. Yan Yi's breath hitched as he noticed the subtle shift in the air, a familiar sense of dread pooling in his stomach. To his utter confusion, the little one presented a gift to Mulan, claiming it was for her father, leaving Yan Yi scrambling for words in the face of such an unexpected gesture. The small box felt like a lead weight in the air, a symbol of a connection he wasn't ready to acknowledge. He tried to maintain his composure, even as his pulse quickened and his grip on reality felt increasingly fragile. Mulan's eyes were unreadable as he accepted the token, his silence more deafening than any shout. Yan Yi's voice trembled as he tried to explain, his face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and a desperate need to escape this suffocating proximity. The world seemed to still as he looked at the man before him, the weight of their history pressing down on his chest. When Mulan reached out to grab his arm, the contact felt like a brand, sending a jolt of electricity through his entire being. He had to set boundaries, he had to survive this. He coldly informed Mulan that he'd be spending his upcoming heat period alone at home, and that there was no longer any need for the other man to soothe him with his pheromones. The rejection was sharp, a jagged blade that left Mulan looking utterly heartless and shattered as he watched the silver-haired man walk away. As the sun set, the true nightmare began within the lonely confines of Yan Yi's bedroom. The heat was a relentless, scorching tide, an agony that tore through his body and left him gasping for air. Even the strongest suppressants felt like poison, a necessary evil to keep his primal instincts at bay while he endured the excruciating pain alone. He curled into a ball, praying for the sweet release of sleep, hoping that the morning would bring an end to this torment. Then, through the haze of fever and desperation, a presence appeared, dark, majestic figure with wings like midnight, pulling him into a possessive, heated embrace. Was it a dream or a hallucination born of his suffering? The stranger's touch was both a sanctuary and a sin, his voice a low, malumble promising that the pain would soon vanish. Yan Yi clung to him, his tears hot against the stranger's skin for the nightmare to end even as he succumbed to the intoxicating pleasure of the man's scent. In the depths of the night, their bodies intertwined in a dance of desperation and long-denied desire, the air thick with the scent of white jasmine and dark, dangerous pheromones. The stranger whispered sweet, possessive lies, calling him his good baby and promising to take all the hurt away. Every touch was a brand, every kiss a promise that he would never be allowed to take those numbing drugs again. He was told to be good, to submit to the overwhelming tide that threatened to drown his very soul. Yan Yi's were lost in the moonlight, a symphony of pleasure and pain that echoed the shattered state of his heart. He felt himself being unraveled, his principles and defenses crumbling under the relentless assault of a man who seemed to know his every secret. The stranger's smile was triumphant, a predator who had finally cornered his prey, his laughter a dark, beautiful sound in the silence of the room. He teased Yan Yi for his heartlessness, for saying he would leave, his voice dripping with a mix of mock hurt and genuine obsession. In his delirium, Yan Yi called out a name that wasn't Mulan's. He called for Jinj, the one who truly held the keys to his heart. He woke up days later to a room filled with brilliant sunlight, his body miraculous healed and free of the lingering ache of the heat cycle. There was no sweat, no mess, only a lingering, ghostly scent that he tried to convince himself was just a figment of his imagination. He checked the security, telling himself it was impossible for anyone to have entered his sanctuary, yet the doubt remained like a splinter in his mind. At breakfast, the sight of his daughter brought a brief moment of peace, her bright eyes a reminder of why he had to keep fighting. But the peace was short-lived when the little angel showed him a drawing of her daddy, a figure that looked nothing like him, but bore a haunting resemblance to the man from his dreams. His heart skipped a beat as he stared at the crude stick figure, a chilling realization beginning to take root. Everything felt too strange, too orchestrated, as if he were a pawn in a game he didn't even know he was playing. He headed to work with a heavy heart, the weight of the unknown pressing down on his shoulders. Outside the company, a new batch of bodyguards stood in rigid formation, ready to serve their chairman. Among them was a new face, or rather, a masked one number 30, a retired forces operative with a record that was almost too perfect. As the masked man received his orders, a predatory glint sparked in his eyes hidden behind the dark fabric. He knocked on the chairman's door, his movements fluid and dangerous. When he entered, he didn't find the chairman alone. Instead, he witnessed Yan Yi trapped in the arms of Mulan, a sight that made his blood boil with a silent, murderous fury. The mysterious man in camouflage stood like a silent predator, his gaze fixed on the unsuspecting pair through the glass. Mulan's heart skipped a beat as a chilling warning echoed in his mind. The world was full of mentally unstable souls, and he needed to be careful. A dark memory surged forward, the suffocating pressure of a hand around a throat and a murderous that promised death if a single cry for help was uttered. It was him, the very same Alpha who had launched a savage attack just the day before, yet now he stood there with an air of cold detachment. With a brief, hollow apology for the trouble he'd caused, the masked intruder turned and vanished into the corridor, his heavy footsteps fading as he walked away without a second glance. The president, still shaken, demanded to know if Mulan recognized the dangerous Alpha who had just departed. There was no time for answers as the president's tone shifted to a professional chill, noting Mulan's excellent performance before delivering a blow that felt like an exile. Starting tomorrow, he was being cast off to a distant branch that was supposedly short-staffed. Mulan accepted the order with a heavy heart, realizing that when faced with someone who simply didn't care, his own efforts meant nothing. In the quiet of the storage room, he poured wine with trembling hands, his spirit crushed by the weight of being discarded. Suddenly, a wave of heat washed over him, a suffocating fever that made his skin flush and his breath hitch as he collapsed onto the sofa in agony. He felt a pair of strong arms wrap around him, and through his haze, he wondered if this man was only here to witness his suffering. Mulan's body arched in desperate need of a soothing touch as the Alpha pulled him onto his lap. In his delirium, the silver-haired boy whimpered, admitting how much he truly missed the man who had hurt him. He begged for pheromones, his voice a broken plea for anything to dull the sharp edges of his pain. The Alpha didn't hesitate, pulling him close and releasing a scent that flooded the room like a blooming garden. It was the sweet, nostalgic fragrance of daffodils and roses, a scent that carried a silent, whispered apology. Lu Shangjin held him tight, his heart aching with the truth that he had watched from afar for so long, unable to reach the one he loved. They sat together in the quiet office, the golden sunlight catching the petals of the flowers that mirrored the Alpha's protective scent. The peace was shattered by a frantic knocking at the door as the president returned, checking the time in confusion. The door swung open, and the president froze in sheer terror at the sight of his employee in the arms of the masked giant. With a voice like grinding stone, Lu Shangjin ordered the meeting to be postponed, his dominance filling the room. The president could only stammer a submissive response, his eyes wide with shock at the power radiating from the masked man. He wondered how such a refined yet terrifying Alpha had even entered his department without anyone noticing. As the president beat a hasty retreat, Mulan struggled to find his footing, his body still weak from the emotional storm. Lu Shangjin reached out, his hand hovering near Mulan with a gaze that lingered too long to be casual. He watched Mulan sit down, his movements surprisingly gentle for a man who looked like he could kill with his bare hands. He warned the boy not to push himself too hard, his voice thick with a concern he had no right to show. Continuous stress would only lead to ruin, and he pleaded with Mulan to take care of his fragile health. To prove his point, he held up his phone, showing records that sent a jolt of surprise through the silver-haired boy. Mulan looked up, his eyes flashing with a mix of defiance and confusion, questioning who this man thought he was to interfere. The shock on his face was clear as he realized the depth of the Alpha's secret surveillance. Lu Shangjin turned away, his internal monologue a bitter symphony of regret. He had no identity, no position from which to offer his care. He wanted to ask if he was tired, if life was hard, but the words died in his throat as another knock echoed through the room. An assistant burst in with urgent news of a looming threat, unaware of the tension he was interrupting. Mulan's face went pale as he scanned the document. Terrorists from a destroyed cell had escaped and were seeking bloody revenge. He didn't wait for permission, sprinting toward the exit with Lu Shangjin hot on his heels, promising to go with him into the fire. They roared out of the parking garage, the car a blur of speed as Mulan Lan learned the target area was near his own home. Desperation clawed at his chest, and he reached for a cigarette with shaking hands, which Lu Shangjin lit with a steady flame. Lan slammed his foot on the accelerator, his eyes cold and murderous as he thought of his son waiting at home. He issued a chilling ultimatum. If anything happened to the boy, Lu Shangjin was a dead man. In response, the Alpha opened a heavy briefcase, revealing a lethal arsenal of handguns and magazines. The tires screeched as they reached the residential area, the sun setting on what promised to be a violent confrontation. They moved in perfect sync, a silent understanding between them that had been forged through 1,000 battles. Standing back to back, they were a fortress of steel and resolve, guns drawn and ready for the slaughter. Lu Shangjin whispered a vow to protect Mulan's back, their souls connecting in the heat of the moment. With a burst of athletic grace, the Alpha vaulted over the high fence, his movements predatory and swift. He landed silently, his senses heightened as he searched the garden for any sign of the enemy. He found the child cowering in the shadows and knelt down, his voice softening as he told the little one not to be afraid. He pulled the boy into a protective embrace, shielding him with his own body while unleashing a hail of gunfire at the approaching assassins. The air was filled with the scent of gunpowder and the sound of falling brass as the battle reached its peak. Mulan stood amidst the fallen bodies of the terrorists, his expression unreadable as the chaos finally subsided. He looked at the man who had saved his world, the realization finally sinking in that, despite everything, it really was him all along. The atmosphere was suffocating, thick with the scent of gunpowder and the cold, mechanical orders of the riot squad surrounding the perimeter with their weapons drawn. In the midst of the chaos, Lu Shangjin stood trembling, his heart fracturing, as he called out the name of the only person who mattered in this wretched world. The small child in his arms was a mess of tears and terror, sobbing for his papa in a voice that cut deeper than any blade. Yan Yi took the boy, his own heart bleeding, as he whispered sweet lies of safety, promising that everything would be all right now that he was there. When Lu Shangjin finally pulled them to a desperate, crushing embrace, his powerful alpha pheromone surged in a silent, primal scream for protection that even the soldiers outside could feel. For a moment, the world ceased to exist. There was no military, no war, only the warmth of the family he was so terrified of losing forever. He clung to them like a drowning man, if he would ever truly be forgiven for the sins of his past, or if this was their final goodbye. As he stood there, waiting for Yan Yi to deliver his final judgment, the silence between them was louder than the sirens. Yan Yi looked at him with eyes full of unspoken history, wondering if this man still had any right to claim a place by their side after so much had happened. The tension snapped when Lu Shangjin was forced to pull away, telling the little one to wait for him while Yan Yi shielded the child's eyes from the sight of his father being taken. Even as the world turned into a blur of noise and flashing lights, Lu Shangjin's gaze remained fixed on the one person who was his entire world. In that final, heartbreaking second, a soft voice called him Brother Jin, a name that carried a lifetime of love and longing. Far away, beneath a starlit sky, another alpha looked out over the crashing waves, deciding that Lu Shangjin's life worth saving, if only as a debt repaid. He found the broken alpha washed up like wreckage, his body a map of horrific wounds that would have killed any lesser man. Lu Shangjin was dragged to a secret facility where the most brilliant and cold-blooded specialists awaited, ready to perform a miracle at a terrible cost. The surgery was a descent into hell. They used the glands of a deceased child to stitch him back together, a process so agonizing it shattered his very mind. Chained to a hospital bed like a wild beast and muzzled to stifle his screams, he regressed to the mental state of a child, trapped in a cycle of pure, unadulterated pain. Through the haze of agony, he caught glimpses of a gentle Omega in his memories, a vision of warmth that gave him the strength to cling to life when death seemed so much kinder. 18 months passed in a blur of recovery and silence until his IQ was finally restored, and he stood as a man again, though his soul felt hollowed out. Despite his regained intelligence, his alpha status was a shadow of its former glory, leaving him feeling like a useless shell who didn't deserve to face his wife and child. He lived in the shadows, consumed by a shame so deep it kept him from returning home, convinced he was nothing but a burden. But the longing eventually became a physical ache he couldn't ignore, leading him to make a forbidden call just to hear the sound of home. When the line connected, it wasn't Yan Yi who answered, but the bright, innocent voice of his child calling out for his papa. Lu Shangjin's eyes were clouded with a desperate, aching longing as he gazed at the image of his precious Lu Yan, the weight of his absence pressing down on his soul. Every fiber of his being screamed with the need to return, his heart heavy as he promised his child that he would be home soon, no matter the cost. He was walking a tightrope over an abyss, knowing that to protect those he loved, he had to risk everything, even if it meant staring death in the face one final time. Despite his body being a wreckage of its former self, He didn't head home to rest. Instead, he threw himself to the suffocating pressure of the guidance room for differentiation before he'd even fully recovered. To those watching from the outside, his stubborn persistence seemed like nothing more than a fool's vanity, a reckless gamble for power that no sane man would take. But for a man whose only anchor was the hope of a family reunited, such labels meant nothing as he vanished behind the heavy, sterile doors of the medical lab. Every morning brought a grim tally of the carnage occurring within, with blood staining the cold tile floor in amounts that would have killed a lesser man. The air inside was thick with the scent of iron and the sight of black feathers drifting like omens of death across the darkened room. Inside that chamber of horrors, the Alpha was being torn apart from the inside out, his very bones snapping under the sheer, agonizing force of his own evolution. A guttural, soul-shattering scream ripped through the silence as Lu Shangjin was pinned down by invisible weights, his body a canvas of pure agony as massive black wings erupted from his back amidst a storm of crackling energy. This Stage 3 differentiation was a suicide mission, a brutal process where he was forcing his body to transcend its limits, regardless of whether he survived the ordeal. For half a year, he endured this living hell, fueled by a faith so deep and a desperation so sharp it defied human logic. When he finally emerged, he was a ghost of a man, his clothes tattered and soaked in his own blood, but his eyes burned with the terrifying of one who had truly succeeded in his impossible quest. As the seasons shifted, the world outside seemed brighter, yet the shadows of the past remained. Gu Wei sat by the window, the melancholy of his guitar drifting through the sun-drenched room as he waited for the inevitable. When Lu Shangjin appeared, now a statuesque figure radiating a cold, godlike authority, he offered a chip containing years of dangerous secrets as a final reward for the past 2 years of service. It was a parting gift, a heavy price paid in blood and silence for a loyalty that was finally coming to an end. Gu Wei watched him leave, a bitter, complicated smirk playing on his lips as he realized that the man who should be grateful wasn't Lu Shangjin, but himself for surviving the storm. Even the smallest details were handled with a tyrant's precision, as Lu Shangjin ordered the daffodils near Yan Yi's house to be uprooted and replace snow roses, a silent declaration of his presence. As Gu Wei prepared to depart, he waved off any farewells, long since used to the cold solitude that had become his only companion in this quiet house. He remembered the sight of Lu Shangjin at his lowest, a broken man clutching his blood-stained clothes as if they were his only lifeline to a sanity he had long ago discarded. Now, with the haughty of that violent, heavy burden, the silence was deafening, a reminder that hearing a family's voice was a luxury he no longer possessed. In the quiet of his room, Gu Wei found a relic of the past, a videotape left by their father, a secret entrusted only to him and his brother. He slid it into the player with trembling fingers, his heart pounding against his ribs. The flickering image of their father appeared on the screen, his voice reaching out from beyond the grave to tell them not to be shock-sad, even if he was already gone. He spoke of the immense pride he felt for his sons, Gu Wen and Gu Wei, entrusting them with a future he would never see and a legacy they had to carry. Deeply moved, Gu Wei took a shaky, deep breath, his father's words, "You are my pride," echoing in his soul like a sacred vow. He reached out to touch a crisp white uniform, a symbol of the duty and the new life he was now ready to embrace. Shedding his casual attire, he donned the suit, his expression hardening into one of grim, soldier-like determination. He looked into the mirror, no longer just a musician, but a man ready to face the world's cruelty head-on. After pinning his insignia into place, he carefully packed away his guitar, locking the case with a finality that signaled the end of his peaceful days. Meanwhile, in the dark, rain-slicked ruins of a shattered past, Lu Shangjin clawed through the rubble with desperate, bleeding hands. He knew it was there, buried beneath the weight of his mistakes and the debris of his former life. A frantic, relieved smile broke across his face as his fingers finally brushed against cold metal. He had found it, the ring that represented everything he had lost. He pressed his hands together, the gold band a sacred promise held against his lips that he would never, ever lose his beloved again. Now that he had recovered to the level of an A3 alpha, his heart was consumed by a single, burning thought. He had to return to Yan Yan immediately. He stood tall, his presence suffocatingly powerful as he walked through the city. He felt a sudden, sharp pang of insecurity. Despite his expensive new clothes, he felt disheveled and unworthy, his mind racing with the need to tidy himself up and hide his wounds before the one person who mattered most saw his wretched state. Masked and disguised in a dark security uniform, he crept through the halls of Yan Yi's workplace like a shadow. He found himself in the room where Yan Yan usually worked and rested, his heart aching at the sight of the familiar, sunlit space. But his blood ran cold when he opened a drawer and found it filled with an alarming array of medicine bottles. The sheer number of them was a silent scream, a testament to a pain he hadn't realized was so deep. The sudden sound of approaching footsteps forced him to scramble into the shadows, his heart racing. He watched, hidden and trembling, as Yan Yi entered the room, but he wasn't alone. His eyes widened in a flash of pure, jealous shock as he saw the easy intimacy between Yan Yi and another man. The other alpha, Shijian, draped a coat over Yan Yi's shoulders with a doting, protective tenderness that made Lu Shangjin's murderous aura flare up in the darkness. He wanted to rush forward, to use his crushing A3 pheromone pressure to drive every other alpha away and reclaim the man who belonged to him. But he stayed frozen as he watched Yan Yi remain calm, neither welcoming nor resisting the other man's touch. From his dark vantage point, he watched them interact with a natural ease that felt like a mockery of the bond he had destroyed. The sight of Yan Yi resting his head on the other man's lap, looking so peaceful and cared for, was a jagged knife to his soul. He gripped the ring in his pocket until his knuckles turned white and his skin broke, only to let go as the crushing weight of his own failures hit him like a physical blow. He stood in the darkness, a silent, broken spectator to his own replacement, waiting in agony until they finally left the room. Driven by a desperate need to know the truth, he searched for the names of the unfamiliar medicines on his phone. The results were a devastating punch to the gut: antidepressants, pills for severe mental trauma and emotional instability. His heart felt like it weighed down by lead, the realization of the depth of the scars he had left on Yan Yi's soul finally sinking in. This suffocating guilt and rage needed an outlet, and he found it in the shadows of his next mission. He tracked down a terrorist group, his grief transforming him to a god of unadulterated destruction. He vented all his inner agony on the terrorist leader, his fists moving in a blur of lethal, unchecked precision. With every bone-shattering blow, he broke the man's ribs, his expression a mask of cold, terrifying fury. As the bloodied leader begged to know which faction he was from, Lu Shangjin looked down at him with golden eyes that had seen the very depths of hell. "You'll never know," he whispered, his face splattered with the blood of his enemies. But even as the other alpha's shrill screams echoed through the dark facility, the jagged, burning pain in his own heart found no relief. On quiet afternoons when the house felt far too still, he would find himself drawn to the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching his little bunny through the glass. The sight of Lu Yan playing with his blocks was a bittersweet balm to his soul, and he could only imagine what it would feel like to reach out and stroke those soft, tiny ears. When the child noticed his presence and crawled toward the glass with wide, curious eyes, the man knelt, his heart swelling with a protective possessiveness that only an alpha could understand. He leaned in close, his voice a low rumble, as he reminded the boy that he was the only one allowed to be called Daddy, a title he held on to with desperate intensity. The child's innocent laughter rang out, a sound more precious than any treasure, as he pressed his small hands against the cold pain. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated doting, promise that he would love this little creature with everything he had left. From the balcony, the world seemed to hold its breath as he looked down at his son, the weight of his love almost too heavy to bear. But as the moon rose over the quiet estate, the peaceful day faded into a night haunted by memories. He stirred in the darkness, his mind immediately racing to the one person who occupied every corner of his heart. Rubbing his temples, he tried to shake off the lingering exhaustion of a soul that had been wandering for far too long. His gaze sharpened as he thought of Yan Yan, the silver-haired beauty who had endured so much in his absence. He knew Yan Yan had been through a harrowing ordeal the night before, lashing out in a drunken tantrum that was really just a cry for the love he had been denied. Suddenly, a small, warm weight pressed against him. Lu Yan had woken up, his tiny face filled with a sleepy, trusting affection. The boy was still in that precious oral stage, wanting to explore everything with his mouth, a habit that made the man's heart ache with tenderness. He realized how clingy and insecure the child had become, constantly seeking the comfort of a father's presence. Lifting the boy into his arms, he felt the small body relax against his chest. He began to release his soothing alpha pheromones, a scent designed to calm the storms of the heart and provide a sense of absolute safety. He knew Yan Yan had given his all to raise this child alone, but even the strongest love couldn't replace the missing piece of an alpha's protection. Looking at his son, he saw the traces of his own anxiety reflected in the boy's eyes, a reminder of the 2 years of suffering they had all endured. He made a silent, solemn vow that, from this moment on, he would never leave them again. The child reached up to touch his father's face, a gesture of recognition that brought a rare, genuine smile to the man's lips. He held the boy close, noting that the little angel already smelled of honey sweetness, just like his mother. It was a scent that grounded him, pulling him back from the edge of his own dark thoughts. Nearby, Yan Yanli began to stir, the soft light of dawn catching the silver strands of his hair as he clutched Rabbit to his chest. He blinked away the sleep, his expression quickly shifting from confusion to a sharp, sudden panic. Realizing the bed was empty and the child was gone, he bolted upright, his heart hammering against his ribs. He rushed to the balcony, stopping dead in his tracks when he saw the man he both loved and resented holding their son in the moonlight. The air between them was thick with unspoken words as Yan Yan demanded the child back, his voice trembling with a mix of relief and lingering anger. But as he reached out, the man caught him by the waist, pulling him into an embrace that was as firm as it was desperate. He leaned in, seeking a kiss that would bridge the 2-year gap between them, but Yan pushed him away, his face flushing with a mix of desire and indignation. He chided the man for being so indecent in front of their child, a flash of his old, fiery spirit returning. The man simply looked at his son and explained that this what a father's love looked like, a lesson in affection, that the boy watched with wide, sparkling eyes. For a moment, they were a family again, wrapped in a hug that seemed to heal the jagged edges of their broken past. He buried his face in Yan's neck, the familiar scent of his mate acting like a drug to his weary senses. He whispered a plea to finally come home, but Yan, ever the guarded soul, told him it would all depend on his future behavior. Later that day, the house was filled with the savory aroma of a home-cooked meal, a domestic scene that felt almost surreal after so much time apart. As they sat at the table, the man watched Yan, noticing how even simple tasks like cutting vegetables seemed to weigh on him. When Yan stood to wash the dishes, the man followed him, unable to stay away for even a second. He wrapped his arms around Yan from behind, the heat of his body pressing against mate's back as he whispered how much he had missed him. The silence in the kitchen was heavy with the weight of the years they had lost. Yan finally asked the question that had been burning in his soul. Why hadn't he come back sooner? The man's voice broke as he confessed his greatest fear, that after everything, Yan wouldn't want him anymore. He broke down, his head resting on Yan's shoulder as he spoke of the miserable training and the inhuman treatment he had endured just to find his way back. He didn't mention the physical scars, but he knew Yan had already investigated everything, his love manifesting as a silent, thorough vigilance. As night fell again, the tension shifted from sorrow to a simmering, unresolved heat. Yan, still holding onto a sliver of his pride, informed him that he was still banned from the bedroom. The man's face fell, his expression comical in its dejection as he watched his mate walk away. He spent the late hours sitting on the stairs, the glow of a cigarette the only light in the dark hallway as he brooded over his exile. But the pull of his family was too strong to resist. He crept toward the bedroom door, his footsteps silent on the floorboards. Peeking inside, he saw the two people who meant the world to him, fast asleep and looking like a pair of angels. He couldn't help himself. He reached for the light switch, plunging the room into darkness so he could slip into the bed beside them. He pulled them both into his arms, his large frame acting as a shield against the rest of the world. As he settled in, his massive, dark wings unfurled, the black feathers shimmering as they wrapped around his mate and child in a protective cocoon. Yan stirred slightly, complaining about the lingering smell of smoke, but he didn't push the man away. Instead, they all drifted off together, the falling feathers a silent testament to a love that had finally found its way home. The morning sun filtered through the window as the silver-haired man gently marked the wall, noting with a soft smile that his little one had grown another centimeter this month. The young boy looked down at his reflection, his fluffy bunny ears drooping with a hint of melancholy as he pouted, lamenting that despite being 3 years old, he was still so short and could never be like his towering father. His father knelt down, his eyes brimming with a doting warmth that could melt the coldest heart, reassuring the boy that being an alpha just like him was already something to be proud of. But the child didn't care about titles. He simply declared his only wish was to hold his dad as tightly as possible. The soft moment was interrupted by the sound of the front door opening, sending the little one racing across the floor with a joyful cry that his other father had finally returned home. The tall, statuesque alpha in a sharp black suit caught the tiny bundle of energy in his arms, his professional exterior instantly shattering into a tender smile as he greeted his good boy. He peppered the child's face with ticklish kisses, making the boy squeal with delight before revealing a surprise gift he had brought home. The child's eyes sparkled like gems as he reached for the bright red box, gasping in pure wonder at the gift hidden inside. He proudly showed off his new treasure, his face flushed with happiness as he chirped about how pretty it was. Seeing the two most important people in his life so happy, the silver-haired man couldn't help but feel a twinge of playful jealousy, asking if there was a gift for him as well. The alpha reached out, his large hand resting possessively on his partner's shoulder, revealing the sleek silver watch around his wrist that had no special occasion behind it other than a desire to give. It was a piece chosen by his beloved long ago, still carrying the faint, intoxicating scent of his alpha's pheromones that made his heart flutter. The air in the room grew thick with an unspoken intimacy as the alpha pulled his partner onto his lap, their faces inches apart in a suffocatingly romantic tension. His gaze was heavy with a silent question, asking if he was liked, if he was wanted, as his fingers traced the soft curve of a waist. A tender kiss was shared in the quiet of the afternoon, a moment of pure domestic bliss that left them both breathless and laughing at the sheer intensity of their love. Even as the child looked on in confusion, the alpha shamelessly confessed that he simply had no self-control when his partner was this beautiful and charming. They pulled the little one into a warm group hug, a picture-perfect family basking in the glow of their shared affection. But the peace was short-lived during a sunny afternoon BBQ, as they prepared for a business trip. The child shared a sweet kiss with his father, unaware of the storm brewing. That very night, the silence of the nursery was shattered by heart-wrenching sobs as the little one woke up shivering from a nightmare. Panic surged through the silver-haired father as he realized with horror that the boy was burning up with a dangerous fever. He didn't waste a second, scooping the trembling child into his arms and rushing to the car, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The world seemed to conspire against them as he found himself trapped in a suffocating traffic jam, the red taillights of the city stretching out like a mocking barrier to the hospital. Desperation clawed at his throat as he dialed his partner's number, praying for the one person who could save them to answer. On the other end, the Alpha's voice was a pillar of strength, his calm instructions cutting through the haze of panic as he promised to arrange a helicopter and meet them at the clinic. When the Alpha finally burst through the doors an hour later, the relief was so sharp it was almost painful. He immediately took the child into his own arms, his presence acting as a shield against the fear that had been drowning his partner. They walked through the sterile halls of the hospital hand in hand, their fingers interlaced so tightly that not even the coldest shadow could separate them. The doctor's news was a blessing. It was only a common viral inflammation, but the Alpha's eyes remained stern as he pulled his exhausted partner into a protective embrace. He scolded him softly, insisting that no matter what happened, he must always be called first, for they were in this together. In the quiet of the hospital corridor, the Alpha leaned in close, his voice a low vibration as he asked for a confirmation of their love. A gentle kiss sealed the promise, a vow that through every fever and every storm, they would remain each other's harbor. They did. The morning sun cast a gentle glow over the quiet garden as Yan Yan carefully hung the laundry, the simple white socks swaying in the breeze. Suddenly, a pair of strong, familiar arms wrapped around his waist, pulling him into a possessive embrace that sent a shiver down his spine. His Alpha's touch was both a comfort and a reminder of the weight he had lost since the pregnancy, a fragile state that clearly pained the man holding him. Yan Yan looked down with a heavy heart, wondering why the words of love remained unspoken, fearing that today would be just like all the others, filled with a silence that echoed his loneliness. He questioned his own worth, wondering if he was truly useful for anything more than being a father. Yet, as he touched his stomach and spoke with a gentleness he hadn't used in years, the tension between them began to thaw. Admitting his feelings wasn't as awkward as he had feared. Instead, it felt like a profound relief, a shedding of the armor he had worn for so long. Even though an inner barrier of pride tried to hold him back from seeking the closeness he desperately desired, the magnetic pull of the man before him was undeniable. The Alpha leaned in, releasing soothing pheromones that wrapped around Yan Yan like a warm blanket, finally approaching him on his own accord. He whispered the word wife with a hunger that spoke of years of suppressed longing and the agony of relying on cold suppressants during his ruts. His resistance was crumbling rapidly as the frequent ruts took their toll, his body demanding the connection it had been denied. Their compatibility was a dangerous, intoxicating thing, with Yan Yan's pheromones driving the man to the brink of madness. He was tortured by the very bond he had once longed for, his golden eyes burning with a mix of pain and desire as he urged Yan Yan not to be afraid. With a soft, breathless consent, Yan Yan allowed himself to be swept up, the worldling as he was carried toward the sanctuary of their room. The path to the bed was marked by the steady sound of footsteps and the overwhelming scent of rain and flowers. In that moment, being held securely made everything else disappear. This was exactly where he belonged. As they settled onto the bed, the proximity was electric, every touch igniting a fire that had been smoldering for 3 long years. "Kiss me, just once," the Alpha pleaded, his voice a low rumble of desperation. Yan Yan watched him, remembering how the man had clutched his hand earlier, and a small, genuine smile touched his lips. He finally confessed how much he had missed this, how every day he had dreamed of waking up in these arms. The shadow of being a stand-in flickered in his mind, but it was quickly eclipsed by the raw emotion in the Alpha's gaze. It had been 3 years since the rings were bought. 3 years of waiting for a promise to be fulfilled. The man loomed over him, declaring that the old rings were still with him, a testament to a devotion that had never wavered. "Let's get the marriage certificate," he murmured, his face flushed with a rare, vulnerable heat. Their lips met in a searing kiss, a seal of forgiveness that made the past irrelevant. It felt as dark, protective wings were unfolding around them, shielding their intimacy from the rest of the world. The heat between them was so intense that clothes were sacrificed to the moment, the Alpha promising to replace every torn shirt with a doting smile. He whispered his love over and over, his voice thick with an affection that was almost overwhelming. Even as Yan Yan tried to remind him to stay quiet for the sake of the baby next door, the Alpha's passion was a force of nature that couldn't be tamed. In the darkness, Yan Yan clung to his Alpha, finding a sense of security he had thought was lost forever. They moved together with a slow, deliberate tenderness, every touch a vow of forever. The final mark was a sharp, beautiful agony, a permanent claim that bound their souls together amidst a sea of white daisies. Afterwards, wrapped in the warmth of the sheets, the Alpha promised never be so rough again. He was entirely Yan Yan's. The bite mark on Yan Yan's neck was a badge of complete devotion, a sweet talk that he wore with pride. Not to be outdone, Yan playfully claimed his alpha in return, a fair trade for a heart fully captured. Time began to flow like a beautiful dream, their lives gaining color with every trip to the amusement park and every shared laugh. Their little son Lu Yan grew up surrounded by the doting love of two fathers who cherished his every smile. However, the first day of kindergarten proved to be a dramatic trial not for the child but for the father. The supposedly cold and intimidating alpha was reduced to a sobbing mess at the school gates, wailing that he couldn't live without his son. Yan Yan had to shamelessly drag him away from the scene, telling him to stop embarrassing himself and get back to work. 3 years later, the city stood tall and bustling, and the alpha found himself checking his phone mid-meeting, unable to stay away for long. He called his honey just to ask if he was missed, his voice dripping with affection. But the domestic peace was shattered when Yan Yan revealed that their son had gotten into trouble at school. The parents rushed to the kindergarten, their protective instincts flaring as they approached the playground. "My son has the best temper, he could never cause trouble," the alpha insisted, his parental pride on full display. They argued over whose child was the well-behaved one, refusing to believe their little angel could do any wrong. But as they entered the principal's office, the sight of the children told a different story. Little Lu Yun sat there with teary eyes, clutching a friend's hand, looking every bit the victim. The parents were ready to demand justice, but the principal's grave tone stopped them cold. The incident wasn't just simple disagreement. Their precious, well-behaved children had actually started a massive group fight. The teacher could hardly believe the scene before him, recalling how a simple game of building blocks had descended into total chaos. It had started innocently enough, with the children stacking their colorful towers in the golden afternoon light. But peace was a fragile thing in a room full of young alphas, and soon a boy with small horns began to bark orders, refusing to let anyone else's tower stand taller than his own. When the quiet bunny boy ignored the provocation, the self-proclaimed swordlope alpha lost his temper, lunging forward with a violent shove. He didn't expect the small, delicate-looking boy to fight back, but with a surprising burst of strength, the bunny sent the bully tumbling to the floor. The room went silent as the antelope boy stared up in sheer, humiliated shock. His pride wounded, he immediately resorted to threats, boasting about his father's power, but the bunny boy didn't flinch, challenging him to see whose father was truly superior. The classroom erupted into a whirlwind of tiny bodies and flying blocks. Even the older children were drawn into the fray, their faces set in grim determination as they defended their own. By the time the teacher managed to pull them apart, the room was a literal cloud of dust and fury, leaving him with no choice but to summon their parents to the office. When the fathers finally arrived, they didn't bring the shame the teacher expected. Instead, a line of statuesque, impossibly handsome men stood there, looking more proud of their son's combat skills than disappointed. Yan Yi, his silver hair shimmering, tried to maintain a semblance of discipline as he questioned the boys about their behavior. Little Kyukyu stood his ground, explaining that they were only protecting each other from the bully. A sentiment that made Lu Shangjin's heart swell with pride for his boy. Ignoring the teacher's distress, the cold and powerful President Lu simply ordered his assistant to handle the financial compensation for the broken furniture. With the school matter settled with a flick of a checkbook, the two families decided to turn the chaotic afternoon into a rare get-together. Over a lavish dinner, the atmosphere was thick with a strange kind of military-style parenting, as Lu Shangjin casually advised the children to aim for the throat in their next fight, to ensure a one-move victory. He leaned in, teaching them that when facing a larger opponent, there was no shame in targeting the lower vitals. The young Langsing was so moved by his father's words that he seriously asked if he could repeat a few grades just to stay behind and protect his younger friend forever. Lu Shangjin laughed, reminding the boy of the ruthless lessons he had instilled, stating that if someone offended them, they should leave the wretch unrecognizable. Yan Yi could only sigh in exasperation, realizing that his partner's influence was turning their sweet boys into little tyrants. As the night ended and the families parted, a small face pressed against the car window, tearfully waving goodbye. Watching them go, Yan Yi felt a bittersweet pang, wondering just how possessive and jealous Lu Shangjin would become when their son eventually found a partner of his own. As he drove through the quiet city streets, his mind drifted to the scars of the past. The gold ring on his finger caught the light, a symbol of the new warmth that had finally begun to melt the ice in his heart. He whispered a silent vow of everlasting love, glancing back at his sleepy child who wanted to know if they were finally going home. He looked back with eyes full of tenderness, confirming they were going to the only place that mattered, back to the home they had fought so hard to rebuild together. But the road to this peace had been paved with agony, and memories of the cold palace of a hospital room still haunted his dreams, recalling the piercing pain in his gland and the terrifying silence of his lost senses. In a fit of sudden, panicked desperation, he had searched his hospital bed, his breath hitching as he realized his ring was missing and fearing that he had been abandoned. When the door clicked open and Lu Shangjin entered, Yan Yi could only tremble. Without a word, the dominant alpha swept him into his arms, carrying his fragile frame back to the safety of the bed. He scolded him with a voice thick with worry, warning him that his wounds would split open again if he kept running around. Through heavy sobs, Yanyi begged for the ring back, his voice cracking as he pleaded for Lu Shangjin not to cast him aside. Seeing the depth of his lover's despair, Lu Shangjin felt a piercing heartache, pulling the smaller man into a crushing, protective embrace. He promised to return it, his heart breaking as he realized Yan Yi's only anchor was that golden circle. He gently explained that he had only taken it because Yan Yi had grown so thin lately that the ring could no longer stay on his finger. The truth hit Yan Yi like a wave of relief, realizing the man hadn't stolen his treasure after all. Looking at his gaunt hands, he realized just how much he had withered away as the ring felt loose and empty on his finger. He clutched the ring to his chest, the only thing that made him feel like he was still a person who deserved to be cherished. It had been his lifeline during the years of mistreatment, a reminder of a time when he had been loved. Even when the love seemed to have expired, he had held onto that golden circle as if it were his very heart, telling himself he was once wanted. Seeing him finally break his silence, Lu Shangjin could only whisper apologies over and over, devastated that he had nearly lost his little rabbit to his own cruelty. He kissed him deeply, vowing that he would never lose him again, while Yan Yi marveled at the beauty of the ring he could no longer see. Knowing its brilliance by heart after 10 long years, he held it up to the light, a symbol of a bond that could never be thrown away. Lu Shangjin's golden eyes burned with a new, fierce devotion. He took Yan Yi's hand, swearing to be his eyes and his strength for the rest of their lives, promising to hold him tight and never let go again.